Chapter 851 Earth-Shattering. Are you crazy? Shang Shuyu suddenly looked up, staring at Shang Baifeng in shock. Do you even know how much trouble you caused down the mountain last night? If it were anyone else, they'd be in deep trouble, if not dead. Only the young master intervened and spared you from all that trouble, and now you're saying this? You want to turn the world upside down? Shang Shuyu was so angry at Shang Baifeng that he almost fainted. Him, master, are you kidding me? If he's so capable, would he fall into the hands of a shop owner along with you? Shang Baifeng's face was full of disdain, and she didn't believe it at all. Shang Shuyu shook his head helplessly. That was the opportunity the young master gave you. Some things can't be solved with a single strike. Xuelin is from the Qingyi Tower in the Imperial State. If we kill one Xuelin, there will be dozens or even hundreds more. If that alarms the Qingyi Tower, there will be endless trouble. What the young master has chosen is already a top-notch selection. Shang Shuyu explained. Shang Baifeng sneered, Master, don't try to be nice to him. I know the previous palace master was kind to you, so you're repaying him unconditionally, just as I have to you. If you asked me to serve you, master, I would stay home for the rest of my life, but that kind of person is not qualified. Shang Baifeng said coldly. Well. Shang Shuyu shook his head and said, You'll understand once you experience it. Don't say things like that anymore. I am afraid you'll regret it later. I won't regret it. There's a gathering tonight in front of real people. It will be immediately clear whether someone is a dragon or a worm. Shang Baifeng's face was full of confidence and certainty. In front of someone like young Master Yang, this guy would probably be so scared that his legs would be shaking. Tianxiang Herbal Medicine Garden. Mr. Lin, you're too kind. Thank you for the invitation. I've been quite worried about having nothing to do lately. A tall man dressed in black led a dozen or so people into the outer courtyard of the herb garden. Lin Tianyuan smiled, stepped forward to shake hands with the man, and said with a smile, Zhang Wuzuan, you're too kind. You're a famous martial arts master in our central continent. Your cultivation has already reached the 5th level of the divine power realm. Who doesn't know your strength? How could you not have work to do? Even these brothers of yours, aren't they all genuine elites? Zhang Wuzuan grinned and said, Mr. Lin, you've offered a high price of 3 million a day, how could I not give you face? But who could possibly make you, Mr. Lin, go to such lengths, even at such a high cost? Lin Tianyun shook his head and said, the Nangong family has sent a martial arts master at the peak of the realm, a terrestrial immortal, who has his eye on my herb garden. Moreover, I have an important person in my herb garden. Neither of these aspects can be afforded to be lost. Earth Immortal Mystic Mirror? Upon hearing this, Zhang Wuzuan immediately showed a look of surprise. The dozen or so people behind him were also shocked. What, Zhang Wuzuan, is it difficult? Lin Tianyuan asked in surprise. No, even if he's at the Earth Immortal Profound Realm, he's just one person. My brothers and I have our own unique formation as alone, let alone at the Earth Immortal Profound Realm. Even if he's at the peak of the Earth Immortal Profound Realm, we can still fight him. Zhang Wuzuan said with a confident smile. That's good, that's good. Lin Tianyun finally breathed a sigh of relief. But Zhang Wuzuan curiously peered into the herb garden. Who's inside? And we have to protect them. Lin Tianyuan answered truthfully, Miss Shin is currently inside. Comprehending the realm of medical art, she cannot be disturbed by outsiders. If he didn't explain clearly, he was afraid that Zhang Wuzuan and the others' curiosity would disturb Shin Luoyun, which would cause a lot of trouble. So it was just a woman. Fine, someone like that doesn't normally deserve our protection, but for your sake, Boss Lin, we'll stand guard here for half a month. Zhang Wuzuan said dismissively. Thank you. Lin Tianyuan nodded in agreement. At that moment, Su Ming walked in through the door. He came to check on Shen Luoyun's progress, since the competition with the Nangong family was tomorrow. Stop. He had barely entered the room when Zhang Wuzuan shouted at him to stop. Having just arrived to take charge, Zhang Wuzuan also wanted to show off his strength and power. Looking at Su Ming, he sneered, Boy, this is a restricted area of the herb garden. You are not allowed to enter. Get out of here now. Su Ming rolled his eyes and looked at Lin Tianyuan. Lin Tianyuan panicked and rushed out, saying, Zhang Wuzuan, you've got it wrong, this is my honored guest. You mustn't stop him. A distinguished guest, him? Zhang Wuzuan glanced at Su Ming from head to toe, his face full of frustration. Who are the kinds of people Lin Tianyuan associates with? Are these kinds of people also treated as honored guests? He immediately regretted coming to Tianxiang Herb Garden, because now it seemed that Lin Tianyuan's judgment was really embarrassing. However, for the sake of the money, he put up with it for the time being. Su Ming glanced at Zhang Wuzuan, ignored him, and walked straight into the herb garden. Upon arriving at the herb garden, they observed Shin Luoyuan's condition. They immediately realized that Shin Luoyuan was in a meditative state, oblivious to everyone around her, and had reached a state of unparalleled concentration. A thick medicinal aura surrounded her, enveloping her body. This is already the realm of the medical emperor. Moreover, he is still progressing towards becoming a medical emperor, and it is very likely that after comprehending this, he will reach the great perfection of the early stage of the medical emperor. Shin Luoyuan's talent is truly remarkable. Su Ming intends to lend Shin Luoyuan a hand. He squatted down next to Shin Luoyuan and began reciting ancient medical texts in her ear. Shin Luoyuan was immediately jolted, and the medicinal aura around her intensified. Boom! The medicinal energy throughout the entire herb garden was affected, causing a sudden surge of energy, with wind and clouds whipping up an astonishing aura. If it weren't for the protective array set up by Su Ming, it would probably have soared straight into the sky. Zhang Wuzuan and the others from the outer courtyard sensed this terrifying aura and all showed expressions of shock. What's going on? This is what a terrifying aura. What kind of person could possibly arouse it? One by one, people stared in shock and disbelief, looking up at the scene. Medical Emperor. It's done. Miss Shin must have already reached the Medical Emperor realm as expected of Prince Su. When I heard that he was going to help someone reach the Medical Emperor realm in 3 days, I thought it was a pipe dream, but he really did it. Lin Tianyuan stood at the door, completely shocked, with goosebumps rising all over his body. Medical Emperor? Zhang Wuzuan's eyes widened. You said that woman from the Shin family reached the realm of a Medical Emperor, is that true? How many Medical Emperors are there in the 9 provinces? Zhang Wuzuan, who had just been looking down on people, was now finding it hard to accept. The value of the title Medical Emperor is much higher than that of those at the Divine Power realm or Earth Immortal Profound realm. A single imperial physician can nurture hundreds or even thousands of cultivators at the Divine Power realm. Lin Tianyuan smiled without saying a word. The Emperor of Medicine is truly awe-inspiring. But Zhang Wuzuan and his ilk clearly don't know who the real big boss is. In comparison, Su Ming's ability to help someone reach the Medical Emperor level in just 3 days is truly earth-shattering. 852, Chapter 852. You are not qualified to step in. It's done? Brother Su, did I succeed? Inside the herb garden, Shin Luoyuan opened her eyes, overjoyed and excited. Su Ming stood to the side, smiling and nodding. How do you feel? I feel that everything is different now, whether it's the medical skills I learned before or my views on medicinal herbs. It's as if what I knew before was just a drop in the ocean. Shin Luoyuan couldn't contain her joy. This is the change of moving towards a higher level, like standing on the mountaintop and looking down at the foot of the mountain, naturally changing one's perspective on everything. Su Ming smiled and said, then it seems you have indeed entered the realm of the Medical Emperor. This will give you insights into all medical techniques. You should go back to the Shin family to solidify your foundation, since you only have 1 night left. I see. Shin Luoyuan was overjoyed and said gratefully to Su Ming, thank you, Brother Su, but when I was meditating just now, I seemed to hear a voice coming from a very far place, and it brought me a lot of different medical knowledge, which was like a revelation. Brother Su, what exactly is going on? Su Ming grinned, you'll understand later. Let me take you down the mountain. Then Su Ming and Shin Luoyuan walked out of the herb garden together. When they arrived at the front yard, they were met with a crowd of dumbfounded people. Prince Su, is it all settled? Lin Tianyuan came forward and asked in surprise. Alright, I've also opened up the medicinal energy in your herb garden for you. You can grow even better quality herbs now. I guarantee your heavenly fragrance herb garden will be several levels stronger than before. Su Ming smiled and said. Really, thank you, Prince Su. Lin Tianyuan bowed deeply in gratitude. Zhang Wuzuan and the others looked on in surprise and doubt. Lin Tianyuan is being far too respectful to this kid. Is it really necessary? We don't have this attitude towards them. Besides, isn't the imperial physician that woman? Amidst the astonished gazes of Zhang Wuzuan and the others, Su Ming and Shen Luoyun descended the mountain. Boss Lin, have you got the wrong person? If you're going to curry favor, you should be currying favor with that woman. She's just entered the medical emperor realm, and she's destined to be famous throughout the land with a bright future. What's with you being so respectful to that kid? Zhang Wuzuan asked in confusion. Lin Tianyuan rolled his eyes. Zhang Wuzuan, you're new here and not familiar with the place. Now that he's gone, I'll tell you the truth. Miss Shen's ascension to the medical emperor realm is entirely thanks to King Su. He is the current king of the 9 provinces. Otherwise, who do you think could have reached the medical emperor realm in just 3 days, in the entire 9 provinces? I'm afraid only he could have done it. Lin Tianyuan shook his head and said with a smile. The king of the 9 provinces, you're saying that kid is? Zhang Wuzuan was startled and turned his head sharply, his face full of shock. He had long heard of the king of the 9 provinces, but given his status and position, he was not qualified to meet him. I never expected that he wouldn't recognize me today, even though it was before. Oh my God. Zhang Wuzuan's mouth gaped open instantly, speechless with astonishment. He then realized what an opportunity he had missed. 3 days to become a medical emperor? If he could receive guidance from the king of the 9 provinces, how much would he improve? Zhang Wuzuan was kicking himself. Young master, where are you? Su Ming had just parted ways with Shen Luoyun at the foot of the mountain when he received a call from Shang by phone. What's wrong? Su Ming asked. Didn't you say you were going to Miss Shen's party? It's almost time, why haven't I seen you yet? Shang Baiphone was speechless. If it weren't for her master's sake, she really wouldn't want to pay any attention to Su Ming now. The eldest son of the Yang family, who had helped her a great deal, was waiting upstairs. It would be extremely impolite to be late or miss the opportunity. I'm coming right now. Su Ming hung up the phone and took a taxi there. At the hotel entrance, Wan Shireen bumped into Shang Baiphone. Baiphone, you've arrived, where is the king of Kyushu? Wan Shireen's eyes widened immediately as she frantically searched for the figure of the king of Kyushu around Shang Baiphone, the person she had longed to see. But after looking around, it was completely empty. Shang Baiphone shook her head and said, that guy went off somewhere and said he'd be a little late. I am waiting for him here. Wan Shireen quickly smiled and said, it's alright. A great figure like the king of Kyushu is naturally busy with important matters. The banquet upstairs has already begun, let's go up first, and we'll greet him when he arrives. Wan Shireen was also very thoughtful. We must not neglect Shang Baiphone, lest we offend the king of the 9 provinces. We'll see each other soon. We can't afford any more accidents. What could possibly happen to that guy? Okay, let's go up first. So Shang Baiphone and Wan Shireen went upstairs together. When Su Ming arrived, he didn't see anyone at the door. Just as he was about to make a call to ask, he saw a familiar figure walk out in front of him. It was Wan Shireen's younger brother, Wan Hua of the Wan family. Hey, who's this? I'm not seeing things, am I? Long time no see, you become quite the big shot, even wearing a suit now. Wan Hua spotted Su Ming and walked over with a mocking expression. He glanced at Su Ming from head to toe, then grinned disdainfully and said, haven't seen you in so long. Ji thought you couldn't make it in Zhengzhou anymore and had already left. I didn't expect you to still be here. Su Ming ignored Wan Hua and said expressionlessly, it was your sister who invited me. I am not in the mood for you. Which floor are they on? My sister invited you, haha. Wan Hua burst into laughter. It was like hearing the biggest joke ever. What reason do you think my sister would have to invite you? Don't think that just because you're wearing a suit you're all respectable. Do you know who our Wan family is hosting upstairs today? Yang Hao, the eldest son of the Yang family. You might not have heard of him because you're at a level you can't reach. Let me tell you another one, and you'll know. The Yang family, ranked 18th in the world, you know? Wan Hua's face was full of smugness and arrogance, his expression smug. He looked at Su Ming with disdain. With young Master Yang's status, even the richest man in Zhengzhou would have to beg the Wan family for a chance to meet him. Invite you. Look at yourself, do you think you're qualified? Get out of here. Wan Hua looked on with disdain and said with a cold laugh. Are you sure you want me to leave? Don't beg me to come back. Su Ming grinned and said calmly. Get out, did you hear me? Don't make me say it a second time, or I'll have you thrown out. Wan Hua said arrogantly. You piece of trash have no right to set foot on my Wan family's property. Okay. Su Ming didn't bother with any more words and turned to leave. He wasn't really interested anyway, so he figured he might as well go back and help Shen Luoyun prepare for the match against the Nangong family instead of wasting his time. Waste. Wan Hua gave a disdainful sneer and went upstairs. Upstairs, Wan Shirin said to Yang Hao, Young Master Yang, besides welcoming you today, another top tycoon is arriving. This banquet is truly going to cause a sensation in Zhengzhou. Who? Upon hearing this, not only Yang Hao, but also the entire Wan family, as well as other prominent figures from Zhengzhou who had come to the gathering, were all drawn to the event. King of the 9 provinces. Wan Shirin said with a proud smile. 853, Chapter 853. Kneeling down to apologize. The king of the 9 provinces? Yang Hao was also startled, looking at Wan Shirin in astonishment. You really managed to invite him? Certainly. Wan Shirin smiled. It seems that even someone like Yang Hao wouldn't dare underestimate the king of the 9 provinces. I never expected Miss Wan to actually invite the king of Kyushu. That's incredible. Miss Wan's influence and connections are beyond our reach. I am willing to invest in the Wan family. I would appreciate it if Miss Wan could put in a good word for me with the king of Kyushu. This is my most precious possession, which I am willing to offer as a gift to the king of Kyushu. A group of wealthy people from Zhengzhou were moved and gathered around, handing over their valuables to Wan Shirin. Now, the Wan family not only has the powerful backing of the Yang family, the 18th largest family in the world, but also has connections with the king of Kyushu. That's an incredible amount of influence. It's only a matter of time before the Wan family breaks out of Zhengzhou and becomes famous throughout the land. They can still curry favor now, but later they might not even have the right to associate with the Wan family. The Wan family members were all smiles. Even though Luo Hongxia's condition had only recently improved, she was radiant with joy at the moment. The entire Wan family was filled with joy and immense pride. Xian, you're really amazing. Wan Jinshan smiled with satisfaction. I knew it, with the Wan family in your hands, their rise to prominence was only a matter of time. You certainly didn't disappoint us. Wan Shirin immediately smiled modestly. It's all thanks to young Master Yang and by foam, otherwise, I alone wouldn't have been able to make contact with the king of the 9 provinces. Immediately afterwards, Wan Shirin introduced Shang Baifeng's identity to everyone. Upon hearing that Shang Baifeng was a servant of the king of the 9 provinces, the scene erupted in excitement once again. Shang Baifeng, however, was quite puzzled. In her eyes, Su Ming was utterly worthless, so why did these people treat him like a god? Could it be that Su Ming really has this ability? Or is it just a name without substance? At this moment, Wan Hua walked in and whispered to Wan Shirin, Sister, I just ran into that brat Su Ming downstairs, but I've already chased him away. Don't worry, I will never let that kind of person ruin the reputation of our Wan family, and I won't let that rotten apple spoil the whole bunch. Huh, what's he doing here? Upon hearing this, Wan Shirin glanced at Wan Hua in surprise. Besides, how did that guy know the Wan family was holding a banquet here? Wan Hua curled his lip in disdain. Who knows, maybe they heard from elsewhere that the Wan family is doing well, and they want to come and piggyback on it, to get some benefits. Aren't those kinds of people always like that? They come running as soon as they smell something good. Wan Shirin nodded slightly. That's the only possibility. Wasn't the king of the 9 provinces already driven away by you? How dare you, the Wan family, say such things? You just accept everyone's gifts while we wait around? Just then, a voice rang out from the crowd. The scene instantly fell silent as everyone turned to look at the speaker in shock. The speaker was Luo Wanfu, one of the top 10 richest people in Zhengzhou. Wan Shirin raised an eyebrow in surprise. Luo Fuao, what makes you say that? My Wan family is not so stupid as to be that stupid as the king of the 9 provinces. It is not excessive for my Wan family to treat him with the utmost respect. How could we possibly drive him away? Wan Shirin thought Luo Wanfu's words were nonsense. Luo Wanfu grinned mockingly. I don't know if you, Wan Shirin, are that stupid, but your younger brother, Wan Hua, yes, I saw it with my own eyes downstairs just now. Your brother Wan Hua drove away the king of Kyushu. I have seen the king of Kyushu a few times, and I am absolutely certain that I am not mistaken. Boom! Upon hearing this, the entire scene erupted in chaos. Those who had previously fawned over the Wan family now showed expressions of surprise and doubt. If what Luo Wanfu said is true, then wouldn't the Wan family have been playing them for fools? They even accepted their gifts and investments. How is that any different from scamming them? Moreover, what virtue or ability does the Wan family possess to dare drive away the king of the 9 provinces? Wan Shireen also realized the seriousness of the matter, and her expression changed instantly. She turned her head in shock and anger, looking at Wan Hua and angrily asking, "Is there such a thing?" "No." Wan Hua looked panicked and innocent, and hurriedly explained to Wan Shireen, "Sister, I don't even know who the king of the 9 provinces is. Why would I drive him away? I'm not stupid. How could I do such a thing?" Wan Shireen then looked up and said in a deep voice, "Boss Luo, you heard that. My brother may be a little useless, but he's not stupid enough to be this stupid." Luo Wanfu sneered mockingly, "If you don't believe me, why don't you just call and ask? Since you invited the king of Kyushu, you should have his contact information, right? You can't possibly not even have my contact information, can you?" Luo Wanfu had a playful smile on his face. Wan Shireen's expression changed instantly. She really didn't have any way to contact her. But she quickly regained her composure and said in a deep voice, "Everyone, please calm down. I'll make a call and inquire right away. I will give you an explanation." After saying that, Wan Shireen looked at Shang Baifeng. "Baifeng, we can only rely on you. Please call and ask if the king of Kyushu has arrived yet?" "Okay." Shang Baifeng nodded, took out her phone, and called Su Ming. At that moment, Su Ming had already arrived at the Shin family home and answered the phone. "Hello? Where are you? Why aren't you here yet?" Shang Baifeng frowned and asked. If Su Ming doesn't come, it's like standing Wan Shireen up. She personally promised Wan Shireen that, so now even she can't get rid of the connection. The Wan family said I wasn't qualified to participate. Wan Hua himself said so. Besides, I'm not interested, so I won't go. That's it. After saying that, Su Ming hung up the phone. "You?" Shang Baifeng froze on the spot, then slowly put down her phone and looked at Wan Shireen, saying, "Young master said that Wan Hua personally said he didn't those who were eligible to participate." Boom! This caused an uproar at the scene. Wan Hua was stunned, as if struck by lightning, his mouth agape, unable to utter a single word. He could no longer imagine what would happen next. Wan Hua's face was filled with despair. But when did he drive away the king of Kyushu? Could it be that kid? That's impossible. That kid has absolutely no connection to the king of Kyushu. Wan Hua's head was about to explode. "Ms. Wan, now that it's confirmed, what do you have to say? Is this your explanation? How dare you? You drove away the king of Kyushu, and now you're treating us like monkeys?" The entire scene was practically in a frenzy. Wan Shireen's face turned pale instantly, and she took several steps back, almost falling to the ground. Wan Jinshan, Luo Hongxia, and the entire Wan family were also filled with terror. This is tantamount to offending most of the wealthy people in Zhengzhou. "Everyone, please calm down." At this moment, Yang Hao stepped forward, faced the crowd, and said calmly, "I think there must be some misunderstanding here. Driving away the king of the 9 provinces would be a huge loss for the Wan family. Why would they do that? Even if it really happened, it's probably just that Wan Hua doesn't recognize a great man. I'm withdrawing all of your investment in gifts. Please give me, Yang Hao, some face and don't make a big deal out of this." Yang Hao's imposing presence instantly stunned the scene. Someone sneered, "We can give young master Yang face, but Wan Hua deserves to die. Make him come out and kneel down in public to apologize." Yes, kneel down and apologize. Countless angry roars echoed throughout the banquet hall. 854, Chapter 854. I'll grant your wish. "Miss Wan, this is all I can do." Yang Hao turned to look at Wan Shireen and said apologetically. Although he used his status to suppress public anger, the Wan family was indeed at fault. If he didn't reason with them and force things, then Yang Hao would be abusing his power. Wan Shireen understood this principle and immediately nodded, saying, "I understand, thank you, young master Yang." Then she turned to look at Wan Hua, frowned and shouted, "Why aren't you coming up here, kneel down and apologize to everyone?" Do you only admit your mistakes when you're completely out of options? Yes. Wanhua realized that the situation had escalated to such a point that it was beyond repair. He could only walk up dejectedly and kneel down to apologize in front of everyone. This finally calmed his anger. Afterwards, everyone retrieved their belongings and left the scene, none of them wanting to stay at the Wan family's house. They parted on bad terms. Wan Shirin approached Shang Baifeng, her face grim, and said, "Baifeng, I'm so sorry, I never expected this to happen. I hope you can apologize to the king of Kyushu on my behalf if he's willing to give us another chance. Next time, my Wan family will be ready to greet him with the utmost respect. This will never happen again." Shang Baifeng shook her head, her face flushed. "I'm the one who should apologize. I already promised you, but he stood me up. I'm going to settle accounts with him right now, and I'll give you an explanation, Miss Wan. If he doesn't give me an explanation, I won't forgive him." After saying that, Shang Baifeng angrily strode away from the scene. "This, Baifeng!" Wan Shirin exclaimed in surprise. "I don't understand why Shang Baifeng is so angry. Moreover, isn't Shang Baifeng an attendant of the king of the 9 provinces? Why didn't she sense much respect for the king of Kyushu from Baifeng's attitude? What on earth is going on?" What Wan Shirin didn't know was that in Shang Baifeng's eyes, Su Ming was utterly useless. She no longer treats Su Ming as her young master. Now that Su Ming was not present, she had become the one who had broken her promise, especially in front of a gentleman like Yang Hao, which made Shang Baifeng feel that she had lost all face. At this moment, he was filled with rage and had to settle accounts with Su Ming. She probably won't be able to sleep well for 3 days if she doesn't settle this score today. Shang Baifeng went directly to the Shen family by car. She had just learned on the phone that Su Ming was at the Shen family's house. Upon arriving at the Shen family's residence, Shang Baifeng barged into the main hall. Shen Sonlin was discussing with others how to deal with the Nangong family tomorrow when Shang Baifeng barged in, startling everyone. "Miss, who are you looking for?" Shen Sonlin came forward and asked in surprise. "I looked for Su Ming, and he said he was at your Shen family's house. Where is he now?" Shang Baifeng asked angrily. "Prince Su is in the backyard, discussing elixir formulas with my daughter," Shen Sonlin said with a smile. "Okay." Upon hearing this, Shang Baifeng instantly flew into a rage, gritting her teeth as she said, "You made me lose face at the banquet while he ran off here having a good time. Your Shen family is blind to let your daughter associate with someone like that. I want to see what he's up to. And the young master of the War God Temple, let me see if he died on a woman's belly." Baifeng arrived at the backyard. She immediately saw Su Ming and Shen Luoyun refining pills. The two were focused and oblivious to their surroundings, with servants from the Shen family guarding the area. As Shang Baifeng approached, she was stopped. A servant of the Shen family frowned and said coldly, "What do you want to do? Miss Shen is refining pills. This is a matter of great importance. You can't just barge in." "Oh." Shang Baifeng gave a cold laugh. "Why bother refining pills with someone like that? I think they're just having a love affair. Get out of my way. I am going to make it clear to that kid today that from now on, I have absolutely nothing to do with her. If you dare to stop me, you'd better not regret it." Presumptuous. The servants were furious. Seeing that Shang Baifeng ignored the warnings and spoke rudely, they all immediately showed anger. The servant stared at Shang Baifeng and said coldly, "This is the last warning. Don't come any closer, or you'll face the consequences." "As a result of? This is the consequence of your actions." Bang! Shang Baifeng slapped the servant across the face with a loud boom, unleashing her divine power realm aura, instantly knocking the servant to the ground, spitting blood. The others were instantly horrified. Divine power realm? Although they were the core guards of the Shen family, the divine power realm was a height that ordinary people could not reach. Amidst the stunned expressions of the crowd, Shang Baifeng barged in and reached Su Ming's side. She placed her hand on Su Ming's shoulder and sneered, "You heard everything I said just now, didn't you? Pretending to be deaf and dumb won't work. Your master is willing to give you a chance out of respect for the previous palace master." "But I won't, you piece of trash. You'll never turn things around. Yuri mine, understand? From this day forward, I am no longer your servant from this day forward." However, just as Shang Baifeng finished speaking, Su Ming was jolted awake and suddenly opened his eyes. A powerful aura surged forth from his body like a raging torrent, instantly sending Shang Baifeng flying back more than 10 meters away. Upon landing, Shang Baifeng felt a suffocating sensation in her chest, as if a mountain was pressing down on her. She looked up in shock. Boom! The pill in front of Shen Luoyun exploded, and the powerful medicinal energy surged in the air like a raging storm. Shen Luoyun was also hit hard, staggered back several steps, and sat down on the ground, spitting out blood on the spot. Falling clouds. Su Ming shouted in shock a sound. He rushed forward to help Shen Luoyun up and asked, "Are you alright?" Shen Luoyun clutched her chest and shook her head. "I'm fine, but unfortunately, the Xuanhuang grade pill that was about to take shape has been completely destroyed." Su Ming suddenly turned around, veins bulging on his forehead, and roared at Shang Baifeng, "What the hell do you want?" "I am assisting Shen Luoyun in refining a Xuanhuang grade pill to help her fully comprehend and solidify her medical emperor realm. Once this pill is successfully made, the Nangong family will be no match for us." "You've ruined everything now, what exactly are you trying to do?" "Huh, answer me." Su Ming roared, his voice booming like thunder, shaking the entire scene. Destroying the pill was the least of his worries. If he hadn't protected Shen Luoyun with his energy in time, the backlash from the explosion of the Xuanhuang grade pill would have destroyed half of Shen Luoyun's medical cultivation. Shang Baifeng was also dumbfounded. A Xuanhuang grade elixir, to fight against the Nangong family? You weren't just messing around? At that moment, she finally understood what Su Ming was doing. He was instantly stunned on the spot, his mouth agape, unable to utter a single word. "Answer me, what are you doing here?" Su Ming stared wide-eyed, his gaze domineering and astonishing. Shang Baifeng trembled, only then realizing that Su Ming's aura was even more terrifying than she had imagined. She said, her face pale, "Tu just wanted to tell you that I don't want to be your servant and I want to sever ties with you." "Sure." Su Ming's gaze was icy, devoid of any emotion. "I'll grant your wish from today onward. You are no longer a member of the Temple of War. You no longer need to take over Shang Shuyu's duties. You no longer need to be my servant. I am unworthy of you, a true god. Get out." Su Ming's furious roar echoed throughout the scene. 855, Chapter 855. Stepping into the medical emperor in 3 days. After understanding everything, Shang Baifeng stood up and left the scene in a daze. She now understood why her master was worried she would regret it. Only then did she realize how big a mistake she had made. But it's too late to say anything now. Watching Shang Baifeng's forlorn figure disappear, Shen Luoyun said to Su Ming, "Brother Su, I'm fine. She probably didn't know what was going on. Wasn't she a little too ruthless?" Su Ming sneered, "Don't you know what happened? If I hadn't been there, you might have been killed by her reckless actions. This is the lesson she deserves. She was trained in the Temple of War, yet she doesn't even have this much discernment. She's not worthy of taking over Shang Shuyu's job." Shin Songlin arrived with his men, anxiously asking, "Prince Su, are you alright?" "I'm sorry, I couldn't stop her." "Fine." Su Ming shook his head and said to Shen Luoyun, "You already understand it pretty well, there's no need to refine it again. I'll just give you the pills directly, you just need to understand the pharmacology behind them. Dealing with that physician from the Nangong family tomorrow will be more than enough." "Yes." Shen Luoyun responded. So Su Ming took out the pills he had refined and told Shen Luoyun about the refining process and the medicinal properties. Shen Luoyun is now a true medical emperor. It's easy to understand. Shang Baifeng returned to Cloud Mist Manor. Find the merchant in a short while. Shang Shuyu looked up and smiled, saying, "You're back, how was the party? It must have been amazing, I'd love to go see it." Shang Shuyu's face was full of smiles. He believed that this gathering must have shown Shang Baifeng the young master's abilities and completely changed his opinion of him. Unfortunately, he didn't get to witness the young master's demeanor firsthand. Unexpectedly, Shang Baifeng shook her head with a grim expression, her eyes red, and said to Shang Shuyu, "Master, I've been expelled from the War God Hall by the young master. I came back to say goodbye to you. I'm packing my things and preparing to leave. I am sorry for letting you down." At this point, Shang Baifeng knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times to Shang Shuyu. "This?" Shang Shuyu froze on the spot, looking at Shang Baifeng in astonishment. "What's going on? what did you do again? Why would the young master fire you for no reason? I believe the young master is not a petty person. This was something that Shang Xiuyu had not anticipated at all. Shang Baifeng did not hide anything. She now realized that she was young and impetuous, and her knowledge was too shallow. So he recounted everything that happened at the Shen family's house. After listening, Shang Xiuyu shook his head repeatedly and sighed. Didn't I tell you, the young master's actions are not as simple as you think. Do you know that the Nangong family is backed by the Blood Fiend Hall, and that the Nangong family's background is extraordinary? You actually caused such a huge disaster. The young master has only dismissed you, which is already a very lenient punishment. If it were someone else, it might have enraged the young master to the point of killing them. Ah! Shang Baifeng suddenly looked up, her face full of shock. Previously, she only felt that she had been reckless and almost harmed Miss Shen, and that she had made a mistake. Only now does she fully realize the enormity of her mistake. Master, what should I do? Shang Baifeng stared blankly, tears welling up in her eyes. Do you really want to leave? The merchant asked again shortly afterward. Two don't want to leave. Shang Baifeng lowered her head, her face flushed, and said that she might have had such thoughts for a few moments before, but after understanding everything, she no longer wanted to leave. Besides, she had no relatives or friends left. Where else could she go after leaving the Temple of War? Alright, since you've put it that way, I'll call and plead with the young master on your behalf. Shang Xiuyu sighed helplessly, took out his phone, and dialed Su Ming's number. The call connected quickly, and Su Ming answered it. Young master. Just as Shang was about to speak. Alright, Uncle Shang, I know it's because of Baifeng, isn't it? If she wants to stay, then she can stay, but if she wants to leave, I won't stop her. Bring her to meet me at Sacred Peak Mountain in Zhengzhou tomorrow. The medical competition between the Shen family and the Nangong family will also be held there tomorrow. Su Ming said calmly. I understand, thank you, young master. Shang Xiuyu expressed his gratitude. Then, after hanging up the phone, he said to Shang Baifeng, the young master has agreed you can stay if you want, but you can't do this again. I believe you don't have the guts. Real? Shang Baifeng was overjoyed and raised her hand to wipe away the tears on her face. With a firm look in his eyes, he said, from now on, I will definitely inherit your legacy and serve the young master well. I will never have any more thoughts about this. I will definitely make amends. Shang Baifeng was overjoyed and extremely excited. Alright, you go and rest now. Tomorrow, come with me to Holy Peak Mountain to meet the young master. Shang Baifeng smiled and shook her head. He guessed it too, this was just a lesson Su Ming was giving Shang Baifeng. After all, Su Ming knew everything about the Temple of War God, and he couldn't possibly let Shang Baifeng, whom he had personally nurtured, fail so easily. Young master, you are indeed extraordinary. The next day, the medical competition between the Shen family and the Nangong family officially began. The most prominent and influential figures in Zhengzhou all gathered there for the visit. Such a grand event is a once-in-a-century occurrence. In the contest of medical skills, it's still the Shen family, currently the #1 medical family in Kyushu, versus the Nangong family. If you're lucky enough to witness it with your own eyes on this trip, you'll be witnessing history. Wan Shirin and Yang Hao also came to the scene. Young Master Yang, what do you think of this competition? Wan Shirin asked. Yang Hao grinned and said, is there even a question? The Nangong family will definitely win easily. Everyone in the central state knows about the Nangong family's power. Moreover, the Nangong family has Dongnan, the medical emperor. A medical emperor. How many medical emperors can you find in the entire 9 provinces? Even the entire Shen family combined probably wouldn't be a match for him. Wan Shirin also deeply agreed. She had personally witnessed He Dongnan's medical skills. Although she declined He Dongnan's invitation to become his apprentice. But it was the other person's identity that bothered her. There is no doubt about He Dongnan's medical skills. Fart. Just then, a cold laugh rang out behind the two of them. Wan Shirin and Yang Hao suddenly turned their heads and saw the owner of Tiangxi Angla Pharmacy slowly walking up. He looked at the two of them with disdain and sneered, Miss Wan, I used to admire you a little. I didn't expect you to be so ignorant. He Dongnan is nothing with that big shot around. The Nangong family has no chance of winning. Big boss? Wan Shirin and Yang Hao both frowned immediately. I don't know where Lin Tianyuan gets his confidence from. You mean Shin Luoyun? Wan Shirin asked in surprise. No, it's the powerful figure behind Shin Luoyun. Miss Shin reached the medical emperor realm in just 3 days, all thanks to this expert's guidance. However, you probably don't even know who he is. The Nangong family will suffer a complete defeat. You've chosen the wrong side. Lin Tianyuan said with a grin. Shin Luoyun, he reached the medical emperor level in just 3 days? Upon hearing this, not only Wan Shirin and Yang Hao, but everyone else around them also showed expressions of shock. Everyone stared at Lin Tianyuan in disbelief. They all wore expressions of disbelief. 856, Chapter 856. Who will regret it? A medical emperor who can become a doctor in 3 days? Amidst the shocked expressions of the crowd, Yang Hao let out a disdainful sneer. As expected, you're just a small-time boss from Zhengzhou. Your knowledge and understanding are limited to this. You only know the basics and yet you spout nonsense. Becoming a medical emperor in 3 days, do you even know what that means? This means that she is a genius of our time. The emperor of medicine is not her limit. She may even reach the god of medicine, or become the #1 doctor in hundreds or even thousands of years. Do you think it's possible? That's incredibly foolish. It's like saying that a martial arts practitioner can reach the earth immortal realm in just 3 days. But even if I told you all this, you probably wouldn't understand. Yang Hao, with a mocking expression, crossed his arms and looked down at Lin Tianyuan with a disdainful smile. Everyone was initially shocked by the veracity of this news. I've only heard of the medicine emperor, and I only have a vague understanding of how powerful he really is. But at this moment, Yang Hao directly used the martial Dao Earth Immortal Profound Mirror for comparison, and everyone suddenly realized how difficult it was to step into the realm of the medical emperor. Now no one believed Lin Tianyuan's words anymore. Mr. Lin, I think you're joking. I doubt anyone in the world could do something like this. We all know you don't want the Nangong family to win, because if they win, your Tianxiang herb garden will be ruined. But you're not just spouting nonsense here. Everyone immediately burst into mocking laughter. Believe it or not, just wait and see. When the Nangong family loses, you'll realize how ridiculous what you're saying now is. Lin Tianyuan was so angry that his face turned red. He snorted heavily and left the scene. Seeing this, Wan Shirin couldn't help but shake her head. It seems Boss Lin is getting desperate, and it's also a sign of his lack of confidence. He knows the Shin family probably can't win at all, so he's saying these things to deceive himself. Wan Shirin said with a hint of sympathy. Yang Hao sneered, just a frog in a well, out of touch with reality. Does he really think just anyone can become a medical emperor? I think he's been fooled without even realizing it. Since I came all the way from the other world, I have not seen anyone with greater talent than Miss Wan. Don't worry, I've already notified the Yang family and asked them to invite a renowned physician from beyond the secular world. He should arrive in a couple of days, bringing with him some of the Yang family's famous medical classics. With his guidance, I believe your achievements will surpass those of Shin Luoyun by 100-fold. Yang Hao said with a confident smile. Real? Upon hearing this, Wan Shirin immediately showed a look of surprise and delight. She never imagined that this day would come for her. She used to think that as long as she could lead the Wan family out of Yunqing and make a name for themselves in Zhengzhou, the entire Wan family would be able to hold their heads high and reach the top. But after visiting the otherworldly realm, she realized how vast the world truly is. Commerce only represents a certain degree of basic freedom, while true power, those big shots standing at the top of the land, are still far away from me. Moreover, that level of achievement is something that cannot be reached through commercial means alone. But now that she has Yang Hao's support, if she is fortunate enough to reach the threshold of the medical emperor or the earth immortal mystic mirror, then she will have truly touched the heavens. As I was deep in thought, a commotion arose ahead. Wan Shirin and Yang Hao looked up and immediately saw that it was the Shin family coming up. Su Ming, Shin Luoyun, and Shin Songlin walked in front, followed by the 3 saints of Jizhou and the Shin family members, creating an imposing presence. The Shin family has been ranked #1 in medicine for quite some time now. The Shin family's influence has also risen dramatically, and it is no longer what it used to be. The Shin family's reputation and power are unmatched in Zhengzhou, except for the Nangong family. Even Wan Shireen was envious. She used to say that Shin Luoyun was being entangled with Su Ming and that she would be in trouble sooner or later, and that the Shin family would be dragged down. But now, step by step, it seems that the Shin family is not only not being dragged down, but is also soaring higher and higher, reaching a height that no one can compare to. This was something she hadn't expected. It can only be said that the Shin family has a truly deep foundation, and Su Ming's status and position cannot affect the development of the Shin family at all. Those who had previously heard Lin Tianyuan boast about Shin Luoyun reaching the medical emperor level immediately surrounded her, curiously asking, "Miss Shin, is it true that you reached the medical emperor level in just 3 days? Does this mean that you've already secured victory in today's medical competition against the Nangong family?" A group of people were talking all at once, like a reporter conducting an interview. But most of them were gloating, wanting nothing more than for chaos to happen. 3 days to become a medical emperor? If this were to be told, it would probably cause a sensation throughout the entire Kyushu. So it's absolutely impossible. They were also taking the opportunity to see the Shin family make a fool of themselves. Shin Luoyun grinned, "That's right." They were about to say that all of this was thanks to Su Ming's guidance and efforts. But just then, a disdainful voice rang out from behind. The Empress of Medicine, her? Everyone was startled and turned to look. Nangong Yenyu, accompanied by others, slowly walked up to the Nangong family residence, together with the physician He Dongnan. He Dongnan sneered, his face full of disdain, "If she hadn't been so ungrateful 3 days ago and had immediately become my disciple, I could have guided her, and within 3 years she might have truly become a medical emperor. Unfortunately, she has a little talent, but she's become arrogant and ignorant. Since we are not related as master and disciple, I will teach you how to be a person. From this day forward, the title of the best physician will change hands." He Dongnan had a smug smile on his face. "It's Physician He. Congratulations, Physician Emperor." Everyone turned around and came to He Dongnan, bowing respectfully and then showering him with flattery. "Greetings, Physician He. What Elder He says is true. How can such a mere sparrow compare to a big shot like Elder He? Elder He, this is for you. Please accept the gift I prepared. You must come to my house for a get-together another day." Mr. He, I have prepared a generous gift for you. Please take a look." The crowd surged forward, bowing down in reverence to He Dongnan. After all, it's still unknown whether Shin Luoyun truly reached the medical emperor realm in 3 days, and the medical emperor realm cannot be confirmed at all. But He Dongnan is a true medical emperor, renowned far and wide. Even a few casual words of advice were of immense benefit to these wealthy people from Zhangzhou. Seeing this, Wan Shireen shook her head. She knew without even needing to compete that Shin Luoyun was doomed to lose. Nangong Yenyu walked through the crowd and slowly approached Su Ming and Shin Luoyun. She glanced at Shin Luoyun first, then her interested gaze fell on Su Ming. She said with a mocking smile, "Is this your masterpiece? You plan to use her to compete with me, instead of you going to fight yourself? You think she can beat me? How about I give you one last chance, take everything you have and come pledge allegiance to the Nangong family right now. I guarantee you 10 times the treatment you've received before. But on the condition that you risk your life for me," Nangong Yenyu said with a haughty smile. "If you don't agree, this is your last chance. You won't have another chance to beg me later. Give me an answer," Nangong Yenyu said to Su Ming with an arrogant and domineering air. Su Ming slowly raised his head and glanced at Nangong Yenyu. "Let's see who regrets it then." 857, Chapter 857. I want you to call me Master. Okay, so this is your answer, right? You don't know what's good for you. Well, we'll see. You think you can fight me with a girl like that? You really don't know your own limitations. Nangong Yenyu glanced at Shin Luoyun again, sneered disdainfully, and led her subordinates and He Dongnan into the ancient temple hall ahead. There is a magnificent ancient temple on this sacred mountain. The medical competition between the Nangong family and the Shin family took place inside this ancient hall. Let's go in too. Su Ming turned to Shin Luoyun and said. Good. So the Shin family members followed and entered the ancient hall. Su Ming stepped forward, and as he passed Wan Shireen, she looked up at him, frowned, and asked, "Does Shin Luoyun really have that much confidence? Has she considered the consequences?" On the surface, the Shin family only loses the position of number 1 in medicine, but in reality, the loss is much more than just a ranking. It's very likely that the entire Shin family's medical development and economy will be suppressed. They'll plummet in status and may even become a laughingstock in Zhengzhou. Have she thought this through, that she has to pay such a price for a competition? Wan Shireen spoke in a deep voice. She still can't figure out where Shin Luoyun got the confidence to face a medical tycoon like He Dongnan. Not only her, but the entire central continent believed that Shin Luoyun had no chance of winning. Su Ming grinned faintly. "Whether you believe me or not is your business. I said she has the ability, and she believes me. That's enough." "Believe you? You said it? She's been bewitched by you." Upon hearing this, Wan Shireen's eyes widened as if she had heard a fairy tale. She even thought that Shin Luoyun really had some powerful backer. Was it just that Su Ming tricked them into coming here? Are you crazy? She believed your nonsense. Do you know how many people in the Shin family this will harm? Wan Shireen was so shocked that her eyes widened. This guy has reached a point that she can't even describe. Wan Shireen continued, "Even young Master Yang said that in terms of medical skill, there are probably very few people in the entire 9 provinces who can compare with him. You actually tricked Shin Luoyun into going to his death. You are truly beyond saving." "Young Master Yang? Which young Master Yang?" Su Ming asked with a smile. Wan Shireen immediately turned her head and pointed to Yang Hao beside her, introducing him. "Of course, this is the famous young master of the Yang family, ranked 18th in the world." "Oh?" Su Ming raised an eyebrow and looked at Yang Hao. Yang Hao hadn't thought much of it at first, but when he saw Su Ming clearly, he was terrified. This reminded him of the time in Qingshan town when Su Ming slapped him so hard he was knocked unconscious for a whole morning. Although he himself was not sure what had happened later, when Su Ming stood in front of him again and stared directly at him, his face instantly turned pale, as if Su Ming had seen through his soul. He hurriedly and awkwardly laughed. "Forget it, Miss Wan, you can't persuade a suicidal fool with kind words. He doesn't know He Dongnan's status and is courting death. You can't stop him." After speaking, Yang Hao's eyes darted around, and he didn't dare to look Su Ming in the eye. 18th in the world. Su Ming shook his head jokingly, ignored the two of them, and strode towards the classical direction. What kind of attitude is that? Wan Shireen was both shocked and furious. To hide his panic and embarrassment, Yang Hao sneered as he watched Su Ming's retreating figure. "The Shin family is supposed to be the top medical family. They can't be this brainless. This kid is just bragging. Maybe the Shin family really does have some powerful backer, but how much he actually knows is probably beyond him. He probably can't even get through this gate." Young Master Yang is right. Wan Shireen nodded in agreement. But Su Ming swaggered in unhindered and entered the ancient hall directly. This made Yang Haogong's words seem like a joke, incredibly ridiculous, like a slap in the face. Wan Shireen also felt embarrassed. He said to Yang Hao, "Young Master Yang, let's go in and see what happened to the Shin family." So the two of them headed towards the ancient temple. But when they arrived at the entrance, they were stopped by more than a dozen guards. The leader said in a deep voice, "The Nangong family has decreed that no one who was not invited is allowed to step into the ancient hall. If you want to watch the show, wait outside." Upon hearing this, both Wan Shireen and Yang Hao were taken aback. Wan Shireen's eyes widened as she pointed at Su Ming, who had just gone in, and said, "But that kid wasn't invited either. If he can go in, why can't we? I am Wan Shireen of the Wan family, and the man beside me is the eldest young master of the Yang family from beyond the gates." Yang Hao nodded and said, "That's right, please give us face and let us in to take a look." Presumptuous. The lead guard sneered, "How can you compare to him? Forget about status and position, he's a distinguished guest of the Shin family. It was Miss Nangong who personally ordered him to enter. Who do you think you are? Roll. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite." A dozen guards immediately stepped forward, their faces filled with murderous intent. This greatly surprised Yang Hao and Wan Shireen. They dared not confront the Nangong family's sharp edge. The two had no choice but to retreat. Wan Shireen was so confused that her brows furrowed together. He was invited on Miss Nangong's orders. What's going on with him? She was about to faint. Yang Hao shook his head. The Nangong family probably just wants to execute the Shin family members on the spot, leaving no one unpunished. That kid won't have a good ending inside either. Let's wait outside for now. That's the only way. Wan Shirin sighed helplessly and could only wait obediently with Yang Hao in the square outside. Besides them, there were many other people who came to join in the fun, as well as many prominent figures from Zhengzhou. Xu Qingqing is here too. The scene was bustling with a large crowd. The sun gradually grew stronger. The sun beat down on everyone, making them feel like ants on a hot pan. But no one left. No one wanted to miss the outcome of the battle between the Nangong family and the Shin family. After all, this is related to the future of Zhengzhou. In the courtyard square behind the ancient hall, the Nangong and Shin families sat on one side. In the arena, the medical competition between He Dongnan and Shin Luoyun has officially begun. The rules of the competition are simple. There will only be one round using the same top-grade medicinal materials. Whoever refines the pill first will have the highest quality and most exquisite pill, and that person will win. Little girl, I'll let you go first with your strength. Even if you manage to refine it first, you still can't beat me. Your knowledge of medicine is too limited today. I, He Dongnan, will broaden your horizons. He Dongnan stood in the center of the field, looking at Shin Luoyun with an arrogant and condescending air. Shin Luoyun grinned and said, "Alright, then I won't be polite." Too lazy to argue with He Dongnan, Shin Luoyun took direct action and selected out the top-quality medicinal herbs one by one. Seeing Shin Luoyun's extremely careful and meticulous manner, He Dongnan smiled with utter disappointment. "I thought you had learned something. You think this is grocery shopping? Let me tell you, alchemy requires a seamless process. You can't break the rhythm or lose control of the medicinal energy, otherwise, you've committed a grave taboo. You're still far from good enough. What a waste of your time." He Dongnan shook his head, slapped his palm on the table in front of him, and the exquisite pill furnace flipped up with a flick of his hand. Several top-grade medicinal herbs fell into the furnace. Upon seeing this, the Nangong family members cheered. Judging from the sophistication and brilliance of the techniques, it's clear that He Dongnan is at a crushing level. That's it. Nangong Yenyu shook her head dismissively. Then he turned to Su Ming and said, "How about we add an extra bet?" Okay. Su Ming did not refuse. The bet is simple. If you lose, you can no longer call yourself the King of Kyushu, but the dog of Kyushu in front of everyone here. You'll call me Master. How about that? Nangong Yenyu looked smug, confident of victory. What if you lose? Su Ming asked with great interest. If I lose, it's up to you. You can ask for money or goods, just say the word. Nangong Yenyu said confidently. No need, I'm not short of money. If you lose, you'll call me Master from now on too. Su Ming said with a grin. Okay. Nangong Yenyu glared, gritting her teeth. I not only want you to call me Master, I want you to bark like a dog, you ignorant fool. I want the entire Shin family to be my dogs in Zhengzhou. Nangong Yenyu was completely enraged by Su Ming's attitude, and her cold and sharp voice rang out throughout the scene. 858, Chapter 858. When is it your turn to announce? Prince Su, isn't this a bit inappropriate? The three sages of Jizhou stared at Su Ming in shock. They were just there to watch the fun, but Su Ming and Nangong Yenyu made such a bet, and they might all get involved. Most importantly, everyone in the arena right now can see that Shin Luoyun is destined to lose. They might have some confidence if Su Ming himself took the stage. But Shin Luoyun is so young. Even if she has just entered the realm of medical emperor, how can she compare with He Dongnan, who is already experienced and has a mature medical skill? Isn't this just courting death? Shut up. Shin Sanglin's thick eyebrows shot up as he roared at the three men. The Shin family owes its current status entirely to Prince Su today, let alone this bet. Even if it costs the Shin family its life, I, Shin Songlin, am willing to fight to the bitter end. You three spineless cowards, if you're scared, it's not too late to leave now. The three men's faces immediately turned ugly, and they shut their mouths and stopped talking. Nangong Yenyu looked at Su Ming with a sarcastic smile and said, "That's right, it's not too late to regret it and admit defeat. Don't worry, I won't go so far as to kill you. I am still happy to accept that the King of Kyushu has admitted his mistake and surrendered to me. At worst, I'll just make you bark like a dog." Nangong Yenyu laughed triumphantly. Su Ming grinned, to have the Jean Princess as my servant, calling me master, is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Why would I regret it? You? Nangong Yenyu frowned, her face full of sharp sneers. Fine, then let's see who will be the servant. As everyone finished speaking, the alchemy competition between Shin Luoyun and He Dongnan had reached a crucial stage. He Dongnan had been far ahead all along. Whether it was his proficiency in alchemy techniques, his understanding of medicinal herbs, or the fusion of pills, he seemed incredibly skilled, as if it were something he could do effortlessly and casually. He was calm and composed, completely overwhelming Shin Luoyun. But we've reached the crucial step of fusion. Shin Luoyun's pills, however, fused and took shape at an unimaginable speed. He Dongnan looked up and was instantly horrified. This, who taught you this fusion method? How is this possible? You've only just touched the threshold of becoming a medical emperor. How could you possibly achieve this level? He Dongnan was so shocked that he stood there dumbfounded. No wonder He Dongnan was shocked. Su Ming knew very well that if it came to comparing the level of understanding in pill refining, let alone 3 days, even if it took another 3 years, Shin Luoyun might not be able to compare with He Dongnan. After all, when this guy left Kyushu, he already had a very strong ability in medicine. Upon arriving in the Jin Kingdom, he was treated with abundant resources. Combined with these resources and years of immersion in medicine, He Dongnan's understanding of medical techniques became unparalleled. Therefore, Su Ming abandoned everything else and only taught Shin Luoyun the top-level techniques in alchemy. It is an ancient medical text from the Temple of War. He is already considered to be at the pinnacle of medical skills. That is, the ancient text that Su Ming whispered in Shin Luoyun's ear in the medicine garden. If you master the art of fusion pills, the resulting pills will naturally be of the highest quality. Watching the medicinal herbs in Shin Luoyun's medicine furnace combine at an unimaginable speed, He Dongnan's face was filled with disbelief. I've never seen it before. How could you possibly do that? Could it be that kid? Does he really have such abilities? He Dongnan suddenly turned around, his gaze falling on Su Ming, and only then did his eyes reveal a look of shock. He had never taken Su Ming seriously, and even valued Shin Luoyun more than Su Ming. But the ability Shin Luoyun is demonstrating now are definitely more than just talent. He then realized that he had misjudged the kid. This kid was even more terrifying than he had imagined. Seeing that the pills Shin Luoyun was refining were almost fully formed, he had already lost in the battle of refining pills. That leaves only the pill's grade in quality. Upon seeing the pill gradually taking shape, He Dongnan recognized it. This is a Xuanhuan grade elixir, the 9th rank great rejuvenation pill. No, that's impossible. He Dongnan was instantly struck dumb, his eyes widened, and he seemed to be possessed. Given the time constraints, even he wouldn't dare say he could attempt a Xuanhuan level pill in such a short period of time. They only intended to use the peak 9th grade pills for the competition. Unexpectedly, Shin Luoyun used a Xuanhuan level pill. Impossible. He Dongnan's worldview was shaken at this moment, and his mind was in complete shock. At this moment, only one thought is in my mind. That means if Shin Luoyun's medicine succeeds, not only will he lose this competition, but he will also be disgraced, and the Nangong family will not let him off the hook. Thinking of this, He Dongnan's eyes suddenly turned cold, revealing a hint of malice. He picked up a withered yellow herb from in front of him and threw it into Shin Luoyun's medicine furnace. At this crucial moment of fusion and coagulation, let alone a single medicinal herb, even a few specks of dust can cause the alchemy to fail. Moreover, if the alchemist fails to condense a Xuanhuan level pill, the alchemist will suffer a huge impact, be seriously injured, and have their cultivation level regress. He Dongnan is using any means necessary. He wants Shin Luoyun dead. For a top-tier medical expert, a senior figure, to resort to such despicable means was utterly base and vile, but he had no other choice. Losing means death, he can't afford to lose. Little girl, don't blame me. You were courting death and brought this upon yourself. This is your own doing. He Dongnan gritted his teeth. His method was extremely secretive. Almost no one at the scene noticed what he had done. Shin Luoyun was so focused on her work that she didn't notice anything. Smack! But just as the medicinal herbs were placed on the furnace and about to fall into it, a large hand reached out and firmly grasped the withered, hair-like medicinal herb in its grasp. "Heedy, you really have no shame. Losing is not a big deal, but in order to win, you even considered taking lives. Does someone like you deserve to be called the Emperor of Medicine?" Su Ming held the medicinal herbs, looking at He Dongnan with a cold smile. Everyone around, seeing this, also stood up abruptly. He Dongnan froze on the spot. "What nonsense are you spouting?" He Dongnan stared in shock, veins bulging on his forehead, and roared at Su Ming. Then He Dongnan turned around and angrily shouted at Nangong Yenyu, "Miss Nangong, this brat interrupted my alchemy process. He ruined my progress. I hereby declare this competition invalid." Nangong Yenyu stood up, staring coldly at He Dongnan, her face darkening. Nangong Yenyu isn't stupid. She knew even better that the Shin family and Su Ming were no fools. Don't even mention that He Dongnan used such despicable methods. With such a furious attitude, he had already lost to Shin Luoyun. This is nowhere near the demeanor of a top-tier medical expert. "You're announcing it? When did it become your turn to announce it, Emperor He? You're still my half-mentor in medicine. You've disappointed me greatly." Nangong Yenyu's gaze was icy cold as she slowly spoke. 859, Chapter 859. This bastard. This? He saw pairs of cold eyes staring at him, as if they were looking at a loser. He Dongnan then realized that no matter what he did today, he couldn't make up for it. He never dreamed that he would lose to a young girl. And this was just 3 days ago, someone who was 108,000 miles away from becoming the Emperor of Medicine. He gritted his teeth, his face flushed, and turned around to glare fiercely at Su Ming. How did you do that? Even with her exceptional talent, she couldn't possibly have that kind of core fusion technique. What exactly happened? Su Ming smiled and shook his head. He Dongnan, before you betrayed the Dragon Kingdom, you were a disciple of the Huang family, weren't you? And the head of the Huang family was nothing more than a servant of my war god Hall. So I know exactly what you're capable of, but what I know, you'll never be able to touch. You cheated. He Dongnan trembled with rage, his face contorted with rage. Su Ming curled his lip and sneered, you betrayed the Dragon Kingdom, became someone else's dog, and now you're competing with a junior in medicine like Shin Luoyun. Aren't you ashamed of yourself? How can you accuse someone of cheating? Medical Emperor, useless. Asshole. Enraged, He Dongnan roared wildly and charged at Su Ming like a madman. Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. But as soon as he rushed in front of Su Ming kicked him in the stomach. Boom! He Dongnan was kicked by Su Ming and sent flying more than 10 meters away, spitting out blood in midair. After landing, He Dongnan, enduring excruciating pain, crawled to Nangong Yenyu like a dead dog, clinging to her feet and pleading, Miss Nangong, save me. For all these years I've served the Nangong family, I've worked hard. Even if I haven't achieved anything great, don't abandon me just because I lost today. Save me, I still have many medicinal formulas. I am the Emperor of Medicine. As long as I can return alive, I can refine pills day and night, and I can help the Nangong family train thousands more martial arts masters. Please, give me another chance. He Dongnan wept bitterly, tears streaming down his face, pleading incessantly with Nangong Yenyu. Nangong Yenyu lowered her head, looking at the once high and mighty He Dongnan, who had become like this, and pity appeared in her eyes. But then came a cold indifference, followed by a sneer. If you had lost fair and square, and died with your head held high, I, Nangong Yenyu, would have regarded you as my revered teacher for life. After your death, I would have bestowed upon you a posthumous title and given you a grand funeral. Unfortunately, your behavior disgusted me. My Nangong family will not keep a useless person like you. Go to hell. He Dongnan, who was lying on the ground, suddenly roared, got up and shoved Nangong Yenyu hard, then turned and ran away. They scrambled away as fast as they could. Grab him! Nangong Yenyu's subordinates roared and were about to give chase. Nangong Yenyu raised her hand to stop him. Forget it, without the Nangong family as his backing, he won't live much longer as just a dead man. Let him fend for himself. There are more important things to do now. Nangong Yenyu looked up, her cold gaze falling on Su Ming. She never expected that in just 3 days, Su Ming could actually cultivate Shin Luoyun into such a person. Entering the medical emperor realm in 3 days is not a fantasy. This gave her a new understanding of Su Ming's abilities. If such a person cannot be recruited for her own use, she will surely become her greatest enemy in the future. Meanwhile, Shin Luoyun finished refining the medicine, having exhausted a lot of energy. Her face was pale, and she looked at Su Ming weakly, asking, "Brother Su, did I succeed? I didn't disappoint you, did I?" Su Ming grinned, "You've won a great victory. Go and rest first, leave the rest to me." "Thank you, Brother Su." Shin Luoyun expressed her gratitude and joy, and with the help of the Shin family, went to rest on the side. Su Ming then looked at Nangong Yenyu and said with a playful smile, "Pay back your bet. I didn't force you. There are so many ears here. You heard it with your own ears." Nangong Yenyu remained calm and composed, her expression haughty as she smiled indifferently, saying, "It's alright, winning or losing is unimportant to me. Nangong Yenyu, can afford to lose. You may call me master, and I will, but do you really think you've won?" "Oh?" Su Ming raised an eyebrow slightly. This woman, even at a time like this, is still being stubborn? Nangong Yenyu smiled meaningfully. "Why do you think I insist on competing with the Shin family? Even if I win, what treasures does the Shin family have that would make me go to such lengths? The title of number one in medicine is just an empty name. I never cared. On the contrary, it was important to me to bring you, and everyone else, here, and tie them to this place. It's almost time. Tianxiang Herb Garden should have already been occupied by Wanyan Tianlong and his men. That is, to me, the most important treasure." At this point, Nangong Yenyu's aloof smile stretched almost to her ears, as if she had won a great victory. She was the ultimate winner. At that moment, Su Ming's phone rang. Su Ming took it out and saw that it was a call from Lin Tianyuan. Su Ming answered the phone. "Prince Su, something has happened." On the phone, Lin Tianyuan spoke in a panic, his voice filled with terror. "I just received news that Wanyan Tianlong of the Nangong family led his men into the Tianxiang Herb Garden. Zhang Wuzuan and the others were no match for them and have all been severely injured. The Tianxiang Herb Garden has been occupied." Su Ming's face darkened, and he nodded, saying, "Alright, I understand." Then, Su Ming hung up the phone. Seeing Su Ming's expression, Nangong Yenyu laughed triumphantly. "Don't pretend to become you've never suffered such a loss in your life, have you? This is just the beginning. From now on, there's nothing I can't get. Including you." "Returned the master?" Nangong Yenyu laughed triumphantly. "I'll ask you one last time, would you be willing to pledge allegiance to my Nangong family? If you are, I guarantee the safety of everyone around you and that you will enjoy wealth and prosperity in the future. Otherwise, the fate of Tianxiang Herb Garden is just the beginning." Nangong Yenyu crossed her arms and looked down at Su Mingwen with a superior air. Su Ming smiled and shook his head. "So, you're trying to renege on the bet? You still have a chance." "Opportunity, idiot. You still don't understand who holds the opportunity. You'll understand soon enough. I'll be waiting to see your expression." Nangong Yenyu laughed heartily, turned around, and left the scene with an imposing air. Nangong Yenyu led her entourage to the outside of the ancient palace, in high spirits, and happily got into the carriage. Then he took out his phone and dialed Wanyan Tianlong's number. "Get ready to hear this good news for yourself." The call connected, but a panicked voice came through. "Miss Nangong, come save me. I'm surrounded. I'm trapped inside the Tianxiang Herb Garden. Everyone else is dead. I'm all alone. Please find someone to help me." Wanyan Tianlong shouted into his phone in terror. At the same time, a deafening sound came from inside. "Wanyan Tianlong, do you dare to fight me head-on? Su Fanghua from the Wushuang sect has come to challenge you." A voice rang out from the phone. Nangong Yenyu was dumbfounded. "Su Fanghua? Who is it? Could it be one of Su Ming's men? No wonder that kid acted so nonchalantly inside, even bringing up the bet. Did you already know her intentions and have dealt with all her tactics? But how could that be? Wanyan Tianlong is a celestial immortal at the profound realm, who could possibly be his match? But now even Wanyan Tianlong is asking him for help. He Dongnan has gone mad and run away. If Wanyan Tianlong also dies, she will be left without any of her right and left arms." Thinking of this, Nangong Yenyu's smile vanished, and cold sweat poured down her forehead. He hurriedly reopened the car door and got out, saying to the others, "Come back with me and find that kid. Is he really that outrageous?" Nangong Yenyu was both shocked and furious, and hurriedly led her people back to the back of the ancient hall. But this place is now completely empty. Su Ming left, and the Shin family members were also gone. Only one staff member from the ancient temple was sweeping the floor. He looked up at Nangong Yenyu and said, "Miss Nangong, you really came back. Mr. Su just said you would definitely come back because you must want to ask him for help. However, he said he had already given you several chances. You've already missed your chance. That bastard." Nangong Yenyu stomped her feet in anger, her furious roar echoing throughout the ancient hall. 860, Chapter 860 One-on-One Duel. Where is Shang Baifeng? Su Ming met with Shang Shuyu outside. Shang Shuyu sighed helplessly, and said with remorse, when that girl heard that Yi Dongnan had been defeated and fled, she volunteered to go after him. She said she wanted to make amends, and we couldn't stop her. Young master, I am guilty. I shouldn't have brought her down the mountain. I originally wanted her to broaden her horizons as soon as possible so that she could serve the young master quickly in the future. But I never expected that she would be like a wild horse that has broken free of its reins as soon as she came down the mountain. Shang Shuyu was quite helpless. I feel ashamed to have taught such a disciple. Su Ming thought for a moment and nodded. Forget it, let her be. He Dongnan doesn't know martial arts and is like a stray dog now. She can handle him more than enough. The most important thing now is Wanyan Tianlong from Tianxiang Herb Garden. That person is a genuine earth immortal at the profound realm. I need to go there. Alright, young master, I'll go with you. Then everyone followed Su Ming to the Tianxiang Herb Garden. In the car, Su Ming made a phone call to Yi Tang. Although he had already notified Yi Tang in advance to go and provide support. Facing a master like Wanyan Tianlong, Yi Tang might not be able to handle him. As soon as the call connected, Su Ming asked, "How's the situation? If you can't take him down, just surround him on the mountain and let me handle it." With the strength of the war god army, even if they can't defeat Wanyan Tianlong, trapping that guy on the mountain is no problem at all. Unexpectedly, Yi Tang chuckled on the phone, "Prince Su, we didn't even have a chance to make a move when we arrived here. The other experts from the Nangong family were already lying on the ground. Only Wanyan Tianlong was left. If I had known she was coming, I wouldn't have even brought the war god army." Yi Tang smiled broadly. "Who?" Su Ming asked in surprise. Could it be that some other expert from Zhangzhou has made a move? "Su Fanghua, Miss Su," Yi Tang said with a smile. "That girl?" Su Ming immediately rolled his eyes. Su Fanghua stayed at the Shin family's house for a while before returning to the Wushuang sect. He thought Su Fanghua had come to her senses and immediately returned to her sect to cultivate, no longer causing trouble everywhere. He never expected her to come back now. Su Ming immediately said in a deep voice, "Okay, I'll be there right away." Inside the Tianxiang Herb Garden. "You brat, who are you? What do you want? Don't block my way, or I'll make sure you die a horrible death." Wanyan Tianlong glared fiercely at Su Fanghua, who was dressed in white, in front of him. Besides Su Fanghua, there was a young man and two elderly men behind her. Each one is no weaker than the last. Su Fanghua and the young man were at the divine power realm, while the two old men were probably at the peak of the divine power realm, and their strength was extraordinary. These same people worked together to crush all the men he brought with them. What troubled Wanyan Tianlong the most was that, in addition to these few people, there were tens of thousands of war god army soldiers in Tianxiang Medicinal Garden. It seemed that he had no way to escape today. This made Wanyan Tianlong even more furious. Su Fanghua grinned and looked at Wanyan Tianlong, saying, "Didn't I introduce myself clearly? I am Su Fanghua from the Wushuang sect, and I'm here for you, Earth Immortal Mystic Mirror. I want to see just how strong you really are. Don't worry, from now on, I'll fight you one-on-one, and none of them will interfere." Su Fanghua exuded an astonishing aura. This left Wanyan Tianlong somewhat puzzled. What he feared most was these guys joining forces. Although they are all just a group of people at the divine power realm, their combined strength is still considerable. Even his earthly immortal mystic mirror is not an existence that can crush everything. Moreover, the peak of the divine power realm and the profound realm of earth immortals are only one step apart. But to his surprise, this girl was so bold as to challenge him to a one-on-one fight. This could very well be an opportunity. If he can take this girl hostage, he might still have a chance to get down the mountain today. Otherwise, even if he gets past the 4 people in front of him, there's still the war god army down the mountain, and he won't be able to get out alive. Thinking of this, Wanyan Tianlong sneered and looked at Su Fanghua, saying coldly, "Fine, you're so eager to die, I'll grant your wish. I'll also let you know that the Earth Immortal Mystic Mirror is a height you can never reach." "Really? Then I'd love to see it." Su Fanghua was not afraid at all, on the contrary, she was full of excitement. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged towards Wanyan Tianlong like a sharp sword. "Is this woman crazy?" Wanyan Tianlong raised an eyebrow instantly, his gaze sharp as a knife. In the blink of an eye, Su Fanghua was already in front of him, and suddenly struck, throwing a punch straight at Wanyan Tianlong's chest. "You're asking for it, you delivered yourself into this mess, so don't blame me." Wanyan Tianlong roared fiercely, his body erupting with energy that swept across the sky and the earth like a landslide and tsunami, causing the surrounding air to churn and a gale to rise. Then he raised his hand and grabbed Su Fanghua with one hand. 2 powerful auras collided violently in an instant, and a rumbling sound echoed throughout the entire herb garden. Mount Shunfeng. I never expected that the Nangong family would be defeated. Does Miss Shen really possess such abilities? Even Imperial Physician, he is no match for her? News of the Nangong family's defeat has already spread. The news caused a sensation among everyone who came to Shangfeng Mountain to watch the play. Now they knew that the title of the Shen family's #1 medical practitioner was not given lightly, it was earned through a competitive medical ranking tournament, and no one else could challenge it. Even He Dongnan is no match for him. This further elevated the Shen family's status to its peak. Yang Hao said with a look of surprise. Wan Shirin was also taken aback, having never expected this. She thought Shen Luoyun was just bewitched by Su Ming and didn't know the true extent of the situation when she came to participate in the competition, but the result was beyond everyone's expectations. This caused a sensation throughout the entire Central Plains, alright. But thinking about it, who wins or loses doesn't really matter to her. She came to watch the fun too. Forget it, let's go down the mountain. This is fine too. I don't need to pledge allegiance to the Nangong family anymore. So many family businesses have already sided with the Nangong family. I was even planning to express my sincerity to them. We don't need it anymore. Wan Shirin shook her head and went down the mountain with Yang Hao. But when they reached the halfway point up the mountain, a commotion suddenly broke out in the nearby woods. Wan Shirin turned her head in shock and saw a head emerge from the bushes, its face covered in blood, pleadingly calling out to Wan Shirin, "Miss Wan, save me." The Imperial Physician, he? Wan Shirin and Yang Hao both recognized it and immediately exclaimed in shock. 861, Chapter 861. Wanyan Tianlong is finished. "Miss Wan, save me." He Dongnan shouted in panic to Wan Shirin. Wan Shirin and Yang Hao hurriedly approached. "Imperial Physician, he, what's wrong with you?" Wan Shirin asked in shock. "It was just a medical competition, how did He Dongnan end up like this?" He Dongnan's face was filled with terror. He grabbed Wan Shirin's hand and said excitedly, "Miss Wan, I probably won't make it. Remember, I wanted to take you as my apprentice before, but you refused. Now I regret it. Whether you're my apprentice or not is irrelevant. I have a medical classic here, the culmination of my life's work in medicine. I just want it to be passed down, so that I, He Dongnan, can say that my life has not been in vain." After saying that, He Dongnan took out a book from his pocket and stuffed it into Wan Shirin's hand. Wan Shirin looked down and saw that the cover read Southeast Medical Encyclopedia. "Imperial Physician, he, what's wrong with you?" Wan Shirin was utterly shocked. "I'd like to ask for clarification." Puff. Just then, a short knife flew over and pierced straight through He Dongnan's back, leaving him with a deep wound. Blood gushed from his mouth like a fountain, and he died instantly. He Dongnan slowly closed his eyes, as if he could pass on the medical classic to Wan Shirin and then die in peace. Wan Shirin and Yang Hao were horrified. Suddenly looking up, I saw Shang Baifeng slowly walking out of the woods. Baifeng? Wan Shirin was dumbfounded. Shang Baifeng approached and, after confirming that He Dongnan had died, her gaze fell on Wan Shirin and Yang Hao. "Did he say anything to you?" Wan Shirin swallowed hard, her face pale, and hurriedly shook her head, saying, "No, but why did you kill him? Did he offend you? Didn't you go to see the king of Kyushu?" Wan Shireen was shocked she came to Sacred Peak Mountain today not only to watch the excitement, but also because she guessed that the king of Kyushu would probably come here, so she thought she would see if she had a chance to meet him. "I never expected to see the king of Kyushu instead of the king of Kyushu." Shang Baifeng chuckled and shook her head, looking at Wan Shireen. "You really don't know who the king of the 9 provinces is?" "I don't know, has it already arrived?" Wan Shireen asked in shock. Shang Baifeng understood everything now. No wonder Wan Shireen regarded Yang Hao as someone important, and no wonder she stood on the same side as her before she almost became a narrow-minded person like Wan Shireen. Fortunately, she realized her mistake in time and broke away from her previous foolish self. Otherwise, she wouldn't know what the future would hold for her. Shang Baifeng smiled and shook her head. "Alright, if you don't know, then forget it. It's best if you have nothing to do with Dongnan, otherwise you'll regret it later." After saying that, Shang Baifeng strode away from the scene. "Baifeng?" Wan Shireen exclaimed in shock. He wanted to find out what was going on, but Shang Baifeng left without looking back. "What's wrong with this girl? She's suddenly acting like a completely different person." Yang Hao shook his head, looking dejected. "I don't know, maybe something happened." "Then what about this?" Wan Shireen picked up the medical book in her hand, completely at a loss as to what to do. Yang Hao grinned and said, "This is your destiny, since this is Dongnan's life's work. Having this means that Miss Wan can also step into the realm of the medical emperor once your future be limitless. Moreover, there might be many medicinal formulas within it that can bring you wealth and honor, allowing you to reach an unprecedented status." Upon hearing this, Wan Shireen's eyes lit up. But then she hesitated and said, "But isn't that a bit inappropriate? Besides, Baifeng just said that if we get involved with Dongnan, things might not be so simple in the future." "What are you afraid of?" Yang Hao grinned. "If I don't tell you, who will know? Are you afraid the Nangong family will cause you trouble? Besides, don't you still have me? I don't believe the Nangong family would dare to touch me." "Alright, let's go back first and talk about it later." Wan Shireen smiled, put the matter aside for the time being, and the two returned to the Wan family together. Down the mountain, Shang Baifeng called Shang Shuyu. "Master, where are you? I've taken care of everything. Where's the young master?" Shang Baifeng inquired. "We're heading to Tianxiang Herb Garden now. Come with me." Wanyan Tianlong of the Nangong family has forcibly seized Tianxiang Herb Garden, and we're on our way to provide support. This is what Shang said on the phone, Shang said in a short while. "Wanyan Tianlong, that's the Earth Immortal Realm expert. Can young master handle him? I'm coming right away." After hanging up the phone, Shang Baifeng hurriedly took a taxi to Tianxiang Medicinal Herb Garden. Meanwhile, Su Ming had already arrived at Tianxiang Herb Garden. As they stepped into the herb garden, they immediately felt a powerful aura raging around them. And we could also hear bursts of angry roars. "Come on, whoever comes closer, I'll kill her. One life for another. I, Wanyan Tianlong, won't lose out." Su Ming looked up in shock and saw Su Fanghua being controlled by Wanyan Tianlong, with 3 fingers gripping Su Fanghua's throat, ready to snap it at any moment. The members of the Wushuang sect were all tense and looked grim. No one dared to approach. Su Fanghua ultimately lost. Forcibly challenging a divine realm cultivator to a profound immortal realm is undoubtedly like throwing an egg against a rock. Although Su Fanghua's strong fighting spirit and domineering aura caught Wanyan Tianlong off guard. He even had bruises on his face. However, Wanyan Tianlong was still a powerful earth immortal. At the profound realm, if pushed to the limit, he would unleash his core techniques and completely crush the opponent. Su Fanghua is still alive, but Wanyan Tianlong wants to use her as a hostage. Otherwise, he would already be a corpse. "Elders, Senior Brother Pan, don't worry about me, just attack. I can die, but the reputation of the Peerless Sect cannot be lost. How can the Peerless Sect be threatened like this? Take action." Under Wanyan Tianlong's control, Su Fanghua shouted, her face flushed red. "You brat, shut up, do you really want to die?" Wanyan Tianlong roared angrily. The 3 members of the Wushuang sect were locked in a stalemate for a time. It's unlikely that we'd watch Su Fanghua die. With the combined strength of the 3 of them, the possibility of snatching Su Fanghua from Wanyan Tianlong is extremely slim. For a moment, all three of them were at a loss. At this moment, Su Ming slowly walked in, looked at Wan Yin Tianlong and said, "Release her, and I'll spare your life. I'll let you go back to the Nangong family to report otherwise. Even if she dies, I guarantee you'll suffer 100 times worse than her." Upon hearing this, everyone turned their heads, their gazes all falling on Su Ming. "You brat, what did you say? You dare to kill my junior sister?" The young man surnamed Pan from the Wushuang sect glared angrily at Su Ming and let out a cold, angry shout. Wan Yin Tianlong frowned and sneered, "Can your words be taken seriously? Why should I believe you?" "Because you have to believe it whether you like it or not." After saying that, Su Ming walked straight towards Wan Yin Tianlong step by step. This scene terrified everyone in the Wushuang sect. "Hey kid, stop right there, this isn't your business. Do you want to die?" The two elders were shocked and rebuked them. Senior brother Pan exclaimed in shock and anger, "Kid, if you want to die, go somewhere else and don't drag my junior sister down with you." Only Su Fanghua, upon seeing Su Ming appear, smiled and became incredibly calm, showing no signs of panic or worry, and appeared completely relaxed. Wan Yin Tianlong is truly doomed now. 862, Chapter 862. Let me meet her first. Su Ming had already walked close, less than 10 steps away from Wan Yin Tianlong. "I'll count to 3, then release her, or you'll face the consequences." Su Ming looked at Wan Yin Tianlong expressionlessly and said, "Ha!" Wan Yin Tianlong laughed out loud with a ferocious expression. He had fought with Su Ming before and knew that Su Ming had some strength, but now he had a hostage in his hands. Even if Su Ming had some strength, even if he was at the Earth Immortal Profound Realm like him, he could not stop him. With hostages present, he had complete control. How dare this guy talk so arrogantly? Even the 3 members of the Wushuang sect almost fainted from anger upon hearing these words. This kid, who does he think he is? Even they didn't dare to make a move. Even Su Fanghua was no match for Wan Yin Tianlong, yet he dared to utter such arrogant words. Did he think Wan Yin Tianlong would be afraid of him? Wan Yin Tianlong sneered disdainfully, "If I release him, I won't have a chance to go down the mountain. Only by holding this woman can I live unless you want her dead, otherwise." Wan Yin Tianlong smiled coldly, completely unfazed. 3. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Su Ming opened his mouth and uttered a single word. The next moment, he raised his hand and aimed it at Wan Yin Tianlong. Boom! A deafening explosion, accompanied by a dragon's roar, sent a terrifying aura surging towards Wan Yin Tianlong like a monstrous wave. Boom! Wan Yin Tianlong was directly blasted backward dozens of meters by this aura, crashing into the wall behind him and smashing a large hole in it. He collapsed in the ruins, spitting blood, and fainted on the spot. The members of Wushuang sect were all dumbfounded. What happened? They had no idea, nor did they see it clearly. In a daze, I seemed to hear a dragon's roar. Could it be that this kid did it? But what kind of technique, when performed, is accompanied by a dragon's roar? They had heard of the legendary dragon capturing skill that could achieve such an effect, but that skill had been lost for hundreds of years. Furthermore, if it was the dragon capturing skill, why was it only Wan Yin Tianlong who was blasted away, while Su Fanghua, as the hostage, was completely unharmed? The people of Wushuang sect were stunned and speechless for a long time. Amidst the shocked gazes of the crowd, footsteps sounded from behind, indicating that Yi Tang was leading the war god army over. "Prince Su, are you alright? Where is Wan Yin Tianlong? We've already set up a formation. As long as we lure him down the mountain, we can trap him and kill him." As Yi Tang was speaking, she looked up and found that Wan Yin Tianlong was lying in the ruins in front of her like a dead dog. This. Even though Yi Tang had followed Su Ming for so long, she couldn't help but show a shocked expression at this moment. After all, the shock of a powerful earth immortal at the profound realm ending up like this is simply too great. Drag him away. The Nangong family will definitely not give up easily. Su Ming said calmly. Yes. Yi Tang hurriedly responded and led his men to drag Wan Yin Tianlong away. Su Ming's gaze finally fell on Su Fanghua, and he frowned as he asked, "Why are you back again?" Su Fanghua got up from the ground with a smile, seemingly not afraid at all because she had just been on the verge of death. If a normal person were controlled by a powerful figure like Wan Yen Tianlong, they would probably be so scared that they would wet their pants. But this girl doesn't seem to know what fear is at all. Su Fanghua said with a smile, "Not only did I come, but my sister came too, including my eldest sister. They're all here. They're at a hotel in the city. Let me take you to meet them, brother-in-law." Sister, brother-in-law? Upon hearing this, the three members of the peerless sect all showed expressions of surprise. Especially that senior brother Pan. Then Su Fanghua introduced Su Ming, "Brother-in-law, let me introduce you. These two are elders of the Wushuang sect. This is the senior brother of the Wushuang sect, Pan Long." Then she said to the three of them, "This is the man I mentioned to you before, my future brother-in-law, who is also the famous king of Kyushu." Him, the king of the 9 provinces? The three of them were startled once again. However, Su Ming's performance just now was truly astonishing. If it weren't for Su Ming's intervention, the three of them would have had an impossible time capturing Wan Yen Tianlong today. Especially given that Su Fanghua was also taken hostage. Neither of the two elders from the peerless sect said much, but Pan Long clearly looked unconvinced. Seeing Su Fanghua praising Su Ming so highly, his eyes were filled with doubt and contempt. "Your sister and the others are here, okay, I'll go with you to see them." So, Su Ming, Su Fanghua, and the people from Wushuang sect went down the mountain to a hotel in the city. The Nangong family. Report, Miss, we've just received news that Lord Wan Yen Tianlong has fallen into the hands of the war god army. He may not be dead yet, but we've lost contact with him. A servant rushed over and knelt before Nangong Yenyu to report. Nangong Yenyu sat in the chair, her face so gloomy it could drip water. Defeat. Total annihilation and utter defeat. Not only has the medical skills competition failed, but now even the heavenly fragrance medicinal garden has been lost, and his two most capable medical and martial arts experts have fallen into Su Ming's hands. She has never suffered such a loss before. At that moment, she realized that she had completely underestimated the king of Kyushu. It seems that what the Blood Fiend Hall people said was true. This kid isn't so easy to deal with. I originally thought that with her subordinates, once they arrived in Zhengzhou, they would be an invincible force, crushing everything in their path. I never expected to run into such a rude awakening so early on. Just then, her phone rang. Nangong Yenyu took out her phone and saw that it was her older brother, Nangong Hao, calling. Nangong Yenyu answered the phone. "Hello, big brother? Sis, how's things going in Zhengzhou? I've already entered Dizhou. If you're having trouble, I can send a few experts to help you. It'll be embarrassing if you can't even take down a small place like Zhengzhou." On the phone, a deep voice said with a laugh. Nangong Yenyu immediately gritted her teeth and said in a deep voice, "I've run into some trouble, but don't worry, brother, I'll handle it quickly. You don't need to get involved." That would be best. Showing off won't do any good. The other person smiled and hung up the phone. Damn it. Nangong Yenyu gritted her teeth. If this gets back, I'm afraid I'll become a laughingstock in the Nangong family. The Blood Fiend Hall members stepped forward and said to Nangong Yenyu, "Miss Nangong, our Blood Fiend Hall members are almost fully assembled now. How about this? We directly besiege that guy's location. Our Blood Fiend Hall has at least 30 people at the Divine Power Realm. This power is enough to overturn the entire Central Plains. And if Lord Wan Yen is still alive, and we work together from the inside, taking down that kid will be a piece of cake." The people from the Blood Fiend Hall gave Nangong Yenyu some advice. Nangong Yenyu pondered for a moment, then looked up and said, "Don't rush, it's not time yet. Let me go and meet that kid first now. I'm starting to get interested in him. Killing him is not as good as using him for my own purposes. If he can become my person, I, Nangong Yenyu, will be invincible. Let's postpone this plan for now." Nangong Yenyu curled her lips into a playful smile, already having made up her mind. 863, Chapter 863. Do you think we're cows? You've already gone to Cloud Mist Manor. Okay, I'll be right back. Down the mountain, Su Ming made a phone call to Su Zifeng and learned that Su Zifeng had already taken her eldest sister to Yunwu Mountain Villa. That's good, it saves a lot of trouble. This will save you from having to run around to both places. So Su Ming led Su Fanghua and the others to Yunwu Manor. Inside Cloud Mist Manor. That kid lives in a place like this, I thought he was something special. Didn't he brag about how great he was? How come he's living in the mountains? Can't he afford a house in the city? What a disgrace. Su Zifeng's elder sister, Su Yu, is visiting Yunwu Mountain Villa. The cloud mist manor exudes a rich atmosphere, with exquisite furnishings. Even a single piece of wood or door panel is worth a fortune. Combined with the array set up by Su Ming, the entire manor can be considered the pinnacle of residential living. But in Su Yu's eyes, such a house was only dilapidated, dirty, and unattractive. Shang Shuyu and Shang Baifeng were also following nearby. Upon hearing this, Shang Shuyu didn't say anything. Shang Shuyu understood very well that no matter how much he explained to those who didn't understand, they wouldn't get it. It would only be a waste of breath and make a fool of himself. But Shang Baifeng, young and impetuous, couldn't help herself. Furthermore, wanting to salvage her image in Su Ming's eyes, she argued forcefully, saying, "It's not your fault you don't understand. So many important figures begged to come to this manor, yet they might not even get the chance. You're truly fortunate to be here. How could those mediocre houses down the mountain compare to it?" Ha! Hearing this, Su Yu turned her head, looked Shang Baifeng up and down, her face full of contempt and mockery, and sneered, "What's your relationship with that kid? You're so young. What are you saying? I don't understand. But do you think you understand at your age? You say this house is great, but how much is it worth? Can you tell me? Young man, let me teach you a lesson. Whether a house is good or not depends on how expensive it is. Houses like these in the mountains are the least valuable. To put it nicely, it's peaceful. To put it bluntly, it's because we're broke. The houses on the mountain are inconvenient to get to, and the land isn't expensive, so nobody lives there. Otherwise, wouldn't it be fine if everyone just moved up the mountain?" Su Yu's face was full of mockery, and she looked at Shang Baifeng with contempt and disdain. He believed he had taught Shang Baifeng a good lesson. "You?" Shang Baifeng instantly turned red with anger. This was the first time she had encountered such an unreasonable person since she came down from the mountain. Shang Shuyu smiled and said, "It's not about the price of the house, but about the presence of a deity." Nerve! Su Yu rolled her eyes, categorizing Shang Shuyu as the same kind of person as Shang Baifeng. Su Zifeng shook her head and said, "Sister, please say less. I didn't even want to bring you. You insisted on coming. Now that you're a guest, how can you be so critical?" "Can't I complain?" Su Yu smiled wryly. "I know you've got your eye on that kid. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder, but let me tell you, the most important thing is that a person has to be capable. Even if that kid lives in this shabby house and begs me, I won't come. I am here to vet him for you and give you a heads up. All the rich young men I introduced you to before, weren't they 100 times better than this kid? Which one of them doesn't live in a top-tier luxury mansion or villa suite?" Su Yu sneered. "Also, just take a look and don't take it seriously. IVE arranged a blind date for you in Zong's house, a top-notch prospect. After you've seen him, come down the mountain with me for the blind date. Don't waste your time here," Su Yu said in a deep voice. Su Zifeng rolled her eyes, speechless. "Sis, we're back." Just then, a sound came from the doorway. Su Ming returned to Cloud Mist Manor with Su Fanghua and the people from the Peerless sect. Snort! Upon seeing Su Ming, Su Yu gave a cold snort, completely disregarding him. Su Ming looked up and saw Su Zifeng, a smile appearing on his face. Su Zifeng also smiled. "Everyone's here. Yi Tang, tell the kitchen to prepare dinner. Zifeng, come with me," Su Ming said calmly. Yes. Yes. Yi Tang turned and left. Su Yu sneered disdainfully, "So they've hired a chef? What good dishes could they possibly come up with from this desolate wilderness? Did they know we were coming, so they put on a show?" Su Yu's face was full of mockery. Su Ming ignored Su Yu and took Su Zifeng to the backyard. "King Su." Su Zifeng bowed respectfully to Su Ming. "Why are you here?" Su Ming asked, puzzled. Su Zifeng hurriedly explained, "I heard in Shuzhou that the Blood Fiend Hall was making a big move, so I specially brought people here to lend you a hand. Prince Su, don't worry, with my current strength, I'm sure I can be of help." Su Zifeng clenched her fist and said with a confident expression. Su Ming turned his head and glanced at him, somewhat surprised. "Oh, you've already reached the peak of the divine power realm? I didn't expect your martial arts cultivation to have improved so quickly in such a short time." This was truly unexpected for him. After all, Su Zifeng had a hard time breaking through to the heavenly profound realm. Although he left Su Zifeng a cultivation medicine room before leaving, that medicine room was only suitable for those around the king realm. Even breaking through to the emperor realm is difficult. I never imagined that Su Zifeng would have reached this point. Su Zifeng smiled and said, "Thanks to the prescription left by you, Prince Su, it gave my master, Jiang Chongshan, a great inspiration. He studied the prescription for 3 months and improved it into a higher level cultivation prescription. In addition, we obtained a lot of top quality medicinal materials from suppressing the rebellion of the Grand Commandant's mansion. This allowed me to break through my cultivation level in one fell swoop. Otherwise, I probably still wouldn't know what the divine power realm is." Su Zifeng said happily. Thanks to Su Ming, she was able to see even more of the world. So when I heard about the incident, I immediately brought people over. Su Ming smiled and nodded. "You've reached such a level, your talent is quite high, and you'll definitely achieve even greater things in the future." "Thank you for the compliment, Prince Su." Su Zifeng's fair face a slight blush rose to her cheeks, and she felt exceptionally happy and joyful. Cough cough. Just then, a coughing sound came from behind. It turned out that Su Yu had followed him out and stood on the steps, coldly looking at Su Ming. "Kid, don't waste your time. You think you can win over my sister by spending time alone with her. Even if my sister likes you, Auntie Zifeng, it's about time. It's time to go to the city with me for our appointment. Young Master Wang has already called to urge them." "Going to an appointment? What appointment?" Su Ming asked curiously. Before Su Zifeng could speak, Su Yu said with a haughty smile, "Of course it's a blind date and engagement. How do you feel about it? You and my sister have no official status, so even if I arrange for her to go on a blind date, you can't say anything, right? Besides, you're not good enough for my sister." Young Master Wang is a famous young master in and around Zhengzhou, the third richest man in Zhengzhou, the eldest son of the Wang family. Only someone like that deserves to be compared to my sister. You probably can't even compare to a hair on the head of one of the 10 richest men in Zhengzhou, can you? The top 10 richest people in Zhengzhou? Hearing this, Su Ming smiled and shook his head. However, Su Yu is right about one thing: he has no official relationship with Su Zifeng, so he really can't interfere in this kind of thing. Seeing Su Ming's reaction, Su Yu became even more smug. "Look, this kid is ashamed of himself and has nothing to say, right? Zifeng, let's go." Su Zifeng's face darkened. "Isn't it time to eat? What's the rush? What kind of food is this? You didn't even go and see what kind of dishes this kid had made. Just vegetables and tofu. Do you think we're cows? If you treat guests like this, you'll never amount to anything. Come on, let's go down the mountain and have some Western-style steak with young Master Wang." After saying that, Su Yu came up and forcibly pulled Su Zifeng away. Su Ming glanced at it and said to Su Zifeng, "If there's any trouble, or if you don't want to be entangled, mention my name to the Wang family." "I see." Su Zifeng responded and was forcibly dragged away. 864, Chapter 864. Su Ming, who is he? Where are my sister and the others? Su Ming returned to the hall, and Su Fanhua asked him with a curious expression. "They've gone down the mountain, no need to wait for them, let's eat first." Su Ming said calmly. "Then I won't be polite." Su Fanhua wasn't picky at all. Besides, as a martial arts practitioner, she didn't care much about food. As long as it was palatable, it was fine. Although the table was full of vegetables and tofu, Su Fanhua had a great appetite. After taking a bite with his chopsticks, his eyes widened and lit up. "My God, what is this? It's so delicious." Su Fanhua was utterly shocked. She wasn't joking. Although it looks very simple, one bite and the taste is so refreshing, it's like your 7 senses are opening up. This was more delicious than any delicacy she had ever eaten. Shang Shuyu explained, "The dishes here, young master, are all top-notch. Although they look like vegetarian dishes, they are made using the essence of the finest medicinal herbs, so both the taste and the effects are rare to find in the world." My God, no wonder. Su Fanhua could no longer resist and began to devour the food. "It's a pity that my sister and the others left so quickly. They didn't get to enjoy this. I'll definitely tell them next time. It's such a shame they can't eat something like this." As Su Fanhua spoke, she stuffed food into her mouth. Shang Baifeng rolled her eyes. "Who's really the one who's ignorant?" Sis, what exactly are you trying to do?" Su Zifeng was pulled down the mountain by Su Yu. Sitting in the car, Su Zifeng asked dejectedly. What are you doing, setting you up on blind dates? Look how old you are. In our commander's mansion, there are 3 sisters and not a single man. If you don't get married soon, how long will it take? You'll have a hard time getting married later. Su Yu said to herself. As for that kid Su Ming, don't even think about it. It's not good enough for you, and even if you did like him, I wouldn't agree. Su Yu said with a cold laugh. No, he's the king of the 9 provinces, with supreme power and status. Whether I can continue as the commander of Su province is entirely up to him. Why do you look down on him? If we're going to compare, I'm not good enough for him. Su Zifeng said, her face flushed with anger. Alright. Su Yu said irritably, even if you say that, what can it change? I know that liking someone is blind. You keep fabricating identities for him and praising him, but can that change the facts? I believed your nonsense and came with you to see for myself, and look what happened. What a shabby house he lives in. What kind of food does he eat? Anyone who didn't know better would think he was some old farmer. I think he's just a lazy bum who struggles to even eat. If someone like that marries into the commander's household, he'll be a parasite. Do you understand? Stop talking about returning the title of king of the 9 provinces. Su Yu snorted coldly, directly interrupting Su Zifeng. Then he said in a deep voice, now that your parents are gone, I'll make the decisions for you. As for your affairs, like leading troops into battle or running a command post, those are none of my business. I don't understand them either. But when it comes to matters of daily life, you must listen to me. Look how good that young Master Wang is. He has a large and wealthy family, and his status is outstanding. You'd better be polite to him later. Don't give them a hard time. After giving his instructions with a stern face, Su Yu drove the car into the city. Inside a 5-star hotel, Wang Yuntian sat with his friends. Young Master Wang, are you telling the truth? Your blind date this time is the commander of the Shuzhou commander's office? Several of his cronies looked on with surprise. How could it be false? Her older sister told me herself. Wang Yuntian crossed his legs, lit a cigarette, and said smugly, I, Wang Yuntian, have been with all sorts of women, except for a commander. That's why I agreed to come on this blind date. Otherwise, with my status, would I need to go on a blind date? I could have any woman I wanted. Everyone burst into laughter. Someone laughed and said, but, young Master Wang, is that woman some kind of burly dinosaur? Otherwise, as a commander, he wouldn't need to go on blind dates. Hearing this, Wang Yuntian frowned. Her sister showed me her picture. She looks really good in the photo, like a female celebrity, but I don't know if it's been photoshopped. Let's see her in person first. Anyway, it's just a blind date. If she's ugly, I'll walk away right away, and they can't do anything about it. As they were talking, there was a knock on the door. Young Master Wang, we've arrived. It was Su Yu's voice. Quickly, get up. Wang Yuntian shooed his cronies to their feet, then picked up the cigarette ash from the table and had someone go upstairs to open the door. Su Yu and Su Zifeng walked in. The moment Wang Yuntian saw Su Zifeng, his eyes widened in surprise. This isn't photoshopped at all. She looks 10 times more beautiful than in the actual photos. Why would someone like that need to go on a blind date? This is a real gem. Sister Su, you're here. Wang Yuntian immediately dropped his nonchalant expression, as if he were a completely different person. He even showed an awkward and shy expression and smiled at Su Yu. Su Yu was very satisfied with the view and liked it very much, but when she took a sniff, she smelled a cigarette in the room. He couldn't help but ask in confusion, why is there a smell of smoke? Young Master Wang, didn't you say you don't smoke or drink? Yes. Wang Yuntian's eyes darted around, and he quickly said, my 2 friends were smoking earlier. I told them to stop, but they insisted, so I couldn't say anything. So that's how it is. Su Yu smiled. Come, Sister Su, please sit down. I've already ordered the food, it will be served shortly. Wang Yuntian invited Su Yu and Su Zifeng to sit down, while deliberately looking at Su Zifeng and asking with a smile, and this is? Alright, she's my sister, Su Zifeng. I told you about her when we talked on the phone before. Su Yu explained. So you're Miss Su, it's a pleasure to meet you. Wang Yuntian shook hands with Su Zifeng. Su Zifeng frowned and glanced at Wang Yuntian, but didn't say anything more. Several of her cronies who were standing nearby watching the show couldn't help but look on with envy when they saw how beautiful Su Zifeng was. Wang Yuntian really hit the jackpot this time, even they were incredibly envious. Young Master Wang, I heard you recently started a company, is it profitable? Su Yu asked directly and to the point. He also wanted to show Su Zifeng just how outstanding Wang Yuntian really was. Wang Yuntian smiled faintly and said casually, it's nothing, I just used my family's resources to start a few small companies. I don't make a lot, but making a few billion a year shouldn't be a problem. Billions? Did you hear me? So you turned to look at Su Zifeng. Look, can that kid Su Ming compare? Even if that kid tried for 10 lifetimes, he still wouldn't be able to catch up to a single hair of young Master Wang Zifeng. You don't have anything else to complain about, do you? Who is Su Ming? Upon hearing this, Wang Yuntian smiled and asked curiously. That kid is. Su Yu then came to her senses and remembered how Su Ming had acted so pretentiously before leaving, saying that if she encountered any trouble, she could just mention his name. It turned out they didn't even recognize him. This is also a good opportunity to inquire and make Su Zifeng give up on the idea. So Su Yu smiled and said, I was just about to ask, young Master Wang, have you heard of him? That guy's name is Su Ming, and he thinks he's something important. He lives on a mountain in Zhengzhou. I think it's called something like Yun Mountain Villa, but I can't remember the exact name. What's his status or position in Zhengzhou? Su Yu asked with a smile. 865, Chapter 865 Lousy Wang Yuntian. Yun what mountain? I do know of a cloud mountain outside Zhengzhou city, but it's hidden and desolate, overgrown with weeds. Almost no one goes there. If someone owns a place like that, what's the difference between living on a cemetery and living there? Wang Yuntian grinned and said, then added, as for Su Ming, I've never even heard of that name before. See, I told you so. That kid was all talk, but he immediately showed his true colors in front of someone with real status. Luckily, I didn't believe him, or I would have been in real trouble. Su Yu immediately beamed with joy and burst into laughter, her eyes filled with contempt and disdain for Su Ming. Sister, what Su Ming is talking about is Cloud Mist Manor, not Cloud Mountain. It's completely different. Su Zifeng couldn't listen any longer and interrupted. What's the difference? It's still just a barren mountain. Su Yu rolled her eyes. Cloud Mist Villa? Upon hearing these 4 words, Wang Yuntian instantly raised an eyebrow. Cloud Mist Manor is very famous in Zhengzhou, even he is not qualified to visit it. Not to mention him, even the entire Wang family is forbidden from getting close without an invitation. However, it seems unlikely that the person Su Yu mentioned actually lives in Cloud Mist Manor, otherwise he would have heard of him. Even if it's not Yun Shan, it probably won't be much better. Wang Yuntian thought to himself. He then smiled and said, Sister Su, and Miss Su, since we're sitting down to talk, let's not talk about outsiders. To be honest, I admire Miss Su a lot. She single-handedly managed the Shuzhou commander's mansion. That ability and skill is something that even 80% of the men in the world might not be able to do, let alone me. So if Miss Su is willing to be friends with me, then 20% of the profits my company earns each year will be used as provisions for the Shuzhou commander's office. What does Sister Su think? Upon hearing this, Su Yu was overjoyed and couldn't stop smiling. 20%, even if young Master Wang only earns 5 billion a year, that's still 1 billion, my god, that's a huge sum of money. Young Master Wang, are you kidding me? That's incredibly extravagant. Su Yu was so happy she wanted to jump for joy. The Shuzhou commander's mansion is large and wealthy, but in reality, they live frugally. Most of their money is spent on the commander's mansion's expenses, and the family members are not much better off than ordinary people. But if we had this billion now, it would be like the clouds have parted and the sun has shone through. Our standard of living would be so much higher. Seeing Su Yu so happy, Wang Yuntian knew that he was almost certain of success. He laughed and said, not only that, my company earns at least 8 billion a year, which means the commander's mansion can get at least 16 billion. 16 billion, my god. Su Yu almost fainted. However, it's no use just me saying it here, Miss Su's consent is also needed. Wang Yuntian's gaze fell on Su Zifeng. Su Zifeng frowned. From the moment she entered until now, everything Wang Yuntian did made her uncomfortable. Especially now. It appears that a large sum of money has been invested in her Shuzhou commander's mansion, but in reality, it's as if she has already incurred a great debt of gratitude to Wang Yuntian before even seeing the money. If we take the money, things will be even more complicated later. No matter how you look at it, this guy doesn't seem like a nice person. Su Zifeng wasn't stupid. Besides, having served as the commander of Shuzhou for so many years, she had seen all sorts of people. She immediately shook her head, about to refuse Wang Yuntian. Unexpectedly, Su slammed his hand on the table and said, "What's there to disagree with? The young master Wang is acting out of kindness. How can I refuse? I've made the decision that's settled. Then you two can exchange contact information and keep in touch. By the way, young master Wang, when will the money arrive? Don't blame me for being mercenary, knowing the date gives me more confidence." Su chuckled as he spoke. Wang Yuntian laughed confidently. "Sister Su, don't worry, when the company makes a profit and distributes dividends, I'll be the first to transfer the money to the commander's account. Now, I've had a private room booked at the Starlight nightclub, and I'll have someone take you there. All expenses will be on my tablet. Me do my part as your host." "Well." Su nodded repeatedly, beaming with joy. "I'll do whatever young master Wang says." So Wang Yuntian had the two escorted to the Starlight nightclub. He walked behind with a few of his cronies. "Young Master Wang, really, you're going to give that commander's mansion over $1 billion after just one meeting? That's outrageous. The woman is nice, but $1 billion can get you so many women. Is he even worth that price?" Several people asked in surprise. Wang Yuntian smiled knowingly and smugly. "I said I'd give them the dividends, but by the time the dividends are distributed, it'll all be at the end of the year. By then, I'll be bored with it all. I'll just walk away. What can she do to me?" "Brilliant, that's a brilliant move." The group immediately gave a thumbs up, their faces filled with astonishment. As expected of young Master Wang, this is practically getting something for nothing. IVE learn something. The crowd immediately erupted in cheers, praising Wang Yuntian to the skies. Wang Yuntian laughed heartily. "Just two women, I can play with them however I want, huh?" A wild laugh echoed throughout the room. On the way to the Starlight nightclub, Su was still smug, thinking she had picked a good match for Su Zifeng. "Zifeng, look at him, this young Master Wang is simply a dragon among men. He's generous, very proper, and so extravagant, over $1 billion. What other young master would make such a boast? I've decided, he's the one." Su said with a big smile. "Then marry him." Su Zifeng said expressionlessly. "What are you saying, girl? I've already been married before. Are you making fun of me?" Su glared angrily. Su Zifeng sighed. "Sister, that's not how you judge people." This kid's eyes gleamed with malice from beginning to end. He couldn't hide it. Who knows what he's up to? I think don't go to nightclubs anymore. What normal person entertains guests at a nightclub? Stay away from him. Don't contact him again. Su Zifeng was truly helpless. What's wrong with nightclubs? Only someone with his top-tier status goes to nightclubs. Who can afford to go? Can that kid Su Ming even afford to go? Does that mean that kid's simple life is what's considered top-tier? Su became increasingly angry as she spoke, her face turning red. Whatever you want. Su Zifeng was too lazy to argue. As they spoke, the two arrived at the entrance of the Starlight nightclub. Upon getting out of the car, they were surprised to see Su Ming also standing there. Su and Su Zifeng were both immediately shocked. "What are you doing here, kid? You weren't following us, were you? I knew you were up to no good." Su glared angrily. "You're getting impatient knowing I'm setting Zifeng up on a blind date, aren't you? Too bad, you're not good enough. You can't even get into this nightclub. You're stuck standing at the door in the cold wind." Su's face was full of sarcasm and disdain. Su Ming looked at the two of them with surprise. "What are you doing here? Are you here for a blind date?" "No." Su Zifeng was about to explain. "None of your business." Su snorted coldly and pulled Su Zifeng inside. "Let's go in and see what he can do. If he can't get through this door, he can only stand there helplessly." Su sneered. However, just as the two left, a luxury sports car drove up and stopped in front of Su Ming. The car door opened, and Nangong Yenyu stepped out. Nangong Yenyu, dressed in a white dress and high heels, was stunningly beautiful and exuded a dashing and heroic air, attracting the attention of many. Su Ming looked at him expressionlessly. "What do you want? Why did you choose a place like this?" Nangong Yenyu grinned. this kind of place won't attract attention, let's go inside and talk. Nangong Yenyu walked to the door, where a VIP membership card lay on the ground. The receptionist at the door was so frightened that she almost knelt down. He hurriedly grabbed the walkie-talkie and shouted in a panic, "Manager, open the presidential suite upstairs immediately, our nightclub's only diamond member has arrived." The entire Starlight nightclub was in an uproar. Distinguished guests, please come upstairs. A group of nightclub staff came out to greet them respectfully, bowing deeply to Su Ming and Nangong Yenyu. "Let's go." Nangong Yenyu turned her head and smiled at Su Ming. Su Ming and Nangong Yenyu had just gone upstairs. Wang Yuntian then arrived with his men. It turned out that the receptionists at the door completely ignored them, and they were all peeking upstairs. This made Wang Yuntian frown. He stepped forward and said in a deep voice, "Hello, I am Wang Yuntian of the Wang family. I have reserved a private room." "Find it yourself, don't you know the way?" The receptionist said it in an annoyed tone. "No, you son of a bitch." Wang Yuntian's temper flared up instantly, and he said coldly, "I'm Wang Yuntian, haven't you heard of me? I booked a private room, can't you even show me the way? What kind of work are you doing?" "Screw you, we have more important guests right now. We don't have time to entertain you. Come in or don't come in. If you don't want to, get out." The group of reception staff became even more rude. Wang Yuntian was dumbfounded. He felt even worse than if he had eaten shit. He also noticed that Su Yu and Su Zifeng were looking in his direction from the nightclub lobby ahead. His face immediately turned dark. 866, Chapter 866. I typed it. "Forget it, young Master Wang, don't bother with these servants." A few cronies comforted him. Compared to these empty promises, they were more interested in Su Yu and Su Zifeng, two beautiful and charming prey. Wang Yuntian gritted his teeth and glared fiercely at the group of reception staff. "Don't mess with me again." Then he led his people inside. Upstairs, inside the Diamond Deluxe Suite. In addition to a full range of entertainment options, there are also top nightclub singers performing face-to-face, and staff lining up to serve you. Su Ming was completely unmoved by any of this, and simply looked at Nangong Yenyu and said, "Just say what you have to say. You want me to spare Wan Yen Tianlong's life, don't you? After all, he Dongnan has fled, and of your two major allies, only Wan Yen Tianlong remains. If Wan Yen Tianlong dies, it's as if I've cut off both of your arms. Your Nangong family will never be able to take off again." Su Ming smiled and shook his head. Hearing this, Nangong Yenyu remained calm, simply smiling and saying, "You are indeed smarter than I thought. You know this perfectly well. It's such a waste of your talent to be a mere figurehead king of the 9 provinces in a mere dragon kingdom. You don't know my identity, do you? You don't really think I'm just a young lady from the Nangong family, do you? Let me tell you, in my place, there's a position called Marquis of General and Minister. If you're willing to help me, I can apply to my father to have you appointed as Marquis of General and Minister. Then, no matter if you're a civil or military official, or any top figure, everyone will have to bow to you and respectfully address you as Lord Marquis. There are fewer than one person in the entire world who deserves this position, but now, I can guarantee you this opportunity." Su Ming grinned, picked up the freshly mixed liquor on the table, and drank it all in one gulp. He grinned and said, "Princess of the Jin Kingdom, your words are truly extraordinary. Unfortunately, I, Su Ming, was born with a lowly fate. You think I'm a useless king of the 9 provinces, but I'm quite comfortable as Onis for generals, ministers, and marquises. I feel uneasy and can't sleep soundly." Su Ming laughed heartily, which was also a way of saying no. Besides, although it seems like a great honor and reward, if he agrees, he will become a traitor. He wouldn't do something like that. Upon hearing this, Nangong Yenyu turned around, her eyes showing some surprise. It seems she didn't expect that Su Ming could refuse such a condition. After hesitating for a moment, Nangong Yenyu bit her red lips lightly. "If I were included, I would not only be a high-ranking official, but also a prince consort. Would you be willing?" Su Ming looked at Nangong Yenyu's exquisite and exotic features and grinned. You're still a bit short." "You?" Nangong Yenyu almost fainted from anger. She glared at Su Ming, annoyed. "Think it over carefully. There's no rush. You have time to consider. Maybe you'll change your mind later, at least for the short term. I won't give up easily." Because of what happened to the Shin family, I realized that even if Dongnan and Wanyan Tianlong were combined, they wouldn't be as good as you alone. Having you is truly like adding wings to a tiger. Nangong Yenyu spoke with great certainty, her eyes filled with unwavering resolve, as if she had already decided on Su Ming. Su Ming was about to make a few more jokes when a commotion erupted downstairs. The area below the nightclub was in an uproar. Su Ming immediately got up and went downstairs. He immediately saw Wang Yuntian lying in the middle of the hall below, spitting blood from his mouth after being beaten. Su Yu, disheveled and blushing, leaned against Su Zifeng. Su Ming hurriedly went up to Su Zifeng and asked, "What's wrong?" Su Zifeng was furious and pointed at Wang Yuntian, shouting, "This beast." Su Zifeng recounted what had happened since she came in. It turned out that after Wang Yuntian brought his men in, he pretended to open a private room to welcome Su Yu and Su Zifeng. They had actually been plotting something for a long time. He also secretly drugged Su Zifeng during the process. Then they sent Su Yu away. Su Zifeng saw through Wang Yuntian's trick and severely injured him. Su Yu was also harassed by Wang Yuntian and his cronies. If it weren't for Su Zifeng being the commander of Shuzhou, the two of them would probably have suffered today. Wang Yuntian originally thought that Su Zifeng's position as the commander of Shuzhou was merely a title he held in name only, a mere inheritance of the family business. He never dreamed that Su Zifeng was a real martial arts master. "Didn't I tell you to mention my name?" Su Ming also said in surprise. "What's the point of mentioning you? Who even knows you?" Su Yu rolled her eyes in exasperation. "They said they'd never even heard of you, let alone mention you." Su Ming was also frustrated. Turning around, he slowly walked up to Wang Yuntian, frowned, and asked, "You really don't recognize me?" "I know your mother." With his mouth full of blood, Wang Yuntian cursed loudly, glaring fiercely at Su Ming and Su Zifeng. "You dare hit me, you bunch of trash, I bet you don't even know who I am. You wait, none of you are leaving here today." Wang Yuntian's scheme failed, and he was even beaten in public by Su Zifeng. Losing all face and enraged, he immediately pulled out his phone and called for help. It wasn't just him. Several other cronies with some status have also been making phone calls to their contacts. In a short time, other forces in Zhengzhou related to these individuals were all mobilized. Those involved in the underworld, bodyguards, thugs, bosses from all walks of life, whoever had received bribes all flocked to the Starlight nightclub. 10 minutes later, the entire entrance to the nightclub was completely blocked. A dozen or so bosses strode into the nightclub with an air of menace. "Young Master Wang, gentlemen, anyone who dares to cross you will be coming with us. Over 1,000 of our brothers from the underworld are here." An overwhelming and majestic aura enveloped the entire nightclub. The nightclub lobby was as cold as an ice cellar, filled with a chilling, murderous aura. Those reception staff who had previously acted arrogantly towards Wang Yuntian were now all kneeling on the ground in fear, not daring to breathe. Su Yu was stunned when she saw this scene, speechless with shock. If it were in Shuzhou, it would be easier to say. With the power of the commander's mansion, Su Zifeng could easily defeat even 10,000 men, let alone 1,000. But this is Zhengzhou, their territory. The enemy has a massive army, and they are just 2 women. What are they going to do? As for Su Ming, he wasn't even on her radar. Seeing his savior arrive, Wang Yuntian was filled with confidence. He pointed at Su Ming, Su Zifeng, and Su Yu with a fierce and ferocious expression and said, "These 3, especially this woman and this kid, were just showing off in front of me. Today, I'm going to make them all kneel down and admit their mistakes." "Yes." The dozen or so leaders responded in unison. Then a burly man stepped forward, his face grim and cold, and shouted, "Who hit young Master Wang? Step forward yourself, don't make us do it ourselves. You won't want to see that outcome." Su Zifeng's gaze sharpened, and she was about to step forward. Su Yu suddenly pointed at Su Ming and said, "He did it, this kid did it, otherwise, how could 2 women like us dare to hit someone? He's so arrogant, hitting young Master Wang. Gentlemen, you should look for him." "Sister." Su Zifeng's eyes widened suddenly, she was furious. "My own older sister. What exactly are they doing?" Su Zifeng felt like her head was about to explode. She was really regretting going crazy and shouldn't have let Su Yu come along. Su Yu calmly replied, didn't that kid brag about how amazing he is? Isn't this his chance to prove himself? Otherwise, how could he be worthy of you? You? Su Zifeng was almost furious. He hurriedly tried to explain. Su Ming slowly stepped forward, faced the crowd, and smiled, that's right, I was the one who hit him. 867, Chapter 867 Whose Way to Survive. The eyes of more than a dozen underworld bosses fell on Su Ming. A quick glance revealed that Su Ming was not particularly handsome. They immediately concluded that Su Ming had no powerful backing and was just an ordinary person. He dared to attack Wang Yuntian because he probably didn't know Wang Yuntian's identity at all. The burly man at the head of the group looked at Su Ming and said, you little brat, I think you're tired of living. You dare to mess with young Master Wang, don't you know what death means? Alright then, let's not say that all of us are bullying you. You come here obediently and kowtow 3 times to young Master Wang to apologize. Let's see how young Master Wang deals with you. That way, you'll suffer much less physical pain. At this point, everyone revealed a mocking and disdainful tone. If they had known he was just a good-for-nothing kid, they wouldn't have bothered making such a big fuss and sending so many people over. Several young masters and wealthy young men made a phone call together, making them think they had encountered some formidable enemy. This is all it turned out to be. It was a complete waste of time. Some even went to the side and started drinking. Does having more people mean you can do whatever you want? Su Ming curled the corners of his lips and asked with a calm smile. That's right, having more people means you can do whatever you want, especially on my turf. If you dare to be arrogant, there's only one word for you, death. Wang Yuntian stepped forward arrogantly, pointed at Su Ming, and said fiercely. Fine, you said it. Su Ming grinned, took out his phone, and dialed Yi Tang's number. In fact, even if he were the only one, he would be enough to deal with Wang Yuntian's lackeys. But the enemy has a large number of people, and even if he goes on a killing spree by himself, it will probably take until dawn. Seeing Su Ming's actions, Wang Yuntian didn't stop him, but grinned disdainfully and sneered, what, you want to find someone too, trying to act tough? I'll give you that chance, let's see who you can call over. The others immediately joined in the laughter. Everyone looked at Su Ming and felt like they were seeing a clown. Even on the verge of death, they still try to put on an act. If he can't do it, what about me? Just then, a cold voice rang out again from behind them. Everyone was taken aback and turned to look. From behind, Nangong Yenyu slowly walked over with her entourage. The group of underworld bigwigs were initially dismissive, but when they realized it was Nangong Yenyu, they were all horrified. The man who had just stood arrogantly in front of Su Ming was now trembling with fear. He hurriedly stepped forward and respectfully greeted, Miss Nangong. This humble one greets Miss Nangong. The others followed suit, bowing and prostrating themselves, Miss Nangong. Wang Yuntian was also stunned for a moment. I never dreamed that Nangong Yenyu would be in a place like this. Nangong Yenyu strode into the crowd with an imposing air, looked at Wang Yuntian and asked with a cold smile, he's a friend. What do you want? What does your Wang family want? The Wang family has long since submitted to the Nangong family, and now they have to live at the mercy of the Nangong family. Wang Yuntian could be arrogant in front of anyone, but in front of this Miss Nangong, he was instantly terrified, like a quail. Wang Yuntian immediately lowered his head, his face grim, and said, Miss Nangong, I didn't know you were here. Please forgive me for disturbing you. This brat dared to cause me trouble. I just want to settle accounts with him. Do you even have the right to settle scores with my friend? Nangong Yenyu's brows furrowed, her eyes filled with icy coldness. Wang Yuntian was so frightened that his heart skipped a beat and he almost knelt on the ground. Su Ming shook his head and said to Nangong Yenyu, help me take Su Yu and Su Zifeng away, I'll handle the rest. Okay. Nangong Yenyu was worried about not having a way to make Su Ming owe her a favor. This is truly a great opportunity. Then someone took Su Yu and Su Zifeng out. Nangong Yenyu smiled at Su Ming and said, now, you owe me a favor. Do you need my help next? Su Ming rolled his eyes. Even if Nangong Yenyu doesn't show up, it won't have any impact, it's just going with the flow. No. Su Ming shook his head and said. Alright, I'll be going now. After saying that, Nangong Yenyu turned and left with her entourage. After Nangong Yenyu left, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, feeling the immense pressure on them disappear. A group of underworld bosses touched their backs and found them soaked with cold sweat. However, what puzzled them was that since Su Ming was Nangong Yenyu's friend, why didn't he leave together? He actually stayed behind alone. Wasn't that just asking for trouble? Could it be that this kid thinks that because of the Nangong family's connection, they wouldn't dare to touch Su Ming? But Nangong Yenyu has all left. Who knows what will happen next? The crowd turned around slowly in surprise, their cold and sharp gazes fixed on Su Ming. Wang Yuntian was also caught off guard. Everyone thought he was going to suffer a loss in silence today. Who would have thought that Su Ming wouldn't leave, but would instead deliver himself to our doorstep? Then you can't blame him. Kid, you're so eager to die, you're not even going to take the obvious path to survival? Wang Yuntian asked with a gloomy face. Su Ming grinned, walked to the sofa in the middle, sat down, poured himself a glass of wine, and looked at Wang Yuntian with a smile. Whose way out is it? I don't think you've figured it out yet. Idiot, you're asking for it. Kill him, all the anger I suffered today will be on this kid's head. Wang Yuntian roared furiously, his face contorted with rage. Yes. More than a dozen underworld figures responded and approached Su Ming with overwhelming momentum. But just then, a rumbling sound came from the doorway. It felt like an earthquake. The entire nightclub seemed to be shaking. Wang Yuntian and the others were immediately shocked, and they all turned around sharply to look at the door. Boom! The door was kicked open, the glass shattered, and shards flew everywhere. Yi Tang led the massive crowd into the hall. Not only that, but also the wealthy tycoons from Central Continent who had joined Hellgate. Upon receiving the news, all rushed to provide support. The entire scene erupted like a landslide and a tsunami, completely out of control. After Yi Tang and the others entered the nightclub lobby, they all came to Su Ming. Yi Tang bowed respectfully. Prince Su, everyone has arrived. The war god army and the troops of various wealthy individuals, numbering in the thousands, have already surrounded this place. As for those lackeys, dismiss them all. What's next? Prince Su, are you alright? Other wealthy individuals from Zhongzhou also hurriedly inquired with concern. Upon seeing this, the dozen or so underworld bosses were instantly terrified and turned pale. Wang Yuntian's expression was even more disgusting, as if he had eaten shit. His hands and feet were numb, and his face was full of disbelief. Who exactly is this kid? King Su? What's going on? Under Wang Yuntian's utterly shocked gaze, Su Ming slowly rose, holding his wine glass, and smiled at Wang Yuntian, saying, You're saying you've never heard of me, you've never heard of Cloud Mist Manor either? Thump! Wang Yuntian was so frightened that he knelt heavily on the ground, staring at Su Ming in disbelief. Yun, Cloud Mist Manor? Could it be that you really live in Cloud Mist Manor? Are you the king of the 9 provinces who caused a sensation in the Central Plains before? No, that's impossible. Didn't you already leave Zhongzhou and go to the land beyond the mortal realm? Wang Yuntian was terrified. The king of the 9 provinces? The dozen or so big shots were instantly horrified, feeling like their heads were about to explode. 868, Chapter 868. What did I do wrong? Didn't you say you didn't know me? You know each other now? Su Ming raised his eyes, his cold gaze fixed on Wang Yuntian. Wang Yuntian trembled with fear, crawled on his knees to Su Ming, and kowtowed repeatedly. King Su, spare my life. I was wrong. I will never dare to do it again. Please give me a chance. I promise I will never appear in front of you again. Wang Yuntian wept bitterly, trembling all over, filled with deep regret. Su Ming sneered, You only got away with it today because you ran into me. If it were someone else, wouldn't you have just let them humiliate you? Letting you off so easily would be too much to ask, wouldn't it? Upon hearing this, Wang Yuntian was terrified. He suddenly looked up, his eyes filled with panic, and said, Prince Su, there's more. As long as you don't kill me, Wang family has an ancestral 9-colored divine stone, which I can give to you, just in exchange for my life. Please, please. Wang Yuntian kowtowed again, and his head was instantly bleeding profusely. 9-colored sacred stone? Upon hearing this, Su Ming raised an eyebrow slightly, a strange glint flashing in his eyes. but he quickly returned to normal. He sneered, "Fine, this is your last chance." After saying that, Su Ming kicked Wang Yuntian to the ground, causing him to vomit blood. "I want to see the 9-colored divine stone within 3 days, or not only you, but your entire Wang family will be wiped out of Zhengzhou," Su Ming said coldly. Yes, I'll go back and get it right away." Wang Yuntian clutched his chest, enduring the excruciating pain, and spoke through his mouth full of blood. "Prince Su, what is this 9-colored divine stone? Is it enough to exchange for the life of this scum?" Yi Tang asked curiously. He knew Su Ming's personality. If Su Ming wanted to kill someone, no amount of money could buy him anything, let alone treasures. Moreover, Su Ming is not short of money at all. Su Ming calmly said, "There are too many people here, let's talk about it when we get back." Yes. So Su Ming led everyone away from the nightclub. As for the other underworld bosses, they were already scared out of their wits and wanted to avoid him at all costs. "Get in the car and return to Yunwu Mountain Villa." In the car, Su Ming looked at Yi Tang and asked, "What realm are you at now?" Yi Tang honestly replied, "Thanks to Prince Su's previous guidance, I have now entered the Divine Power Realm." Do you know the realms above the Divine Power Realm and martial arts? Do you know what the pinnacle of martial arts is? This question really stumped Yi Tang. At his age, being able to reach the Divine Power Realm is already incredibly lucky. Fortunately, he has been by Su Ming's side all along and has benefited greatly. If it were someone else at the same age, their realm would basically be locked, and they would not be able to make any further progress. Otherwise, he might never have even reached the threshold of the Divine Power Realm in his entire life. Yi Tang looked up, somewhat dazed, and said, "Isn't the realm above the Divine Power Realm the Earth Immortal Profound Realm? Isn't that the end?" Wrong. Su Ming shook his head and smiled. If the Earth Immortal Profound Realm is the end, then wouldn't that mean that someone like Wang Yen Tianlong has already reached the peak of martial arts? In reality, the Earth Immortal Realm is the true beginning of martial arts cultivation. The Divine Power Realm is the peak for ordinary people, but the Earth Immortal Realm is the starting point of cultivation. To put it simply, while those in the Divine Power Realm can fight against 1,000 men, aside from weapons of mass destruction like guns and cannons, they are almost overwhelmingly powerful. But everyone grows old and dies eventually, and even after 100 years, there's nothing they can do. However, those in the Earth Immortal Profound Realm can comprehend true spiritual energy. Yes, it's spiritual energy, not internal energy. To achieve longevity and rediscover the chance for life. Otherwise, why do you think Wang Yen Tianlong risked his life to seize the Tianxiang herb garden? Su Ming spoke slowly. Yi Tang was already dumbfounded, her expression blank, completely confused and not understanding what it meant at all. Su Ming's words were essentially a suggestion to Yi Tang. He had never told anyone, not even Wan Shirin, whom he had been married to for 3 years. If Yi Tang can comprehend this, he won't be far from reaching the Earth Immortal Realm. Unfortunately, Yi Tang just looked blank. Su Ming could only sigh helplessly in his heart, hoping that Yi Tang could understand. After all, whether he was successful or not, Yi Tang had always been there for him, loyal and devoted. And Yi Tang is quite old now. If you can't figure it out, then Yi Tang's journey may very well end here. He had long regarded Yi Tang as family and did not want to see Yi Tang simply return to the earth. I went to the outer realms before, not only to search for my parents' whereabouts, but also to collect rare and precious materials to help me advance further. This step is not only to deal with the Blood Fiend Palace, but also for my own sake. Su Ming stopped there. He had a lot more to say, but there was no point in continuing. For example, why did the Blood Fiend Hall spare no effort to seize the Nainui Mountain Dragon Vein, and what was Master Gu Xiaoyao searching for after disappearing for more than 10 years? Although the Blood Fiend Palace seems to have made a comeback, its covetousness for the land of Kyushu has never ceased for a second. All of these are closely related to what he called the pinnacle of martial arts. Those who understand these things are either detached from the situation or have already been planning for the bigger picture. The car drove into the darkness, heading towards Cloud Mist Manor. At the foot of Yunwu Mountain Villa, Nangong Yanyu stopped the car, let Su Zifeng and Su Yu out, and said calmly, "You are safe now, go up the mountain yourselves. I won't go up, some people will be unhappy to see me." Nangong Yanyu was naturally referring to the War God army members around Su Ming. although she is now trying her best to win over Su Ming. But the members of the War God army were all fiercely opposed to evil and were almost irreconcilable with her, so going up against them would only be asking for trouble. In fact, Su Zifeng and Su Yu are now in her hands, which is the best opportunity to coerce Su Ming into submission. But she didn't have that what to do. Firstly, she understood Su Ming's character well, blackmail would only backfire. Secondly, Nangong Yenyu wouldn't stoop to doing such a thing. But if we just leave like this, leaving Su Ming alone in the nightclub, won't something happen to her? Those rich young men called so many people. Su Zifeng was somewhat worried, but still wanted to go back and help. Nangong Yenyu shook her head. If he's going to be in danger, there's no point in you going back, you'll just be throwing your lives away. Su Yu wasn't worried at all, and forgot about it as soon as she turned her head. She smiled broadly at Nangong Yenyu and said, "Thank you so much for saving us, beautiful lady. I don't know your name yet. Let's be friends." "Save you?" Nangong Yenyu glanced at Su Yu with a mocking smile and said with disdain, "I only wanted Su Ming to owe me a favor, otherwise, the two of you wouldn't be worthy of my help. Don't you have any self-awareness?" After saying that, Nangong Yenyu gave a disdainful sneer, stepped on the gas, and drove back to the Nangong family home. Su Yu was left standing there, looking dejected. What's with this woman's arrogance? Does she have more eyes or more hands than us? How dare she be so cocky? I don't think she'll amount to anything by hanging out with a guy like Su Ming. Su Yu snorted angrily. "Sister, stop talking, don't you understand? Tonight's trouble is all because of you. Tomorrow I'll have someone send you back to Shuzhou." Su Zifeng's face turned ashen with anger. Especially when she thought about how Su Yu had wrongly accused Su Ming and used him as a shield in order to protect herself, she felt like she had a fishbone stuck in her throat. How did I end up with such a sister? What did I do wrong? Wasn't it all for you? Su Yu looked aggrieved. 869, Chapter 869, Swift as Thunder. Nangong Yenyu returned to the Nangong family. Upon entering the hall, a commotion was immediately heard. Upon closer inspection, one immediately saw servants of the Nangong family and people from the Blood Fiend Hall surrounding an old man with a somber expression and a goatee. To her surprise, the old man was wearing a simple Taoist robe. This outfit is truly rare. Nangong Yenyu casually pulled one of the servants standing outside and asked, "What's going on here?" The servant turned around and saw it was Nangong Yenyu. He hurriedly said respectfully, "Miss Nangong, you're back." This old man swaggered into the manor, immediately declaring he was looking for you. He acted all arrogant and even got into a fight with the others. Now, everyone's about to make an example of him. Looking for me? Nangong Yenyu immediately showed a look of surprise. She was certain she had never seen this old man before, let alone a Taoist priest. Just as she was wondering, Nangong Yenyu's phone rang. He pulled it out and saw that it was his older brother, Nangong Hao, calling. Nangong Yenyu answered the phone. "Hello? Well, have the people I sent arrived yet?" On the phone, Nangong Hao asked with a smile. "The person you sent, this old Taoist priest, is here with me now?" Nangong Yenyu frowned immediately. "That's right, he's no ordinary person. His nickname is Golden Light Taoist. I heard he's from some remote place in the 9 provinces and came here specifically to seek refuge with me. Figured I don't need him right now, so I sent him over to help you. After all, I just received news that you had a bad start in the Central Plains, losing 2 of your generals. You must be in dire need of manpower right now." Nangong Hao laughed, his tone suggesting he completely understood Nangong Yenyu. Nangong Yenyu rolled her eyes in annoyance. "Didn't I say I could handle this myself? I don't need your help. Besides, who said I have no one to rely on? I've already found the best candidate. If he's willing to cooperate with me, he's 100 times better than this so-called Golden Light Taoist. You'll be amazed when you see what he's capable of. Nobody can compare to him. Not to mention the people you found in Zhengzhou." Nangong Hao laughed and said something before hanging up the phone. Nerve. Nangong Yenyu was so angry that she wanted to smash her phone on the ground. When Nangong Hao called at this time, and said such things, his tone and manner were nothing short of mocking and humiliating her. What's so great about that? Wasn't it just that he brought a few more people with him when he set off from the Jin Kingdom? She came to Zhengzhou first because she wanted to take over Zhengzhou and prove from the momentum of Zhengzhou that she was no weaker than her older brother. I'd like to see just how strong the people you've brought are. Thinking of this, Nangong Yenyu suddenly looked up and shouted at the crowd in front of her, "What are you all standing around for? If you're going to make a move, then do it now. How can anyone be allowed to act so presumptuously in my Nangong Yenyu territory?" Boom! The crowd gathered in the hall erupted in uproar upon hearing Nangong Yenyu's words. They haven't taken action yet because they haven't received permission from Nangong Yenyu. Now, upon hearing the order, they had no more scruples. Led by the two heavenly venerables of the Blood Fiend Palace, they rushed towards the golden light Taoist in the middle. Its power was astonishing. But the short-bearded Taoist remained motionless amidst it all, slowly pulling a yellow talisman from his pocket, patting it in his hand, and muttering, "Swift as the wind, silent as the forest, invade the fire. Immovable as a mountain." As soon as he finished speaking, the old man trembled, as if rooted to the spot, remaining motionless like a statue. No matter how much others punched or kicked him, it didn't hurt him at all, as if they were all separated by an invisible gas barrier around him. Seeing this, Nangong Yenyu showed a shocked expression. Not to mention her, even the two Blood Fiend venerables among them frowned at this moment. Playing tricks. The two Blood Fiend Palace celestial venerables roared and unleashed their full martial arts cultivation, attacking the old man. A powerful aura surged towards the old man like a raging torrent. The old man took out another talisman, stuck it on his body, suddenly glared, and shouted, "Unfathomable as the shadows, swift as thunder." The next moment, the old man, like an arhat, charged forward, forcefully resisting the martial arts energy of the two celestial venerables, and directly knocked them away, causing them to fall to one end of the hall, their faces flushed red. Everyone was stunned. They stared in disbelief, no one daring to step forward. Nangong Yenyu stared wide-eyed in disbelief. He stepped slowly into the hall and clapped his hands. "Well done, what a thunderous action, Golden Light Taoist, you truly live up to your reputation." The old man then turned around, his gaze falling on Nangong Yenyu, and asked in confusion, "Who are you?" Nangong Yenyu smiled and said, "I am Nangong Yenyu. My brother sent you, right?" Jin Guangdaoren suddenly realized what was happening and hurriedly took 2 steps to stand in front of Nangong Yenyu. He respectfully bowed and said, "This humble one, Jin Guangdaoren, Duan Tianda, pays respects to Princess Nangong of the Jin Kingdom." Nangong Yenyu hurriedly smiled and said, "Senior Duan, you don't need to be so polite in front of a master like you. I am the junior. No, there is a proper order of rank, and a lowly person like me would not dare to offend." "I am a Taoist priest," said the man in a respectful manner. Nangong Yenyu was very satisfied with this attitude. Such a strong person, who also understands respect for hierarchy, is truly a great help. No wonder my elder brother sent this person to help me. Nangong Yenyu immediately grinned and said, "To have the help of a great figure like Senior Duan is like finding a treasure, like adding wings to a tiger. May I ask what else Senior Duan is skilled in besides his formidable martial arts?" Duan Tianda calmly said, "I know a little about divination, fortune-telling, punishing evil and eliminating wickedness, and feng shui." "Real?" Nangong Yenyu's eyes immediately lit up. "I've recently become entangled with a man, Senior Duan. Could you help me calculate how my fate is with him? This is a great opportunity." Although she has always believed in herself, there is no doubt about its charm. But Su Ming was an extraordinary guy, and she was filled with uncertainty about him. If she could get the result from Duan Tianda's calculations, she would be able to make judgments about what would happen next. If there's really no chance, then there's no need to waste time. If you can't have someone like that, then you have to get rid of them. Duan Tianda took out a tortoise shell, then took out a few copper coins, threw them into the shell, and started shaking it. She then asked, "Miss Nangong, could you please tell me your birth date and time, as well as the other person's age?" Nangong Yenyu revealed her birth date and time. "But when I think of Su Ming, I feel a little lost." She had no idea how old Su Ming really was. "It's alright, just give me a general idea," Duan Tianda said proactively. "He should be a bit older than me, around 27 or 28 years old." Nangong Yenyu guessed. The words had barely left his mouth. Clang! 2 copper coins fell out. Duan Tianda picked them up and looked at them. Miss Nangong's age belongs to the metal element, while that person's age should belong to the fire element. It's a case of being destined to meet but not to be together. However, you can use this as a reference as long as there's a connection, that's fine. If Miss Nangong is really interested in him, why not take me to meet him? I can lend you a hand. Duan Tianda looked up, a confident smile on his face, and said, Really, thank you so much, Senior Duan. Nangong Yenyu was overjoyed and said happily, Now we have a plan to take down that kid. 870, Chapter 870 Robbery and Seizure. King Su, I have prepared the 9-colored divine stone for you. Where are you? I will deliver it to you. The morning after returning to Cloud Mist Villa, Su Ming received a call from Wang Yuntian. It's at Yanshanlu in the city center. I'll be there in half an hour. Su Ming answered the phone and explained to Wang Yuntian. Yes, Prince Su, I'll be waiting for you at Yuntian Tower. After hanging up the phone, Su Ming immediately left Yunwu Villa and took a car to the destination. After arriving at Yanshanlu, I looked around but didn't see anyone. Did that kid stand me up and never actually show up? Is he tired of living? Su Ming frowned, about to ask a question. Then I heard a commotion coming from upstairs. I want what you have. Name your price. A deep, arrogant voice rang out. No, I won't sell it for any amount of money. This is for Prince Su. I'll give it to him when he arrives. Don't even think about taking it from me. Wang Yuntian's voice rang out from upstairs. Su Ming looked up and immediately saw Wang Yuntian being blocked at the stairwell by a group of people, tightly protecting a black wooden box in his arms. King? In a place like Zhengzhou, who dares to claim kingship? If I take what I want, no one will dare to take it from me. Give it to me. With a loud shout, the arrogant voice kicked Wang Yuntian, sending him tumbling down the stairs. He rolled to Su Ming's feet, his head bleeding profusely. The box in his hand was also snatched away. Su Ming looked up and saw the other person's appearance clearly. A man in his 30s, with sharp features, piercing eyes, and an air of arrogance, stood at the top of the stairs, holding the wooden box and looking down at him. Beside the man stood a familiar figure. It was Duan Xingyue. Duan Xingyue also saw Su Ming and showed a slight look of surprise, but she quickly returned to normal and gave Su Ming a mocking smile. Prince Su, he. Wang Yuntian lay beside Su Ming, tears welling up in his eyes from feeling wronged. I see you go back and treat your injuries first. I'll take care of things here. Su Ming said calmly. No. Wang Yuntian gritted his teeth, his face full of resentment. Although that thing was a gift for Prince Su, he dared to steal my things, and I won't let him get away with it. I am going back right now to get men and fight them to the death. Wang Yuntian was filled with boundless hatred. Su Ming said calmly, they are members of the Duan family, the royal family of Dezhou. Ah? Wang Yuntian was instantly stunned. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Ming slowly went upstairs to the second floor. He first glanced at Duan Xingyue, and then his eyes met those of the man. Su Ming raised his hand, pointed at the wooden box in the other person's hand, and said, that thing is mine. Forcibly seizing it. Is this the style of the imperial state royal family? And they even stole it from me. Just because you say it's yours, does that mean it's yours? Is your name on it? The man grinned, looking at Su Ming with a sarcastic expression. This person is none other than the second prince of the royal family, Duan Xingtian. It was Duan Xingyue's second brother. Duan Xingyue shook her head. You should leave since my second brother has already taken it. Don't even think about competing with him. He's not someone you can afford to offend. Duan Xingyue looked at Su Ming and sighed helplessly. His words were a reminder to Su Ming to know Duan Xingtian's identity. If he got into trouble, it would be too late to regret it. Moreover, she had already called Su Ming to tell him to stay away during this period, but why did he still come to her doorstep? Isn't this just courting death? I haven't gotten my things yet, why should I leave? Su Ming said expressionlessly. That's right. Duan Xingtian glanced at Su Ming from head to toe, then, recalling Wang Yuntian's words, grinned and sneered. You're the Su king that kid was talking about, right? What kind of king are you? Who gave you that title? I've never heard of it before. If you can explain yourself clearly, you might be able to leave here today. Otherwise, forget about getting anything. You'll lose your life here. Duan Qingtian's gaze was as cold and sharp as a knife. His return from the border was not only because he had heard about the changes in the imperial state, but also to rectify the corrupt practices. Within the 9 provinces, all land belongs to the emperor. Every official position and post must be approved by the Duan family. And this kind of person, who actually reigns supreme in such a small place, is simply the culprit behind all the evil and unhealthy trends. Forget it, brother, let him go. Killing him is pointless and will only bring trouble. Duan Xingyue glanced coldly at Su Ming and said to Duan Qingtian. She stood up for Su Ming, not out of any particular affection. Instead, she thought of how her father had personally announced her marriage to Su Ming in front of so many people. If we kill Su Ming now, if this gets back to my father, he'll probably be furious. And it would become a laughingstock for the Duan family. Upon hearing this, Duan Qingtian looked at Duan Xingyue with some surprise. Why are you speaking up for this kind of person now? Can't you see I'm interrogating him? Su Ming shook his head. I can't be bothered to listen to their back and forth banter. Pointing at Duan Qingtian, he said, this is the last time. Give me the thing, and I'll pretend nothing happened. Otherwise, you'll face the consequences. Ha! Duan Qingtian immediately smiled. He looked at Su Ming with disdain. So what if I don't give it to you? Do you know who I am? You said you'd bear the consequences. What kind of consequences do you want for me? However, as soon as he finished speaking, Su Ming stepped forward and, without saying a word, reached out to take the wooden box from Duan Qingtian's hand. Court death. Duan Qingtian's eyebrows shot up instantly, his face filled with murderous intent. He never expected this kid to be so bold as to try to snatch something from him. He immediately raised his fist, ready to punch Su Ming. But just as he raised his fist, Su Ming's slap landed on his face like lightning. Bang! A deafening explosion. Duan Qingtian was sent flying, his body flying sideways for more than 10 meters like a broken sack before crashing heavily into the wall and landing. And the wooden box naturally ended up in Su Ming's hands. Seeing this, Duan Qingtian's attendants and guards were all dumbfounded. They were all stunned and speechless, unable to recover for a long time. This is the second prince of the imperial state. Is this kid crazy? How dare you slap the second prince's gaze in public? Duan Xingyue was also stunned. She turned around abruptly, staring at Su Ming in shock. Are you crazy? Didn't you understand what I said? Don't you know who he is? I don't care who he is. He robbed and stole my things. I spared his life. That's the luckiest thing that's happened to him today. Su Ming said coldly. You? Duan Xingyue was shocked on the spot. That kid. That's absolutely insane. Didn't you consider the consequences? Duan Qingtian lay against the wall, his mouth full of blood, pointing at Su Ming and roaring, everyone, attack, kill him. 871, Chapter 871. A commoner. Anyone who dares to come up will die. Su Ming stood at the top of the stairs, imposing and suffocating, like a mountain pressing down on people. His cold gaze swept across the room, filled with chilling killing intent that touched the very soul. The group of guards and attendants were instantly stunned and stood frozen in place, not daring to take a single step forward. It's not that they dared to disobey orders. However, Duan Qingtian was also a master of the divine power realm. Even Duan Qingtian, who was at the divine power realm, was slapped away by Su Ming without any power to fight back. This was the first time they had ever seen such an overwhelming performance. I couldn't help but think it over. Let him go, and none of you are allowed to move. Duan Xingyue shouted sharply. Now everyone had a way out and obediently stood still. Su Ming then strode away from the hotel. Second brother, are you alright? Duan Xingyue hurriedly stepped forward to help Duan Qingtian up. Release. Duan Qingtian flung Duan Xingyue's hand away and angrily shouted, your brother was beaten up, and you're still helping outsiders. You even let him go? What are you up to? I used to protect you so much, and when I knew you were going to get engaged to someone who wasn't good enough for you, I immediately thought of standing up for you. Is this how you treat me? The slap I received wasn't as painful as Duan Xingyue's actions. Duan Xingyue looked helpless and explained, brother, you don't know, that boy is the man father arranged for me to marry the founder of the Tianming Chamber of Commerce. Wouldn't that be better? Kill him and be done with it. Why are you protecting him? Do you regret it? Do you really want to marry him? Duan Qingtian stared wide-eyed and asked. That's not what I meant, but father only ordered the engagement not long ago. If we kill him now, wouldn't that be a slap in father's face? When I said I wanted his life, it was just a moment of anger. If we really killed him, what kind of impact and consequences would it have on us? If we think about it carefully, it's not that simple at all. If he dies at our hands, won't the outside world ridicule us for going back on our word, luring him here to kill him? It would be an unforgivable crime? Duan Xingyue patiently expressed her inner worries. Upon hearing this, Duan Qingtian realized it was indeed true. They gradually calmed down. So, I can make him willingly annul the engagement, make him feel ashamed, make him realize the difference in status between us, and make him back down, but I absolutely cannot kill him. Duan Xingyue continued. You're right, I acted impulsively. I am used to living on the frontier and didn't think things through so thoroughly. Little sister, you've grown up. Duan Qingtian breathed a sigh of relief, also relieved that he had almost made a grave mistake that could have led to disaster. But it's alright, I have plenty of ways to deal with those. Nobody. My main purpose in coming here is to welcome the Jean Princess. And let me tell you a secret, I'm engaged to this Jean Princess. We're a perfect match, and once we welcome her, I'll also give your fiancé a good lesson. Duan Qingtian said with a confident and smug look on his face. On this point, I have complete faith in your abilities, second brother. He's nothing but a fart in front of you. Duan Xingyue said with a big smile. Duan Qingtian's mood improved considerably. He immediately had someone hand him his phone and called Nangongyanyu. The call connected, and Duan Qingtian said with a smile, Princess, I am Duan Qingtian from the imperial family of Dezhou. I've come here specifically to welcome you. Where are you now? I'll come find you. I'm at Yanshanlu, meeting with a guest. Please come. Nangongyanyu said something casually and then hung up the phone. The princess has ordered us to go, let's go. Duan Qingtian was overjoyed and couldn't wait to meet his fiancée, whom he had never met before. So he took Duan Xingyue with him. Yanshanlu. What now? I really don't have time to entertain you. Didn't I already tell you before? I'm rejecting all your offers. Su Ming stood in the Yanshanlu restaurant, looking at Nangongyanyu with a speechless expression. Just as she retrieved her belongings from Duan Qingtian and left the hotel, Nangongyanyu started calling her as if she were being relentlessly pressured. He decided to come and have a thorough talk with Nangongyanyu. This will also prevent the woman from pestering him endlessly. Nangongyanyu smiled and said, have you forgotten that you owe me a favor? Without me, would those two women have gotten away so easily? Alright, then tell me, what do you want to do? Su Ming shook his head helplessly. Nangongyanyu turned to look at the golden light Taoist beside her and said to Su Ming, let me introduce you. This is a newly acquainted master of divination. He is an expert in fortune-telling and divination, with extraordinary abilities. I've asked him to predict our marriage. Upon hearing this, Su Ming rolled his eyes and nearly fainted from anger. Alright, I don't have time to mess around with you. Su Ming was about to get up and leave. At this moment, Taoist Nangong slowly spoke, Sir, your fate has been full of twists and turns, hasn't it? If I'm not mistaken, you've already experienced 3 rises and 3 falls, haven't you? If you're not feeling guilty, why won't you let me calculate your fortune? 3 rises and 3 falls? Upon hearing this, Su Ming raised an eyebrow. When his parents were being hunted down, they ended up in the temple of the god of war, which was considered a fall from grace. Having mastered their skills at the Temple of War, they're considered a team. Commanding the war god army, their might shook the 4 seas, that's one thing. He was besieged and ambushed, and ended up in Yunshan, which can be considered a fall from grace. He received help, married Wan Shirin, and they were together again. The good times didn't last long, he got divorced, and that was the end of his life. All told, it's been 3 ups and 3 downs, it really has all of them. This old man wasn't exactly talking nonsense. Nangongyanyu also spoke up, let's calculate it together, and consider that favor paid off. Su Ming had no choice but to sit down again, looking at the golden light Taoist and saying, then so be it. Since you're so powerful, then calculate where I started now. Is it a rise or a fall? Simply put, calculate my identity. That's easy. The golden light Taoist, brimming with confidence, pulled out a bagua compass and, while simultaneously counting on his knuckles, asked Su Ming, "Trouble, please provide your birth date and time, according to the Chinese sexagenary cycle." Su Ming directly stated the zodiac sign, but did not specify the year or month. Jin Guang Daoist didn't ask any more questions. He squinted and pondered for a while, then suddenly opened his eyes. "Strange, very strange. According to this birth chart, you should have a life of immense wealth and honor, but this chart also foretells many misfortunes now. You are just an ordinary commoner, living a mediocre life." Hearing this, Su Ming curled his lips and looked at Nangang Yenyu with a smile. "You heard that? Do you still want to calculate it?" Nangang Yenyu was immediately depressed. What exactly is this old man calculating? Su Ming was once the king of the 9 provinces of the Dragon Kingdom. How did he become a commoner? If you don't know how to calculate, don't try to calculate it randomly. Nangang Yenyu said dejectedly, "Senior Duan, stop calculating these useless things. If we're talking about marriage, calculate the marriage between him and me." Good. Duan Tianda was about to start recalculating the divination results. "What do you mean by marriage compatibility? Tell my fortune too." Just then, a sound came from the doorway. Duan Qingtian walked in with Duan Xingyue, his face cold and stern. 872, Chapter 872. I'll try my best. "Who are you?" Nangang Yenyu looked up, not recognizing Duan Qingtian, and asked in confusion. Although she was engaged to Duan Qingtian, it was a royal marriage, and the two had never met. Nangang Yenyu never took this matter to heart. "Princess, I am the second prince of Dizhou, your fiancé." Duan Qingtian came up with a confident smile and bowed to Nangang Yenyu. He believed that Su Ming was here because he had no idea of Nangang Yenyu's identity. They had no idea who he was. Now they directly introduced themselves. Su Ming is probably so scared that his legs are weak and he'll probably be kneeling on the ground begging for mercy. However, Duan Qingtian glanced to the side and saw Su Ming sitting calmly in the same spot, as if he hadn't heard him at all, and completely ignoring them. "That kid." A sharp glint flashed in Duan Qingtian's eyes. "So it was you, all right. I understand. You can go back now." Nangang Yenyu said to Duan Qingtian with a calm expression. "What?" Duan Qingtian looked up in surprise, staring at Nangang Yenyu in shock. "Princess, I have come here specifically to take you to the imperial state for a reunion with your status and position. How can you be relegated to a small place like the central state? What if you encounter someone with ill intentions?" Duan Qingtian stared wide-eyed as he spoke. "Sure." Nangang Yenyu chuckled lightly. "You've already seen me, haven't you? As for the gathering, I'll go there myself once I've settled my affairs. Whoever I encounter, do you really think I, Nangang Yenyu, am incapable of protecting myself? If I can't even protect myself, what use are you?" This. Duan Qingtian blushed instantly at Nangang Yenyu's mockery. He didn't expect that after coming all this way, thinking he was full of sincerity, Nangang Yenyu would be completely unmoved and wouldn't give him any face at all. He is, after all, the second prince of the imperial state. This is incredibly embarrassing. Duan Qingtian was furious but had nowhere to vent his anger. Thinking about how Nangang Yenyu had asked Su Ming to calculate their marriage, he became even more enraged. He turned around, pointed at Su Ming, and shouted, "You're not coming with me because of this brat?" "That's right." Without a second thought, Nangang Yenyu replied directly, "He is the person I've come to Dragon Kingdom to find. Even if I go to the imperial state, I'll take him with me. You can't mess with him. He's not someone you can afford to offend." Upon hearing this, Duan Qingtian felt a surge of rage that nearly exploded within him. He never dreamed that he, Duan Qingtian, would have a woman stolen from him one day. And he's such a useless piece of trash. This guy is already engaged to his own sister, and now he's even trying to steal his woman. And this idiot is nothing compared to him. Duan Qingtian's face was contorted with rage, his eyes bloodshot. He slammed his hand on the table with a loud bang, pointed at Su Ming, and roared, "Kid, stand up. I haven't settled the score with you yet. Now, kneel down in front of me, and I'll spare your life." Duan Qingtian's killing intent surged, and he was furious. Nerve. Su Ming rolled his eyes and glanced at Duan Qingtian. I already let you off once for stealing my things, don't bother me anymore. I don't have time to mess around with you guys. After saying that, Su Ming got up to leave. Nangong Yanyu gave Duan Qingtian a disdainful look. You call yourself the second prince, yet you even try to steal other people's things. Is this how you behave? These words instantly ignited Duan Qingtian, as if he were about to explode like dynamite. Who the hell stole his things? Who does he think he is? Does he even deserve it? Stop right there, you piece of trash! Duan Qingtian roared, stepped forward, and slapped Su Ming on the shoulder. This time, Duan Qingtian was much more cautious. He unleashed all his divine power realm energy as soon as he made a move, also to guard against being ambushed by Su Ming again. With the strength of a divine power realm cultivator, this slap is enough to make anyone below the divine power realm kneel on the ground. However, Su Ming remained motionless, slightly turning his head, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Senior Duan, stop him. Nangong Yanyu hurriedly gave the order. Without saying a word, Jin Guang Daoran Duan Tian stepped forward, grabbed Duan Cheng Tian's hand, and said in a deep voice, "Boy, don't make a move in front of me." Where did this piece of trash come from? Duan Qingtian roared and turned around to punch Duan Tianda in the face. Snap! However, just as Duan Qingtian raised his fist, his other hand was twisted off by Jin Guang Daoran, dislocated at the shoulder. Ah! Duan Qingtian let out a scream, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. Su Ming raised an eyebrow, turned around, and glanced at Jin Guang Daoran. Does this old Taoist priest still possess such strength? He crippled a divine power realm cultivator's hand with ease. This old man's strength seems to be quite formidable. Nangong Yanyu has many experts around her. However, Su Ming was too lazy to care. This was Duan Qingtian's own doing. He wanted to take his anger out on him for no reason, without even considering his own strength. In other words, Nangong Yanyu sent someone to make a move. Otherwise, if he were to take action himself, Duan Qingtian would not have met such an end. Su Ming didn't stop and continued walking out. Nangong Yanyu glanced at Duan Qingtian. Hurry up and go back to your imperial state. Although Zhangzhou is a small place, there are many people there who are not to be trifled with. After saying that, Nangong Yanyu quickly chased after Su Ming in the direction he had left. Jin Guang Daoran glanced at Duan Qingtian and Duan Xingyue with a deep look in his eyes, said nothing, and left the scene. Brother, are you all right? Duan Xingyue came up and helped Duan Qingtian up. Call for help. Duan Qingtian's face was contorted with rage, his eyes filled with hatred and murderous intent. Immediately summon the 12 generals. I want this brat dead. I also want Nangong Yanyu to know who she can't afford to mess with. Who the hell calls the shots in the entire Dragon Kingdom? Duan Qingtian's roar echoed throughout the entire restaurant. Outside, Jin Guang Daoran called out to Su Ming. Young man, the item in your hand exudes spiritual energy and has an extraordinary origin. Do you know what it's for? Want me to take a look? From the moment Duan Tianda saw Su Ming, he was immediately drawn to the wooden box in Su Ming's hand. Su Ming glanced back at Duan Tianda and grinned. No need, it's just ordinary jewelry. I know how to use it. You don't need to worry about it. After saying that, Su Ming took a taxi and drove away. Duan Tianda seemed to be deep in thought, his gaze lingering. Nangong Yanyu caught up from behind. Senior Duan, how did it go? Did you manage to stop him? Duan Tianda turned around, a smile on his face. Princess, this is no ordinary person. You can force a melon, but you can't force a person, especially someone of high status. Isn't that even better? If he's incompetent, why would I bother with him? I'm determined to take him down. Senior Duan, you'll have to help me a lot. Hearing Duan Tianda's affirmation of Su Ming, Nangong Yanyu became even more excited. Duan Tianda was immediately frustrated, and nodded, saying, I'll do my best. He could handle an ordinary person too. However, it's not so easy to win over someone who knows how to use the 9-colored divine stone. This Jean princess probably never imagined just how strong her opponent really was. 873, Chapter 873. Are you sick? Su Ming returned to Cloud Mist Manor. Shang Shuyu hurriedly found Su Ming. Young master, there's news. We've found out about your father. Oh? Su Ming immediately raised his eyebrows. Have you found his whereabouts? Is he still alive? Su Ming's emotions immediately became agitated. Shang Shuyu shook his head. There is no trace of him, but the Temple of War just sent word that when your father was traveling to the 10 seas beyond the realm, he went to the city bank in the Imperial State and left something there, saying that he could only open it when you arrived. I see. Su Ming pondered for a moment. If that's the case, then it's very likely that you can find out what happened back then and what your father left behind while you're in that bank. Su Ming immediately summoned Yi Tang and ordered preparations to be made for another trip to Dizhou. Everything's arranged, time to set off tomorrow. Shang Shuyu continued, young master, I think this matter is probably not so simple. Your father was hunted down by the Blood Fiend Hall, and he has something that the Blood Fiend Hall wants. Now that the Blood Fiend Hall has returned with a vengeance, they are probably also eyeing this thing. If you go to the bank and get what your father left behind, you'll probably become the Blood Fiend Hall's new target. Shang said with some concern. The whereabouts of the Blood Fiend Celestial Venerable are currently unknown, and his location is unknown. If Su Ming gets the item, he will be besieged by the Blood Fiend Palace. That would be repeating the same mistakes and following the same path as Su Lingkong. Hearing this, Su Ming grinned and said, even if I don't go, the Blood Fiend Hall has already listed me as their number one enemy. It's only a matter of time before my feud with the Blood Fiend Hall escalates. Even if they don't come to kill me, I will slaughter the Blood Fiend Palace sooner or later. It's better if they come, it saves me the trouble of searching for them one by one. Su Ming's expression was calm, but his killing intent was boundless. Shang Baifeng stood to the side, staring blankly without saying a word, but at this moment she realized what Su Ming was doing. It's not as simple as he sees it. But the Blood Fiend Celestial Venerable is not so easy to deal with. If they were easy to deal with, the War God Temple wouldn't have had to wait until today, they would have already destroyed the Blood Fiend Temple. Can the young master really handle this alone? Shang Baifeng only realized now that it was no wonder her master had brought her down the mountain to help Su Ming. She must have a heavy burden on her shoulders. The next day, beneath Cloud Mist Manor. Is everyone here? Duan Qingtian let out a sharp shout that echoed throughout the area. Standing in front of him were 12 tall and burly men. These were the 12 warriors he mentioned, who were also his personal bodyguards, border experts. Each of them possesses martial arts cultivation at the Divine Power Realm, with the 2 strongest even reaching the level of a half-step earth immortal at the Profound Realm. These 12 people are capable enough to sweep across the entire Central Plains, and no one can stop them. Originally, Duan Qingtian had only come to greet Nangang Yenyu and did not want these 12 people to make a move. Now that he has suffered such a great loss, he must get his revenge. Brother, do we really have to do this? You have so many experts involved, but it won't look good if word gets out that you're going to use them against an ordinary person. Duan Xingyue came up to persuade her. Shut up. Duan Qingtian glared at Duan Xingyue and said angrily, I can see it now, your brother's arm was broken, and you don't even care. You're just making excuses for that kid. You don't actually have a crush on him, do you? Let me tell you, this has nothing to do with you anymore. I simply want to settle this score with him. If he doesn't kneel down and beg for mercy today, I won't let him leave alive. Duan Qingtian said with a murderous look on his face. Duan Xingyue was speechless. A helpless sigh escaped my lips. She did her best. Who told Su Ming to be so easy to mess with? He messed with my second brother, and now he's doomed. She had clearly reminded Su Ming so many times before. But that kid didn't seem to take it seriously at all. Since he was so ignorant, he deserved this fate. Even if his father found out, he couldn't blame him. Duan Xingyue didn't say anything more and could only step aside. What did you say? You said that Duan Qingtian brought more than a dozen experts above the Divine Power Realm to the foot of Cloud Mist Manor to ambush Su Ming? The Nangang family, including Nangang Yenyu, also received the news and were immediately shocked. She had finally managed to build a relationship with Su Ming. If Duan Qingtian were to attack Su Ming again now, regardless of the outcome, it would definitely ruin all her plans. Get me a carry. Need to stop that idiot. I can't let him do anything reckless. Also, informed Senior Duan. So Nangang Yenyu hurriedly went out and rushed off. A dozen minutes later, Nangang Yenyu drove to the foot of Yunwu Mountain Villa. Duan Qingtian has been found. What do you want to do? Tell me, what do you want to do? As soon as Nangang Yenyu arrived, she launched into a barrage of questions at Duan Qingtian. Duan Qingtian glanced at Nangang Yenyu and sneered, "Isn't it obvious, since you think I'm inferior to that brat, princess, then today I'll let you see for yourself who's truly inferior and who's in charge. That piece of trash is just how lowly and pathetic he is in front of me." You? Nangang Yenyu almost died of anger on the spot. He said irritably, "You're supposed to be the second prince of the imperial family, and you don't even have this much brains. I want to use him, I want to bribe him, I want to make him my own. You still insist on competing with him. You've really disappointed me. I could take your words as a joke before, but today, I understand that our engagement is a joke too. Someone like you doesn't deserve to be engaged to me. Once I arrive in the imperial city, I will cancel it in person with your father." Nangang Yenyu said with a livid face. "Let's talk about it then. Perhaps, when that brat kneels before me, you'll change your mind." Duan Qingtian's face was icy cold, unmoved. He's determined to settle scores with Su Ming today. No matter who comes, it won't make a difference. Just then, the rumble of a car echoed down the hillside. It was Su Ming who drove down the mountain with his men. "They're here." Seeing this, Duan Qingtian also raised his head with a gloomy and sharp expression. The 12 warriors were also shaken, ready to make their move at any moment. They were ready to attack as soon as Duan Qingtian stopped the car. The cars were less than 100 meters apart when Duan Qingtian strode forward, blocked their path, and shouted sternly, "Stop, you piece of trash, get out and face your death." Su Ming slowly rolled down the car window, peeked out, and snapped, "Are you crazy?" The moment the 12 generals saw Su Ming's face clearly, their expressions changed drastically. "I was completely shocked. This is the person that the second Prince Duan Qingtian wanted them to deal with? Is it this big shot? Oh my God." The 12 generals were struck dumb, frozen in place, not daring to move an inch. 874, Chapter 874, Searching for Medicine. Unlike Duan Qingtian, who became a hands-off leader once he arrived at the border region, the 12 generals had actually led troops in battles on the frontier, and naturally had dealt with the War God Army. They knew the strength of the War God Army and the terror of the King of the 9 provinces. Now, upon seeing Su Ming, they immediately recognized him as the leader of the War God Army. The person Duan Qingtian wanted to kill was actually the King of the 9 provinces? This caused a huge uproar in everyone's hearts. They stood there dumbfounded, not daring to move. Inside the car, Su Ming remained calm, staring coldly at Duan Qingtian without any reaction. Duan Qingtian thought Su Ming was scared. "Still arrogant and smug," he said, "let me introduce you. These 12 men behind me are all my commanders and top experts in the border region. Killing you is as easy for them as crushing an ant. Now I'll let you see for yourself just how big the gap is between you and me. Now, you only have one last choice: immediately come before me, kneel down, and admit your mistakes. Otherwise, not even a god can save you today." Duan Qingqi's temper flared, his face radiating arrogance. Aside from the imperial state, he is invincible. He doesn't respect anyone. Besides, he's just a kid. He believed that after learning about his background and strength, someone like Su Ming would probably be so scared that his legs would go weak and he wouldn't be able to press the accelerator. He couldn't wait to see Su Ming kneeling before him, Nangang Yenyu's shocked expression, and the worshipful gazes of the others around them. However, Su Ming sat motionless in the car, looking at Duan Qingtian as if he were an idiot, and sneered, "Are you done talking? If you're done, can you get lost? I don't have time to waste on you." Now that news of his father had leaked out, he believed that other capable people might also find clues. He had to get there as quickly as possible to avoid being disturbed or getting there first. This whole thing was a complete waste of his time. "You son of a bitch." Seeing Su Ming's dismissive attitude, Duan Qingtian instantly flew into a rage and roared at the 12 warriors behind him, "Everyone, charge." Upon hearing this command, Nangang Yenyu's nerves tensed up. If Duan Qingtian insists on taking action, she will also have Jin Guangdaoren intervene to save Su Ming's life. This way, besides saving Su Ming's life, she can also make Su Ming owe her an even greater favor. When the time comes, Su Ming shouldn't be able to refuse her invitation. However, with a command given, all was silent. The 12 warriors stood motionless like wooden stakes, showing no intention of making a move. Duan Qingtian turned his head and was dumbfounded. Even the 12 generals don't listen to him. This is too embarrassing and too shameful. Idiot. Su Ming said something through the car window, started the car, and was about to leave. Damn it, I'll kill him. With a roar, Duan Qingtian, instead of the others making a move, grabbed a knife from the side and charged towards Su Ming. As soon as I got to the car, I was slapped across the face. Boom! A powerful aura swept out, and with that one hand, Duan Qingtian was slapped so hard that he knelt heavily beside the car. Through the car window, Shang Baifeng peeked out and said coldly, "Don't interfere with the young master's business, or you'll be killed without mercy." Duan Qingtian knelt on the ground, his hair disheveled, blood from his nose mixed with blood from the corner of his mouth, dripping onto the ground. The scene fell completely silent. Su Ming continued driving forward. Nangong Yanyu watched in shock, realizing that she had been worrying for nothing and hadn't even had a chance to make a move. But what is the important matter? Nangong Yanyu looked surprised and hurriedly stepped forward to ask Su Ming, "Where are you going?" Su Ming turned to look at Nangong Yanyu and said calmly, "I'm going to Dizhou." "What, are you going to stop me?" "No, I'm going to Dizhou too. Why don't we go together?" Nangong Yanyu hurriedly said. If Su Ming just leaves like this, she'll lose her chance to win him over. Whatever. Su Ming said calmly, ignoring Nangong Yanyu, and drove away. Watching Su Mingyuan leave, Nangong Yanyu hurriedly turned around and said to the people behind her, "Prepare immediately, we're heading to Dizhou too." "Yes." The subordinate responded. Nangong Yanyu turned and left with her entourage. Only Duan Qingtian knelt on the spot, silent, and no one paid any attention to him. Duan Xingyue came up and helped Duan Qingtian up, asking cautiously, "Brother, are you alright, that guy?" At this point, Duan Xingyue hesitated, as if she wanted to say something but then stopped herself. She couldn't help but turn her head to look in the direction Su Ming had left, her expression complicated. This is the second time. The second time, his arrogant second brother was beaten and forced to kneel before Su Ming. Was this a coincidence? Is this luck? Or is that guy more than just the founder of the Tianming Chamber of Commerce? Duan Xingyue couldn't help but show a look of doubt. Could it be that she misjudged the situation from the very beginning? The 12 generals also surrounded them. The burly man at the head of the group, his face grim, said to Duan Qingtian, "Chief Duan, if it were an ordinary person, we would have acted without hesitation, but this one is not so simple. I think you must have made a mistake. How did you end up offending this big shot? If we touch him, not only us, but all the brothers in our border region won't have a good life." This is the real concern of the 12 warriors. Their lives and deaths are trivial matters. If they anger this king of the 9 provinces, and anger the war god army, then those brothers in their border regions probably won't be able to come back alive. Moreover, how could Duan Qingtian do such a thing? Thinking of attacking the leader of the war god army? Does this mean Duan Qingtian doesn't even know the identity of this big shot? In everyone's shocked eyes in the center of his mind, Duan Qingtian slowly raised his head, his eyes filled with only a dark, furious killing intent. "Get out of here, you bunch of useless trash." Duan Qingtian practically spat out through gritted teeth, his voice dripping with rage. "I'd heard before that you were defiant against me, but I never took it seriously. Today I see it for myself. You dare disobey my orders. You're practically trying to oppose me. When we get back to Dizhou, I'll settle the score with you properly. As for that kid, from now on, only one of us can live." His willingness to go to the imperial state is practically handing himself over to them. Once he's there, even if he had 100 lives, it wouldn't be enough for me to kill him. He delivered himself to my doorstep. I'll give him a quick and painless death. Return to the imperial state. Duan Qingtian roared, his murderous aura soaring to the sky. We're doomed. Duan Xingyue's eyes widened. Now they realized that things had gotten really bad. This time they've all gone to the imperial state. I am afraid my second brother is really going to go on a killing spree. Speaking of Su Ming, Doesn't he know that the imperial state is the true territory of the royal family? What is he doing going to the imperial state at a time like this? Do you really want to die? Duan Xingyue felt a mix of emotions, and felt like she was about to faint. Zhengzhou Airport. Shireen, are you really going to Dizhou alone, or should we go with you? Wang Jinshan asked with some concern in the airport lobby. Dad, don't worry, I've already found a prescription to treat Mama. I'm just going to Dizhou to buy some herbs. I'll be back soon. Besides, with young Master Yang and Miss Su with me, what trouble could there be? Wan Shireen turned to Wang Jinshan and smiled. Yang Hao smiled and replied to Wang Jinshan, Uncle, don't worry, I will definitely take good care of Shireen. With the Yang family here, how can you not feel at ease? Well. Wang Jinshan finally breathed a sigh of relief and nodded repeatedly. If anything happens, be sure to call back immediately. Be careful. After saying this, Wang Jinshan watched Wan Shireen and the other two board the plane and head to Dizhou. On the plane, Wan Shireen slowly said, thanks to the medical classics left by He Dongnan, my understanding of medicine has greatly improved, and I also found a prescription to treat my mother. As long as we can buy the key medicinal materials, my mother's illness can be cured. Yang Hao smiled and said, don't worry, I will do my best to help you. Su Ziyan grinned, with Yang Hao and me here, and the two great families of Su and Yang holding the reins, there's no medicinal herb we can't get. All three were full of confidence, and the plane rose into the clouds, heading towards the imperial state. 875, Chapter 875. Bear the consequences. After Duan Qingtian returned to the imperial state, he immediately obtained the presidential decree from the 12 war generals. Zhao Longhu. Commander Zhao, I have explained the details to you. These 12 men were trained by you, and I used them because I trusted you, but now, they dare to disobey my orders. This time it was just disobeying orders, but next time, will they stab me in the back again? Duan Qingtian was furious and shouted at Zhao Longhu. Zhao Longhu's face darkened. He never expected something like this to happen. If this were reported to the emperor of the 9 provinces, dismissal would be the least of their worries. These 12 people could very well be thrown into death row or even executed. The 12 generals knelt in the main hall, heads bowed, not daring to breathe. Zhao Longhu looked at Duan Qingtian and said, Second Prince, they are all trusted confidants I personally trained. They have always been loyal and devoted even when they are on the frontier, wearing armor and fighting bloody battles. They have never been cowardly. How could I possibly betray you so easily? Duan Qingtian sneered, so you're saying I wronged them? Ask them yourself if I wronged them. Zhao Longhu turned around, walked up to the burly man leading the 12 warriors, and coldly demanded, tell me, what exactly happened? The burly man raised his head and said to Zhao Longhu, Commander Zhao, things aren't that simple. Although we didn't actually make a move, who would dare to lay a hand on that big shot? Making a move would only bring more trouble. We've already made a very wise choice. All right. Upon hearing that the matter was indeed true, Zhao Longhu instantly revealed his anger. He glared at the crowd and roared, you bunch of spineless cowards, haven't you heard that military orders are absolute? The second prince's words are military orders you dare disobey. I think you all want to die. I'm punishing you to stand facing the wall for 3 days. Think about what you did wrong, and come back to report to me in 3 days. Zhao Longhu's angry shouts echoed throughout the entire hall. Yes. The crowd responded respectfully and obediently withdrew. Are you just going to let them go like that? Duan Qingtian stared wide-eyed in shock. Didn't you hear what I just said? They disobeyed my orders. Duan Chang was furious. Zhao Longhu sighed helplessly, Second Prince, if you really want to execute them, just say the word now, and I'll bring you all 12 of their heads immediately. But what good would that do us? Right now, we're in contact with the Jin people, and a large number of Jin troops have entered the country, with unclear motives. Among them is Wanyan Tianlong, a top expert at the Earth Immortal realm. The imperial state is in dire need of manpower. If the Jin people turn against you, and you have no one by your side, who do you think can stop them? Zhao Longhu spoke calmly, analyzing the entire situation in detail and explaining it to Duan Qingtian. After listening, Duan Qingtian also fell silent. Before this, he would have thought Zhao Longhu's words were nonsense. After all, he had a marriage alliance with the Jin kingdom, so why would he easily turn against them? But after several encounters with Nangang Yenyu, he clearly felt that Nangang Yenyu did not take this marriage seriously at all. Then anything can happen. So, my matter is just going to end like this? Duan Qingtian frowned and asked. Zhao Longhu, his face full of majesty and his aura overwhelming, said, "How about this? I'll personally take action whoever offended you, second prince. I'll personally capture him and let you vent your anger. What do you say?" "Alright, that's enough. His name is Su Ming, go and arrest him," Duan Qingtian said in a cold voice. Su Ming? Zhao Longhu frowned slightly. Why did this name sound so familiar? It was as if he had heard it somewhere before. However, Kyushu is so vast, and he had heard of many names, so he didn't pay them any mind. He immediately said in a deep voice, "I'll take care of it right away. Men, investigate this fellow named Su Ming immediately. Where in the imperial state is he?" Zhao Longhu's voice resounded throughout the entire hall. Meanwhile, Su Ming had already arrived at Citibank with his men. The bank staff member looked Su Ming up and down and asked, "Sir, what can I do for you?" "I want to open container number 22. Su Ming took out a silver key and handed it to the other person. This key was obtained from Shang Shuyu. The staff member's expression immediately changed, looking at Su Ming with surprise and suspicion. "Open the safe. Our bank's safe deposit boxes are not for non-platinum members. I'll notify the general manager for you." The staff immediately picked up the phone and made a call. Upstairs in the building, General Manager Jia Fei was also taken aback when he received the phone call. Their bank hasn't opened the safe deposit box for almost 2 months. "Who's the big shot here?" Jia Fei hurriedly asked. "What's his name?" "His name seems to be Su Ming." The staff member glanced at Su Ming and replied. "Su Ming?" Jia Fei quickly opened the list of VIP members on his computer, carefully reviewed it, frowned, and said in a deep voice, "Our bank doesn't have anyone named Su Ming, not even a regular member, let alone a VIP member. This guy is probably just trying to fill a position and cause trouble. Keep them calm while I handle this." "Dare to act so arrogantly at Citibank, you're asking for death." Jia Fei snorted coldly, then immediately put on his coat and went downstairs. Upon hearing this, the staff member's expression immediately changed. The way they looked at Su Ming was completely different now. It was filled with coldness and contempt. "I thought he was some big shot, but he was just putting on an act and was just looking for trouble. They even opened the safe. They really made it look like a proper safe." Immediately, the staff also let out a cold snort. Su Ming checked the time and asked, "Is it done? I'm in a bit of a rush." The staff member chuckled jokingly and pointed to the chair next to him, saying, "Just wait, the general manager will be down soon, but once he's down, you won't be able to leave even if you want to." "Yes, you can actually. You're not even a member of our bank, are you? You're trying to scam us here. Do you even know what Citibank is?" The Federal Reserve, one of the top 10 banks in the world, only has top-tier figures as members in our bank. "I told you, you don't look like anyone special at all," the staff member said with a mocking expression. "I'm already waiting to see the show." "What are you saying, woman?" Shang Baifeng instantly flew into a rage, pointing at the other party and shouting fiercely. Su Ming remained calm, showing no emotion whatsoever. A moment later, General Manager Jia Fei came downstairs with his men. "The general manager, that's him." The staff member hurriedly pointed at Su Ming and said. Jia Fei then stepped forward, slightly raising his head with an air of superiority, and shook his head at Su Ming. "You're not even from Dizhou. Who gave you the guts, or have you been used by someone to come to our bank and make a fool of yourself?" Su Ming shook his head, having lost his patience, and stared at Jia Fei, saying, "I'm giving you 3 minutes. Take the key, lead the way, and open safe number 22, otherwise, you'll face the consequences." 876, Chapter 876, Letter Within a Letter. Key? Jia Fei turned his head and saw that the staff member was holding a silver key. Jia Fei took it and glanced at it, then grinned. "Still cabinet number 22. Do you know what cabinet number 22 represents at Citibank? This is our most confidential cabinet, 100 times more valuable than the chairman's safe. No one has dared to touch this cabinet for over a decade. You think you can open it? You're dreaming." Jia Fei looked on with disdain. Since he started working at Citibank, no one has ever asked to open this cabinet. Even the chairman isn't qualified. "I've heard that this cabinet contains something incredibly valuable, and the person who can access it must be one of the most powerful figures in the world today." As for someone like Su Ming, in his eyes, let alone safe number 22, he wouldn't even qualify for a regular safe, they'd be no different from trash. Now, he was even more convinced that Su Ming was there to swindle and deceive. You probably picked up this key somewhere, or even stole it, didn't you? You dare come here, you're just walking into a trap. The key is confiscated as for you, get out of here. Don't make me notify the Imperial State Enforcement Team by then, you won't even have a chance to leave. Jia Fei's face was cold and stern, he didn't take Su Ming seriously at all. Su Ming stared at the other person with icy eyes. He knew that talking to someone like Jia Fei was pointless and a waste of time. He turned directly to Yi Tang and said, "Make your move, I need to open the safe in 10 minutes. Yes, Prince Su. Yi Tang responded respectfully, and with a wave of his hand, several elite warriors from the War God army who had come with him rushed out. Anyone who dared to stop him was immediately beaten to the ground. Insolence, you're fucking asking for death. You think you can mess with Citibank, a bank for the likes of Citibank? Jia Fei flew into a rage, holding the keys in one hand and pointing at Su Ming while cursing loudly. Bang! Su Ming slapped Jia Fei across the face, knocking him to the ground. He grabbed Jia Fei's arm and twisted it gently, breaking Jia Fei's arm with a crack. The silver key in his hand also fell into Su Ming's hands. Su Ming's icy gaze fell on the staff member from before, and he roared, "Lead the way." When the female staff member saw Su Ming's violent outburst, she trembled with fear, her face turning pale. She quickly turned around and, shaking, led the way, taking Su Ming towards the safe. Yi Tang and the others stayed in the hall to keep watch and control the situation. This is robbery. Jia Fei lay on the ground, his face flushed and mouth full of blood, clutching his arm, letting out angry and ferocious roars. However, Yi Tang didn't even glance at Jia Fei, and simply waited calmly. On the way to the safe deposit box warehouse, the staff member, trembling with fear, said, "You shouldn't have resorted to violence. If you truly had the power, you could have easily contacted a prominent figure in the Imperial State and opened the safe, but by assaulting people and forcibly trying to open the safe, the nature of the offense has changed. It's no different from robbery. Especially since General Manager Jia's uncle is a member of the board of directors of Citibank and a well-known bigwig in the empire. If he calls for help, none of you will leave the bank alive today." The female staff member talked as she walked, sweat rolling down her forehead. Su Ming looked at the other person coldly. "You want to end up like that Jia Fei, don't you?" The female staff member trembled with fright and immediately shut her mouth, not daring to say another word. Soon, the other party led Su Ming to the warehouse entrance, where he entered the safe deposit box after fingerprint verification. Then they found safe number 22, and the female staff member entered the password again to open the outer door of the safe. To reveal the real safe inside, you'll need a key to open it. The key is in Su Ming's hands. Su Ming walked up, inserted the key, and opened the safe. Inside instantly, the contents came into view. It's a delicate iron box, about the size of a head. Su Ming took out the box, and its coldness was bone-chilling to the touch. This was no ordinary ironware, but cold iron. It seems that the father went to great lengths to protect what was inside. Above the box is a complex, grid-like mechanism. If a normal person saw it, they would probably feel dizzy and helpless. But when Su Ming looked at the 9-square grid mechanism, he had a very familiar feeling, as if he had seen it somewhere before. He reached out, his fingers pressing on the mechanism. A strange sense of familiarity welled up inside him, and his fingers unconsciously began to move it. A moment later, click. The metal box popped open, revealing its contents. A letter and 2 brocade pouches. Su Mingxian eagerly opened the letter. He desperately wanted to know what his parents had gone through and where they were now. Open the letter. My son, Su Ming, by the time you read this letter, even if you haven't achieved great things, you should have accomplished something with the assistance of the Temple of War. Even if your talent is limited, making a living shouldn't be difficult. As your father, I don't expect you to achieve great things, just to live a good life. Even if I'm in the afterlife, I'll be at peace. In one of the brocade pouches are some pills I left for you, along with a prescription. Sell those pills, and it will be enough for you to live a life of wealth and luxury, free from worries about food and clothing. Su Lingkong, stay. As Su Ming read the letter, his eyes trembled slightly, his emotions stirred, and his heart was filled with mixed feelings. Is that all? Could it be that after searching for more than a decade, all my father left me with were just these 2 sentences? I just want him to live a normal life and have a good life. Deep down, he found it hard to accept. Even now, he still doesn't know his father's whereabouts or where he is. Young master. Seeing Su Ming's emotional turmoil and silence for a long time, Shang Baifeng came over, wanting to offer a few words of comfort. But Su Ming immediately frowned, rubbed his fingers on the letter, his eyes filled with even more surprise and doubt. He released his inner energy and directly separated the letter. This letter paper is actually 2-layered. On the next floor, there was another letter. Upon seeing the next letter, Su Ming was stunned. My son, Su Ming, the fact that you're reading this letter means you're no ordinary person either. Then I don't need to worry anymore. In the other brocade pouch, there is a key. Take that key back to the Su family. You will understand everything. If you want to find your mother, go to the Han family in Dezhou. Your mother once stayed at the Han family. They will tell you where she is. Su Lingkong, stay. Upon seeing this letter within a letter, Su Ming immediately understood. If I didn't have that ability, I definitely wouldn't have noticed the second letter. My father didn't want me to take any risks, so he deliberately used this method. If he were just an ordinary person, he would probably give up after seeing the first letter. After all, without a strong martial arts level, one simply cannot see through this double message. But Su Ming's current strength has far exceeded Su Lingkong's original imagination. Dad, I'll figure everything out. Su Ming slowly put down the letter, his eyes gleaming with sharp light. 877, Chapter 877. The benefactor has arrived? Uncle, the bank has been robbed, help me. In the lobby of Citibank, Jia Fei took advantage of Yi Tang's inattention to climb behind a pillar and make a call for help to his uncle on the board of directors. What? Who is so audacious? A shocked voice came from the phone. A kid, nobody knows who he is, doesn't seem to have any background, but he didn't even say a word before making a move. Uncle, you need to notify the board of directors immediately. We have to make sure he regrets it today. He even crippled my handy want his life. Jia Fei gritted his teeth and spoke fiercely into the phone. Okay, you wait here, I'll bring people to rescue you right away. The other party said something and hung up the phone. Jia Fei slowly put down his phone, breathed a sigh of relief, and turned around, only to find Yi Tang standing right behind him, staring straight at him. This almost scared Jia Fei out of his wits. When did this guy show up here? Could it be that his SOS calls were all overheard? This is it, we're really doomed. To Jia Fei's shock, Yi Tang remained unmoved, coldly staring at him and saying, come back to the hall. We'll leave once Prince Su has finished his business. We won't take your life, but if you cause trouble, not even a god can save you. Well. Jia Fei, covered in sweat, nodded repeatedly and returned to the hall. He was secretly relieved. It seemed that Yi Tang hadn't heard him at all. A short while later, Su Ming came out of the bank. King Su. Yi Tang stepped forward, bowed respectfully to Su Ming, and then reported, Your Highness, this guy just made a phone call for help, and he's probably almost here. Ah? Jia Fei's eyes widened instantly. So this person heard it? Then why not stop him? Jia Fei was so frightened that he shrank back. Su Ming merely glanced at Jia Fei indifferently and calmly said, All right, let's go. He'd taken what he was entitled to, so there was no point in him staying. After all, he hadn't come here to rob a bank. Just then, the sound of rumbling cars came from outside. 4 or 5 luxury cars drove up, the doors opened, and 20 or 30 people got out. The middle-aged man at the head of the group strode into the bank. Who's so bold as to dare to lay a hand on my nephew? A furious roar echoed at the entrance of the hall. Upon seeing this, Jia Fei's eyes lit up, and he raised his hand, shouting, Uncle, I'm here. The middle-aged man glanced at them, then his gaze swept over Su Ming and his group. Seeing that they were unarmed, he immediately relaxed his guard. He sneered, Are you all crazy? Where did these stray dogs come from, daring to rob a bank in the Imperial City? What bank robbery? I was just opening my own safe, but the people here wouldn't let me, so I opened it myself. Su Ming looked calmly at the middle-aged man and said indifferently, Uncle, Don't listen to his nonsense. Jia Fei, clutching his shoulder and enduring the pain, approached the man, glaring fiercely at Su Ming through gritted teeth, and said, "This kid came in claiming he wanted to open some safe number 22, but when I checked the membership list, his name wasn't even on it. I refused him, and he just forced his way in, beating up all of us. Ascent that robbery? Safe number 22? Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man raised an eyebrow. He glanced at Su Ming with surprise and suspicion. He walked up and looked Su Ming up and down, then frowned and asked, "What's your name?" "I'm Jia Siping, a board member of Citibank. Do you know what's in safe number 22? You dare to open it? Do you have the ability? Even the most famous and influential people in the capital don't have the right to touch that safe." "My name is Su Ming," Su Ming said calmly. Su Ming? When Jia Siping heard the name, it sounded familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had heard it before. However, he was certain that this name had absolutely no background in the imperial state. After all, there are no important figures with the surname Su in the imperial state. Jia Siping immediately understood the situation and raised his hand, shouting sternly, "Men, seize this kid and take all these people to the imperial state enforcement team. Dare to cause trouble at my Citibank, you're asking for it." Jia Siping's furious roar echoed throughout the scene. Meanwhile, the arrival of the owner of safe number 22 alarmed the entire board of directors of the bank. Especially Chairman Li Guanshan. Inside the office, Li Guanshan listened to his subordinate's report with a look of astonishment on his face. "You mean, someone showed up with the key to the cabinet? Was the cabinet opened? That cabinet was personally sealed by Su Lingkong, the one who saved my life. I also had it custom made for him. He was the only one with the key. Could it be that he's come back?" Li Guanshan asked, his expression one of shock. "No," the subordinate hurriedly said, "the person who came is a young man. If he were the chairman's savior, he would at least be your age, right? That young man looks to be only in his 20s. In your 20s? Li Guanshan's eyes darted around frantically, his expression a complex mix of emotions. A moment later, he suddenly opened his eyes. Could they be descendants of the Sun people? Li Guanshan was utterly shocked. "What exactly is the situation?" Li Guanshan hurriedly inquired. "Something went wrong. We had the key, so we could have opened the safe, especially the kind of top-secret safe with only one key. But Jia Fei, the general manager who stayed at the bank, is used to being arrogant and domineering and doesn't respect anyone. He refused to open the safe. As a result, a dispute arose. It seems even Jia Siping from the board of directors has rushed over." The subordinate answered truthfully. "You bastard." Li Guanshan slammed his hand on the desk in anger, making a loud bang. "What is the Jia family trying to do? Are they trying to sideline me? Have they forgotten the rules I set? If they dare to harm even a hair on the head of my benefactor's descendants, I will take their lives. Hurry up and come with me to the bank." Li Guanshan roared like thunder and immediately set off with his men to the bank. Inside the bank lobby, Jia Siping's men had already surrounded Su Ming, Yi Tang, Shang Baifeng, and the others. Su Ming didn't bring many people with him this time. They didn't even bring a merchant. He brought Yi Tang, Shang Baifeng, Dong Lichengsu, and 2 others. Including him, there are 5 in total. In Jia Siping's eyes, the 5 people were ridiculously weak and outnumbered. 5 people dared to take such a big risk against a bank. Are they out of their mind? "Boy, I told you long ago, if you dare to touch me, you'll die. You even dared to break my arm. You probably don't know the status of the Jia family in the imperial state. If you manage to leave here alive today, then I, Jia Fei, will have lived for nothing for the past 20 years. Jia Fei was now full of confidence, his arrogant expression once again filling his face as he pointed at Su Ming and grinned viciously. "Enough talk, let's do it." Jia Siping's face was sharp, and he let out an angry shout. "Presumptuous." Just then, a roar rang out from the doorway, and Chairman Li Guanshan stormed in with his men, his imposing presence overwhelming. A powerful aura instantly enveloped the entire bank lobby. Jia Siping and Jia Fei looked back and were immediately stunned. Not only the chairman, but also the board members, one after another, parked luxury cars in front of the bank, and one board member after another stepped into the bank. The entire banking elite was alarmed. 878, Chapter 878. Whoever has more money calls the shots. What's going on? Jia Siping was also shocked. Turning his head in shock, he thought, although Su Ming's misbehavior here is no small matter, he has now brought him under control. Surely the entire bank's senior management and board of directors shouldn't be alarmed? These bigwigs won't easily make a move unless their interests are threatened. Seeing that Chairman Li Guanhai had arrived, Jia Siping hurriedly went to greet him with a smile and said, "Chairman, it's a pity you had to make this trip in person. They were just a few small fry. I've already taken care of them, and I was just about to have someone treat them well. This will also serve as a warning to others, letting everyone know that Citibank is not a place where just any nobody can cause trouble. Yes, with us uncle and nephew here, Chairman, you can rest assured." Jia Fei also came up with a fawning expression. To make an example of someone? Upon hearing this, Li Guanshan's eyes widened in anger, and his face darkened to a terrifying degree. After glancing at Jia Siping, Li Guanshan's gaze fell on Su Ming. He was instantly jolted. He could see 70% of the shadow of his former savior, Su Lingkong, in Su Ming's appearance. Now Li Guanshan was completely certain. Smack! Li Guanshan slapped Jia Siping across the face, the loud sound echoing throughout the bank lobby. Jia Siping was completely stunned. She covered her face and stared at Li Guanshan in disbelief. Jia Fei was startled and took 2 steps back in shock. "I think the first one to be killed is you, you chicken." Li Guanshan's roar was deafening. Amidst the astonished expressions of the crowd, Li Guanshan strode over to Su Ming and respectfully bowed, saying, "I am Li Guanshan, chairman of Citibank, paying my respects to my benefactor." Descendant of a benefactor? Su Ming also glanced at Li Guanshan with surprise. Could it be that my father has some kind of relationship with this person? "You know my father, Su Lingkong?" Su Ming frowned and asked. Upon receiving Su Ming's confirmation, Li Guanshan's face lit up with joy, and he hurriedly nodded, saying, "That's right, you really are his descendant. I didn't misjudge you. Guards, prepare a grand banquet immediately. I want to welcome my nephew Su back home." Li Guanshan turned his head and shouted loudly, "Yes." The assistant immediately took out the phone and began contacting people to reserve seats. Then Li Guanshan spoke to Su Ming in a friendly manner and invited him, "Nephew, let's go over there and talk. There are too many people around here, and we don't want people gossiping about us." Su Ming remained calm, turned to look at Jia Siping and Jia Fei, and grinned, "But these two just said I wouldn't get out of here alive. Is it too disrespectful to them to just leave like this?" Upon hearing this, Li Guanshan's thick eyebrows shot up, and he turned around, pointing at Jia Fei angrily, "You piece of trash, is this how you manage to be the general manager? From today onwards, you are fired and are never allowed to set foot in Citibank again. As for you..." Li Guanshan stared at Jia Siping, "You're a member of the board of directors, and I don't want you to lose face in public later, but I think you should know what you're doing. The choice is yours." Jia Fei's face twisted instantly, his expression even more disgusting than if he had eaten shit. He had worked so hard to get to where he was today and become the general manager, but now, in just a few hours, it had all vanished like a bubble. Jia Fei could only look at Jia Siping with pleading eyes, "Uncle." Jia Siping's face darkened, and he glared fiercely at Jia Fei, "You beast, you almost killed me. You acted recklessly without even understanding anything. Shut up, and do whatever the chairman tells you to do." Jia Fei's face immediately turned ashen. "Waste." Li Guanshan snorted coldly, then said to Su Ming, "Nephew, can we leave now?" Su Ming smiled slightly and led the others away from the scene with Li Guanshan. Watching Su Ming and the others leave, Jia Siping's gaze darkened before he spoke coldly, "This kid, I didn't expect him to have this kind of connection. No wonder he dared to be so fearless when facing us. Jia Fei, you really were blind this time. You messed with the wrong person." Jia Fei said with a mournful face, "Uncle, what should I do? I've lost my job. If word gets out, I won't even be able to go home." "Don't worry, he's just a good-for-nothing brat without Li Guanshan. He's nothing. Don't you have any other way to get revenge? Have you forgotten the Han family you're engaged to? The Han family has a prestigious reputation in the imperial state. With the Han family as your backer, you can easily humiliate and teach this kind of kid a lesson. You still have to worry about not having a job?" Jia Siping reminded Jia Fei. "Yes." Jia Fei suddenly realized his mistake, as if struck by a thunderbolt, "Uncle, I had forgotten about it until you mentioned it. I'll contact Hanya right now with the Han family backing me. What am I afraid of? That kid. I'll make him beg for mercy on his niece sooner or later. What he did today, I'll make him pay tenfold." Jia Fei gritted his teeth, his face fierce, and said something viciously before striding away excitedly. However, as soon as Jia Fei left, senior bank executives and board members came up. One of the board members grinned at Jia Siping and said, "What did you say to your good nephew?" "But I told you too, uncle and nephew, not to be too ostentatious. Now look what's happened. You've even alarmed the chairman. Aren't you just asking for trouble?" Chairman, to put it nicely, he is the chairman. To put it bluntly, he's just a lazy old man who washes his hands of the business. He actually thinks his old tricks will work. Talk about gratitude, following the rules. He's lived most of his life and still hasn't figured it out. Now, whoever has the most power, the most money, and the strongest backing calls the shots. I own 15% of the shares on the board, and you each own 10%. How much does he own? Only 20% of the shares, yet he can command the world? I think he should retire. Jia Siping gave a disdainful snort. You? Hearing this, the board members were all shocked and stared at Jia Siping in disbelief. What are you trying to do by saying such things? What are you doing? Jia Siping sneered, "Since we've already torn off all pretenses, I'm not afraid to tell you that the Han family is the largest shareholder of Citibank. As long as my nephew Jia Fei marries the eldest daughter of the Han family will transfer 10% of their shares to me. By then, I'll have 10 times more money than that old geezer. By then, I'll be the one calling the shots at the entire bank. You guys just wait and see." After saying that, Jia Siping strode away from the scene with an arrogant expression. This? Only a group of board members remained, dumbfounded. This is a huge problem. Unexpectedly, Jia Siping was driven to desperation and revealed his true colors, showing an astonishingly large appetite. Are they going to notify Chairman Li Guanshan? But if what Jia Siping said is true, and they inform Li Guanshan, then they are making an enemy of Jia Siping. That might mean that even they will have nowhere to go. For a moment, the entire bank lobby fell into a deathly silence. 879, Chapter 879. Even a god can't save you. Inside a private room at the Emperor Hotel. Nephew, please sit down. I never thought I would meet you one day. Now I have no regrets in my lifetime. Li Guanshan invited Su Ming to sit down, and said with a sigh. Su Ming slowly sat down and asked in confusion, "You said my father was your savior. What makes you say that? What happened back then?" "I've kept this in my heart for many years and have never told anyone, but there's no point in hiding it from you." Immediately, Li Guanshan recounted what had happened more than a decade ago. At that time, Li Guanshan was not yet the chairman of Citibank, but just a small employee in the bank. However, he was framed and falsely accused of embezzling 30 million yuan of bank loans. Defaulting on bank loans is a serious crime. Especially with a major international bank like Citibank, plus a huge sum of 30 million, he'd either end up in jail until he dies. They either face huge compensation claims from clients, including some underworld figures. If those people find out, he won't be able to survive. Just when he was at his wit's end, he happened to run into Su Lingkong, who had come to Dezhou with his wife and children and was looking for a bank to store his belongings. After learning about his situation, Su Lingkong immediately used his connections to help him clarify the situation and even compensated him for the money. After that, Li Guanshan was able to clear his name, and with Su Lingkong's connection to him, he was able to rise rapidly in his career at the bank. He has held the position of chairman ever since. Therefore, it is no exaggeration to say that Su Lingkong regarded him as a benefactor who gave him a second life. After hearing this story, Su Ming pondered for a moment. Although he didn't speak, he gained a comprehensive understanding of his father's past. If my father is so willing to stand up for justice, then he certainly can't be the one who betrayed the Su family. So what the head of the Wu family, one of the 4 great clans, said in the secluded land was not false. Someone was trying to frame his father. I want him dead. He already had some guesses about who this person was. Nephew, in short, from now on, as long as I am the chairman of Citibank, the entire bank is at your disposal. This is an opportunity given to me by God to repay a debt of gratitude. Li Guanshan poured wine for Su Ming, his face full of sincerity. Even if Su Ming is not Su Lingkong, he will treat them the same. However, at that moment, the door was pushed open, and a subordinate rushed in with a panicked expression, leaning down to speak into Li Guanshan's ear. Li Guanshan instantly became enraged, slammed his hand on the table, and roared, "Say what you have to say to my face. Is there anything we can't say in this room?" The subordinate then looked up and said, "Chairman, something bad has happened. Jia Siping has arrived with his men. The rest of the board of directors have also come. They look menacing. They don't seem to have any good intentions. Should we avoid this area for now?" His subordinate asked nervously. "What are you afraid of?" Li Guanshan sneered, "In the end, he's just someone who makes a living working for me. What master is afraid of his own dog? Let him come up here. I'm not going anywhere." Upon hearing this, his subordinates could only step aside. Boom! Just then, the door to the private room was kicked open, and Jia Siping led a large group of people into the room. Su Ming looked up and saw that, in addition to Jia Siping and the people from the bank's board of directors, Jia Fei had also arrived, accompanied by a girl in her early 20s who looked slightly immature. "Brother Fei, you're not talking about that kid, are you? Is that the kid who made you lose your job?" The girl was Han Yu from the Han family. She looked up and saw Su Ming, her cold gaze falling on him. "That's right, it's this bastard. He has directly backing him up, so I can't do anything about him, but from now on, everything will be different." Jia Fei revealed a smug smile. A gloomy smile played on his lips. Soon his uncle would be taking over the entire Citibank. Li Guanshan will have to get out of here soon. He wanted to see who could protect this kid. He couldn't wait to see Su Ming cry and beg for mercy. Han Yu sneered, "Someone like him, if you didn't tell me, I'd think he was a beggar. Don't worry, Brother Fei, he's not getting away today." "Jia Siping, what are you trying to do?" Li Guanshan stood up abruptly, his face full of anger. "Do you believe I can call a board meeting right now, initiate a vote, and kick you out of the board?" Li Guanshan's eyes were sharp. Jia Siping laughed heartily, unperturbed, and grinned, "Chairman, what a show of power. If I remember correctly, more than 10 years ago, you were still working for me, weren't you? If it weren't for Su Lingkong suddenly appearing and saving your life, you'd be dead by now. Would you even have the audacity to be here yelling at me today? I've disliked you for a long time." Jia Siping gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with chilling killing intent. "What do you mean by that?" Upon hearing this, Li Guanshan was immediately shocked and stared at Jia Siping in astonishment. "Don't you understand yet? You're really stupid. After more than 10 years, you still can't figure this out. You being able to become the chairman of this company is truly a blessing you've accumulated over 10 lifetimes. Back then, the charge of embezzling 30 million was framed by May. Personally took that 30 million and transferred it to your name. Do you understand now? It's you?" Upon hearing this, Li Guanshan was struck dumb, staggering back 2 or 3 steps, his eyes wide with shock and his pupils trembling. He looked several years older. He never dreamed that the person who almost caused his death would work with him for more than 10 years. "They're still by my side." This moment had an unparalleled impact on his thinking. You beast, it was all you're doing, I'll kill you." When Li Guanshan came to his senses, he almost went mad, his eyes bloodshot as he lunged at Jia Siping. Li Guanshan's men instantly surrounded Jia Siping. "Don't move!" Jia Siping let out a sharp shout that echoed throughout the area. Then, he slowly pulled out a contract, held it up in the air, and shouted sternly, "This is the share transfer agreement I signed with the Han family just a dozen minutes ago. The head of the Han family transferred 10% of the bank's shares to my name. From now on, I am the true chairman of Citibank. Anyone who dares to make a move will have to quit. As for you, Li Guanshan, you're nothing but trash I've spent my whole life toying with and trampling under my feet. Su Lingkong saved you once, but can he save you a second time? Now, not even a god could save you, let alone Su Lingkong." Jia Siping was imposing and his powerful aura enveloped the entire scene. "You?" Li Guanshan trembled with excitement, his face flushed red, and he was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood and almost fainted. "Serves him right, that old bastard, he even helped outsiders fire me. What can this kid do for him now?" Jia Fei watched this scene with a cold laugh, feeling incredibly pleased with himself. Su Ming stepped forward, supported Li Guanshan, pressed 2 fingers on the acupoints on the back of Li Guanshan's neck, and took out a pill for Li Guanshan to swallow. Li Guanshan's complexion recovered somewhat. Su Ming slowly stepped out, looked at Jia Siping with a deep smile, and asked, "So, your bank's rule is that whoever has the most shares can become the chairman?" 880, Chapter 880. He is my fiancé. What else? Money equals power. Kid, I bet you still don't understand that, do you? Don't just talk about our bank. 90% of companies worldwide operate this way. Whoever has the most money calls the shots. You don't understand. I'll teach you a lesson today. Jia Siping glanced at Su Ming disdainfully, too lazy to say anything more. His goal today is to bring down Li Guanshan, so that from now on he will be in charge of the entire Citibank. As for someone like Su Ming, he never took him seriously. Okay, that's enough. Su Ming grinned and turned to Yi Tang, saying, "Yi Tang, immediately have the Tianming Chamber of Commerce acquire all the shares of Citibank in the Empire State. I want to buy Citibank." Yes. Yi Tang immediately took out her phone and dialed Jiang Yilin, the president of the Dezhou Tianming Chamber of Commerce. Boom. Su Ming's words shocked the entire audience. Li Guanshan was instantly dumbfounded and stood there stunned. Jia Siping and the other board members were all speechless with astonishment. Does this kid know what he's saying? How much would it cost to buy the entire Citibank? They probably couldn't even calculate it now. Because it depends on the market value of the shares, and the market value of the shares fluctuates every day, and the exact amount is astronomical. Jia Siping sneered, "Kid, aren't you afraid of biting off more than you can chew? Buying Citibank, you just spout off like that. Do you even know how much the entire Citibank is worth?" "I don't know now, but I'll find out soon," Su Ming said calmly. "Fine, let's see if you're really capable. I am waiting to see you make a fool of yourself." Jia Siping was so angry at Su Ming that he laughed. His face was contorted with malice as he sneered. He pulled up a chair and sat down on the spot, waiting to see Su Ming and Li Guanshan's faces turn ashen and look utterly desperate. "Nephew!" Li Guanshan, also shocked, stepped forward and pulled Su Ming aside, saying, "I know you helped me first, but this isn't that simple. Jia Siping has probably been planning this for years, even decades. To get to where we are today, Citibank isn't something you can take over with just a few million or tens of millions. Keep some of your money for yourself. You have so much potential ahead of you. There's no need to waste money on me." Most importantly, Li Guanshan also thought Su Ming's words were simply a fantasy. It's absolutely impossible. It's not too late to stop it now, otherwise, if Su Ming regrets it after realizing the consequences, it will be like throwing money down the drain. Su Ming smiled calmly and said, "Uncle Li, you've been willing to guard my father's secret until today, even sealing that cabinet is top secret. No one has touched it for over a decade. Your dedication deserves my help. Just you wait, I won't let you ruin your reputation in your later years," Su Ming said calmly. But this... Li Guanshan's eyes widened. How could he persuade Su Ming to understand that buying Citibank was not something Su Ming could do? There are probably very few people in the entire imperial state who can do something like this. That's outrageous. Waiting here is just waiting for despair to strike and for you to lose even more face. That idiot. Jia Fei stood to the side, watching this scene with a grin, as if he were watching a huge joke. "Do you think Li Guanshan is blind? He turned against my uncle for such an idiot, a complete fool?" Jia Fei almost burst out laughing. Buying Citibank, what else could this guy be but a lunatic? When the results come out, Li Guanshan and this kid will become the biggest joke in the entire country. But Han Yu frowned, as if remembering something, and asked Jia Fei, "Brother Fei, what did you say this kid's name was?" "His name is Su Ming. Have you heard of him?" Jia Fei asked with a joking smile. "Su Ming, I feel like I've heard that name somewhere before, but I can't quite place it." Han Yu shook her head, but a bad feeling was spreading in her heart. A moment later, Yi Tang put down the phone and said to Su Ming, "Mr. Su, Miss Jiang has already started the process. It should be finished soon." "Okay, then I'll wait a few minutes," Su Ming said calmly. "A few minutes, I'll give you the whole night, but if it's the whole night, I guarantee you won't see the sun tomorrow." Jia Siping leaned back in his chair, his face full of disdain. Anyway, he'll be in complete control of Citibank after tonight, so he doesn't care about wasting this little bit of time. The other board members remained calm and waited to see the show fail. Li Guanshan's expression was extremely ugly. It's all over, it's all over. It's bad enough that he's ruined his reputation in his later years, but now Su Ming is also being implicated for standing up for him. If this continues, they'll both be finished here tonight. 2 minutes later, Jia Saiping's phone rang. Li Guanshan's phone also rang. The other board members' phones started ringing one after another. The phone rang incessantly throughout the hotel's private room. Li Guanshan answered first. Hello? On the phone, a panicked voice came from a bank employee. Director Li, something terrible has happened. Someone is aggressively acquiring our bank's shares at twice the market price. They've already bought 20% of them. No, it's already 40%. What? Li Guanshan's eyes widened instantly, a look of shock about to burst forth from them. Not only him, but Jia Saiping and other senior bank executives received almost the same news. Li Guanshan stared at Su Ming in shock and asked into the phone, who did this? I don't know, but it seems that the Tianming Chamber of Commerce is acquiring all of our shares. Tianming Chamber of Commerce? Is it really the Heavenly Alliance Chamber of Commerce? In the room, all the bank's senior executives turned pale with shock. Jia Saiping looked as if he'd seen a ghost, jumping to his feet and staring at Su Ming in disbelief. You kid, you really can do that? What's your relationship with the Tianming Chamber of Commerce? What exactly are you? Who is it? Su Ming grinned. I founded the Tianming Chamber of Commerce. Ah? Jia Saiping felt as if he had been struck by lightning. The others were also extremely pale. Meanwhile, bang! The door to the private room opened, and Zhang Yilan, leading her entourage, strode into the room with an impressive aura. Dressed in luxurious fashion, with a tall and slender figure, Zhang Yilan arrived at the scene like a queen, holding a letter of authorization for the successful acquisition. Zhang Yilan. Jia Saiping's eyes widened. Is this really President Zhang from the Tianming Chamber of Commerce? Amidst everyone's shocked gazes, Zhang Yilan approached Su Ming, handed him the share agreement, and respectfully said, Your Highness, we have fully acquired Citibank. A total of 300 billion was used. Boom! 300 billion. The entire scene erupted in chaos. Li Guanshan was so shocked that he almost fell to the ground. He thought Su Ming only had tens of millions at most, but he didn't expect it to be hundreds of billions. Oh my god! Jia Saiping was filled with despair, his face ashen. He staggered back a few steps and collapsed to the ground. Jia Feiren is completely dumbfounded. This isn't a pipe dream. This kid can really do it. Just who is he? Jia Fei's mouth was agape, wide enough to fit 2 eggs. I remember now. At that moment, Han Yu suddenly exclaimed in surprise, I remember now, my dad mentioned this guy to Mei Hei's my fiancé. What? Jia Fei suddenly turned his head and almost fainted. What's going on here? Is he your fiancé? When did this happen? Have you even met him? Jia Fei was practically going crazy. Now not only have I lost my job, but I'm also going to lose my woman? 881, Chapter 881. Only the end of time is beyond saving. I've never met him, that's why I can't remember his name, but my dad said that he arranged a childhood betrothal for me, and his name was Su Ming. But this person has never appeared. Our Han family all thought he was dead, so we considered the matter closed. We never expected that he would still be alive. Han Yu also looked at Su Ming, who was brimming with confidence, with a complicated expression. Is this guy my childhood sweetheart, whom I've never met? Is there anyone who could buy the entire Citibank in one go? So, is this marriage agreement still valid? She was completely stunned. Meanwhile, Su Ming handed the contract to Li Guanshan, smiling, Uncle Li, this is my gift to you from now on. You're in charge of the entire Citibank. No one can shake your position. Do whatever you want. Li Guanshan stared at the acquisition contract in his hand, still somewhat dazed. Ahead, Jia Saiping and a group of board members all looked terrified and desperate. Director Li, this can't be. One of the board members was the first to react, scrambling over and kneeling before Li Guanshan with a thud. Director Li, I've followed you for 5 or 6 years, even after the acquisition. I've served you faithfully. I may not have done anything outstanding, but I've certainly put in the effort. Director Li, please give me a chance. Yes, Chairman, we were all coerced by Jia Siping, please give us a chance. The other 7 or 8 board members also rushed up and knelt down one after another in front of Li Guanshan, begging for mercy. Li Guanshan stared blankly at the scene before him. That's when I finally came to my senses. He also realized just how much power he now wielded. With this acquisition contract in his hands, it means that he now has the ability to reshuffle Citibank. These so-called board members have lost all their weight. With a single word, he could transfer all of these people's shares, leaving them like lambs to the slaughter, with no chance to resist. He has completely seized control of life and death. Li Guanshan's hand trembled slightly with excitement as he held the contract. He never imagined that he would reach the true peak of his career at almost 70 years old. Li Guanshan nodded, looking at the group of fence-sitters, his eyes red and his voice trembling as he said, "Coercion, when Jia Siping came up just now, none of you stood up and said a single word? Besides, you should have known about this a long time ago, but no one informed me. You all probably wish for my downfall. From this moment forward, you are all fired. You are no longer members of the Citibank Board of Directors. Get out of here, all of you." Li Guanshan's sharp shout echoed throughout the venue. Upon hearing this, everyone was filled with despair. Their faces turned ashen, and they hung their heads, almost unable to breathe. Holding the contract, Li Guanshan walked step by step to Jia Siping, staring intently at him. "You despicable man, you schemed against me more than 10 years ago, and now you wish me dead. There's no saving you," etc. Jia Siping gritted his teeth and glared fiercely at Li Guanshan. "You rely on outsiders to get ahead of me. More than 10 years ago you relied on Su Lingkong, and now you rely on Su Lingkong's son. You're already halfway to your grave. Even if I gave you the whole of Citibank, how many more years could you keep it up? You have no idea just how worthless you really are. You dare fire me? I have ways to get back at you. Even if I outlive you, you can't beat me. You'll definitely die before me, and then I'll just take over. You can't beat me." Jia Siping's face was contorted with rage, and the fierce hatred in his eyes almost overflowed. "You?" Li Guanshan was also shocked. He never expected that Jia Siping would still hate him so much when he was already old and didn't have many years left to live. Over the years, it has all been Jia Siping who framed him, and even today, he still wishes for his death. "What have I done to you? You're the one who's hurting me. You're the one who's wronged me. Do you really want me dead? What do I owe you?" Li Guanshan couldn't understand it. Jia Siping's hatred has shattered his worldview to the point that he can no longer comprehend it. "You'll never understand seeing a piece of trash like you, so utterly incompetent, relying on luck and outsiders, bossing me around and ordering me around. You'll never understand, but one day, when I trample you under my feet, you'll understand," Jia Siping said viciously. Then he suddenly sprang up from the ground, grabbed a chair from the side, and smashed it down on Li Guanshan's head. "Go to hell, you old piece of trash!" Jia Siping let out a wild roar. Bang! Just as Jia Siping's chair was lifted into the air, Su Ming kicked it away. He flew through the air and crashed into the wall next to him, spitting blood and losing consciousness on the spot. "Uncle!" Jia Fei was shocked and hurriedly went forward to pick up Jia Siping, then turned around and glared at Su Ming before quickly leaving the scene. Li Guanshan, like a candle flickering in the wind, swayed a few times and almost fainted. Su Ming stepped forward to help Li Guanshan. Li Guanshan let out a heavy sigh, his face pale and bloodless. "I never imagined that after living most of my life in fear and trepidation, believing I had never offended anyone, I would still be hated to the core. So be it, so be it. Fame and fortune are nothing but fleeting clouds, just a grand drama of life where one act ends and another begins." He handed the contract back to Su Ming, smiling as he said, "Don't let an old man like me waste this kind of thing, nephew. Seeing your spirit and courage today, I know that Suan Ren has a worthy successor. I am relieved. This bank is yours to keep. It's time for you young people." After saying this, Li Guanshan, trembling, leaned against the wall and slowly they left the scene. Su Ming also sighed helplessly. He can save everyone except those facing their inevitable end. Su Ming handed the contract to Zhang Yilan. "Let's include Citibank in the Tianming Chamber of Commerce as well." "Yes." Zhang Yilan nodded in agreement. "Get me a carry. Need to go to the Han family's house. My father left a letter saying that they can find out where my mother is." Su Ming gave the instructions. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yilan's beautiful face lit up with a delighted smile. Prince Su, you found your parents' whereabouts? It should be soon. Su Ming said with a deep gaze. Okay, I'll go arrange it right away. That bastard not only disgusted me, but he also severely injured my uncle. From now on, I'm not doing anything else. I'm not done with him. In the hospital, Jia Fei looked at Jia Siping lying unconscious on the bed and said through gritted teeth, filled with hatred. Brother Fei, don't worry, I'll lend you a hand. Han Yu began to speak. Help me, aren't you engaged to him? That means he must have a close relationship with your Han family. Jia Fei turned to look at Han Yu. Han Yu scoffed dismissively, he's nothing. Yes, he has some power to buy Citibank, but in a place like Dizhou, money alone is useless. My Han family is powerful and influential, with connections to the royal family. Princess Duan Xingyue is like a sister to me. Who does he think he is, to even be worthy of me? Han Yu wore a mocking smile, completely disregarding Su Ming. Are you serious? Jia Fei's face lit up with surprise. Han Yu immediately laughed and said, of course it's true. How can he compare to you? You are genuinely good to me. For him, he's just a wanderer who suddenly appeared and wants me to fulfill our engagement. Maybe he just came here specifically to curry favor with my Han family. Let's go back to the Han family together. I believe that if I tell my dad, he will have the same idea as me. In less than 3 days, that kid will be kicked out, and then you can do whatever you want with him. Han Yu said confidently. Okay, I'll go with you. Jia Fei was overjoyed. He hadn't expected Han Yu to still be on his side. Now things would be much easier. 882, Chapter 882. Xiaoming is back. Dad, that's exactly what we said. After Han Yu and Jia Fei returned to the Han family, they recounted the events to Han Hua, the head of the Han family. Han Hua was also shocked after hearing this. You mean, Su Ming is back, he's not dead? And they even spent over 100 billion to buy Citibank, is that true? South Korea is shocked. Who could do something like that? Even as the head of the Han family, he couldn't. These two young people, could they have misheard? Upon hearing this, Han Yu seemed to have grasped something and immediately raised her eyebrows. Dad, do you think that kid's acquisition contract is fake? That's possible. Han Hua said with a deep and composed expression, Citibank is an international bank in Empire State. It's just a small branch, not an independent private company. It's not something you can just buy whenever you want. Even if he really had the money, he would still need the head office's approval and authorization before he could make the acquisition. It's not really an acquisition, it's more like taking over a branch and acquiring a stake in Citibank's international headquarters. But what kind of person can get the approval of at least 1,000 international banks worldwide to become a shareholder? In this kind of matter, let alone him, even if the emperor of the 9 provinces intervened, the head of the US bank would probably still have to consider the pros and cons. His acquisition of Citibank in Empire State overnight is simply a fantasy. Han Hua smiled broadly and spoke slowly. I see. Upon hearing this, Han Yu and Jia Fei looked as if they had suddenly realized something, and instantly came to their senses. I knew it, how could that kid, so young, possibly have so much money? Jia Fei sneered dismissively. But we saw Zhang Yilan, the president of Tianming Chamber of Commerce, come over with the acquisition contract. Does that mean that Tianming Chamber of Commerce is also cooperating with him to falsify the contract? Han Yu asked in surprise. Han Hua grinned and said, Tianming Chamber of Commerce does have some strength, but it is far inferior to Citibank. Moreover, Tianming Chamber of Commerce and Citibank are business competitors, so severely damaging the entire senior management of Citibank will also benefit them. I see, I understand now. Han Yu suddenly realized what was going on. It turns out that the kid cheated, not only ousting Jia Fei but also severely damaging Jia Siping, turning the entire Citibank board of directors into chaos. How meticulous and malicious. But in the end, they're all useless, otherwise why would they need to resort to such deception? Han Yu felt even more contemptuous and belittled towards Su Ming in her heart. For someone like him to want to fulfill his marriage contract with her and to try to curry favor with the Han family was simply a pipe dream. Han Yu immediately sneered. She couldn't help but look up and ask, Dad, then where did you come from when you said I was betrothed to him as a child? How could someone like that be worthy of me? Han Hua sighed and shook his head, saying, "This matter is complicated. Su Lingkong's wife, Long Qingwu, is your mother's cousin. Back then, Su Lingkong betrayed the Su family of Zhouhui Mountain and was hunted down. He fled to Dizhou and begged our Han family to take him and his wife, and your mother took Long Qingwu in for a while because of our kinship. That's when your mother arranged a marriage between you and Long Qingwu's son. But that woman didn't actually bring us any benefit. She only left us a worthless prescription. After staying for half a month, she left Su Lingkong without saying goodbye. She didn't even leave a word. It even caused us to offend families in remote lands, and the people who were hunting us down even came to our Han family to demand an explanation. In the end, if it weren't for the intervention of the royal family, our Han family would probably have been ruined." Han Hua said coldly, then added, "But don't mention this in front of your mother. She's a sentimental person and can't stand these kinds of things. Just pretend nothing happened." "Then I understand. Like begets like that kid is so cunning, he probably inherited it from his parents." Hanyu sneered and curled her lip, her face full of contempt and mockery. She was right about him. Those ants are not even in the same league as her. They are not even comparable to Jia Fei. Just then, a servant walked in through the door. He respectfully addressed Han Hua and Hanyu, saying, "Master, Miss, we have guests. Madam is already receiving them in the front hall. She asked us to inform you to come over." "Okay, got it." Han Hua responded, got up, and led Hanyu and Jia Fei towards the front hall. When the three arrived at the Han family's main hall, they looked up and saw that Su Ming had indeed arrived and was sitting in the hall talking to Han Hua's wife, Xiao Shui. "Really, you're Qingwu's son? Oh my god, you're still alive. That's wonderful. You have no idea how much I've worried about this all these years, constantly fearing for her safety and your whereabouts. Now that I see you're back, I'm already much more relieved." Upon hearing Su Ming's identity, Xiao Shui's eyes welled up with tears of joy and excitement. She grabbed Su Ming's hand and held on tightly for a long time. Su Ming was also somewhat surprised. "I never expected that Xiao Shui would have such a good relationship with her mother." "That makes sense. If the relationship wasn't good, her mother wouldn't have been able to stay in the Han family." "Xiaoming, you haven't eaten yet, have you? Now that you're back, make yourself at home. You can stay as long as you want. Someone, prepare dinner. Tell the cook to bring out all his skills. I'm going to give Xiaoming a proper welcome today." Xiao Shui was so happy that tears welled up in her eyes. "Mom! This kind of person is probably just here to freeload at the Han family's place. Let's treat him to a couple of meals and not let him stay too long, lest people laugh at us." Seeing this, Hanyu sneered, slowly walked out, and said coldly. Xiao Shui glared at Hanyu immediately. "You little brat, what are you saying? Xiaoming is family. We'll all be family from now on. He can stay as long as he wants. Come over here and call Ming Ji." Xiao Shui glared at Hanyu and said, "Him, he's not worthy." Hanyu glanced at Su Ming with disdain and sneered. "You?" Xiao Shui glared angrily. Su Ming shook his head. "Aunt Xiao, it's alright. I came here today mainly to inquire about my mother's whereabouts. She stayed at the Han family's house for a while, and then where she went, do you know?" "This?" Xiao Shui was also stunned. He shook his head and said, "I don't know the specifics, but I know they seem to be doing something big, but none of that matters. Let's eat first. Stay a couple more days. I'll have plenty of time to tell you all about it." "Okay." Su Ming nodded calmly. Although he didn't want to stay at the Han family's house, it wouldn't make a difference if he stayed for a day or two. Besides, he could also take the opportunity to find out what the other group of people from the Blood Fiend Hall were doing in the Imperial Province. At the dinner table, Xiao Shui warmly served Su Ming food, then asked with concern, "Xiaoming, why are you only coming to see us today? What do you do for work? How's it going? If that doesn't work, I'll have Laohan find a way to arrange something for you, like opening a company in Dizhou and doing business. I guarantee you'll never have to worry about food or clothing." Xiao Shui spoke with great concern. "Mom, you don't need to worry about that. He just spent over 300 billion to buy the entire Citibank and is now the chairman of Citibank. His wealth and power are probably beyond what our Han family can match." Hanyu said, staring at Su Ming with a mocking and sarcastic expression. "What? Over 300 billion, to buy the entire Citibank?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Shui trembled and turned to look at Su Ming in shock. "Xiaoming, you've become this amazing?" Hanyu, on the other hand, sneered and waited to see the show. She wanted to see if this kid could keep up the act in front of so many people, especially his mother who cared so much about him. 883, Chapter 883 High-Grade Xianuan Level. Aunt Xiao, I did indeed buy Citibank. Su Ming smiled and nodded. Puff. Han Yu spat out a mouthful of tea. This kid actually dares to admit it, he's really shameless. Is it really necessary to go to such lengths to curry favor with Xiao Shui and to gain entry into the Han family? If her father hadn't explained the ins and outs to her, she would have really taken Su Ming seriously. But she saw right through it all. I bet this idiot is still in the dark, thinking he's all that great. Han Hua's lips twitched twice. They say a tiger father begets no dog son, but how could someone as smart as Su Lingkong have such a good-for-nothing? Kid, do you dare say where all that money came from? Did you really buy Citibank? Han Yu asked with a sneer. Su Ming was silent for a moment, then smiled and said, those can't all be considered my money, they belong to the Tianming Chamber of Commerce. That's more like it. What are you pretending for? You really think the Heavenly Alliance Chamber of Commerce is paying for this just so you can buy it? You're nobody. Han Yu sneered. Su Ming shook his head. He was thinking that the money from the Tianming Chamber of Commerce was considered a reserve fund for the War God Army, which he rarely used, so it couldn't all be counted as his money. But as long as he asks, the Tianming Chamber of Commerce will empty its coffers and send him everything. After all, he founded it from scratch. However, given Han Yu's attitude, even if he told her, she probably wouldn't believe him. Su Ming didn't bother with Han Yu, since that wasn't his goal. He simply said to Xiao Shui, Aunt Xiao, when my mother left, did she leave anything behind? If you can let me know, maybe I can find out where she went. Xiao Shui wasn't really that concerned about how much Su Ming had accomplished. She was already very happy to see the son of a relative or old friend return. He immediately nodded and said, okay, I'll go get it for you. So Xiao Shui got up and went to the backyard to get the prescription. Han Hua, the head of the Han family, fixed his gaze on Su Ming and calmly smiled, young man, don't be overly ambitious, be down to earth. Let's leave the Citibank matter aside for now. As for what your mother left behind, it's actually worthless. She gave it to us as compensation. We've never taken it to heart. You can take it back anytime you want, but as for the other things, you need to understand that with your current status, even if you possess them, you couldn't hold on to them, so we still need to take it one step at a time. If you need a job, I can help you. Han Hua's words had a hidden meaning. These words were clearly meant to tell Su Ming not to have any ideas about his daughter or the Han family. They're not even on the same level. Even with the Han family's current status and wealth, Su Ming couldn't possibly handle all that riches, even if it fell into his hands. However, Su Ming simply smiled calmly, Uncle Han, I came here today just to ask about my mother's whereabouts. I don't care about anything else. That's good. Han Hua then smiled. Although he's not very capable, he knows his own limitations, so he's not beyond redemption. A moment later, Xiao Shui returned with the prescription and handed it to Su Ming, saying, this is what your mother left behind. Su Ming took the prescription, opened it, and was immediately shocked, his pupils even trembling twice. A top-grade Xianhuan medicine prescription? Is this what Han Hua meant by worthless? This prescription is more than enough to buy the entire Han family. In short, if we find 2 medical masters of the highest rank or above to refine this prescription, we could rebuild a family 10 times stronger than the Han family in less than half a month. This could cause a sensation throughout the entire imperial state. However, finding someone in the entire imperial continent capable of refining such a prescription would be as difficult as ascending to heaven. Even Zhang Qianqi of the Imperial Physician's Office doesn't have that ability. What shocked Su Ming the most was that his mother had been able to produce such a prescription more than a decade ago. Could it be that one's parents had already reached such a level back then? Medicine and martial arts are almost intertwined. If one has reached the level of a medical emperor or above, then one's martial arts skills are certainly no weaker than those of an earth immortal or a profound immortal. So, did my parents go on to pursue a higher realm? Su Ming was filled with mixed feelings and couldn't quite figure it out. Then where does the talk of the chase come from? If they had that kind of power, could the Blood Fiend Palace really harm their own parents? Seeing Su Ming's distressed expression, Xiao Shui assumed he was overcome with emotion and immediately comforted him. We've consulted many masters about this prescription, but they couldn't understand it and said it wasn't worth much. However, considering it was left by your mother, I've carefully preserved it until now. Now that you're back, if you want it, just take it back. Su Ming then raised his head, his mood having calmed down, and smiled. Aunt Xiao, this prescription was left to you by my mother, so naturally it belongs to you. You should keep it safe. It doesn't matter that no one can understand it now. When someone can understand it in the future, it will bring you unexpected benefits. Otherwise, I'll take it, so you won't regret it. In the current state of the empire, very few people can understand this kind of thing. Even those who could understand it probably wouldn't have access to the Han family. Han Yu scoffed dismissively, a worthless prescription, what's it worth? Our Han family has tons of them, what's there to regret? You're just trying to make yourself look good. So yeah. Xiao Shui gave a low shout and said coldly, what's wrong with you today? From the moment you stepped into the hall, you've been acting strangely and making sarcastic remarks. Xiao Ming is still your childhood betrothed. Now that Xiao Ming is back, this matter needs to be reconsidered. How could you talk to your future fiancé like that? It would have been better if this matter hadn't been mentioned, because as soon as Han Yu was brought up, it was like a powder keg had been lit. She stood up abruptly, and the bowls and chopsticks in front of her were covered in food and clattered to the side. She pointed at Su Ming angrily, said, this kind of person isn't worthy of being my fiancé. I'd rather marry a beggar than marry him. You guys take your time eating, I'm not in the mood anymore. Han Yu left the Han family in a flash. So yeah. Jia Fei shouted and hurriedly chased after him. This girl. Xiao Shui's face turned ashen with anger. She gritted her teeth and said angrily, Xiao Ming, don't take it to heart. She's young and we spoiled her too much, which has led to this temper. I believe she'll change in the future. Then he said to Su Ming, Xiao Ming, you can rest here tonight. Tomorrow I'll take you to see the city of Dizhou. Good. So Xiao Shui took Su Ming to the backyard to rest. After settling Su Ming in, Xiao Shui returned to the hall. Han Hua looked up at Xiao Shui and said, I have something I want to talk to you about. What do you want to talk about? You don't think your daughter's attitude is right, do you? Xiao Shui said irritably. That's exactly what I wanted to say. No matter how willful Xiaoye is, there's still some truth to it. The difference between that boy and the Han family now is too great. That so-called childhood betrothal was just a verbal promise. Shouldn't we reconsider? Upon hearing this, Xiao Shui's expression darkened. She sat down in the hall and slowly said, it's time to reconsider. 884, Chapter 884. He'll be spared. You think that makes sense, right? Upon hearing Xiao Shui's words, Han Hua's eyes lit up and he smiled happily. It seems my wife isn't unreasonable after all. She does have a good sense of the bigger picture. Given that kid's current status, what good intentions could he possibly have for the Han family? If they still have to fulfill the marriage agreement, then the Han family will truly be taken advantage of. Xiao Shui nodded and said calmly, you're right. Han Yu has been spoiled since childhood and has a domineering temper. If we go through with the marriage agreement, she might just ruin things for him. Xiao Ming is a handsome young man. If he were to have a temper like our daughter's, how could he possibly handle it? It would be like harming him. What are you saying? Han Hua's eyes widened instantly, his smile froze, and his face was filled with astonishment. He thought Xiao Shui felt the same way he did, that Su Ming was not good enough for her daughter. As a result, Xiao Shui believed that her daughter was not good enough for that boy. This almost made Han Hua faint with anger. Although the result is the same, these are not the same thing at all. If Han Yu heard this, she would explode on the spot. Xiao Shui shook her head and said, if that's all you wanted to say, then our conversation ends here. Tomorrow I'll take Xiao Ming out for a walk and ask for his opinion. If he wants to honor the engagement, I definitely won't refuse. If he doesn't have that idea, we'll talk about it later. You? Han Hua nearly fainted with anger, waving his hand dismissively and saying, whatever, you were the one who proposed the marriage in the first place. I think you're more attached to your cousin than to your own family. Say whatever you want. Xiao Shui smiled calmly and went back to her room to sleep. Han Hua felt increasingly uncomfortable the more he thought about it. Letting this kid stay at the Han family's house for 3 to 5 days to have his fun is fine, but if you insist on marrying your daughter to someone like that, then the Han family is doomed. Immediately, Han Hua took out his phone and called Han Yu. Han Yu was in a bad mood and had already gone out to eat at a restaurant with Jia Fei. After answering the phone, I heard Han Hua explain what had happened. Han Yu was furious. Is my mom crazy? What makes her think that kid is good enough for me? Fine, they're going out tomorrow. I'll let my mom see for herself what kind of good for nothing that kid is. What makes him think he's worthy of me? After saying that, Han Yu angrily hung up the phone. What's wrong? Jia Fei asked in surprise. Find someone. Han Yu's face was frosty, and she said coldly, find me a few experts tomorrow. I'll make that kid show his true colors in front of my mother. Let the whole Han family see what kind of good for nothing he really is. Sure. Jia Fei immediately smiled. He had been worried about not having a chance to get revenge on that kid Su Ming, and now the opportunity had come knocking on his door. Moreover, Han Yu is on his side, so even if something happens, he won't have to take responsibility. Jia Fei immediately called several experts he knew. These men were all martial arts masters from the upper echelons of the imperial state, usually serving as bodyguards and protectors for other families and forces, possessing strength at the divine power realm. However, they also frequently took on side jobs, as helping others once could earn them hundreds of thousands or even millions, much faster than their regular bodyguard salaries. Who are you going to find? Han Yu inquired. Don't worry, they're all top-tier experts at the divine power realm. It's a miracle that they didn't kill that kid. Jia Fei said with a sneer. Hearing this, Han Yu immediately felt relieved. Using several cultivators at the divine power realm to deal with a mere brat feels like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. But that kid brought it all on himself. Who told that idiot to be so self-aware and dare to dream of marrying her? That's practically suicide. Early the next morning, Xiao Shui knocked on Su Ming's door, intending to take him out for a stroll and buy him some gifts to welcome him back to the Han family. But Su Ming wasn't in the mood and didn't want to go. Xiao Shui said that her mother had been to these places before and was very interested in them. Su Ming changed his mind and went shopping with Xiao Shui. He immediately changed his clothes and got into the car with Xiao Shui to set off. First, they went to several shopping malls, where Xiao Shui picked out 2 expensive suits for Su Ming. Although Su Ming refused repeatedly, Xiao Shui assumed that Su Ming was just embarrassed and didn't want to take her things easily, so she forced Su Ming to accept them. And the moment Su Ming tried on and changed into the suit, Xiao Shui was immediately struck by how handsome Su Ming was. His physique was like that of a model, and when he wore a suit, he looked impeccably tailored and incredibly striking. Xiao Shui gave him a thumbs up in delight. Xiao Ming, I knew I wasn't wrong. You look just like a celebrity in this suit. Even celebrities don't have a figure as good as yours. If you dress more formally, every girl will go crazy for you. Wear this outfit and come shopping with me today, so I can look good too. Su Ming smiled slightly. Okay, Aunt Xiao, as long as you're happy. So Su Ming and Xiao Shui continued on to their destination, a Mazu temple. Xiao Shui said that when she brought Su Ming's mother to this temple, her mother, Long Qinggu, knelt in the temple and prayed for about half an hour. She knew then that her mother had something on her mind. But no matter how she asked, Long Qinggu refused to say anything. Hearing this, Su Ming understood that his parents must have been burdened with worries when they were hunted down by the Blood Fiend Hall. Standing in the Mazu temple, Su Ming was filled with emotion. This once happy family was torn apart by an incident more than a decade ago now. Their parents are missing, and he is struggling to make a living. And all of this started because of the Blood Fiend Palace. It's time to settle the score with the Blood Fiend Hall. Boy, you exude murderous intent. You are a sinner. This Mazu temple is not for you to set foot in. Your presence here defiles the temple. Leave your money behind in kowtow and repentance, and we will let you pass. Leave. Just then, 3 burly men slowly stepped into the temple, their imposing presence overwhelming. Su Ming and Xiao Shui turned their heads and Xiao Shui was immediately shocked. What shocked her even more was that Han Yu and Jia Fei were also there, almost stepping in one after the other 3 men. Xiao Shui's expression changed, and she hurriedly apologized to the 3 men. Gentlemen, are you the temple's managers? I'm so sorry, we don't know the rules. We'll leave right away. You can leave, but he can't unless he does what we say. The 3 men exuded an imposing aura and exerted immense pressure. Ordinary people like Xiao Shui dared not approach them at all. Even from 20 or 30 meters away, she still felt a tightness in her chest. Mom, don't worry about him, he got himself into trouble. Yuri coming with us. Han Yu came up and pulled Xiao Shui aside. But Xiao Shui looked at Su Ming with fear and worry. Su Ming glanced around and immediately understood what was going on. He grinned and calmly said, "Aunt Xiao, you can just wait with them at the door for a bit." "Wait a moment?" Han Yu curled her lip and sneered. "Let's see if you can get out of here alive today now. Hurry up and kneel down and beg for mercy. Stop pretending. Let's see how long you can keep up this act." "Mom, let's go." Han Yu gave Su Ming a disdainful look and forcibly pulled Xiao Shui towards the outside of the Mazu temple. "What are you doing?" Pulled outside, Xiao Shui angrily shook off Han Yu's hand and said, "Xiao Ming is in trouble, and instead of helping, you just left him inside alone. Those three were clearly up to no good. Is this how I raised you since you were a child?" Han Yu said calmly, "Mom, don't worry, I've already told those three to go easy on him. He'll be spared, he won't die." "What did you say? You said those three were brought by you." Xiao Shui was immediately shocked and stared at Han Yu in disbelief. 885, Chapter 885 Great Divine Power Technique. "Yeah, that kid's a toad trying to eat swan meat, and he even wanted to climb up to May. Just had Brother Fei contact a few experts at the Divine Power Realm to teach him a lesson. 1 million was spent on each person. That's a lot of money. It's the highest treatment that can be given to that kid. 3 million. I don't even know if he's worth that much in his entire life." Han Yu grinned and said with a smug smile, "You are still at the Divine Power Realm? You're really crazy." Xiao Shui nearly fainted from anger. She shoved Han Yu away and said furiously, "If anything happens to Xiao Ming, don't blame me for not letting you off the hook." After saying that, Xiao Shui turned around and rushed back into the temple. "Mom, what are you doing? Why are you still protecting that kid at a time like this?" Han Yu couldn't understand it either. "Forget it." Jia Fei grinned and said, "Even if Aunt Xiao is angry, it's only for a moment anyway. That kid is going to die soon. Once he's dead, all her anger will be gone. Then Aunt Xiao will know we were right." "What?" Han Yu turned around in surprise and looked at Jia Fei in shock. "He wants to die. Didn't I tell you to just teach him a lesson? Are you suggesting that those three experts at the Divine Power Realm kill him?" Han Yu was so shocked that her hair stood on end. Although she looked down on Su Ming, she wouldn't go so far as to want to go on a killing spree. Killing Su Ming would enrage her mother and give her the blame for killing a defenseless man, which wouldn't do her any good. She just wanted Su Ming to know the gap between them, so that he would back down in the future. "No." Jia Fei grinned, "I've only set the conditions, 500,000 for the eyes, 500,000 for the tongue, and 500,000 for each hand and foot. That's exactly 3 million. As for whether he survives, that depends on how tough his luck is." At this point, Jia Fei couldn't help but laugh. He couldn't wait to see Su Ming's horrific state. It's going to be amazing. This is what happens when you offend Jia Fei. "You?" Han Yu was completely dumbfounded. She never expected Jia Fei to be so ruthless. Was this still the Jia Fei she remembered who always thought of her? Oh no, if that kid ends up like this, his mother will definitely hate him to death. Han Yu was starting to get anxious. Inside the main hall of the temple, 3 experts at the Divine Power Realm surrounded Su Ming, one on the left, one on the right, and one in the center. However, it was all unnecessary. Any one of them could easily kill Su Ming if they made a move against this kid. The fact that all 3 of them came together was really bullying. The man in the middle grinned at Su Ming and said, "You're not from Dizhou, are you? I didn't expect you to mess with someone like Jia Fei. As soon as you arrived, you're just unlucky. We'll give you a quick death, or you can come up here yourself, gouge out your own eyes, cut off your own legs, and we'll help you with the rest, so that you won't suffer too much." The 3 of them looked at Su Ming with mocking expressions. Su Ming smiled and shook his head. 3 Divine Power Realm experts. That kid Jia Fei really went all out for revenge. Come on, let's not waste any more time. The hands and feet you want, I will cut them off from your bodies and give them to you. Court death. The man in the middle roared and stepped forward, his powerful energy pressing down on Su Ming. He reached out with one hand, like a dragon emerging from the sea, grabbing at Su Ming's throat with an astonishing aura. Just then, Xiao Shui ran back to the gate and shouted at Su Ming, "Xiao Ming, run, they're experts at the Divine Power Realm, they'll kill you." However, before he could finish speaking, Su Ming had already grabbed the man's arm that was hitting him, and with a gentle twist, snapped the man's arm at the shoulder. Ah! A piercing scream echoed throughout the main hall of the Mazu temple. The man who had attacked first, a man at the divine power realm, knelt before Su Ming in agony, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Su Ming then slowly raised his head and looked at Xiao Shui. "Aunt Xiao, what did you say? Stand further away so you don't get hurt." Ah. Xiao Shui was dumbfounded. They stared in disbelief at the scene, too stunned to move an inch. "You bastard!" The other two men at the divine power realm were also shocked and rushed forward, launching a fierce attack on Su Ming from the left and right. Two powerful auras surged in the air, like two towering mountains, pressing down on Su Ming simultaneously. Su Ming remained unmoved, as if he hadn't felt any pressure at all. With a flick of his wrist, he shattered all the energy on the right side of the man's face and then slapped him across the face. With a loud bang, the deafening explosion resounded throughout the hall, like the rumble of thunder. Before the man at the divine power realm could even see what was happening, he was sent flying 20 or 30 meters away, spitting out blood in midair. His chin was deformed from the blow, and he died instantly upon landing. The expert at the divine power realm on the left was terrified upon seeing this scene. She froze, stunned, staring blankly at Su Ming. The surging energy dissipated instantly, vanishing without a trace, and the person stared at Su Ming as if they had seen a ghost. "Come." Su Ming waved to him. "Didn't you want my eyes? They're right here, come and get them." The man trembled with fear, his heart pounding, and he turned and ran. However, after running only 2 steps, Su Ming caught up from behind and kicked the other man in the hind leg. With a snap, the other person's leg was broken. He fell face first and flew more than 10 meters, landing right next to the gate. The man's eyes darted around, and he spotted Xiao Shui beside him. He stood up and grabbed Xiao Shui by the throat, turning back to stare at Su Ming in terror. "Don't come any closer, you demon. If you come any closer, I'll kill this woman." I've never seen anything so terrifying. The man was so terrified that he had a mental breakdown. They considered themselves to be among the upper middle level experts in the imperial state. Even if they encountered, "If you can't beat someone stronger, can't you at least run away?" But in front of Su Ming, let alone running away, he would be killed in a single move. Being able to live even one more second is a stroke of luck. That's terrifying. Xiao Shui stood there, stunned and completely at a loss for what to do. Su Ming's strength was far beyond her imagination. Has Su Lingkong and Long Qingwu's son become this strong? "Don't come any closer." The man at the divine power realm was trembling. Su Ming remained calm as he walked step by step toward the man, grinning as he said, "Do you think you can do it? If you kneel down and beg for mercy, you might still have a chance to live, but you want to harm my mother's family. Do you think you have a chance to live?" Upon hearing this, the man at the divine power realm nearly went insane. He seems to have made another huge mistake. "I'll fight you to the death." The man roared, wanting to strangle Xiao Shui first, and then fight Su Ming to the death. However, before he could even exert any force, he felt an overwhelming aura pressing down on him. Boom! The man was forced to his knees, his kneecaps shattered, his internal organs burst, and blood gushed from his mouth and nose. He died instantly and collapsed to the ground. A great supernatural power? Oh my God! The man whose arm Su Ming had broken at the beginning almost fainted when he saw this scene. What kind of top-tier experts did they encounter? If I had known he was such an expert, I wouldn't have dared to come even if they had offered me 30 million or 300 million, let alone 3 million. This is a huge disaster. 886, Chapter 886 Arrest. The great supernatural power, that is, the control of aura, has almost reached a level of perfection, with every detail meticulously executed. This refers to someone who possesses great supernatural powers. Only experts at the Earth Immortal Profound Realm or above can possess that. These 3 experts at the Divine Power Realm, despite having the word Divine Power in their names, couldn't actually unleash any Divine Power techniques even if they combined their efforts. This is a difference in realm and a difference in power. Could it be that this young man is already? Thinking of this, the remaining man at the Divine Power Realm was stunned, not even daring to breathe. "Aunt Xiao, are you alright?" Su Ming looked at Xiao Shui, who was still in shock at the door, and asked her a question. I am fine." Xiao Shui was pale and still somewhat dazed. But Xiao Ming, why did you? Xiao Shui was about to ask Su Ming about his strength, how he could be so powerful. Now she understands that she was absolutely right. Compared to her, her own daughter is far inferior. Su Ming single-handedly crushed 3 experts at the divine power realm like ants, trampling them under his feet. If this gets out, the entire imperial state will be in an uproar. With this level of strength, Su Ming could become a top figure in the imperial state at any time if he wanted to. Han Yu is too naive, she thinks everyone is inferior to her. In reality, the height Su Ming has reached are probably beyond Han Yu's reach in her lifetime. If that girl knew, her jaw would probably drop in shock. Just as Su Ming was about to answer Xiao Shui, a shout suddenly rang out from ahead. Everyone, get out of the way. Commander Zhao is arresting criminals. Anyone who dares to obstruct him will be unforgivably guilty. A deafening sound resounded throughout the temple entrance, rolling like thunder under the command of the second prince Duan Qingtian. Zhao Long, who led over 100 warriors, their imposing presence causing everyone to flee in fear. Commander Zhao? Hearing the shout, Xiao Shui turned around in surprise and saw that Zhao Longhu was actually coming straight towards them. Before anyone could figure out what was going on, Zhao Longhu had already arrived in front of Su Ming, his face cold and stern, glaring at Su Ming with murderous intent and shouting, "Su Ming, you seriously injured the second prince Duan Qingtian, a heinous crime, do you admit it?" Su Ming calmly smiled and nodded, "I admit it." "That's good, men, take him down." Zhao Longhu's voice was booming with a sharp shout. 2 of his men stepped forward to put shackles on Su Ming and take him back like a prisoner. However, before the 2 men could even touch Su Ming's clothes, Su Ming raised his hand and swept it lightly, knocking Zhao Longhu's men to their knees. "You?" Zhao Longhu was instantly shocked and enraged. The hundreds of generals were also greatly surprised, and they all took 2 steps back instantly, staring at Su Ming as if facing a formidable enemy and ready to fight at any moment. At this moment, Zhao Longhu also noticed that there were 2 corpses lying next to Su Ming. He recognized them at a glance as 2 divine power realm experts, guards from the Lin family and the Ying family, 2 of the top families in the imperial state. And now, they're all lying at Su Ming's feet, not even breathing. Behind Su Ming, there was a man at the divine power realm whose hand had been crippled, and his expression was no different from that of a dead man. Zhao Longhu was shocked. 1 person defeated 3 experts at the divine power realm? This kid actually has this kind of strength? No wonder he could make Duan Qingtian so flustered, like an ant on a hot pan. He must indeed have some strength. But no matter how strong a person is, he is still just 1 person, and he cannot compare to the hundreds of thousands of troops he commands across the 9 provinces. Let alone hundreds of thousands. With just 1 order, the imperial guards of the imperial state could turn Su Ming into a hornet's nest. This is why there are fewer and fewer top martial arts masters in Kyushu today. Apart from making a living, most of them are unwilling to risk their lives to cultivate. After all, no matter how much they train, they can't be invincible. Zhao Longhu stared at Su Ming and coldly shouted, "What do you want to do? Do you want to remain stubborn and become my enemy?" Su Ming looked at Zhao Longhu and said with a faint smile, "I don't want to be your enemy. Because you're not qualified, I can go with you, but don't lay a hand on me, otherwise, with your small group, you won't be able to stop me at all." "You?" Zhao Longhu's eyes widened in shock and anger. "Stop with the you and me stuff, let's go. I also want to see that kid Duan Qingtian." Su Ming smiled calmly, preparing to leave with Zhao Longhu. Zhao Longhu was furious, but he was also somewhat wary of Su Ming's strength. After all, even if both sides go on a killing spree, with Su Ming's abilities, he could take a few people down with him even when he's about to die, so it's not worth it at all. He came here only to give Duan Qingtian an explanation. "Alright, let's go." Zhao Longhu gave a sharp shout, ordering everyone to surround Su Ming and prepare to take him away. Su Ming turned to Xiao Shui and said, "Aunt Xiao, I have something to take care of, so I won't be going back to the Han family today. You go back first, and we'll talk about the rest when I get back." "Ah?" Xiao Shui was completely stunned. "I never expected that one problem would be followed by another." From Zhao Longhu's words, it seems that Su Ming has offended the second prince. Will he be able to come back alive after this trip? Xiao Shui was shocked and worried, and hurriedly asked, "Xiao Ming, what happened? How can I help you?" Su Ming said calmly, Aunt Xiao, you don't need to help me, I'll be back soon. After saying that, Su Ming and Zhao Longhu's men left the temple. When they arrived at the door, they saw Han Yu and Jia Fei standing to one side, completely dumbfounded by what they saw. Etc. Su Ming said something to Zhao Longhu. What are you planning to do now? Zhao Longhu was very impatient. He came to arrest Su Ming, a criminal, but now he was treated like a lackey. This made him extremely depressed. Su Ming smiled calmly and said, let me give you a few instructions. After saying that, Su Ming walked straight through the crowd and came to Han Yu and Jia Fei. The two were completely terrified. Unexpected, Su Ming was surrounded by 3 experts at the Divine Power Realm, and not only did he not die, but he also left with the people from the prince's mansion. What exactly is going on? This situation is beyond their imagination. Those 3 people just now, were they the ones you hired? Su Ming looked up at Jia Fei and asked. Jia Fei gritted his teeth, his face filled with anger and ferocity, and said, so what, you severely injured my uncle, and he's still lying in the hospital. I wish I could kill you. You're still alive not because you're powerful, but because you were lucky enough to run into the prince's mansion coming to arrest you. That he saved your life, otherwise, you'd be dead beyond recognition. Bang! However, before Jia Fei could finish his angry words, Su Ming slapped him across the face, sending him flying more than 10 meters away. He coughed up 2 large mouthfuls of blood in midair. He fainted on the spot after landing. Su Ming grinned, now you can go to the hospital and reunite with your uncle. Then he turned to Han Yu and said, stay away from people like that. She's Aunt Xiao's daughter. After all, it's one thing if she harms you, but she's dragging your mother down with her. You'll regret it. After saying that, Su Ming left with Zhao Longhu and the others without looking back. Han Yu was left standing at the temple entrance, her face blank, bewildered in the wind. 887, Chapter 887, King of the 9 Provinces. Su Ming was captured by the prince's residence. My biggest worry is Xiao Shui. Xiao Shui took Han Yu back to the Han family home, too lazy to investigate Han Yu's responsibility for bringing trouble into the house and harming Su Ming. She needs to get the Han family to find a way to get Su Ming out quickly, otherwise the prince's mansion is in deep trouble, and once he's been captured, how can he possibly get out? In the Han family's main hall, everyone sat together. After hearing the whole story, the head of the family, Han Hua, did not look too pleased. His grim expression wasn't because Su Ming had been arrested. He had caused trouble and deserved to be arrested. The key question now is, that kid was arrested as soon as he arrived at the Han family's residence. Does this mean that the Han family will also be implicated? That's a prince's residence. Commander Zhao Longhu is unparalleled in his prowess and is a second-rank military general of the imperial state. They also have 12 incredibly fierce generals at their disposal. Add to that a royal heir, the second Prince Duan Qingtian, who may one day be granted the title of king or emperor. Which of these men could the Han family afford to offend? This is absolutely outrageous. What troubled her most was that Xiao Shui actually thought of using such a powerful force to rescue someone. This was simply wishful thinking. It was practically forcing the entire Han family to their deaths. Even if the entire Han family were to be sacrificed, it might not be enough to save that kid. Back then, Su Lingkong and Long Qingwu caused the Han family a lot of trouble, and now their son is causing the same mess. There are no good people in the Su family for 2 generations. Having such a guy is a huge misfortune for the Han family. Saving people, what a load of rubbish. This is what Han Hua truly thinks. But he didn't say it aloud, he just stared at everything in front of him with a dark look in his eyes. Watching Xiao Shui make one call after another for help, only to be rejected each time, Han Hua shook his head helplessly. In this situation, who would be willing to help an unknown nobody? Unless you're an idiot. Mom, stop calling that kid deserved to be arrested. What does it have to do with us? Besides, he beat Jia Fei so badly he was unconscious, and then said Jia Fei was a menace. I think he's the menace, a shameless bastard. He deserves what he got. Han Yu snorted coldly. Xiao Shui put down her phone, her eyes wide with anger. So you teamed up with Jia Fei, even hiring 3 experts at the Divine Power Realm, to kill him, and you didn't say a word about it. If they hadn't recognized me and had killed me too, would you have been happy? 2 didn't mean that. Han Yu was speechless and couldn't say a word. Never mind. Han Hua stood up and said helplessly, I have some connections in the imperial court, I'll ask around, but whether I can save him is another matter. He didn't want to save her, but he also didn't want to see Xiao Shui anxious like a cat on a hot tin roof anyway. It was just a trip to give Xiao Shui an answer, and the rest was none of the Han family's business. Then Han Hua got up to change his clothes and head to the royal family to inquire about some news. However, at that moment, boom! A deafening explosion rang out from the entrance, blasting the entire gate of the Han family into pieces. Dozens of people surged into the Han family compound with overwhelming force and astonishing momentum. The two fierce-looking middle-aged men at the head of the group roared at the hall, Han Hua, members of the Han family, come out and face your death. These two individuals are Lin Jingyun, the head of the Lin family in Dizhou, and Ying Jinyue, the head of the Ying family. Upon learning of the sudden death of their master at the Divine Power Realm, the two immediately led their men to the Han family to settle scores. The entire Han family was shocked. Han Hua strode out of the hall, looking at the two men with a shocked expression. Patriarchs, how have you been? What happened? Why such a commotion? Lin Jingyun, his face filled with murderous intent, snorted coldly and shouted at Han Hua, stop pretending here. Your daughter's fiancé, Jia Fei, arbitrarily invited away the experts at the Divine Power Realm hired by our two families, and even caused their death. Shouldn't your Han family take responsibility for this? Do you know how much this will affect the reputation of both our families if word gets out? I'm not going to waste my breath on you. I'll give you two choices. 1. Hand over Jia Fei and your daughter, and pay with their lives, and we'll pretend nothing happened. Otherwise, we'll just grab two people from your Han family's main hall today and kill them to pay for it. Including you, Han Hua. Lin Jingyun raised his hand, pointing at Han Hua with a murderous aura emanating from him. The dozens of people brought by the two families were also shocked, their momentum soaring to the sky. The Han family members were immediately horrified. Han Yu trembled with fright in the hall, shrinking back repeatedly until she almost fell to the ground. She then realized what Su Ming really meant when he said she had dragged him and the Han family down. She had never imagined that the consequences of hiring experts from two powerful families and causing their deaths would be so severe. This is a really big problem. Moreover, Jia Fei is now seriously injured and unconscious in the hospital, and there are no two people who can corroborate his testimony. This is really the end for him. The prince's residence. Su Ming was led into the main hall. Zhao Longhu raised his head and said to the front of the hall, Prince Duan, I have brought you the person you requested. Sitting on the chair at the very front of the main hall, Duan Qingtian, dressed in a long robe, looked down at Su Ming with a smug and cold smile, saying, Now, do you know who I am? Duan Xingyue stood next to Duan Qingtian and shook her head helplessly when she saw the scene. Unexpectedly, this kid was still captured by Zhao Longhu and ended up in the hands of his second brother. But this kid deserved it. He ignored advice and insisted on going to the imperial city. This is tantamount to handing this over to Duan Qingtian. If he doesn't die, who will? After all that trouble, this guy still ended up like this. Moreover, this time is different. If we were to take action in Zhengzhou, we might have to think about it, but now we are in Dizhou, in the royal family, and in my second brother's own home. That is regardless of fighting, whether it's being thrown into a death row cell or being executed outright. Duan Qingtian will no longer have any reservations. Duan Qingtian looked down at Su Ming and sneered, Kid, now you should know that the difference between you and me is like heaven and earth. Taking you down is just a matter of lifting a finger, right? You think you can snatch the Jin princess right in front of me? Why don't you take a good look at yourself in the mirror? Or do you simply not know that Nangong Yanyu is a princess of the Jin kingdom? You don't actually think she's an ordinary person, do you? You're a complete idiot. Come here, kneel down, and apologize, and I'll spare your life. At this moment, Duan Qingtian was in complete victory. He had finally released all the pent-up frustration he had suffered in Zhengzhou, and he felt incredibly satisfied. Now that this kid from Zhengzhou knows the truth, he's probably so scared his legs are shaking and he's about to pee himself. He couldn't wait to see these ants weeping and kowtowing in repentance before him. However, to Duan Qingtian's shock, Su Ming remained calm, as if he were simply returning to his own home. Looking at Duan Qingtian, she calmly smiled and said, It seems you really haven't changed at all. Do you know why your father insisted that I marry Duan Xingyue? Do you know who quelled the last rebellion in Dizhou? Hurry up, Admit your mistake while you still can, otherwise your entire prince's residence will be surrounded in less than 10 minutes. Then you won't be able to step out even half a step. Su Ming's voice resounded throughout the entire hall. Meanwhile, Emperor Duan Tianhong of the 9 provinces, Grand Steward Shui Hai, and the entire upper echelons of the royal family all learned that Su Ming had been captured by Duan Qingtian and taken to the prince's residence. The emperors of the 9 provinces were enraged on the spot. This beast, does it want to die? Immediately notify everyone to surround the prince's residence and stop that beast immediately. Duan Tianhong's roar echoed throughout the royal palace. In an instant, thousands of imperial guards, amidst wind, thunder, and fire, surged toward Duan Qingtian's princely residence, as if the weather had suddenly changed. Almost simultaneously, Nangon Yenyu also arrived with her men to provide assistance. Reporting, Your Majesty, the Jin princess has arrived and demands our release, otherwise, she will break off the engagement, cancel the marriage alliance, and sever all ties with the Dragon Kingdom from this day forward. Who is she going to release? Duan Tianhong asked in shock. King of the 9 provinces. The subordinate reports. Upon hearing this, Emperor Duan Tianhong of the 9 provinces almost fainted on the spot. 888, Chapter 888 Raging Fury. The entire royal family is in chaos. Duan Tianhong was furious. The capture of Su Ming by Duan Qingtian has even alarmed the Jin Kingdom. Most importantly, Su Ming is also a great benefactor to the entire Duan family royal family. The second Prince Duan Qingtian's behavior was simply ungrateful and digging his own grave. Duan Tianhong immediately led his men to the prince's residence. Inside the prince's residence, Duan Qingtian, still basking in his self-satisfied victory, sneered at Su Ming. What are you trying to say? Are you trying to say that you quelled the unrest, that you saved my entire royal family, ha? Duan Qingtian burst into laughter, and the others in the hall joined in with mocking laughter. Duan Xingyue shook her head even more. This kid is really panicking and talking nonsense. Upon hearing a rumor, they rushed to fabricate stories about themselves. It is true that someone intervened to save the royal family, but that was the famous king of Kyushu. What did that have to do with Su Ming? Back then, that kid was probably still fast asleep somewhere. Duan Xingyue's eyes couldn't help but show contempt and disdain. Such a person was beyond redemption. Let my second brother handle it, he's too lazy to care. Duan Qingtian roared, Men, bring this brat to me and make him kneel down. If he doesn't kneel, break his legs and make him kneel. Today I'll show him that every breath of air in the imperial state is under my control. As for an ant like you, I could crush you without breaking a sweat. At Duan Qingtian's command, several guards stepped forward, ready to take drastic measures against Su Ming. Su Ming's gaze turned cold. The energy within his body had begun to surge. Since Duan Qingtian won't listen to advice, it seems he'll have no choice but to take action himself today. Boom! However, at that moment, a rumbling sound suddenly came from outside the main hall of the prince's residence, shaking the earth and mountains, as if 1,000 troops had arrived. A deafening sound rolled in, and even the ground trembled. Everyone was startled and turned to look outside the hall. Duan Qingtian's expression also changed, and he stood up and shouted sternly, What happened? Just then, a guard rushed in and said to Duan Qingtian in a panic, Second Prince, something terrible has happened, the prince's residence is surrounded. What? Duan Qingtian was shocked and his face was filled with disbelief. Are you kidding me? This is the prince's residence, within the imperial palace of the capital. Who has the audacity to surround his prince's residence? Could it be this kid? Duan Qingtian suddenly lowered his head, his surprised and suspicious gaze falling on Su Ming. Could it be that this kid really has some power, and sent someone to rescue him? But daring to enter the royal palace and surround his prince's residence is simply making an enemy of the entire Duan family and the entire Dragon Kingdom. Who would dare to do this? Are you crazy? Who is it? Duan Qingtian asked in shock. It's the Imperial Guard. The guard answered, his forehead covered in sweat. Puff. Upon hearing this, Duan Qingtian nearly vomited blood. The Imperial Guards and the royal family were coming to surround him? This is simply unbelievable. However, what shocked Duan Qingtian even more was yet to come. His Majesty has arrived. A loud shout rang out from the entrance, and Duan Tianhong, the Emperor of Kyushu, led his men and strode into the main hall with great momentum. Father? Upon seeing this, Duan Qingtian and Duan Xingyue were both shocked. Zhao Longhu and a group of guards also knelt on the ground and bowed to Duan Tianhong, saying, "Greetings, Your Majesty." Only Su Ming calmly turned his head slowly to look at Duan Tianhong, who was coming towards him from behind. Father! Duan Qingtian and Duan Xingyue were panicked and hurriedly ran down, kneeling respectfully in front of Duan Tianhong. Duan Qingtian pays respects to his father. However, Duan Qingtian had just opened his mouth. Bang! Duan Tianhong slapped Duan Qingtian across the face, causing him to stagger to the side with blood flowing from his mouth. This slap stunned both siblings. The others stared in disbelief, completely baffled. Father, why is that? Duan Qingtian looked up, his face filled with shock, and asked. You beast, I'll kill you. Duan Tianhong flew into a rage, roared, turned around, drew the sword from the guard next to him, and slashed at Duan Qingtian's head. This slash was truly aimed at killing. Duan Qingtian was almost scared out of his wits. He hurriedly raised his hands, crying out in terror, Father, you can kill me if you want, give me a reason so I can die in peace, otherwise, even if I die, I won't be able to close my eyes when I meet my deceased mother in the afterlife. I don't know how I will explain it to her. Duan Qingtian's terrified voice echoed throughout the entire hall. You beast! Enraged, Duan Tianhong gritted her teeth and kicked Duan Qingtian to the ground, pointing the knife at Duan Qingtian's head. Veins bulged on Duan Tianhong's forehead as he pointed at Duan Qingtian, cursing furiously, You beast, how dare you mention my mother, she gave birth to such a thing as you. I am afraid she wouldn't be able to face anyone in the afterlife if she knew, knowing that we are about to establish a marriage alliance with the Jin Kingdom, and that you were engaged to the Jin Princess, you still kidnapped the King of Kyushu, plunging my Duan family into injustice. If the Jin people knew that we dared to murder and even kill our own benefactors, who would want to associate with us? If word gets out like this, even I will be condemned for 10 generations. All of this is your fault, you beast. Ah! Upon hearing this, Duan Qingtian was stunned and almost fainted. When did he kidnap the King of Kyushu? How can he bear such a serious crime? Father, what do you mean by this? Duan Qingtian asked, his face blank. You wait and see what I do to you. Duan Tianhong kicked Duan Qingtian over again, then quickly walked up to Su Ming and asked him with concern, King Jiang, are you alright? This kid, no, did I hurt you? King of the frontier? Seeing this scene, Duan Qingtian, Duan Xingyue, and everyone from the prince's mansion were stunned. This guy is none other than the King of Kyushu, who caused a sensation throughout the land and commanded the war god army. Zhao Longhu's pupils dilated instantly. So, he is the king of the 9 provinces? No wonder he felt so familiar when he heard the name Su Ming before. Oh my god! The one he personally captured was actually the leader of the war god army. Zhao Longhu was so shocked that goosebumps rose all over his body. No wonder it provoked such outrage. The prince's residence has truly made a grave mistake. When Duan Xingyue saw this scene, her head was spinning. He is the king of the 9 provinces? My fiancé is actually the king of Kyushu, it's him? Duan Xingyue rolled her eyes and almost fainted. The savior she had always dreamed of meeting, the idol she had always admired, turned out to be the man she had wanted to break off the engagement with from the very beginning. Oh my god! Thinking about what she had done during this time and her attitude towards Su Ming, she felt dizzy and her vision went black. She collapsed to the ground. 889, Chapter 889 Betrothal. He hurt me, impossible. But he wanted me to kneel down and apologize to him, and said that your royal family is unapproachable, and that I was trying to steal the Jin princess from him? Are these all the thoughts of your Duan family, royal family, your highness, do you think so too? Su Ming stood in the center of the hall, looking at Emperor Duan Tianhong of the 9 provinces with a calm smile. Duan Tianhong was instantly covered in sweat. Although he remained calm on the surface, his vest was already soaked with cold sweat. He also noticed that although Su Ming had a smile on his face, there was no smile in his eyes, only indifference. Duan Tianhong was startled and hurriedly said, "This kid is a monster. His actions and words do not represent the royal family's position or thoughts in any way. Prince Su is a great benefactor of the royal family of our imperial state. He has saved the royal family from fire and water and saved the 9 provinces from danger many times. His merits are countless and can be recorded for thousands of years. This boy has offended King Su, is ungrateful, and is utterly rebellious today. His life will be used to vindicate the name of the king of the 9 provinces." After saying that, Duan Tianhong raised his knife and aimed it at Duan Qingtian's neck. Duan Qingtian was so frightened that he collapsed, dumbfounded. His legs trembled uncontrollably, and his crotch was wet. Just half an hour ago, the arrogant second prince was now so frightened that he wet himself. Only then did he realize the enormity of his mistake. Seeing that his father was willing to kill him in order to clear Su Ming's name. He then realized that even with his identity, he wasn't omnipotent. There are also those who stand above you, the true powerhouses, like Su Ming. Even though Su Ming didn't say anything, he has to die too. His life is far less important than Su Ming's reputation. At this moment, Duan Qingtian was utterly despondent. Duan Tianhong glanced at Duan Qingtian with a mixture of ruthlessness and pity, and said in a deep voice, "Being born into an imperial family is both your honor and your misfortune. You are not capable of it. May you be reborn into a better family in your next life." After saying that, Duan Tianhong suddenly swung the knife down. "That's enough." Su Ming spoke just as the knife was about 10 centimeters from Duan Qingtian's forehead. "Although I started speaking rather late." But Duan Tianhong abruptly stopped the knife in his hand, the blade hovering over Duan Qingtian's forehead. Duan Qingtian was so frightened that he fainted on the spot. Duan Tianhong quickly stopped talking and said gratefully to Su Ming, "Thank you, Prince Su, for sparing my rebellious son's life. I will definitely discipline him strictly in the future and make him a good person." Su Ming calmly shook his head. Although he never cared about the benefits and temptations offered by the Duan family or the royal family, if he were to execute Duan Qingtian in person today, it would only be because of his reputation. "From then on, I'm afraid I've formed a grudge against the emperor of the 9 provinces. He was, after all, a native of Kyushu, and had no deep-seated hatred for the Duan family or the royal family, so it wouldn't come to that. Simply put, in terms of the overall situation in the 9 provinces, if he were to establish the War God Army and the War God Temple, that would be the core. That imperial family of the capital is all about face. He slapped the royal family in the face. No matter how great his title is, it won't do him any good if he, the king of Kyushu who hails from Kyushu, slaps the royal family in the face." Just then, Shui Hai ran in through the door and respectfully reported to Duan Tianhong, "Reporting to your majesty, the Jin Kingdom princess is already in the main hall for an audience." "Okay, I'll be right there." Then Duan Tianhong looked at Su Ming and smiled, saying, "King Su, this Jin princess is here for you. She's demanding I release her. Would you like to go see her?" "Can." Su Ming nodded slightly. So Su Ming and Duan Tianhong went to the royal palace together. Inside the main hall, besides Nangong Yenyu, there was also the crown prince of Jin, who was Nangong Yenyu's elder brother, Nangong Hao, and a group of followers, who were sitting in the main hall at the moment. "Little sister, are you serious? You said you were going to Zhongzhou first, and you didn't even finish your business. Now you've suddenly appeared in Dizhou and I have to step in to help you get people out of trouble? Who is worth all this trouble?" Nangong Hao had a face with sharp features and a sharp look in his eyes, but his overall demeanor was very composed. Wherever he sat, he exuded the powerful aura of a superior. Both were princes of 2 countries, but compared to Nangong Hao, Duan Qingtian paled in comparison. Nangong Yenyu grinned and said, "Big brother, you don't know, this person is crucial. If we can win him over, our future operations will be invincible." "Oh." Nangong Hao scoffed, "You went to Zhongzhou, and you know someone like that? You must be kidding. She's probably your sweetheart." "If he were willing to be my sweetheart, I would be more than happy." Nangong Yenyu didn't hide anything and spoke frankly with a smile. "You little rascal, you're always siding with outsiders. Women are just women, so narrow-minded. Nangonghao pouted and said dejectedly, "Your Majesty has arrived." As they were speaking, a loud shout rang out from the doorway, and Duan Tianhong, along with Su Ming, Shui Hai, and other important royal officials, stepped into the main hall. Seeing that Su Ming was unharmed, Nangong Yenyu immediately smiled happily. "He's really alright. I was overthinking it with his abilities. Even if he fell into Duan Qingtian's hands, he would definitely be safe and sound." "Who is it?" Nangonghao glanced around and asked, puzzled. "That's him." Nangong Yenyu pointed to Su Ming next to Duan Tianhong and said, "That kid?" Nangonghao glanced at it and almost collapsed. "Sis, have you never seen a man before? If you're going to find one, at least find someone decent. With your big brother here, I'll be your standard. You should at least find someone as dashing and extraordinary as me." "You actually like someone like that?" Nangonghao was almost furious. Nangonghao looked up at Su Ming again, finding it unbearable to look at him. Not to mention comparing him to him, even among this group of big shots from Kyushu, he looked so unremarkable and had no presence whatsoever. Aside from his somewhat handsome face, there was almost nothing about him that was pleasing to the eye. And in his west the people of the Eugene Kingdom are burly and imposing, tall and strong. That's what you call majestic, heroic, and handsome. What's so special about this? You don't understand. He is the king of the 9 provinces. Nangon Yenyu said irritably. The king of the 9 provinces, him, let alone commanding the 3 armies, he probably can't even lift a sword. Even if he really is the king of the 9 provinces, he's probably just a figurehead with connections and influence. Nangonghao sneered disdainfully. At this moment, Emperor Duan Tianhong of the 9 provinces had already ascended to his throne. Looking at Nangonghao and Nangong Yenyu, he said, "Welcome, distinguished guests. However, the gathering is not yet here. May I ask what brings you here?" "I want to break off the engagement. I wish to cancel my engagement with the second prince, Duan Qingtian. I humbly request your Majesty's permission." Nangong Yenyu stood up and, without thinking, spoke loudly. Whoosh! These words nearly caused an uproar in the entire hall. Nangonghao was also startled by Nangong Yenyu. Duan Tianhong felt as if everything went black. In front of so many people, in the main hall, he publicly broke off the engagement with the Duan family, the royal family. That's incredibly disrespectful to him. However, Duan Tianhong also anticipated that none of the things Duan Qingtian had done would likely please the Jin princess. Duan Tianhong has not yet answered. Nangong Yenyu continued, "Besides announcing the engagement, I also want your Majesty to grant me a marriage contract. I can exchange it for resources worth 300 billion. Whether it's bonds, gold and silver jewelry, any form is acceptable." 300 billion? Duan Tianhong raised an eyebrow slightly, revealing a look of surprise and doubt. 300 billion is no small sum. It could last for several years, even for hundreds of thousands of troops stationed on the border. But what kind of person is worth Nangong Yenyu paying such a price for, and even personally proposing to him? If she can't even approve of her own son, who else could possibly catch the eye of this Jin princess? Duan Tianhong frowned and asked, "Who do you want to get engaged to?" "He is the king of the 9 provinces." Nangong Yenyu raised her finger and pointed at Su Ming. "I beg your Majesty to grant me his hand in marriage. 300 billion will suffice as a proposal. If that's not enough, I can add more." Nangong Yenyu's voice resounded throughout the venue. "Betrothal?" Duan Tianhong almost coughed up blood, turning to look at Su Ming with a bewildered expression. Meanwhile, countless comical glances were also cast at Su Ming by the other important officials present. Su Ming was immediately speechless. 890, Chapter 890 Refusal. "Princess, this matter is not something I can decide on my own. It's about buying and selling things, but it's not a transaction. Maybe we should just forget about it." Duan Tianhong turned around and calmly spoke to Nangong Yenyu. Arranging a marriage between Su Ming and Nangong Yenyu would be tantamount to handing over the million-strong war god army of the Dragon Kingdom, capable of shaking the heavens and earth, to the Jin Kingdom. Only a fool would do something like that. It's quite obvious that Nangong Yenyu came for Su Ming's immense power. Duan Tianhong was initially somewhat relaxed and didn't take Nangong Yenyu, a princess of the Jin Kingdom, too seriously. My heart also grew heavy at this moment. The Jin Kingdom's appetite seems a bit too big. Nangong Yenyu smiled and said calmly, I haven't treated this as a business transaction. Marriage is a major life event. How can it be treated as a business transaction? Since your majesty cannot make the decision, why not let the king of the 9 provinces choose for himself? We will respect his choice and the outcome, whatever it may be. Nangong Yenyu smiled confidently. This. Duan Tianhong immediately frowned. It's not that he doesn't trust Su Ming. With such generous terms offered by Nangong Yenyu and her personal marriage proposal, it was as if agreeing to the marriage would guarantee her a royal title and rank in the Jin Kingdom. He might even become the heir to the Jin dynasty in the future. With such a huge profit incentive, most people probably couldn't resist. Did this girl come prepared? However, if he were to refuse outright and not agree to Nangong Yenyu's suggestion, it would make him, as the emperor of the Duan family, seem petty and lacking in vision, which would likely disappoint everyone. Duan Tianhong felt like she had been put on the defensive, with no other choice. After a moment of contemplation, Duan Tianhong looked up and said, All right, let's do it your way. Let Prince Su choose for himself. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's eyes were focused on Su Ming, and the hearts of countless important officials throughout the imperial state were in suspense. If Su Ming had chosen the Jin Kingdom, today would probably be the end of the entire Kyushu. A disaster for the entire royal family. Nangong Yenyu was full of confidence and assurance. In addition to the sincerity of 300 billion, there was her personal proposal and the previous promise of the position of general and marquis. All of these combined were enough to make a person famous for all time. She did not believe that Su Ming would refuse. However, Su Ming slowly raised his head, a smile playing on his lips, and calmly said, I'm sorry, I refuse. Call. Upon hearing this, almost everyone in the court, including Duan Tianhong, breathed a sigh of relief. If Su Ming chooses the Jin Kingdom, Duan Tianhong really doesn't know what to do. Why? Nangong Yenyu frowned and asked in surprise. Even with these conditions, Su Ming couldn't be persuaded? Su Ming smiled calmly, there's no reason why, it's just because of the word marriage betrothal. I hate marrying into a family. I've already been married into a family once in my life, and it ended in regret, so there's absolutely no way I'll do it a second time. Of course, this was just a casual excuse. He would never do something like betraying his country for personal gain. Ah. Nangong Yenyu's face was extremely grim. Unexpectedly, the final result was simply because she misspoke 2 words? Nangong Yenyu found it hard to accept. Duan Tianhong laughed heartily, my 2 distinguished guests, you've heard the result. Actually, I wouldn't agree either, because my daughter, Duan Xingyue, is already engaged to Prince Su. This is simply impossible. However, I still have to respect his opinion. I hope you will respect this. Is that how it is? Upon hearing this, Nangong Yenyu immediately understood. Marrying into another's family is just an excuse. Ultimately, it was the imperial family of Dezhou who first tied Su Ming up. What a cunning emperor of the 9 provinces. I disagreed with her in the first place, yet I still went along with her and put on this farce, watching her make a fool of herself. A cold killing intent flashed in Nangong Yenyu's eyes. All right. The eldest brother, Nangong Hao, slowly stood up, his face cold, and said, let this farce end here. We shouldn't have come today in the first place. It's a pity my sister didn't hold it against us and was so devoted to the people of your dragon kingdom, but some people don't know what's good for them. As he spoke, Nangong Hao's sharp gaze fell on Su Ming, and he sneered, boy, it's not our loss if you don't agree, it's just that you don't have the fortune. You'll soon understand how much wealth and glory you've missed out on, and I don't care what kind of king you are, from now on, when you see me, take a detour. Just because you made my sister unhappy. Let's go. After saying that, Nangong Hao left the scene with his men and Nangong Yenyu. Once outside, they got into the car and drove away from the royal residence. Nangong Hao's gaze was cold and his face was full of murderous intent. What a brat from Kyushu, how dare he refuse your kindness? He doesn't know what's good for him. Don't worry, sister, if this brat leaves the royal palace even a step, I'll take his life. I'll make him kneel before you and beg for your forgiveness. No. Unexpectedly, Nangong Yenyu slowly raised her head and said coldly, it has nothing to do with him. He was just tricked by the Duan family, royal family, and tied up by Duan Tianhong. This king of Dezhou is also wicked. he used his own daughter to bind me beforehand, leaving me no chance. But it's just a marriage agreement. If we kill that woman, the marriage agreement will cease to exist, right? The smile on Nangon Yenyu's lips was icy and chilling. Sis, what do you mean? Nangon Hao asked in surprise. It's simple, just kill Duan Tianhong's daughter, and then no one can restrain him at that time. He will readily agree to my conditions and come to serve my Jin kingdom. Nangon Yenyu sneered. I see, as expected of my sister, this is the kind of tactic a member of the Nangon family would use. But is that kid really worth all this trouble? Is he really worth all this effort? Nangon Hao asked, puzzled. Killing a royal princess is nothing. Is it worth it, especially for someone like that? Nangon Yenyu smiled and said, Big brother, once we take him down, you'll know whether I did the right thing or not. Alright, I'll trust you this once, big brother. Nangon Hao smiled. The car drove away from the royal residence. Royal residence. Duan Xingyue woke up from her coma. What, you're saying the Jin princess proposed to my fiancé? No, I absolutely won't allow it. Duan Xingyue felt as if the sky had fallen. She was shocked and anxious after finally understanding everything. How could she watch her hero and dream lover be taken away by someone else? Wait, princess, he refused. The maid still wanted to tell the result. Unfortunately, Duan Xingyue hadn't even put on her shoes and had already run out barefoot, so she didn't hear her last words at all. They rushed all the way and found out that Su Ming was talking in his father's bedroom hall. Duan Xingyue ran all the way to the entrance of the main hall. Press your ear against the door and listen to the conversation inside. My heart was pounding with anxiety. Could it be that my performance disappointed Su Ming? What should I do if the king of Kyushu cancels the engagement? Duan Xingyue dared not think any further and could only concentrate on eavesdropping. 891, Chapter 891. Don't be surprised. Your deep affection and loyalty are truly a great blessing to the Duan family. I will immediately have someone put the wedding on the agenda so that you and Xingyue can be married this morning. Inside the main hall, the emperors of the 9 provinces beamed with joy and said happily. Hearing this from outside the door, Duan Xingyue blushed with joy. Is my marriage to Su Ming finally about to happen? She felt ashamed when she thought about how she had repeatedly refused to marry this man. At this moment, she couldn't have asked for it more. But then Su Ming's calm voice rang out, I refused the Jin princess not because of this marriage, but because the Jin are coming on strong in Zhengzhou. Nangon Yenyu was attempting to control the entire region. If I hadn't come back just in time, she probably would have already succeeded. Does your majesty not know that the Blood Fiend Hall mobilized en masse, along with a large number of troops, almost simultaneously with the Jin Kingdom's entry into the country? I suspect they are all after Su De of the Grand Commandant's office. Is Su De still alive? Su Ming asked in a deep voice. Upon hearing this, Duan Tianhong's expression also turned serious. He had also received these messages, but he hadn't thought they were so serious. Upon hearing Su Ming mention it, Duan Tianhong's expression grew even more unpleasant. Nodding, he said, I had him locked up in the imperial prison and kept under strict guard. He should be fine. The imperial prison is located in the deepest part of the palace, and there are many checkpoints along the way, with at least 18 guards. I even arranged for the imperial family's #1 expert, Night Demon Xiaojian, to be there. Whether it's the Blood Fiend Hall or the Jin Kingdom, taking him away is as difficult as ascending to heaven. Duan Tianhong said affirmatively. It's not that simple. As far as I know, Xiaojian is at most at the earth immortal profound realm, but the Blood Fiend heavenly venerable of the Blood Fiend Palace has been in seclusion for more than 10 years. No one knows just how strong he is now. Could I meet Su De? I really want to understand why the Blood Fiend Hall is going to such lengths to abduct him. Su Ming said in a deep voice. Okay, I'd like to know that too. So, Duan Tianhong and Su Ming walked out together. Hearing the noise, Duan Xingyue, who was at the door, was so frightened that she hurriedly tried to run away. But we were still a step too late. Xingyue, what are you doing here? Duan Tianhong called out to Duan Xingyue. Duan Xingyue then turned around awkwardly, her face flushed, and looked at Su Ming. She then stepped forward, bowed, and said, Greetings, Father King, greetings, King of the 9 provinces. Duan Xingyue's gaze towards Su Ming was completely different from before. Her eyes were now filled with admiration. With a blush on her face, she said, "I've come to see my savior." Duan Tianhong immediately understood Duan Xingyue's little scheme and grinned. "Now you see, you used to try so hard to break off the engagement, luckily you didn't succeed, or you'd know how much you regret it now." These words made Duan Xingyue feel even more ashamed. He hurriedly bowed to Su Ming and said, "I was blind before, unaware of Prince Su's identity. I didn't know he was my savior. His kindness is immeasurable. I can never repay it, only." Duan Xingyue's words were meaningful. Duan Tianhong immediately replied, "Prince Su, what do you think about your marriage to my daughter?" With the surrounding area in turmoil and the Jin kingdom approaching with an aggressive and unclear intention, he wished he could tie Su Ming to his Duan royal family so that he could feel at ease. Su Ming remained calm. "With the great enemy of the 9 provinces at hand, and my parents missing, I have no time for personal feelings. Moreover, I have been irreconcilably opposed to the Jin kingdom for 5 years, and they dream of taking my life. There's also the blood fiend eyeing us covetously. There's no point in discussing marriage now. I think I should go see Suda first." These words reassured Duan Tianhong. Duan Tianhong immediately nodded. "Okay, let's go to the prison first." So the two headed towards the prison. Duan Xingyue was somewhat disappointed. However, a true man should act this way, especially the king of the 9 provinces. Isn't this the kind of man I want? She didn't know Su Ming was the king of the 9 provinces before, and she made many mistakes. She will definitely perform well in the future and make Su Ming look at her with new eyes. Duan Xingyue immediately made up her mind. Su Ming entered the prison, passing through layers of guards along the way. As Duan Tianhong said, there really were 18 layers of guards, each layer heavily fortified. The outermost first floor had the largest number of people, with at least 500 or 600 imperial guards patrolling back and forth. As they went deeper into the building, there were fewer and fewer people. By the time they reached the last floor, there was only Xiao Jian on guard. But Xiao Jian alone is strong enough to withstand the combined strength of the 18 layers outside. Upon seeing Su Ming arrive, Xiao Jian revealed a meaningful and sympathetic expression, and said with a smile, "The second prince ordered me to kill you, but I couldn't find you. However, I have to obey orders after you finish your business. Let's have a fight." Xiao Jian had wanted to test his skills against Su Ming for a long time. A master like the earthy mortal Xianjing would cherish even the chance to find a worthy opponent. Duan Tianhong waved her hand dejectedly. "That matter is in the past, and that order should be treated as if it never happened. You don't need to take it to heart." Xiao Jian smiled but remained silent. Su Ming also knew that Xiao Jian had deliberately failed to find him before, which was why he hadn't attacked him. Su Ming smiled and said, "There's a chance." "Good." Xiao Jian nodded. Then Su Ming and Duan Tianhong entered the prison. "Let me go in and talk to him first," Su Ming said to Duan Tianhong. "Good." So Duan Tianhong stayed outside the door. Su Ming stepped into the heavenly prison. In the prison cell, Su De, who was once full of vigor and determined to sweep across and control the entire land, was now disheveled, with his hair as messy as straw, his spirits low, and his clothes tattered like a beggar. His feet were also chained to the ground by 2 steel chains. Su Ming approached. Su De opened his eyes a crack, glanced at Su Ming, and grinned. "I knew you'd come back for me because I'm your enemy. Can you sleep soundly if you don't kill me? Come on, this prison will never see the light of day again. Stay here, it's boring inside. Just a few clicks and it's done." Su De appeared resigned to his fate. Su Ming looked at him calmly. "Are you afraid that if you fall into the hands of the blood fiend Hall, your fate will be worse than death?" Su De chuckled and shook his head. "As expected, I couldn't fool you. I only regret not calling more experts back then, so I could have killed you, you little beast, with one strike. But don't be so clever. Don't think you're invincible just because you have the War God Army. There are plenty of people stronger than the War God Army. If you don't kill me now, you'll still die when the Blood Fiend Hall makes their move. Only more people will die. Have you ever heard of the Celestial Immortal Realm? Have you ever heard of the Divine Transformation Realm? Have you ever heard of the Ascending God Realm? You know nothing about it? I'm just dabbling in small-scale battles. When the real powerhouses make their move, you'll know what fear is. Their goals aren't as simple as the interests of the 9 provinces or kings. They're aiming for true invincibility, and even immortality. Suda looked at him with longing, as if he were talking about something far beyond his reach. Su Ming's words brought him back to reality. Tell me why the Blood Fiend Hall is so desperate to capture you. Suda then came to his senses and looked at Su Ming with a smile. Alright, since I've ended up like this anyway, I'm doomed to die, so let me tell you what happened. Listen carefully, or you'll be shocked. 892, Chapter 892. I'm really looking forward to it. The Blood Fiend Hall wants to capture me, but they only want two things. First, the map of Kyushu, showing the weakest points in terms of offense and defense, and the routes of attack. Secondly, it's a key. For the Blood Fiend Hall, the most important thing is this key. They have spent more than 10 or 20 years searching for it, but they have not been able to find its whereabouts. Only recently did they realize that it had fallen into my hands. Suda leaned against the wall, looking as if he had the world in his grasp, and began to speak in a leisurely manner. Key? Su Ming frowned. Could it be related to the key left by my father? That's right, this key belongs to the Su family. It's the key to open the gate to the Su family's sacred dragon vein. It's also the reason they hunted down Su Lingkong and his wife back then. The Su couple fled to Zhongzhou. I heard they were carrying a priceless treasure, so I sent men to ambush and assassinate them, but in the end, we only managed to seriously injure the woman. The couple still managed to escape. It seems they were carrying a child. Later, when I wasn't the Grand Commandant anymore, I didn't think much of it after they escaped. Later, the Blood Fiend Hall came to Zhongzhou. I reached a cooperation agreement with the Blood Fiend Hall, provided them with information about the Imperial State, and they supported me, allowing me to gradually become the Grand Commandant. After I became Grand Commandant, my network of connections gradually expanded, and I also learned from the Blood Fiend Hall the secret behind the pursuit of Su Lingkong and his wife. I personally witnessed them being injured and escaping from my hands, and I can confirm that they had nothing on them, otherwise they would not have been able to escape from me. So, they probably left the things in the Imperial City. So I sent out countless people to investigate, but it took a long time, almost 3 years, until just before I was about to raise an army, to find out that they had left the items in a safe deposit box at Citibank. At this point, Suda seemed a little tired. After catching his breath, he continued, Later, I took some people to see it myself. In addition to the outer combination, there were at least 2 or 3 more layers of combination inside the safe. It's not something an ordinary person can open. Su Lingkong put a lot of effort into setting up the defenses. I did consider bringing the safe directly into the Grand Commandant's mansion and opening it by force, but because the uprising was imminent, I simply didn't have the extra time to do that. But only I knew that the item was in Citibank. That's why the Blood Fiend Hall went to great lengths to get me out of there. They've been tracking me for over 20 years. How could they let this go so easily? Even if it means sending out the entire force, they will spare no effort. Suda grinned, smiling smugly. It seemed that he had achieved an unprecedented feat, as if even the infamous Blood Fiend Palace was helpless against him. However, you wouldn't understand things like dragon veins and keys. Those are related to the fate of heaven and earth, and the one who obtains them might become the only strong person in the 9 provinces for hundreds of years. Your level of knowledge is too low. Even if I told you, you wouldn't be able to change anything. You probably couldn't even stop the Blood Fiend Hall. Suda shook his head jokingly. The reason he dared to speak out was not only because he had no other choice, but also because he believed that even if he did speak, Su Ming wouldn't understand. It's like casting pearls before swine. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he saw Su Ming's face was gloomy and his eyes were as cold as knives. So you were involved in the hunt for my parents. I was wondering why the trail went cold in Dezhou. Turns out you've been imprisoned here. Where am I supposed to find you now? Su Ming's tone was icy and chilling. What did you say? Suda looked at Su Ming with a puzzled and surprised expression. The key you're talking about, is it this one? Su Ming slowly took out the silver key left by his father from his pocket. The moment Suda saw the key, he sat up abruptly, his pupils dilating in shock as he stared at Su Ming. How did you get it? Have you already been to Citibank? How did you know this secret? That's impossible. Suda was so shocked that his scalp tingled. He had originally thought that if he could escape this calamity and not die at the hands of the Blood Fiend Palace, this key, this treasure left behind by Su Lingkong, would be his greatest chance to turn things around. Unexpectedly, Su Mingjia has gotten there first. You bastard, what's going on? Su Ming grinned coldly. Didn't you understand? You hunted down my parents and tried to seize my Su family's possessions 5 years ago. You even had people besiege me on the summit of Mount Tai. The Blood Fiend Hall is secondary. You're the one who deserves to die the most. Upon hearing this, Su Du opened his mouth wide, staring at Su Ming in disbelief, unable to utter a single word. He hadn't been paying attention just now, and he hadn't taken Su Ming seriously at all. Looking back now, I finally understand. So, you're the illegitimate child that couple had you. Once he understood everything, Su Du felt a chill run down his spine. No wonder you were able to open that safe. No wonder you knew this secret, and no wonder you hindered my attack on the Duan family, royal family. I never expected that I would fail to completely kill your family of 3 back then, and in the end, I was destroyed by you. Su Du leaned back, his emotions surging like a raging storm, the expression on his face and in his eyes more captivating than any opera performance. It's all like a cause and effect cycle. It's like it was destined. If he had killed Su Ming's family back then his later uprising would not have been hindered by Su Ming. Su Ming will not become the king of Kyushu. He would never be locked up in this dark and hopeless prison right now. Everything was the result of his own actions, and now it has become the consequence that ends him. Su Du felt a surge of despair and helplessness, as if he were being held captive by an invisible hand of fate, making it impossible for him to breathe. Fate, it's all fate. Su Du shook his head weakly. Life? Su Ming sneered. You haven't mentioned a word of the evil you've done, yet you just blame it on fate. You caused my family to be destroyed, and to this day, you still show no remorse. You just think it was all due to fate? Your life is too comfortable, isn't it? Su Ming's eyes were icy cold, filled with endless killing intent. Su Du looked at Su Ming, his voice trembling slightly, and asked, What do you want to do? Do you want to kill me? Anyway, I'm already a worthless life, so kill me if you want success or failure. My death will be enough for this life. Su Ming grinned. Killing you would be too easy. My parents are still missing, and the suffering they've endured can't be repaid by killing you. Now, enjoy yourself. In 10 days, the Jin Kingdom and its royal family will hold a gathering. At that time, the Blood Fiend Hall will also make a large-scale appearance. We will meet then. The Blood Fiend Hall doesn't know I've already obtained the key. What will they do to you? I'm really looking forward to it. Su Ming threw his head back and laughed heartily. You? Su Darren is numb. My whole body was trembling. He couldn't imagine that scene. What would happen to me if I fell into the hands of the Blood Fiend Hall? You beast, if you have the guts, kill me. I was the one who wanted to kill your parents. I still want to kill them now. Don't let me out. I haven't regretted it for a moment. If you have the guts, kill me. Su Du screamed in terror, his voice hoarse. However, Su Ming ignored him and had already turned around and left the prison. Kill me, or I'll definitely kill you, you little beast. Behind him, only Su Da's desperate roar echoed throughout the entire prison. 893, Chapter 893. You made me sick. The Han family. Thank you so much, Miss Wan, young Master Yang, and Miss Su, for saving my life. Han Hua and his men bowed deeply to Wan Shirin, Yang Hao, and Su Ziyun with faces full of gratitude. Wan Shirin hurriedly stepped forward to help Han Hua up. Master Han, please don't be so polite. We just happened to run into each other. But what exactly happened to the Han family? How did they manage to offend the 2 great families of Dezhou? Sigh, this is a long story. Han Hua sighed helplessly and turned to give Qiao Shui a disgruntled look. If Qiao Shui hadn't insisted on taking that kid in, inviting a wolf into the house, none of this would have happened. So Han Hua recounted how he took in Su Ming, what happened at the Mazu temple, and how Su Ming was captured by the prince's mansion. After listening, Su Ziyun snorted coldly. That kid really is a menace. He causes trouble wherever he goes. If we hadn't happened to be here today asking for medicine, the entire Han family would probably have been killed by him. You know him too? Han Hua asked in surprise. Of course we know each other, we're very close. So, in front of the Han family, Su Ziyun briefly explained Su Ming's identity in Yunqing, Zhengzhou. But they only talked about the negative aspects. They even mentioned indirectly that Su Lingkong was expelled from the Su family and was hunted down by the Blood Fiend Hall. After hearing this, the entire Han family was shocked. So that idiot was this kind of person. I knew I wasn't wrong, still a traitor's remnant, he deserves to die. Han Yu was so angry that she gritted her teeth. Han Hua snorted coldly, his face darkening. He slammed his hand on the table and shouted angrily, so those two are the same kind of troublemakers. My Han family was implicated by them once, and now we're going to be implicated by their son again. We must have owed them something in our past lives. Immediately, the Han family and Su Ziyun were united in their hatred and despised Su Ming. Wan Shirin also shook her head. Su Ming really can't find peace wherever he goes. He never faces his own problems and only drags down those around him. Nonsense. However, only Xiao Shui was present. Her face flushed with anger. She spoke loudly and said angrily, Xiao Ming is not that kind of person. I've spent the past 2 days with him, and I can tell he's an upright person. Is definitely not what you're saying. Besides, he can single-handedly defeat 3 experts at the Divine Power Realm and still emerge victorious. Can you do that? What gives you the right to slander him here? Xiao Shui was so angry that her eyes turned red. Watching a group of people slander and defame Su Ming and his parents, she felt as if her chest was about to explode. Most importantly, Su Ming's mother, Long Qingwu, is her cousin. Doesn't that mean she's not clean either? Xiao Shui had never been this angry in her life. Moreover, although she had gotten into trouble, she knew very well where the root of the problem lay. It was her daughter Han Yu who had teamed up with that Jia Fei, which had caused such a big problem. It's clear that he has absolutely nothing to do with Su Ming. Mom, stop talking. Don't they know that kid? Everyone says so. How could they wrong him? Han Yu stepped forward and said righteously. You? Xiao Shui flew into a rage and slapped Han Yu across the face. He roared, you caused all this trouble yourself, and you don't say a word about it. You're pushing it all onto Xiao Ming. How could I have given birth to such a thing as you? Xiao Shuiren was furious. Mom, are you crazy? Han Yu covered her slapped cheek, her face filled with shock. Wan Shirin and the other two looked on in astonishment. Unexpectedly, Xiao Shui defended Su Ming so much that she even hit her daughter because Su Ming hit her. Wan Shirin immediately stepped forward to advise, Aunt Xiao, you may not believe what they say, but I have some authority to speak on this. I've been married to him for 3 years, and I know very well what kind of person he is. Perhaps you've only known him for 2 days and don't understand at all. He may be kind-hearted and not a bad person, but he lacks ability and self-awareness, so he might do more harm than good, often hurting himself and others. So, you may have misunderstood and wronged Miss Han. Xiao Shui was so angry that her face turned red. She glared at Wan Shirin and scolded, I don't understand, you're so young. What do you know? You've been married for 3 years. Xiao Ming is incredibly unlucky to have run into a woman like you. As incapable, but do you think you could handle 3 experts at the Divine Power Realm? Wan Shirin blushed immediately, unsure of how to persuade him. Su Ziyun sneered, perhaps it was someone from the prince's residence who made the move, otherwise, how could he possibly do it? You? Enraged, Xiao Shui clutched her chest, her face turning deathly pale, and she fainted from anger. Mom? Wife! Han Hua also exclaimed in shock. He rushed forward to help Xiao Shui up, carried her to the back room, and immediately ordered someone to find a doctor to treat her. Well. Wan Shirin sighed helplessly, it seems Aunt Xiao has also been fooled. She's still speaking up for that guy at a time like this. When I was young and ignorant, I also thought so, but once she realizes what's going on, she'll probably regret saying so many good things for that kid, and might even get sick from anger. It's not worth it at all. The 3 of them originally came to ask for medicine, but when they saw the Han family being besieged, they stepped in to help. As the young master of a prominent family in the secluded region, Yang Hao is someone that most people wouldn't dare to offend. The 2 families backed down when faced with difficulties. I never expected this to happen. A moment later, Han Hua came out and said to Wan Shirin and the other 2, Gentlemen, I have remembered your great kindness, but let's talk about it another day. Today is not suitable. My wife is impatient and stubborn. We have to wait until she recovers. I sincerely apologize for what happened today, and I will thank you all again another day. Alright, Mr. Han, no rush, let's head back now. Wan Shirin nodded, and the 3 of them turned and left. As soon as Wan Shirin and her 2 companions stepped out of the Han family's house, they bumped into Su Ming arriving by car. Just as I got off the bus, I came face to face with Wan Shirin and the other 2. Several pairs of eyes met. You dare come to the Han family, you brat, are you tired of living? Get out of here, the Han family would love to kill you right now. Yang Hao stood on the steps, looking at Su Ming with disdain. Su Ming ignored Yang Hao and Su Ziyun, and looked at Wan Shirin. What are you doing here? Wan Shirin said calmly, we came here to ask for medicine, but the trouble you've caused this time is indeed quite serious. Even Aunt Xiao was made sick by you. You'd better not go in. Wan Shirin shook her head and said. She had nothing more to say to Su Ming. Is Aunt Xiao sick? Without another divorce, Su Ming rushed into the Han family home. This kid, is he really not afraid of death? Didn't he hear what we just said? Yang Hao sneered disdainfully. Su Ziyun shook her head. That idiot, he's always been like this. Oh well, if the Han family saw him now, they'd probably want to tear him to pieces. If he wants to die, let him go, it'll save us trouble. Let's go. After saying that, the three left the scene. 894, Chapter 894. He has no way to escape. You dare to come back, haven't you heard us enough? You made my mom sick. She even stood up for you and said so many good things about you, and this is how you treat her? Return the engagement. I'm ashamed to have met someone like you. I must have had the worst luck in 8 lifetimes. When Su Ming arrived at the Han family's backyard, he was immediately blocked by Han Yu, who pointed at him and started cursing, her face turning red with anger. Su Ming's gaze turned cold as he stared at Han Yu and snapped, Get out of the way, let me in to see Aunt Xiao's illness. No. You're not getting a foothold in the Han family today. Get out of here right now, or my mother will be furious with you sooner or later. Han Yu's face was sharp. Really, you want to end up like Jia Fei? I can tolerate your Han family not because of you, but because of Aunt Xiao, who is a relative of my mother's and is genuinely sincere. If you try to stop me, I will show absolutely no mercy. A murderous intent flashed in Su Ming's eyes. Han Yu trembled with fear. The thought of Jia Fei being slapped away by Su Ming and now lying in the hospital gave me goosebumps. You dare threaten me, kid, you'll regret this. Han Yu stood to the side, gritting her teeth. Su Ming snorted coldly and walked straight towards Qiao Shue's room. What happened? As soon as Su Ming stepped into Qiao Shue's room, Han Hua rushed over with his men, glanced at him with surprise, and asked Han Yu for a question. Han Yu gritted her teeth. That brat Su Ming is back, and he insists on seeing Mom. When I refused, he tried to hit me. I am no match for him. I couldn't stop him. You little beast, you want to die? Help! Han Hua gave a sharp shout and was about to gather his men to attack Su Ming. My prestigious Han family, can't we handle him? He's nothing but the descendant of a traitor. If it weren't for my Han family letting him in, he'd still be bullied outside the imperial state. He doesn't know how to repay kindness, and instead he's turning around and biting his master? Han Hua was furious and started cursing. We must lead our men and charge forward. Dad, wait a minute. Han Yu thought for a moment, then frowned and called out. What's wrong? Don't come here, let me treat him. Han Hua said with a face full of anger. Han Yu shook her head and said, Dad, Mom's health isn't good right now, and she's been so protective of that kid, making such a fuss. I am afraid her body can't handle it. I don't know what method that kid used to sneak out of the prince's residence to be able to come back. How could an ordinary person who enters the prince's residence possibly come out alive? Why don't we just call the prince's residence and have them come and arrest him? Yes. Han Hua's eyes lit up immediately. I almost forgot about that. You're right. This way we can take down that kid without bloodshed. We won't have to make a mess of the Han family. Daughter, you're so smart. So Han Hua led Han Yu to the hall, picked up the phone, and made a call to the steward of the prince's residence. The Han family still holds some status and influence in the imperial state. Han Hua had previously worked for the royal family and had connections with many royal staff. Although those with more power are out of reach, those in the middle and lower ranks still have some personal connections. At the prince's residence, Duan Qingtian was now experiencing a splitting headache. He has been confined to his quarters by the venerable Prince Duan Tianhong, and in 10 days, after the royal family's top-level gathering is over, he will be exiled to the border region. If you don't achieve great things within 3 years, don't even think about coming back for the rest of your life. Of course, these are not the worst things. What gave him the biggest headache was that he had offended Su Ming, the king of the border region and the leader of the war god army. If he were exiled there, he would probably not have a good life in the border region. To achieve great things and make a name for oneself? Offending the war god army, he's lucky to be alive. Duan Qingtian gave a wry smile. Just then, the steward ran over with the phone. Second prince, there's a phone call for you. Who is it? Duan Qingtian asked impatiently. It's Han Hua, the head of the Han family. Han Hua? Duan Qingtian frowned. What right does Han Hua, a mere nobody, have to seek him out? Are these people insane? Just because they have a little reputation in the imperial state, they think they can associate with him? Even at his worst, a starved camel is still bigger than a horse. Duan Qingtian was about to yell at the steward to get out of the way. But then it suddenly occurred to me that Su Ming had previously stayed at the Han family in Dizhou. Could it be that Su Ming intends to forgive him and let him go after this phone call? Duan Qingtian was overjoyed and hurriedly said, "Give me the phone." Then he answered the phone, a smile on his face, and said, "Hello?" When Han Hua heard that Duan Qingtian had answered the phone, he was overjoyed and excited, and hurriedly said, "Your Highness, it's so good to be able to contact you." Duan Qingtian asked as politely as possible, "Is there something you want to tell me?" "Certainly." Han Hua nodded hurriedly, feeling very happy. Rumor has it that the second prince is eccentric, violent, and unpredictable, making him difficult to approach. I never expected him to be so approachable. It seems the rumors were all false. This gave Han Hua some confidence, and he said happily, "Your Highness, the criminal your prince's residence is looking for has already escaped to my Han family. As soon as I saw him, I immediately called to inform you. I absolutely did not alert him. Your Highness, you should set off immediately, and I will help you keep an eye on your master and arrest him." "A sinner, who is it?" Duan Qingtian looked completely bewildered. "Su Ming," Han Hua replied. Puff. Upon hearing this, Duan Qingtian on the other end trembled with fear and nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. "You called just to ask me to arrest him?" Duan Qingtian was about to vomit blood. He was still full of hope, thinking that Su Ming would forgive him and not hold it against him. The Han family actually ordered him to arrest people. "Yes, don't worry, second prince, I've already gathered the men, he won't be able to escape," Han Hua said confidently. "Go to hell, get lost, you idiot." Han Hua cursed loudly and slammed the phone down. Everyone was terrified. Beep beep beep. Han Hua sat in the lobby, holding a phone, with a dial tone coming from the other end. He was completely stunned by the scolding. I was stunned for a long time. "Dad, what's wrong? Has the prince's residence sent someone?" Han Yu asked in surprise. At the same time, he was also looking forward to it. This second prince held a high position and was said to be exceptionally brave and skilled. If he could meet him and chat with him, he might even become friends. What an honor it is to be friends with the second prince. However, Han Hua said with a grim expression, "He's not coming." The second prince said, "I'm an idiot." Ah. Han Yu was also stunned on the spot. In the backyard room, Su Ming used silver needles to perform acupuncture on several acupoints for Xiao Shui. A moment later, Xiao Shui woke up from her deep sleep. Upon seeing Su Ming, Xiao Shui burst into tears. "Xiao Ming, are you alright? I'm so glad you're alright. I knew you weren't some heinous criminal, so whatever they say, I find it impossible. Even if they say your parents were traitors, or that you're the descendant of traitors, I'll argue with them. I don't believe you're that kind of person." Xiao Shui grabbed Su Ming's hand, her eyes reddening with emotion. "My parents are traitors, who said that?" Su Ming's gaze suddenly turned icy cold. "There are only 3 of them, and the little girl among them seems to also have the surname Su," Xiao Shui said. "Su Ziyun?" Su Ming's face was full of coldness. "Yes, it's her, Su Ziyun." 895, Chapter 895. May you have good fortune. Su Ziyun, what a Su Ziyun, she's targeted me time and time again, and I haven't bothered with her, but she's getting more and more addicted to it. Fine, I'm going to the Su family sooner or later anyway, and I'll settle this score with her once and for all. Su Ming's gaze was cold and his eyes were filled with chilling killing intent. He didn't care before because he was also from the Su family, and his parents were from the Su family. We all share the same bloodline. But now it seems that the Su family of Jiuhui Mountain never treated him as one of their own. They'd love for him to never come back. And Su Ziyun's audacity to say that his parents were traitors is probably not something she alone could say. After all, Su Ziyun is only in her teens or 20s, and probably hasn't even met her parents yet. It's obvious that someone deliberately instilled this idea in Su Ziyun through words and deeds. Such a person deserves to die even more than the blood fiend Hall. A surge of anger welled up in Su Ming's heart. Xiaoshui slowly sat up and said, "Xiao Ming, forget it, I am relieved to see you're alright, don't bother with them anymore, that Miss Su doesn't seem like an ordinary person, besides, they have the eldest young master of the prestigious Yang family with them, if you offend them, you'll be in for a lot of trouble. Xiao Ming, your parents aren't around anymore, you're all alone, I am really worried about you, I'll have Han Hua find you a job so you can live a good life and stop arguing with them," Xiao Shui said with emotion. As she got older, she realized that nothing was as good as a peaceful and happy life, regardless of fame or power. Su Ming's parents had a tragic fate. In the end, neither of them had a good outcome. Su Ming shook his head and said in a deep voice, "Aunt Xiao, don't worry, I will handle it, including the grudges against my parents, I will settle accounts with them one by one." "You?" Seeing that she couldn't persuade Su Ming, Xiao Shui was truly at her wit's end. "Here's what we'll do, if you really want to achieve something, I'll help you contact your mother's long family. If your maternal grandfather is willing to lend a hand, then there's nothing you can't accomplish." Xiao Shui seemed to have made up her mind about something. The Long family? Su Ming raised his eyebrows. It was the first time he had ever heard those two words. "That's right," Xiao Shui said with a long and profound gaze. "You probably don't know how powerful your mother is. The Long family is the 8th most powerful family among the outlying clans. When your mother was young, she was a renowned prodigy in the outlying region. She was hailed by countless people as the most promising young generation, and might even have succeeded the Long family. But after marrying Su Lingkong, she gave up fame and fortune and devoted herself to being a good wife and mother. As a result, she has had almost no contact with the Long family for the past 10 or 20 years. I hope they still remember your mother." As she spoke, Xiao Shui took out her phone and was about to dial the Long family's number. Bang! Just then, a loud bang was heard at the door. It turned out that Han Hua finally couldn't hold back any longer and forced his way in with Han Yu and the rest of the Han family. "Honey, are you alright?" Han Hua asked loudly. As a result, they saw that Xiao Shui, who had been unconscious, had woken up. Her complexion had returned to a rosy state, and she looked completely normal. Han Hua was shocked. "Mom, you're awake, are you alright?" Han Yu rushed up in surprise. "What are you doing?" Seeing the menacing demeanor of Han Hua and his group, who were armed with weapons, Xiao Shui frowned and asked in a deep voice. Han Hua grinned and said, "This kid is a serious criminal in the prince's residence. I plan to arrest him and send him to the prince's residence. You bastards, it was Xiao Ming who healed me. If it weren't for him, I would be dead. Otherwise, who would I have relied on? If you dare to touch him again in the Han family, I'll kill myself. Get out." Xiao Shui's face turned red with anger, and she shouted angrily. "He cured you?" Han Hua glanced at Su Ming in surprise. Although he thought it was unlikely, since Xiao Shui had said so, he could only suppress his anger for the time being. He smiled and said, "Okay, wife, you're in charge. I'll go make you some tonic right away." Han Hua turned and left with his men. How could he possibly cure illnesses? Han Yu turned to look at Su Ming, and when she thought of how her mother had fainted from anger because she spoke up for Su Ming, her eyes showed even more disdain. Seeing that Xiao Shui was alright, Su Ming didn't bother to stay any longer and said, "Aunt Xiao, you should rest well. I'll be leaving now." Xiao Shui quickly sat up. "Xiao Ming, you live at the Han family's house, where are you going?" Su Ming smiled calmly. "I have other things to do, Aunt Xiao, you don't need to worry." After saying that, Su Ming turned and left. "Let that kid go if he wants to, Mom. Why are you keeping him? If you keep him around, we'll get into trouble with him sooner or later. As a high-ranking criminal from the prince's residence who would dare to take him in," Han Yu said dismissively. "Alright, you little brat, are you never going to stop?" Xiao Shui glared at Han Yu, annoyed. If he were a repeat offender, would he still be out? The fact that he's back proves his innocence. Besides, I haven't settled accounts with you for calling people to attack Xiao Ming. Tomorrow I'll take you to apologize to Xiao Ming if you don't behave. Don't blame me for not letting you off the hook." Fine, Mom, you're in charge," Han Yu said dejectedly. Xiao Shui had just woken up. and not wanting to upset her mother any further, she could only reluctantly agree. Just as Su Ming left the Han family, several luxury cars roared up. The car door opened, revealing Lin Jingyun, the head of the Lin family who had previously caused trouble at the Han family's residence, and Ing Jinyue. The two men rushed forward in a panic and knelt down in front of Su Ming with a thud. Lin Jingyun of the Lin family. The winner is Ing Jinyue. Greetings, King of the 9 provinces. I was blind and offended you before, please forgive me, Prince Su. The two voices echoed at the entrance of the Han family's house. The servants of the Han family were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. What are you doing here? Are you here to avenge your subordinates who are at the divine power realm? Su Ming's gaze darkened, and he asked in a cold voice. No. Upon hearing this, Lin Jingyun and Ing Jinyue were so frightened they almost peed their pants. They retreated earlier because they learned of Su Ming's identity, some events that had occurred within the royal family, and Duan Qingtian's fate. They only retreated in panic after realizing what kind of powerful figure they had offended. Otherwise, with just Wan Shirin and the other two, Yang Hao of the Yang family was nothing to them within the imperial state. Lin Jingyun hurriedly said, those two fools accepted money without permission and dared to disrespect Prince Su. They deserve to die. We have come here to apologize and ask Prince Su to do us the honor of coming to our residence for a gathering, so that we may have a chance to apologize. We have already prepared a banquet to welcome Prince Su back. Alright, lead the way. Su Ming said calmly. Please, Prince Su. The two men quickly bowed and stood respectfully on either side to welcome Su Ming into the car, which then rumbled away. Inside the Han family residence, Han Hua was carrying a bowl of medicinal soup when he happened to pass by the front yard. Hearing the commotion, he came out, looked around, and frowned as he asked, what happened? The servants of the Han family were already dumbfounded. A servant said tremblingly, Master Han, the Lin family head and the Ying family head just came and took away that young Master Su Ming. Upon hearing this, Han Hua was taken aback. Are these two powerful families still at odds and coming to cause trouble again? What do you mean take away? You mean arrest? That kid's finished. Han Hua's expression immediately became complicated. He was somewhat alarmed and felt immense pressure. No, sir, we personally witnessed the two heads of the family kneeling and bowing down. Several servants of the Han family, their faces filled with shock, were about to recount what they had witnessed. Han Hua waved his hand and said in a deep voice, alright, whatever you saw, pretend you didn't see it. Whatever you do, don't let Madame know about this, otherwise, don't blame me for not letting you off the hook. If Xiao Shui finds out that the boy has been captured by the two major families, she'll probably go crazy again. Xiao Shui couldn't take the shock anymore, so she decided to keep the matter a secret for now. That kid, good luck to him. 896, Chapter 896 Worthless. That kid really is a menace. It's not like a jinx never comes knocking. After careful consideration, Han Hua became even more certain that Su Ming's capture meant certain death. But this is fine too, it'll do the job. From now on, the two major families will no longer cause trouble for the Han family. That kid only has himself to blame for being so self-aware and causing trouble. He brought it all on himself. This trip can also be considered as repaying the Han family for saving Su Lingkong and Long Qingwu's lives back then. Having figured everything out, Han Hua served the medicine to Xiao Shui, without mentioning a word about Su Ming. The next day, Xiao Shui has fully recovered. She didn't have any major health problems to begin with. She was just a little excited, which caused her blood and qi to rush to her heart. After being treated by Su Ming's top-notch medical skills, she is even healthier than the average person. Xiao Shui forcefully took Han Yu with her, determined to make Han Yu apologize to Su Ming. At the same time, we should discuss Han Yu's marriage to Su Ming. An apology is fine. At worst, it's just talk. But when it comes to marriage, Han Yu is absolutely unwilling. What kind of status does Han Yu have? Anyone worthy of her must be a prince or nobleman, a young master from a great family, not some insignificant ant like her. As they passed through the hall, Han Yu saw her father, Han Hua, and struggled to run over to him. Hiding behind him, she said, feeling wronged and angry, Dad, what about Mom? She insists I apologize to that boy and fulfill the marriage agreement. Is Mom crazy? How could that boy possibly be good enough for me? This engagement is a joke. Hearing this, Han Hua was also startled. In his view, these were all trivial matters. The key issue is that Su Ming has been captured by the two major families, and he's probably dead by now. Where can we find the mother and daughter? If we find out that the two major families are looking for someone, that would really be asking for trouble. Thinking of this, Hanhua raised his head, coughed twice, and said to Xiao Shui, "Wife, Xiaoyu is right, there's no rush, Xiaoyu is still young, why force her? I think the three young ladies from the Wan family saved our lives, so we should go and thank them first. Besides, I sensed earlier that they seemed to have something to discuss with us. Would it be incredibly shameful if people found out that the Han family was ungrateful?" Xiao Shui thought for a moment and nodded. "Alright, let's visit those three first, then we'll go find Xiao Ming. Let's get both things done today." Hanhua was frustrated. Okay. So Hanhua packed up and set off with the mother and daughter. For now, we can only take it one step at a time and see if we can manage. Hopefully, Xiao Shui will give up once she can't find the person. Wan Shireen left an address before she left. The three of them are staying at the Imperial State International Hotel. Hanhua drove the mother and daughter to the International Hotel. As soon as they went upstairs, they saw Wan Shireen and the other two sitting in the living room talking to a man. Hanhua looked closely and immediately recognized him. Isn't that the big boss of the Imperial Physician's Office, the Chief Steward of Internal Affairs, Steward Yu Sanxian? I didn't expect Miss Wan to even know people from the Imperial Physician's Mansion. Those three are truly young and promising, with extraordinary backgrounds. No wonder they could scare away even the heads of the two great families before, and they all had to give them some face. Hanhua exclaimed in amazement. Hanyu looked up and exclaimed with delight, "Yes, they're the kind of people I want to be. Compared to them, Su Ming is nothing at all, miles behind Miss Wan and the other two, and he's even engaged to me. It's embarrassing to even tell anyone." Thinking of Su Ming, Hanyu felt another wave of disgust and aversion. Only Xiao Shui shook her head. She always felt that these three people didn't seem like the type to get things done. So, Hanhua and his family went over. "Manager, we'll have to trouble you then. Could you please help us find these medicinal herbs? The money is nothing, and we will definitely deliver on our promise to you." Wan Shireen wrote down the required medicinal herbs and handed them to Yu Sanxian. Seeing an opportunity to profit, Yu Sanxian accepted the money with a smile, saying, "I have absolutely no doubt about Miss Wan, young Master Yang, and Miss Su's identities. I will definitely get things done for you within 2 days. Sister Wan, we're here." Hanhua and the other two came up, and Hanyu greeted them affectionately. Even though they had only met once, Hanyu treated Wan Shireen as warmly as if they were sisters who had known each other for over 10 years. Wan Shireen was also slightly surprised and quickly stood up to greet them. "Mr. Han, Aunt Xiao, and Miss Han, please have a seat. I was just thinking about whether I should make another trip to the Han family to pay my respects." Hanhua smiled and nodded. "Miss Wan, you are too kind. You are the ones who saved the Han family. It is only natural that I, Hanhua, would personally come to express my gratitude. It's just a small gift, nothing more." Hanhua handed the gift he had prepared to Wan Shireen. Wan Shireen politely accepted it. Miss Wan said earlier that she had something to discuss with the Han family. "I wonder what it is. You have done the Han family such a great favor. Whatever the request, as long as I, Hanhua, can do it, I will not hesitate." Hanhua said affirmatively. Speaking of this, Wan Shireen let out a breath and smiled, saying, "The thing is, my mother in Zhengzhou has fallen seriously ill. Although the treatment has eased her condition, a lot of medicinal herbs are still needed to completely cure her. I heard from others that the Han family seems to have a very powerful prescription that can cure all diseases. I have come here specifically to pay my respects, and I would be grateful if Mr. Han would allow me to see your talents." "A cure-all?" Upon hearing this, Hanhua also showed surprise, looking shocked and bewildered. "Does the Han family have such a prescription? How come I've never heard of it? If we had that, wouldn't we have become wealthy long ago?" They have long been the leading family in the imperial state. As for now, it's still at the bottom of the first tier. Hanhua shook his head and laughed. "Miss Wan, you must have heard a rumor. My Han family doesn't have such a powerful medicine. If we had the means, would both families be willing to come knocking on our door and threaten us so easily?" Wan Shireen immediately looked puzzled and pondered. "But I heard that you've had that prescription for a long time, and have had it for over 10 or 20 years. Ah! Upon hearing this, Han Hua and the other two were all shocked. Han Yu's eyes darted around, and she quickly looked up at Xiao Shui and said, "Mom, is Miss Wan talking about the prescription that Long Qingwu left for you?" Xiao Shui immediately looked up, glared at Han Yu, and said irritably, "What Long Qingwu? She's your aunt, how disrespectful." Then Xiao Shui looked at Wan Shirin and smiled, "Miss Wan, there is indeed a prescription, but it was given to me by a relative or old friend. I don't sell it. Moreover, it was appraised more than 10 years ago, and this prescription is worthless. It's not a cure-all. I think you must have heard a rumor and been fooled." Little did they know that more than a decade ago, the blood fiend Hall's pursuit had caused quite a stir. Who dares to touch anything belonging to the Su family? Even if it has value, I only dare to say it's worthless. Then nothing happened. Now, the people who made the appraisal back then are all old. When Wan Shirin inquired about it, they just mentioned it casually, but Wan Shirin came looking for them. 897, Chapter 897 Divine Essence Pill. "Yes, Sister Wan, that boy's stuff is worthless. I wouldn't even take it if he gave it to me, so what are you going to do with it?" Han Yu echoed this sentiment. In her eyes, Su Ming's things were no different from garbage. That kid? Wan Shirin glanced at Han Yu in surprise, unaware that the prescription was Su Ming's. Although the Han family said so, every extra chance means a greater chance of my mother recovering. Wan Shirin smiled and said, "No matter what, Aunt Xiao. Xiao, please let me take a look. Don't worry, I won't insist. I just want to see if it's useful. Just consider it an eye-opener for me." Wan Shirin said with a big smile. Yu Sanxian from the Imperial Physician's Office chimed in, "That's right, Miss Wan now possesses the strength of a medical saint. She's not far from becoming a medical emperor. She can definitely tell at a glance whether your prescription is effective or not. If it is, wouldn't your Han family become rich?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Shui immediately hesitated. The medicinal value was not important, but it meant a lot to her. Han Hua urged, "Wife, let Miss Wan take a look. I don't know why you're treating that thing like a treasure. It's not really worth anything. Miss Wan has helped us so much. How could we possibly take your things?" "All right." Xiao Shui then took out the prescription and handed it to Wan Shirin. Wan Shirin took it, opened it, and her eyes widened in shock, her jaw dropping several notches. This is the profound yellow divine essence pill? What? Divine essence pill? Wan Shirin's words shocked Su Ziyun, Yu Sanxian, and the others present. Yu Sanxian hurriedly reached out and snatched it from Wan Shirin's hand, the legendary divine essence pill. "Miss Wan, are you sure you're not mistaken?" Su Ziyun and Yang Hao also came over, looking shocked. Only the three members of the Han family looked completely bewildered, not knowing what was going on. Divine essence pill? Where to begin? There's no name written on it. It was appraised more than 10 years ago, and the person who appraised it didn't say what kind of divine essence pill it was. It really is true, my goodness. Yu Sanxian stared blankly at the prescription, his jaw nearly dropping in astonishment. He exclaimed in shock, "The Shenhuang divine essence pill, although it doesn't have a name written on it, the medicinal formula is exactly the same as the legendary one. Moreover, the details, the refining process, are all written down. This is a once-in-a-century event." Yu Sanxian's eyes shone brightly, and he was practically drooling. Such divine ancient prescriptions are so rare that even the Imperial Medical Academy probably couldn't find more than a few, and even if the Imperial Medical Academy had them, they would be top secret and not something that ordinary people could access. The value of such an ancient formula is extraordinary, enough to propel a small family to new heights. For a family like the Hans, possessing such a formula could easily make them one of the most powerful noble families in the entire province. I never imagined the Han family possessed such immense wealth. To say it's worthless is a really clever way of hiding something. Is the divine essence pill very valuable? Han Hua asked, looking puzzled. Wan Shirin smiled and shook her head. "Master Han, it's more than just valuable. If this prescription is successfully made, everyone in the entire imperial state will be scrambling to buy it because it's a martial arts cultivation prescription. All cultivators above the divine power realm can use it. This is an astronomical fortune, enough to increase the Han family's assets and power tenfold." Oh my God! Upon hearing this, Han Hua was so shocked that he almost fell to the ground. Xiao Shui and Han Yu were also dumbfounded. They never expected that Long Qingwu would leave them such a large fortune, but they were blind to its value and always thought it was worthless. If I had known earlier, the Han family would probably be at its peak by now, unmatched by anyone. But it's not too late now, the value of this prescription will never go out of style. Han Yu's expression was even more complicated. 1,000 thoughts raced through my mind. Thinking back to the first night Su Ming entered the Han family, he had already seen the prescription, but the kid didn't say anything. Could it be that he didn't see the value of the prescription at all? Right. Very likely. If they had figured it out, that kind of guy would probably have wanted to steal the prescription long ago, right? Will it still be left for them? Han Yu thought to herself. Master Han, are you selling this prescription? I can buy it on behalf of the Imperial Medical Academy. Even if you keep it, you might not be able to refine it, right? This kind of thing needs to be made into a finished pill to realize its value, otherwise, it's just a huge untapped treasure that we can only look at. Name your price. Yu Sanxian asked Han Hua with an excited expression. Han Hua was also overjoyed and was about to speak. Unexpectedly, Xiao Shui slammed her hand on the table with a loud bang and said in a deep voice, "Not for sale. This doesn't belong to the Han family, it belongs to an old friend. I'll keep it as a memento. I wouldn't sell it for any amount of money." Xiao Shui's attitude was firm and absolutely certain. After saying that, he snatched back the prescription and put it in his pocket. Yu Sanxian immediately shrugged and chuckled. "That's a real shame, but this matter will probably get out soon when the whole of the imperial state knows that your Han family has the formula for the divine essence pill. It won't be a question of whether you sell it or not. By then, it will be too late to regret it. You might as well sell it to me now. Let me handle it, and you'll avoid getting into trouble." Yu Sanxian smiled meaningfully and said, "What trouble could a prescription possibly cause? I've had it for over a decade." Xiao Shui remained unmoved. "Alright, then I'll take my leave now. I need to go find some medicine for Miss Wan and take care of some business." Seeing that he couldn't persuade Xiao Shui, Yu Sanxian got up and left the scene. The three members of the Han family had no idea that keeping their wealth hidden meant there was no risk involved. But once their wealth is revealed, the whole world will know, and the Han family will become a huge treasure. Treasure, that's what everyone fights for. I snatched it. This is also why Su Ming recognized the value of the prescription but didn't point it out. The Han family may not be able to handle this fortune. Revealing its value will only bring disaster to the Han family. But unexpectedly, by sheer coincidence, Wan Shirin has revealed the truth. That afternoon, the news that the Han family possessed the divine essence pill spread throughout the entire imperial state, and beneath the calm surface, turbulent waves were already surging. The Lin family. Su Ming was sitting with Lin Jingyun, asking about the royal gathering in 10 days, who would be attending, and what unusual events were happening in the imperial province. Lin Jingyun also told the truth. Just then, a servant rushed in, knelt before Lin Jingyun, and exclaimed, "Master Lin, we have just received news that the Lin family possesses a top-tier ancient medicinal formula, the divine essence pill." This news has already spread throughout the entire imperial state. Countless family leaders have already set off with their men, heading towards the Han family. Should we set off? If it's too late, this top-tier prescription might fall into someone else's hands. What? Lin Jingyun stood up in shock. But then he realized the relationship between the Han family and Su Ming, and turned to look at Su Ming in surprise. "Prince Su, what about this?" Su Ming sat calmly, but the expression on his face was already unpredictable. The Han family is doing well, so how did the prescription get leaked? 898, Chapter 898. Who exactly is it? At the Lin family residence, Su Ming slowly stood up. That prescription was left to the Han family by my mother. I don't know how it got leaked. I'm afraid someone is behind it. I'll go back and check on it first. You don't need to come. Su Ming spoke calmly. She is the mother of the king of Su. Upon hearing this, Lin Jingyun immediately showed a look of shock. If it belongs to the king of Kyushu's parents, then it belongs to the king of Kyushu. Now the entire imperial state knows, and countless powerful families are rushing to fight over it. I assent that just snatching something from the king of the 9 provinces? Thinking of this, Lin Jingyun broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, I found out in advance, otherwise, if I had ended up like everyone else, the consequences would have been unimaginable. However, the Han family was too careless. They didn't know how to properly preserve such a precious item and just carelessly leaked it. Wasn't this just asking for trouble? Lin Jingyun thought for a moment and hurriedly asked, Prince Su, how about I escort you there? If you encounter any trouble, I can help you out. The situation is serious now, it's no small matter. At this moment, the area outside the Han family's residence is probably completely surrounded. No need. Do you really think the people of the imperial state can touch me? Su Ming asked with a calm smile. Lin Jingyun was immediately shocked and hurriedly said respectfully, Prince Su, please wait. Yes, with Su Ming's status, let alone all the families in the imperial state, even if they were all combined, they probably wouldn't be able to touch a single hair on the king of the 9 provinces. Stealing the prescription is simply a pipe dream. Su Ming left the Lin family and took a car to the gate of the Han family. When he got out of the car, he saw that the entire gate of the Han family was already crowded with people. Luxury cars are countless. The usually quiet Han family home was now bustling with noise, just like a vegetable market. At the main gate, a burly man with a fierce expression and a menacing look on his face led his men to force their way into the Han family's residence. I'm here to buy a prescription. Get out of my way and let your patriarch come out to see me. The burly man let out a deafening shout. A dozen servants were blocking the main gate. Already drenched in sweat, one of the guards, his face grim, said, Boss, our master has instructed us to avoid receiving guests today. Please leave. Go to hell. However, before the other party could finish speaking, he was punched in the chest by the burly man with a loud bang, like a cannonball exploding. The Han family guard was sent flying backward by the punch, spitting out several mouthfuls of blood in midair before falling unconscious upon landing. Upon seeing this scene, the other servants of the Han family were instantly stunned into silence, not daring to utter a sound. The burly man's face was full of arrogance and violence. Do you know who I am? I'm Yang Feilong of the Yang family of Dizhou. Who dares to disrespect me? You bunch of watchdogs, you dare to block my way? I think you all want to die. Not content with that, Yang Feilong reached out and grabbed another servant, lifting him up like a chick, and punched him in the face. If that fist, the size of a sandbag, were to land, the servants of the Han family would likely be seriously injured, if not killed. Brother Feilong, well done, you taught those watchdogs of the Han family a lesson. Did they think they could rise to power just because the Han family has a prescription? Brother Feilong, teach them a lesson they won't forget. Others at the entrance joined in the commotion, creating a heated and chaotic scene. Su Ming watched this unfold, then slowly walked up just as Yang Feilong threw a punch. Su Ming raised his hand and, with a snap, grabbed Yang Feilong's fist. Bang! Yang Feilong's powerful arm was abruptly stopped in mid-air. Even the air seemed to vibrate, creating a wave of air. The commotion at the scene stopped abruptly. All eyes were instantly fixed on Su Ming in shock. Who is this kid? They even dared to block Yang Feilong? Yang Feilong is not only a young master of a prominent family in Dizhou, but also a top-notch martial arts master at the divine realm. He is arrogant, domineering, and violent, and almost no one in Dizhou dares to provoke him. Kid, get out of my way. Yang Feilong was also slightly surprised. He glanced at Su Ming with icy eyes and sneered, You know my name, yet you still dare to meddle. You're here to buy a prescription too, right? If you want to buy a prescription, stand in line behind me. Follow your brother Feilong, and I guarantee you'll get a share. Otherwise, you're just asking for death. To get a share? Su Ming grinned coldly. Why should I share my prescription? Besides, I don't agree, so none of you are taking the prescription away today. Your prescription? Upon hearing this, Yang Feilong laughed. The crowd present also let out contemptuous sneers. This kid thinks way too highly of himself. Does he really think he's the master of the ancient divine essence pill? It's not certain who will grab it first. So many big shots are here, and anyone who steps forward will command respect. This brat dares to try and steal it? You idiot, how dare you spout such nonsense in front of me? Lie down. With a roar, Yang Feilong grabbed Su Ming's neck with his left hand. Boom! An aura exploded at the entrance of the Han family's main gate, like a cannonball exploding, with waves of energy sweeping across the area. A figure was suddenly thrown backward by the shock at the doorway. They landed heavily in the crowd. Everyone at the scene backed away, assuming that Su Ming was the one who had been knocked away. But when they saw the figure that had landed, they were all stunned, as if struck by lightning. The one lying on the ground was Yang Filong, who was now bleeding from his mouth and nose, unconscious and motionless. Yang Filong, a master of the divine power realm, is just lying there like this? Everyone froze in shock, staring blankly upwards. Su Ming stood on the steps, facing the crowd, his murderous aura chilling. From this moment on, anyone who dares to step into the Han family without my permission will be killed without mercy. Boom! The people at the scene were so shocked that their scalps tingled and their skin broke out in goosebumps. Su Ming turned and entered the Han family home. The gate to the Han family's house also slowly and loudly closed. Inside the Han family's main hall. Master, something terrible has happened. Even Yang Fei Dragon has arrived. Our 2 guards have already been severely injured by him. We probably can't stop him. A servant rushed in a panic and reported that Yang Filong had taken action. The news of Su Ming stepping in later hadn't even been conveyed yet. Upon hearing this, the faces of everyone in the Han family turned extremely grim. Han Yu, in particular, looked extremely terrified. I already told you that kid stuff is worthless, but it's slightly useful and it's caused our Han family so much trouble. Sigh, it's all my fault. I should have known better than to insist on seeing the prescription. We never expected the news to leak out, Mr. Han. We will definitely help you find a way. Wan Shirin said with a solemn expression. After leaving the hotel, the 3 of them went to the Han family's house. Unexpectedly, less than half an hour later, such a big thing happened. A storm was brewing. Han Hua's face was extremely grim. He shook his head and said, "It's not your fault you didn't know this would happen. My Han family was destined for this calamity." But who exactly leaked it? This person is the culprit, deserving of death. There aren't many people who know our Han family's medicinal formula. Han Hua was so angry that he gritted his teeth. It couldn't have been Wan Shirin and the other 2 who leaked it. After all, Wan Shirin, Su Ziyun, and Yang Hao had accompanied them to the Han family the whole time. There were almost no mistakes. So who exactly is it? At that moment, Su Ming stepped into the Han family's main hall. 899, Chapter 899, Overwhelming Killing Intent. This kid's still alive? Upon seeing Su Ming, Han Hua was immediately shocked. He thought that Su Ming had been taken to the Lin family and was doomed, and that his body should be cold by now. To everyone's surprise, Su Ming was able to return unharmed. Han Hua's expression immediately turned one of utter astonishment and disbelief. Did this kid use some method to save his life? Thinking of this, Han Hua was instantly shaken, and his eyes widened. Could it be that this kid leaked the prescription? Was his purpose to protect himself? A cold glint flashed in Han Hua's eyes. Aunt Xiao, are you alright? After Su Ming stepped into the living room, his gaze swept across the room and landed on Xiao Shui, whereupon he asked her a question. He didn't care about the lives or deaths of other people. He came to check on Xiao Shui's safety. If it's not safe here, he wouldn't mind taking Xiao Shui away. After all, they were his mother's relatives, so they were his own relatives. He didn't have many relatives left in this world. Xiao Ming. Upon seeing Su Ming, Xiao Shui showed a look of surprise and delight. I'm so glad you're alright. Where did you go? Xiao Shui asked happily. Su Ming calmly replied, I went to the Lin family and happened to hear that the prescription had been leaked, so I came back to check. Why would the prescription be leaked? I doubt many people know the value of this prescription. Hearing this, Xiao Shui turned around and looked at Wan Shirin and the other 2. It's all because of them. They insisted on seeing the prescription after I showed it to them. The whole of the imperial state knew about it in less than an hour. Su Ming raised his head, his cold gaze falling on Wan Shirin and the other 2. These 3 guys again. Unexpectedly, Wan Shirin has also come to Dizhou. Under Su Ming's gaze, Wan Shirin looked somewhat embarrassed and guilty. Although she was certain that she hadn't leaked the prescription, the matter was indeed related to her. If she hadn't insisted on watching, none of this would have happened. Wan Shirin felt somewhat guilty. But Su Ziyun and Yang Hao didn't feel any psychological burden at all. They stood there calmly, as if they hadn't heard anything at all. Who leaked it? Su Ming looked at the 3 of them and asked. What's it to you? Su Ziyun sneered disdainfully, you really think you're someone important, coming here to claim justice? Let's not even talk about whether it's our problem or not, even if it were, what would it have to do with you? Su Ziyun scoffed and dismissed it with disdain. Su Ming stared coldly at Su Ziyun, because the prescription belongs to my Su family, it's mine naturally, it concerns me. You leaked the information and implicated Aunt Xiao, so you must bear the consequences and pay the price. Ha! Hearing this, Su Ziyun laughed. Say it again, you said this prescription is yours, what are you talking about? You've never even seen a Xuanhuan level prescription in your life, it's laughable. Su Ming sneered, this is the formula for the divine essence pill that my mother gave to the Han family and Aunt Xiao more than 10 years ago. Although it does belong to the Han family now, it was indeed my mother who gave it to them. I see. Hearing this, Su Ziyun finally understood. She grinned and sneered, no wonder my dad said your parents were traitors. Now it seems he was absolutely right. This prescription, your parents must have stolen it from my Su family, otherwise, with your family's meager abilities, how could you possibly produce something like this? Su Ziyun sneered, looking smug and superior, as if she were standing on Su Ming's head, looking down on him and trampling him underfoot. Upon hearing this, Su Ming's gaze suddenly turned icy cold, his eyes filled with murderous intent. He took a step forward, and his entire body appeared in front of Su Ziyun as if he had been teleported. This scene startled everyone in the hall, including Yang Hao and Wan Shirin. Because none of them saw clearly what was going on, Su Ming only took 1 or 2 steps, and he was already face to face with Su Ziyun. How did you do that? Are they seeing things? Su Ziyun was taken aback. She suddenly raised her hand and slapped Su Ming across the face, shouting, you brat, do you want a rebel? You're nothing but a discarded son of the Su family. The dog wants to bite its owner? Su Ziyun's face was full of sharp disdain. She never took Su Ming seriously. In her mind, Su Ming and his parents were traitors to the Su family and inferior to her. Even though her best friend Xin Ke had already sided with Su Ming, she still doesn't approve of Su Ming. Smack! A crisp slap echoed through the hall. But it didn't hit Su Ming's face. Su Ziyun's hand had barely reached the air when Su Ming easily slapped it away and then slapped her across the face. Then he reached out and grabbed Su Ziyun by the neck. He squeezed with all his might, as if he wanted to strangle Su Ziyun. Su Ziyun's face instantly turned bluish-purple, like an onion. Su Ming's eyes flashed with endless killing intent. Say it again, my parents are traitors. Was it your father, Su Huaigu, who taught you to say that? 10 days from now, I will personally go to the Su family at Jiuhui Mountain. I will personally confront your father, but from now on, if I hear those words from your mouth again, I guarantee you won't return alive. That overwhelming killing intent sent chills down my spine. Wan Shirin and Yang Hao were dumbfounded. They had never felt such intense killing intent before. Wan Shirin, in particular, had never realized that Su Ming had such a terrifying side, even though she had been married to him for 3 years. Su Ziyun's eyes were bulging out, she was about to be strangled to death. Wan Shirin hurriedly and angrily exclaimed, alright, are you crazy? Do you really want to strangle him? Do you really want to offend the famous Su family of Jiuhui Mountain? Offend? Su Ming sneered. Only then did he release Su Ziyun. From the moment they called my parents traitors, there was no question of offending them, because the enmity was already formed long ago. Su Ming turned around and went back to Xiao beside the snow. Xiao Shui looked at Su Ming with surprise and suspicion. Xiao Ming is definitely different now. Like father, like son. The Su family has an heir. Su Ziyun sat on the ground, clutching her throat and coughing violently. She looked up at Su Ming in shock. This kid is actually that strong? She herself is at least a divine power realm expert. One of the most outstanding talents outside the mortal realm. That title wasn't given lightly. But just now, she didn't even have the power to fight back against Su Ming. Could it be that this kid has been hiding his true abilities all along? Alright. Han Hua's voice echoed in the hall, his icy gaze falling on Su Ming. He sneered, I don't want to get involved in your grudges, nor can I. Han family is currently facing a formidable enemy. Su Ming, you said you came back from the Lin family. The Lin family probably wants nothing more than to kill you, right? How did you get back? The prescription, you're the one who sold it to the Lin family, Aren't you? You've been plotting this ever since you stepped into the Han family, haven't you? Otherwise, I can't think of anyone here who would have leaked it. Han Hua's voice was icy cold. Upon hearing this, the entire hall fell silent once more, and countless eyes turned to Su Ming. Xiao Ming, could it really be you? Even Xiao Shui showed a look of surprise and doubt. 900, Chapter 900 Lord Chang Qingyun. Imperial Physician's Office. Manager Yu, here are the medicinal herbs you requested, they've all been prepared for you. The Imperial Physician's subordinates brought the medicinal herbs and delivered them to Yu Sanxian. Yu Sanxian took it in his hand, nodded in satisfaction, and waved to his subordinate, saying, "You may leave." Yes. The subordinate turned and left. What are you going to do with these medicinal herbs? However, a deep voice sounded at the door, and a figure slowly walked in, his cold and deep gaze falling on Yu Sanxian. Yu Sanxian was startled and hurriedly stood up and bowed respectfully. "This humble one, Yu Sanxian, greets the Lord." The figure appeared, it was Chang Qingyun. Since the last ranking of medical practitioners in Zhengzhou, Zhang Qianqi felt guilty and retired, so he passed the position of head of the prefecture to Chang Qingyun. Chang Qingyun rose through the ranks from the Zhengzhou National Medical Hall to become the current head of the Imperial Medical Academy. His promotion speed can be described as meteoric, soaring to the top in just 1 or 2 years. He went from being the young master of a small medical family in Yunqing to becoming the famous head of the Imperial Physician's Mansion. His 13 ghostly needles technique is renowned and has shocked the medical community, leaving everyone in awe. After Chang Qingyun became the head of the Imperial Medical Academy, he often secluded himself to study medicine and rarely went out. Today I saw someone carrying a lot of precious medicinal herbs from the Imperial Physician's office, so I followed them. Answer my question, what do you need these medicinal herbs for? The Imperial Physician's office never sells its medicinal herbs to outsiders. Is it some prince or nobleman who needs them? Chang Qingyun asked with a deep gaze. Upon hearing this, Yu Sanxian hurriedly chuckled and said, "Master Chang, it was the eldest daughter of the Wan family in Zhengzhou who sold it to me. She also bought it to treat her mother's illness. Don't worry, I quoted twice the market price. I absolutely won't let our Imperial Medical Academy suffer any losses. Besides that, I have an even bigger surprise to tell you. A Xuanhuang level medicinal formula, the divine essence pill. You should know about it, Lord of the Manor, right? This thing is currently in the Han family of the Imperial State. I've already spread the word. The entire Han family is now surrounded by all the major families of the Imperial State. They have nowhere to run when that time comes. I will step in and easily obtain this divine essence pill. What a fortune that is. It will be enough to make our Imperial Medical Academy even stronger. Then we will be rich." Yu Sanxian revealed an extremely smug smile and said to Chang Qingyun as if to take credit. If things go well, he will be a great contributor to the Imperial Medical Academy at that time, not to mention the position of manager. It is not impossible for him to be promoted to a higher position and become the deputy head of the academy. Becoming a royal official of the second rank or higher would truly bring glory to one's ancestors. Chang Qingyun remained calm, coldly scoffing. Purple grade pills are usually held by top experts of the era. Have you even understood that? Yet you dare to play tricks. Don't end up making a powerful enemy of the Imperial Medical Academy before you even get the pills. At this point, Yu Sanxian became even more smug, chuckling, "Lord Chang, don't worry, I've already inquired. That thing hasn't been known for over a decade. How could a powerful figure possess it? Is the Han family considered powerful? Besides, I asked that little girl from the Han family privately. He said he could at most be considered a kid named Su Ming, someone the Han family had kicked out of the house and had never even heard of. He was certainly no formidable enemy." Yu Sanxian laughed and said, "What did you say?" However, upon hearing the name Su Ming, Chang Qingyun was jolted as if struck by lightning. He suddenly widened his eyes, staring at Yu Sanxian, and shouted sharply, "You mean, that prescription is from Prince Su?" Seeing Chang Qingyun's unusual behavior, Yu Sanxian was also startled and exclaimed with wide eyes, "His name is Su Ming, not King Su. I didn't misread that." "Go to hell." Chang Qingyun flew into a rage and slapped Yu Sanxian across the face. Bang! Yu Sanxian was sent flying several meters, and blood instantly trickled from the corner of his mouth. Chang Qingyun, his face filled with murderous intent, pointed at Yu Sanxian and shouted, "You're expelled from the Imperial Physician's office. Leave the medicinal herbs you have also. Come with me to the Han family and explain everything. Apologize to Prince Su. If you dare to resist, I'll break your legs. You dare to scheme against even Prince Su's prescription. Who the hell do you think you are? He's my master. After saying that, Chang Qingyun rushed forward again and kicked Yu Sanxian several times, causing Yu Sanxian to vomit blood. Yu Sanxian was completely dumbfounded, staring at Chang Qingyun in disbelief. That kid is the master of the head of the Imperial Medical Academy? Are you kidding me? The Han family. That's it, it must be this kid. Han Yu seemed to have figured something out, and stepped forward, pointing at Su Ming and speaking sternly. I knew it. Why would this kid come to our Han family? He must have been eyeing the prescription from the very beginning, knowing it was going to be given to us. He leaked the news. He probably just wants our Han family to die. Now we know just how vicious your mind can be, Han Yu said through gritted teeth. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's eyes immediately turned to Su Ming. Even Wan Shirin believed that Su Ming had done this on purpose. Only Qiao Shui knew that, given Su Ming's personality, it was impossible for him to do such a thing. Besides, these originally belonged to Su Ming's parents. If Su Ming wanted them, he could just ask her, and she would definitely give them to him. Why bother with all that? But if he were captured and taken to the Lin family, facing a life-or-death crisis, he might accidentally let something slip. Qiao Shui also hesitated. Kid, what's that for you? Speechless now, you traitor. My mother treated you so well, yet she still insisted that I fulfill our marriage contract with your character. You're not good enough for me, not even in this life or the next. Han Yu said with a sneer. Joke. Su Ming snorted coldly, that was originally mine. Why would I want it? Why would I need to harm your Han family? You, who among you can stop me? Su Ming's words were powerful and deafening. You? Han Yu was so angry that she gritted her teeth. So you admit it, men, seize this traitor. Han Yu's face turned ashen, and she was about to call for people to surround and attack Su Ming. Stop. Just then, a sharp shout rang out from the doorway. Master Chang of the Imperial Physician's Office has arrived. Chang Qingyun's attendants shouted. The head of the Imperial Physician's Office? The entire Han family was shocked. Chang Qingyun? Wan Shirin's eyes whitened instantly. Su Ming slowly turned his head, his gaze falling on Chang Qingyun. Is it really Prince Su? Upon seeing Su Ming, Chang Qingyun could not hide the joy in his eyes. Chang Qingyun hurriedly stepped forward and respectfully bowed to Su Ming, saying, Chang Qingyun greets Master. Master? The entire Han family was shocked. Han Yu, who was just about to take down Su Ming, was so shocked that her jaw almost dropped, her eyes wide open, wondering if she had misheard or was hallucinating. Is this kid the master of the head of the Imperial Physician's Office? Are you kidding me? 901, Chapter 901. Those who aren't afraid of death, come find me. This humble girl, Han Yu, greets Prefect Chang. Lord Chang, you must be mistaken. This kid is nothing but a good-for-nothing who has joined my Han family. How could he possibly be your master? Are you sure you haven't mistaken him for someone else? Han Yu stepped forward and looked at Chang Qingyun with a shocked expression. Chang Qingyun's current status in the imperial state is stronger than any other prodigy at such a young age. He is already the head of the Imperial Medical Academy, and his future is limitless. Many wealthy young ladies hope to associate with Chang Qingyun. Han Yu had once held this thought. However, she knew that someone as outstanding as Chang Qingyun would never even look at her. Unexpectedly, Chang Qingyun is now Su Ming's apprentice, which she finds hard to accept. Shut up! Chang Qingyun glanced at Han Yu with an impatient look, as if he were looking at an idiot. He interrupted with a cold shout, Support your Han family? Is your Han family so powerful or so wealthy that you can't even compare to a country? What qualifications do you have to make my master support you? But this kid deliberately leaked information to try and harm our Han family in order to obtain our Han family's medicinal formula. The people surrounding us outside are irrefutable evidence. Han Yu said unwillingly. Really? Chang Qingyun grinned and gave a sarcastic sneer. Then he turned to look at Yu Sanxian behind him and shouted, Yu Sanxian, do you know what happened? Get out here right now and explain yourself in front of everyone. Among the crowd, Yu Sanqian trembled with fear. The moment he learned that Su Ming was the master of the current head of the Imperial Medical Academy, he was terrified. My brain is still numb. Chang Qingyun's shout almost made him wet his pants. He knelt down with a thud, crawled out on his knees, and came to Su Ming, kowtowing repeatedly, Big boss, master, I'm so sorry I really didn't know you were the lord of the manor's master otherwise, even if you had 100 lives, I wouldn't have dared to do such a thing. But none of this has anything to do with me. It was this woman, this girl, who told me herself that the prescription belongs to the Han family. It has nothing to do with you. You're just a piece of trash that the Han family took in. That's why I dared to leak the news, but ultimately, it's all her fault. Yu Sanqian was terrified, tears streaming down his face. He kowtowed repeatedly, raised his hand, and pointed at Han Yu, speaking in a pitiful and desperate manner. Upon hearing this, everyone present changed their expressions, including Han Hua and Xiao Shui. Almost everyone's eyes were on Han Yu's face. Han Yu was stunned. His face turned pale instantly, and he staggered back several steps, as if struck by lightning, his eyes wide with disbelief. She never dreamed that her unintentional words would lead to such a disaster. Yu Sanqian did indeed ask her a couple of questions in private, thinking that she could make connections with the people of the Imperial Physician's Mansion. She excitedly told them everything she knew. Who would have thought that just these few words would plunge the Han family into a desperate situation? And the ultimate culprit was actually her. Xiaoye, did you really say that? Han Hua was also shocked, his eyes widening in disbelief. Father, Tu never expected that the people from the Imperial Physician's office would. Han Yu looked panicked, shaking her head repeatedly and stuttering, unable to explain herself. She kept backing away, her face filled with despair. You? Han Hua almost fainted from anger. Seeing this, Xiao Shui's face turned ashen with anger. She glared fiercely at Han Hua and shouted, Look at the good daughter you raised. Even at a time like this, you're still spoiling her, and you're even framing Xiaoming. If it weren't for Master Chang coming today, Xiaoming would have been harmed by you all. Come over here and apologize to Xiaoming, otherwise, I'll never return to the Han family. Han Hua's face was extremely grim, but as the head of the family, he was at least willing to take responsibility for his actions. He stepped forward, bowed deeply to Su Ming, and apologized, saying, I, Han Hua, am ashamed. I have failed as the head of this family. Please forgive me. Su Ming shook his head, ignoring him, and turned to Xiao Shui, saying, Aunt Xiao, the Han family isn't safe right now. Come with me. I'll take you to a safe place. Let's wait until things calm down. No need, Xiaoming. Thank you for your kindness. Xiao Shui smiled gratefully. Although they did something wrong, I also bear responsibility. I am, after all, a member of the Han family. If something happens, I should stay and share the burden. However, this prescription should indeed be returned to you. It belongs to your mother. You should take it back. No matter how valuable it is, people like them don't deserve to own it. Xiao Shui took out the prescription and handed it back to Su Ming. This. Su Ming frowned slightly. He had never taken the prescription to heart. To him, it was just a keepsake left by his mother. As for the Han family, he only cared about Xiao Shui, his mother's relative. He wouldn't come back if it were just because of the prescription. Seeing this, Chang Qingyun quickly said, Master, Madam, if you don't mind, please let me handle this matter. May I borrow the prescription? Good. Xiao Shui nodded and handed the prescription to Chang Qingyun. Holding the prescription, Chang Qingyun looked down at Yu Sanqian and shouted, Come with me. Lord of the manor, are you willing to let me go? Yu Sanqian looked up in alarm. Chang Qingyun sneered, If you survive this, I'll let you go. Well. Yu Sanqian hurriedly followed Chang Qingyun out. The others followed him outside the hall, wanting to see what Chang Qingyun was up to. Once they reached the outer courtyard, the entire Han family saw that people from 7 or 8 major families in the imperial state had gathered at the main gate, and countless family heads had arrived at the scene. Even the head of the Yang family, Yang Feilong's father, led his men to block the entrance with murderous intent, looking like they wanted to avenge their son. Seeing this, the entire Han family realized just how bad the situation was. Han Yu Gengwei were so scared they didn't dare breathe. Because of her, the entire Han family was almost wiped out today. Han family members, come out and face your deaths. You even dared to injure my son today. Every single one of you from the Han family will either hand over the prescription or come out and die otherwise. Don't even think about taking a single step out of here. The voice of the young family patriarch resounded like thunder at the doorway. The prescription is here. Chang Qingyun walked out holding the prescription. Boom! Instantly, he attracted the attention of thousands of people, with countless eyes focused on Chang Qingyun. Immediately, someone exclaimed in surprise, "The head of the Imperial Physician's Office? It's actually Lord Chang? Even the Imperial Medical Academy has its eye on this Xuanhuan-level prescription?" Numerous prominent families present were shocked. Facing 7 or 8 powerful families alone, Chang Qingyun remained calm, stood tall and straight, and declared in a resounding voice, "The Xuanhuang-grade Divine Essence pill has been acquired by my Imperial Physician's Mansion from this day forward. It belongs to my Imperial Physician's Mansion if you want the prescription. Those who are not afraid of death and think they have the ability can come to my Imperial Physician's Mansion to ask me for it. And the Han family, from this moment on, are partners and collaborators of my Imperial Medical Academy. If you dare to cause trouble or provoke us again, my Imperial Medical Academy will not hesitate to pursue this matter to the end." Chang Qingyun's voice was thunderous, and his spirit soared to the heavens. 902, Chapter 902 A Great Calamity Strikes. The gate of the Han family residence was deathly silent. The Imperial Physician's Office personally intervened to provide support for the Han family. Even if many powerful families come to the scene, they won't gain any advantage. The Imperial Medical Academy is one of the top powers in the Imperial State, and they are not even in the same league. It's an important royal institution. Who would dare mess with it? However, one of the family heads still stepped forward and said unwillingly, "Master Chang, your Imperial Physician's Mansion wants to monopolize the Xuanhuang-grade pills. I assent. Your appetite too big? We were the ones who found out first, and we were the ones who arrived first. If this continues, the Imperial Medical Academy will interfere with every prescription that appears. How are we supposed to do business then? Yes, is there no justice left?" A group of people joined in the commotion. Chang Qingyun swept his gaze around and sneered, "Now I'm the one who calls the shots in the Imperial Medical Academy. If you're not satisfied, go to the Imperial Medical Academy and demand justice. I am just going to interfere. What can you do about it?" "You?" One of the family heads, his face flushed with anger, said, "Chang Qingyun, the Imperial Prefecture isn't solely ruled by the Imperial Physician's Mansion. Besides, I have a connection with the previous head of the mansion, Physician Zhang. Are you sure you want to do this?" Chang Qingyun sneered disdainfully, "From now on, whether you want to talk about friendship or strength, you can come to the Imperial Physician's Mansion to talk to me. I'll be waiting for you in the main hall of the Imperial Physician's Mansion. I'll accept every single one of you. Come on if you dare." Veins bulged on Chang Qingyun's forehead, and his roar, like a tiger's howl, echoed throughout the entire Han family's gate, sounding like thunder. "Very well, so you've got a good reputation, Lord Chang. We're not going to be trifled with either. Just you wait and see." The heads of the families all turned green with anger, uttered harsh words, and then turned and left with their men. The Han family members all breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this. He was also extremely grateful to Chang Qingyun for his help. As expected of a rising star, a prodigy, Han Yu's eyes were also filled with admiration. Such a person is truly above all others, a unique existence. What qualifications does Su Ming have to be Chang Qingyun's master? This is absolutely a joke. Chang Qingyun turned around and walked back. Han Hua hurriedly led his men to Chang Qingyun's side and was about to kneel down in gratitude. "Thank you, Lord Chang, for saving my life." Chang Qingyun reached out to stop them, then shook his head. "If you want to thank someone, thank my master. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have come." Han Hua's gaze fell on Su Ming. But he remained silent and said nothing. Clearly, he did not approve of Su Ming. Thank him? What did he do? Does he have the ability or the right to do so? Han Yu's disdainful sneer. Even if the leak of the prescription had nothing to do with Su Ming, it didn't mean that Su Ming held any place in her heart. "What did you say?" Chang Qingyun's gaze sharpened. Han Yu then realized she had almost forgotten that Su Ming was Chang Qingyun's master, and hurriedly shrank back in fright, saying, "What I mean is, he's no match for you, Master Chang Yuri, the real big shot." Chang Qingyun's face darkened even more. Hanhua quickly interrupted, trying to smooth things over, saying, Xiaoyu, don't talk nonsense, I haven't even pursued your issue yet, it's all the same, quickly bow and thank Master Chang. Yes, thank you, Lord. Han Yu bowed her head in gratitude. Chang Qingyun ignored him and simply turned to Su Ming respectfully, saying, Master, we haven't seen each other for so long, let's get together at the Imperial Physician's residence, I'll have someone prepare it right away. Okay. Su Ming nodded slightly. Then he looked at Xiao Shui and asked, Aunt Xiao, are you really not leaving? Xiao Ming, I appreciate your kindness, but I would be a terrible person to leave the Han family at a time like this. Xiao Shui said with a gentle smile. Okay, let me know immediately if anything unexpected happens. Su Ming left his phone number with Xiao Shui, and then left the scene with Chang Qingyun. Look at this kid, old habits die hard, have I wronged him? He's probably already longing to go to the Imperial Physician's mansion to enjoy himself, still putting on airs here. He's just a nobody at heart, nothing can change him. Han Yu sneered. Alright, are you never going to stop, Han Hua? You better teach her a lesson, or don't blame me for restricting her in the future. Xiao Shui said angrily. Han Yu was so frightened that she shut up. Han Hua sighed helplessly. But it's strange, how did this kid become the master of the head of the Imperial Physician's office? Does he even know medicine? Han Hua asked with a puzzled look. That's related to his past, I do know a little about it. Wan Shirin stepped forward and spoke calmly. When Chang Qingyun was in Yunqing, he was just a young master from a small family, and the Chang family caused a lot of trouble. He curried favor with the Shin family, a medical family in Zhengzhou at the time, which is now ranked number 1 in the medical field. It seems that the Shin family used their power to help Chang Qingyun a few times. Chang Qingyun then became his disciple. But Chang Qingyun's success today is probably due to his own hard work. If we're talking about teaching, Su Ming probably can't even teach him the basics. Wan Shirin shook her head. In fact, her knowledge of Yunqing's past was very limited, she had only pieced things together roughly. Upon hearing this, the Han family members immediately understood. So that's how at I knew he was just a cheap master. It's only because he met someone like Chang Qingyun, who understands the importance of respecting teachers and the 3 cardinal guides and 5 constant virtues, and is so sincere. If it were anyone else, they would have kicked him away long ago. Master, no way. Han Yu sneered disdainfully. Compared to Lord Chang, he's no different from an ant. Su Ziyun was the only one in the crowd who remained silent. The bruises and bloodstains on her neck from being strangled were still clearly visible. I don't know about other things, but even a divine power realm cultivator like her couldn't fight back against Su Ming. This was the first time she realized that this guy was not as simple as she had imagined. Considering Qin Ku's sudden change and transformation, could it be that Qin Ku has learned something she doesn't? There was also Su Ming's warning that he would personally go to the Su family in 10 days when confronting his father. Was that guy just making empty threats, or did he actually intend to do it? Where does their confidence come from? Su Ziyan felt a sense of worry creeping into her heart, a heavy gloom hanging over her. The group had just returned to their seats in the hall and hadn't even had a chance to drink some tea to calm themselves down. The Han family steward rushed in. Reporting to Master Han, we just received news that those powerful families didn't give up after returning home. They're actually planning to cause trouble at the Imperial Physician's mansion. The butler said with a panicked expression. Then let them go, those ants are too arrogant to know their placedo. They think they can offend the Imperial Physician's mansion. Going there will only lead them to their deaths. Han Hua sneered dismissively. Master Han, the news is that they've invited all the elders of the family to come out of seclusion. There's a high-ranking retired official from the royal family, and influential figures, each one a top boss in the imperial state. They've all gone to the Imperial Physician's office. What? Han Hua was so startled that he stood up abruptly. The others also showed expressions of shock. I never imagined things would escalate to this point, to the point where it's completely out of control. Han Yu's face also turned pale instantly, and she exclaimed in shock, this is really a huge problem. All these people combined are a formidable force. They might even shake up the Imperial Physician's mansion. Mom, thank goodness you didn't go with that kid, or we would have been in real trouble. Something terrible is about to happen at the Imperial Physician's mansion. That kid is finished. 903, Chapter 903 Get out. You bastard. Xiao Shui slammed her hand on the table and stood up, her face turning ashen with anger, wanting to slap Han Yu again. He snapped angrily, whose side are you on? If you hadn't leaked the prescription, Xiao Ming wouldn't have been implicated. If it weren't for Master Cheng's intervention, the Imperial Physician's Office wouldn't have been implicated. Are you still gloating here? What are you thinking, huh? Xiao Shui's anger could no longer be contained. Han Yu was so frightened that her lips turned white. It was the first time she had ever seen her mother so angry, and she dared not utter another word. We can't stand idly by and do nothing about this. It all started because of my Han family. I have to go and see for myself, to help Xiaoming. Xiao Shui said firmly. Han Hua's face was grim. But what can we do there? We probably don't even have the right to speak in front of those big shots, let alone help them. So you're just going to stand by and do nothing? If you won't go, I will. Even if I can only say one more word for Xiaoming, I will have a clear conscience. Xiao Shui's gaze was stern. At this moment, Wan Shirin stood up and said, Master Han, Madam, please stop arguing. Let the three of us go to the Imperial Physician's Office to take a look. We have some status. After all, we'll notify you as soon as we have any news. I'll go with you. Xiao Shui said hurriedly. Then, turning back to Han Hua, he said, before I come back, teach her a lesson. If you ever hear her say something like that again, don't blame me for not having given birth to her. So Xiao Shui and Wan Shirin went to the Imperial Physician's mansion. Dad, did I say something wrong? Why is Mom so angry because of that kid? Han Yu was extremely aggrieved, and tears streamed down her face. Your mother, she's very sentimental and loyal, and her concern can cloud her judgment. She just takes that kid too seriously. Maybe she feels guilty for not being able to protect Long Qinggu and her husband, and she's projecting that guilt onto that kid. But all her feelings are superfluous. She doesn't even consider who she's trying to win over. If that kid really has potential, then she hasn't done anything wrong, but to put in so much effort for a good-for-nothing like him is really a waste of time. You didn't say anything wrong, nor did you do anything wrong. It's just that your mother is holding you back because of her guilt. Once she sees everything clearly, realizes there's no way to change anything, and comes back, this matter will be completely over. You should go back to your room and rest. Han Hua spoke calmly. Once Xiao Shui sees how humble that kid is in front of so many big shots, how he kneels down and begs for mercy, she will understand completely. And I let it go. They should just wait for news. Imperial Physician's Office. Chang Qingyun showed Su Ming all of his medical research since becoming the head of the manor, as well as the classics and medical techniques he was studying. A group of high-ranking officials from the Imperial Medical Academy had gathered around, all looking on in shock. When they heard that the master of the Chang family had arrived, they were all shocked and curious, wanting to see what kind of big shot was the one who had guided such a young prodigy as Chang Qingyun. Upon seeing Su Ming, everyone was immediately surprised and greatly disappointed. Someone like that can give Chang Qingyun pointers? That can't be a joke, right? Especially when he saw Chang Qingyun showing Su Ming the medical books he had researched. They were even more shocked and frustrated. The head of the Imperial Physician's Office has studied top-tier medical techniques. Can this kid understand them? Moreover, they are all closely guarded secrets. Showing this to people like that would be a waste of resources. Just as they were all preparing to see what Su Ming would say, Su Ming glanced at all the books casually, then tossed them aside and calmly said, they're all trash except for this one, Ancient Medical Heart, which is a secret manual and somewhat useful. The rest are not worth mentioning. However, this thing contradicts the 13 ghostly needles I taught you. If you can comprehend the 13 ghostly needles, your medical skills will have already reached a high level. By then, you won't need anyone to guide you. You'll know the height and direction you need to reach. How many stitches have you learned so far? Whoosh! These words shocked all the high-ranking officials of the Imperial Medical Academy present, and their expressions changed drastically, as if they had seen a ghost. Is this kid bragging? The secrets and hard work of all the previous lords of the manor were belittled to nothing by this guy. Did he pass on the 13 needles of the ghosts and gods? These messages, one after another, bombarded the minds of the top medical experts of the Imperial Medical Academy like bombs. They've never seen anything like it before. Let alone understanding. You little rascal. Some people, their faces full of anger, were about to stand up and question Su Ming. But just then, a shout rang out from the doorway, "Report!" A servant from the imperial physician's office scrambled into the main hall, reporting to the master, "The 7 major families outside have all arrived with their ancestral elders. They say they want to confront the imperial physician's office and demand an explanation." "Ha! Elders of the 7 great families?" The high-ranking officials of the Imperial Medical Academy were all shocked and turned their heads, looking at the outside of the hall with disbelief on their faces. At the same time, shouts rang out one after another. "The former first-rank official, Prime Minister Zhao, has arrived." "Sun Menghu, a former first-rank military general, has arrived." "Zhou Baiyang, the patriarch of the Zhou family of Dizhou, has arrived." "The patriarch of the royal family of Dizhou." One after another, imposing figures stepped into the main hall of the imperial physician's office. The mere mention of each of their names could shake the entire imperial state. These powerful figures, all gathered at the Imperial Medical Academy, possessed a combined aura and prestige that was enough to shock both within and outside the imperial state. Even the Imperial Medical Academy has never seen such a scene before. All the high-ranking officials of the Imperial Medical Academy were so frightened that they dared not even breathe. The Imperial Physician's office has really stirred up a hornet's nest. Some of these big shots haven't left the mountain for over 10 years, and now they've all come to the Imperial Physician's mansion. If the previous governor, Zhang Qianxi, knew about this, he would probably faint on the spot. All the bigwigs stood in place one by one, their imposing aura almost piercing the clouds. The head of the family had a face full of satisfaction. He strode forward, his confidence as firm as an iron plate, his imposing aura overwhelming. His voice, like thunder, roared, "You brat from the Imperial Physician's mansion, come out and face your death. Aren't you unafraid of the 7 great families? Don't hide like a coward, come out and kneel down to pay your respects." Seeing this, Su Ming's gaze fell on Chang Qingyun, and he asked with a smile, "Can you handle this? Do you need me to help?" "No, master, you've already taught me and helped me so much. Today, let me prove myself." After speaking, Chang Qingyun stood up. He was tall and proud, with a calm and composed demeanor. He slowly stepped forward and said in a deep voice, "Chang Qingyun, the head of the Imperial Physician's office, is here." At this moment, Wan Shirin and the other 3 also arrived outside the Imperial Physician's mansion. Although they hadn't stepped inside yet, seeing the hundreds and thousands of people from the 7 major families gathered there, and the overwhelming aura emanating from the Imperial Physician's mansion, they realized just how serious the situation was. That energy was neither martial arts energy nor medical spiritual energy. Rather, it is the regal aura of those at the top. "Let us in, we're here to help." The 4 of them were stopped at the gate of the Imperial Physician's mansion by the guards. Xiao Shui said anxiously. "The Imperial Medical Academy is now on high alert." The head guard's face was grim as he coldly shouted, "Help, help with what? Help other families, unless you are also first-rank ministers, you are not allowed to enter." This. Xiao Shui's eyes reddened with anxiety, but she didn't know what to do. Yang Hao saw this and knew it was time for him to show his skills. He stepped forward confidently and said to the guard in a deep voice, "I am from the prestigious Yang family, one of the top 20 families in the world. You must have heard of them, right? I am the eldest young master of the Yang family. Please give me some face and make an exception." Roll. The head guard flew into a rage, drew his sword, and pointed it at Yang Hao. "Take another half step forward and I'll cut you down, get lost." "You?" Yang Hao's face instantly turned as ugly as a boiled pig intestine. 904, Chapter 904, Choosing the Strongest. Yang Hao has always been proud of his status as the eldest son of the Yang family. Before this, as long as you brought up this identity, everyone would give you some face. I never expected to run into a wall at the Imperial Physician's mansion today. Do these guys have no idea how powerful the Yang family is? Just as the group was at their wits' end, a voice rang out from behind them. You must be Aunt Xiao from the Han family, right?" Upon hearing the sound, everyone turned around in surprise. Duan Xingyue walked up. "Who are you?" Xiao Shui looked puzzled. "I am Su Ming's fiancé. Heard that something happened at the Imperial Physician's mansion, so I came here specifically to see what was going on. Aunt Xiao, let me take you inside." Duan Xingyue smiled and said. After learning Su Ming's identity, she inquired about where Su Ming was living and his relationships with others. Although she had never met Xiao Shui, she knew a little about him. Wan Shirin and the others were also taken aback. The third princess, Duan Xingyue, has also come. Can you get in? That would be wonderful. Xiao Shui nodded hurriedly. Then Duan Xingyue led Xiao Shui inside. Upon seeing that it was Duan Xingyue, the group of guards who had been fierce and menacing just moments before quickly and respectfully let her through. Wan Shirin hurriedly said, Miss Duan, we know each other too, please let us in. You? Duan Xingyue glanced back and sneered. Seeing Wan Shirin made her angry. The reason she misunderstood Su Ming and said those things was largely due to Wan Shirin's misleading influence. Now that she's come to her senses, she knows very well that these guys are from a completely different world than her, and that she used to associate with them is now a source of shame and ridicule. If it weren't for Wan Shirin, she might have already married Su Ming. Duan Xingyue sneered, I don't know you. If you want to get in, figure it out yourselves. Let's see if you have the ability. This. Wan Shirin was dumbfounded. No one expected that Duan Xingyue would suddenly become a completely different person, but all they could do was watch helplessly. Duan Xingyue and Xiao Shui had already entered the imperial physician's mansion. Xiao Shui asked worriedly, Miss Duan, will Xiao Ming be alright? Duan Xingyue shook her head, don't worry, Aunt Xiao, with my fiancé's abilities, there's no one in this imperial state who could touch him. This is just a small matter, you don't need to take it to heart. A minor skirmish? Xiao Shui was immediately speechless. Even countless elders and big shots from the imperial state had come out of seclusion. This was no small matter. The entire imperial state was in an uproar. Just take it as Duan Xingyue comforting her. As they spoke, the two arrived at the entrance of the imperial physician's palace and immediately felt the astonishing aura emanating from within. Duan Xingyue was alright, but Xiao Shui's face had turned pale, and she felt like she was suffocating. The two had no choice but to stop and peer into the main hall to see what was going on. Chang Qingyun, hand over the formula for the Shenhuang Divine Essence pill right now, and our 7 great families will spare your life. Otherwise, your arrogant words and disrespect for our 7 great families alone will be enough to ensure that your imperial physician's mansion will never have a peaceful day again. The head of the Zhao family, with an arrogant and domineering manner, pointed at Chang Qingyun and roared. Idiot! Chang Qingyun didn't even glance at the other party facing the crowd. He slowly swept his gaze over them and said coldly, you're all making a racket like this, a disorganized mess. He can't even hear your demands. Is the cohesion of the 7 major families like a vegetable market, who can make decisions? Step forward and speak to me. What an arrogant brat! Among the elders of the 7 major families, Zhao Taishan, the former prime minister, slowly stepped forward, looking at Chang Qingyun with a deep gaze. Have you been the head of this prefecture for even a year? Even your master, Zhang Qianqi, has to give me 7/10 of his face when he sees me. How dare you be so insolent in front of me? When I was ruling the country, you were just a greenhorn. If this gets to Zhang Qianqi's ears, he'll be so scared he'll run over and beg for forgiveness. Are you sure you want to go through with this? Zhao Taishan's voice wasn't loud, but the immense pressure and imposing aura emanating from his seniority instantly pressed down on him like several mountains. Chang Qingyun grinned and said, Zhang Qianqi is not my master. I only have one master, and that is the one behind me, Prince Su. Is he your master? The eyes of the 7 major families immediately fell on Su Ming, and after seeing Su Ming clearly, they all let out contemptuous laughter. Chang Qingyun, you're so young and you've already achieved so much. We used to respect you, but you don't even acknowledge the Imperial Medical Academy and instead take this kind of person as your master. You've really hit rock bottom. Zhao Taishan shook his head with a mocking expression. In the end, he's just a kid who doesn't understand social etiquette and hasn't seen much of the world. Stop wasting your breath on him. At this moment, among the 7 major families, the head of the Yang family shouted loudly, pointing at Su Ming and saying, the prescription is in that brat's hands, and that brat even injured my son Zhang Feilong today. This debt will be settled with that brat first. As soon as he finished speaking, more than a dozen members of the Yang family stepped forward. With a loud boom, its momentum soared to the sky. Instantly, everyone stared intently at Su Ming. Actually, with so many people from the 7 major families coming to make trouble, the chances of them really taking action against the imperial physician's mansion are slim. After all, taking action against the imperial physician's office would be going against the royal family. The 7 major families don't have that kind of guts. They just wanted to put pressure on Chang Qingyun and make him obediently hand over the prescription as an apology. But if Chang Qingyun is a tough nut to crack and refuses to hand over the goods no matter what, there's nothing they can do. If they really wanted Chang Qingyun dead, they'd better think twice. However, if it's just a young punk who has nothing to do with the imperial physician's office, then it's much simpler. Moreover, by attacking Su Ming first, they can also show Chang Qingyun just how terrifying the power of the 7 great families is. When that time comes, will Chang Qingyun be terrified and still dare not cooperate? Now they all have a way to vent their anger. You brat, you hurt my son, why don't you come out and confess, are you just hiding behind Chang Qingyun? The head of the Yang family had a fierce expression and a deafening voice. Su Ming shook his head, slowly stood up, and looked at everyone. Are you all really going to keep this up? My apprentice Chang Qingyun wanted to show off, but you won't give him a chance. Fine, then let's go, I've rested enough. After saying that, Su Ming walked up to the crowd, took out the formula for the Divine Essence pill, and held it up in front of them. The Divine Essence pill is right here in my hand if you want it, come and take it. Upon seeing the prescription, the eyes of the 7 major families lit up with fervor. Snatch the prescription. The head of the Yang family shouted first, and immediately 4 or 5 experts at the divine power realm of the Yang family rushed towards Su Ming. It's over. Upon seeing this scene, Xiao Shui, standing outside the main hall, stared wide-eyed in horror. Even Duan Xingyue, who had been relaxed just moments before, couldn't help but feel nervous. 4 or 5 experts at the divine power realm are not ordinary people, they are top-tier martial arts masters. Duan Xingyue's heart was in her throat. Does this mean that just after realizing Su Ming's true identity, her fiancé is about to be separated from her forever? Master? Chang Qingyun was also taken aback. You brat, you don't know your place. The members of the 7 major families all let out disdainful snorts. However, boom! A powerful aura emanated from Su Ming, and the 4 or 5 experts at the divine power realm who rushed up were sent flying before they could even touch Su Ming's clothes. He coughed up several mouthfuls of blood in midair, then crashed heavily to the ground, his face pale with terror and his eyes filled with shock. Earth Immortal Mystic Mirror? Is he a master of the Earth Immortal Mystic Realm? Whoosh! The entire audience was stunned. The 7 major families were shocked. 905, Chapter 905 Bowing Down in Submission. Earth Immortal Mystic Mirror? Everyone present was horrified. The head of the Yang family, who had just been verbally provocative and threatened to take Su Ming's life, trembled and took 2 steps back in fear. The others were so frightened that they fell silent, not daring to even breathe. How many Earth Immortal Mystic Mirrors are there in the entire Imperial continent? They probably couldn't find anyone else. The only person they could think of was the head of the Imperial Guards, Night Demon Xiao Jian. Rumors say he possesses the strength of a celestial immortal at the profound realm, but no one knows exactly how strong he is. And now, an unknown kid actually has such a strong martial arts skill. Such a powerful figure could wipe out any one of the 7 great families overnight. No, even if we wipe out all 7 of their families, it's still possible. Thinking of this, the group of so-called elders were now terrified, their backs turned to ice and they were covered in sweat. At that moment, they all understood. So it turns out that Chang Qingyun has such a top-tier expert backing him up. No wonder he doesn't even take the 7 major families seriously. The Earth Immortal's Mystic Mirror, my god, my fiancé actually has the Earth Immortal's Mystic Mirror. Duan Xingyue, standing at the door, was both surprised and delighted by what she saw, her eyes gleaming with excitement. However, she should have realized long ago that without such formidable strength, how could she have saved her from the clutches of the Grand Commandant's mansion, and how could she have become the king of the 9 provinces? Duan Xingyue was overjoyed, as if she had found a treasure. Earth Immortal Mystic Mirror, what is that? Xiao Shui, on the other hand, looked surprised and bewildered. Having never been exposed to martial arts, she knew nothing about the realms of the strong except for those she was familiar with. The earth immortal mystic mirror, that ice in short, it's very powerful, very powerful. Duan Xingyue wanted to explain, but found that she herself could not reach that level. Inside the main hall, Su Ming's cold gaze slowly swept over the members of the 7 major families, then he walked slowly to Zhao Taishan, a high-ranking official, with the prescription in hand, and grinned, "Didn't you want the prescription? Here you go, if you can take it away, that's your skill." After saying that, Su Ming handed the prescription to Zhao Taishan. Zhao Taishan's old face trembled with fright, and he glared at Su Ming in shock and anger. "Stop being so arrogant. So what if you are a Di Xin Xin Jing? You may be strong by yourself, but can you defy the heavens? You can kill me, but can you kill everyone in the entire Dizhou? I am a former first-rank minister. If you dare to touch me, you will be making an enemy of the entire court. With my connections, I can dig up your ancestral graves and ensure you die without a burial place." Seeing that force wouldn't work, Zhao Taishan used his status to put pressure on Su Ming. As a veteran figure in the imperial state, he indeed wields considerable influence, commanding respect from all directions regardless of one's current status in the imperial state. Everyone gives him face. "That's right, kid, there are so many of us here. Every one of us is a big shot in the imperial state. Who do you think you are? Just because you have some martial arts skills, you think you're invincible? That kid Chang Qingyun, is he your apprentice? If you dare to mess around, we can each give an order, and he'll have to pack his bags and go home tomorrow. Even the entire Imperial Medical Academy will have to close down." The 7 major families reignited their arrogance, each one brimming with confidence, pointing at Su Ming with ferocious expressions and shouting loudly. Su Ming shook his head speechlessly. If these idiots really ganged up on him, they might be able to restrain him a bit. After all, he couldn't really go on a killing spree in the imperial province. That would be like giving Emperor Duan Tianhong of the 9 provinces a nightmare, and the 9 provinces would never tolerate him again. But when it comes to comparing status, those who try to overwhelm him with their status are really dreaming. However, before Su Ming could speak, a loud shout rang out from the doorway. "Who dares to close the imperial physician's office? Who dares to touch the king of the 9 provinces?" The newly appointed prefect, Zhang Qianqi, led his entourage and strode into the main hall with great momentum. "Surround them. Anyone who dares to utter a single arrogant word will not be allowed to leave until the matter is resolved." At Zhang Qianqi's command, the hundreds of guards he brought immediately sealed off the entire main hall of the imperial physician's palace. The 7 major families were shocked and turned their heads when they saw that it was Zhang Qianqi. They all showed surprise. No one expected that Zhang Qianqi, who had already retired, would suddenly reappear. However, Zhao Taishan was not flustered, because even if Zhang Qianqi came forward, in terms of status, he was Zhang Qianqi's senior, boss, and even elder. Zhang Qianqi dared not disobey him. Zhao Taishan immediately adopted a condescending and old-fashioned demeanor, saying to Zhang Qianqi, "Lord Zhang, you've come at the right time. This man has seized the Xuanhuan level medicinal formula and is now going to cause trouble for me. Think you know what to do." "Shut up!" Zhang Qianqi suddenly turned his head, pointed at Zhao Taishan, and roared angrily. Zhao Taishan was completely stunned by the shouting. He stared at Zhang Qianqi in disbelief. Everyone else was shocked. Has Zhang Qianqi gone mad? Why not give a veteran like Zhao Taishan the slightest bit of face? However, to everyone's astonishment, Zhang Qianqi approached Su Ming and knelt down respectfully. "This humble one, Zhang Qianqi, is late. I pay my respects to the king of Kyushu and beg your majesty's forgiveness." That wasn't all. Duan Xingyue hurriedly led Xiao Xuan from the doorway, saying, "Brother Su, I'm here." Then Duan Xingyue turned around and said to the people of the 7 major families with a proud expression, "This is my fiancé, the king of the 9 provinces. Why don't you all kneel down and pay your respects?" Greetings, king of the 9 provinces. Apart from the 7 bewildered families, the people from the imperial physician's office all knelt down to pay their respects. The sound was deafening. Zhao Taishan, who had just been thinking himself to be of the highest status, now stared wide-eyed, feeling dizzy and almost fainting. The king of the 9 provinces, the princess's fiancé, the prince consort, and the leader of a 1,000,000-strong war god army. Oh my god! Only then did the members of the 7 major families realize what kind of existence they had provoked. In comparison, the Imperial Medical Academy is simply insignificant. Their 7 major families are not worth mentioning. Greetings to the king of the 9 provinces. The elderly Zhao Taishan was so frightened that he trembled all over and knelt on the ground, shaking like a leaf. The last 7 families also knelt down one after another, bowing their heads in submission, none daring to raise their heads.
Xiao Ming, is he the king of the 9 provinces?
Xiao Shui stood to one side, her face filled with shock, her mind a complete mess. The descendant of Su Lingkong and his wife, the child betrothed whom their daughter looked down upon, stayed at the Han family's house for several days, and it turned out to be the famous king of Kyushu. Xiao Shui was so shocked she couldn't speak. Su Ming looked down at Zhao Taishan kneeling before him. Didn't you say that you could make my disciple pack his bags and leave with just one word? Tell me. Zhao Taishan was so frightened that large beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, dripping onto the ground with a pattering sound.
If he were still a first-rank minister and hadn't retired yet, he wouldn't be that afraid.
But once retired, aside from the connections they've built up, facing someone with a real position is simply not the same as before. Besides, it's someone like Su Ming, the king of the 9 provinces.
It could even implicate the entire family.
Thinking of this, Zhao Taishan, terrified, banged his head on the ground. This lowly man was unaware of the arrival of the king of the 9 provinces. I deserve to die. With a scream, he slammed his head against the wall and knocked himself unconscious. The other family elders, who had been so arrogant before, were so terrified by this scene that they wanted to bury their heads in the ground and almost stopped breathing.
906, Chapter 906. I'm not convinced.
I refuse to accept this. Just when Su Ming thought everything was settled and was preparing to clean up the mess, a voice rang out from the crowd.
Oh?
Su Ming's gaze fell on the person who spoke. It was Yang Tianyuan, the head of the Yang family, whose face was filled with hatred, staring at Su Ming with eyes blazing with fury.
Oh? Su Ming's gaze fell on Yang Tianyuan, and he grinned, asking, "What's your problem? Do you want to steal it from me?"
Yang Tianyuan gritted his teeth. So what if you are the king of the 9 provinces? On the contrary, just because you are the king of the 9 provinces, does that give you the right to seriously injure my son? Just because you hold a high position, does that give you the right to bully others at will? Has my son ever offended you in the slightest? Just because you are the king of the 9 provinces, does that mean you can be lawless and kill whomever you want, so if there is no justice today? Don't think that just because you are the king of the 9 provinces, I will submit to you even if you are the Jade Emperor.
Yang Tianyuan's face was full of resentment. Of these 7 families, he was the only exception.
Everyone else came for the prescription.
Now that they know Su Ming's identity, there's no hope for a cure, so they'll just give up.
But Yang Tianyuan came to avenge his son Zhang Filong, and he couldn't let it go so easily. He couldn't suppress the anger in his heart. Su Ming smiled knowingly. So what do you plan to do? You can't compare to me in status. And you can't compare to me in strength. Even if I said your son brought it on himself, you wouldn't believe me, would you? How do you plan to take revenge? Yang Tianyuan suddenly stood up, pointed at a man in black beside him, and shouted, "This man next to me, Quanglong, is at the 9th level of the divine power realm. Of course, he's not as good as a profound earth immortal, but I think he has the strength to fight. If you are truly the king of the 9 provinces, if you are truly confident, then you should have a one-on-one duel with him. If my Yang family falls, I will accept it wholeheartedly and kowtow to you 3 times to apologize. But if you avoid battle and use your status to intimidate others, even if I, Yang Tianyuan, retreat, I will only consider you a coward, and I will tell everyone that the king of the 9 provinces is a greenhorn, a useless coward." Yang Tianyuan said with a sharp gaze.
Whoosh! Upon hearing this, the other members of the 7 major families were all shocked and stared at Yang Tianyuan in utter astonishment. Is this guy insane? Knowing Su Ming's identity, you still dare to provoke him? Regardless of whether Su Ming agrees or not, Yang Tianyuan's words have already committed an unforgivable crime. Moreover, even if Su Ming loses, would the Yang family really dare to do anything to the king of Kyushu? Aren't you afraid of retaliation from the war god army or the royal family? No matter how you look at it, this battle was a self-inflicted destruction for the Yang family. Has Yang Tianyuan lost his mind? Zhang Qianqi turned to Su Ming and said, "Prince Su, ignore him if he dares to be insolent again. I will immediately report to the emperor of the 9 provinces. We'll make sure the Yang family can't move an inch in the imperial province from now on." Duan Xingyuan nodded in agreement. The situation is now in Su Ming's hands. Yang Tianyuan's provocation is nothing but impotent rage.
With just a word, Su Ming could wipe out the Yang family, and no one would dare utter a single word of complaint.
Such a decisive battle is completely meaningless.
But Su Ming grinned, slowly stepped forward, and said to Yang Tianyuan, "Fine, I'll give you that chance. However, he alone isn't enough. How many people and experts does your Yang family have? They can all come up, including you. I'll make sure your Yang family can never recover after this battle. You must bear the consequences of your decisions. Court death." Yang Tianyuan was overjoyed and immediately roared, "Everyone, stand up, prepare for battle, leave no room for retreat, kill."
Boom!
Around Yang Tianyuan, more than a dozen experts stood up, including the burly man in black. Kuang Long. A terrifying aura suddenly soared into the sky, as if it would break through the roof.
Yang Tianyuan had made ample preparations.
Although Su Ming had severely injured 2 or 3 of his subordinates at the Divine Power Realm,
the Yang family's strength was far greater than that. He was just wondering what to do with Su Ming.
If Su Ming refuses to fight, then use his status as the king of the 9 provinces to pressure him, and he will really be furious. Unexpectedly, this kid came to us of his own accord. He also wants to fight all the masters of the Yang family by himself.
That's practically suicide.
King of the 9 provinces, I will prepare a magnificent tomb for you. Yang Tianyuan revealed a ferocious smile. Seeing this scene, Zhang Qianqi, Duan Xingyue, Zhang Xingyun, and even Xiao Shui were all shocked. Anyone could see that Yang Tianyuan had come prepared.
Xiao Ming!
Xiao Shui cried out in alarm and worry. Su Ming glanced at them calmly and said to Xiao Shui, "Aunt Xiao, why don't you side with them? It'll be settled soon." Immediately, everyone retreated to both sides of the main hall. Su Ming looked at Yang Tianyuan. "Hurry up, every second wasted on you ants is a loss. Go to hell. Kill." Yang Tianyuan roared, and immediately more than a dozen experts around him rushed towards Su Ming. Their terrifying aura surged like a raging storm, even lifting the floorboards. More than a dozen people rushed towards Su Ming from all directions. Even a mortal immortal at the profound realm would surely die in this situation. "King of the 9 provinces, how strong can you be all by yourself? You will die because you were too arrogant." Yang Tianyuan crossed his arms, his face contorted with smug satisfaction, ready to savor Su Ming's gruesome death.
Boom!
The combined aura of more than a dozen experts at the Divine Power Realm was like thunder from the heavens, deafening and reaching its peak in terms of pressure and destructive power. Others couldn't bear it, some covered their ears, while others huddled together, watching the scene in horror. Xiao Shui's face was pale. If Duan Xingyue hadn't been protecting her, she probably would have been shocked and bled from all 7 orifices. Even so, she felt like she couldn't breathe. Such terror, how could Su Ming withstand it alone? Boom! However, at that moment, everyone saw the aura surrounding Su Ming's body. It actually caused a shockwave and distortion, like ripples on water, making even Su Ming's body somewhat indistinct. Everyone blinked hard, wondering if they were hallucinating. This is the legendary ancient Azure Wave technique. Is it real? Am I dreaming? The elders of the 7 major families recognized it at a glance, and were so shocked they almost fainted. The Azure Wave technique can dilute an opponent's energy, which is simply heaven-defying. But this technique has been lost for hundreds of years.
Azure Wave technique? The scene was absolutely breathtaking.
Upon seeing this scene, Yang Tianyuan's smile froze on his face, and his expression changed drastically.
A storm raged within Yang Tianyuan's heart. Could it be that this kid has already obtained the inheritance of the 9 Hui Mountain Dragon Vein and acquired an unparalleled treasure?
The Blood Fiend Palace's more than 10 years of planning has also come to naught.
How is this possible?
Amidst countless shocked expressions, the energy of more than a dozen experts at the Divine Power Realm struck the Azure Wave technique, but it was as if they were hitting cotton. All the energy was absorbed and diluted, causing no damage whatsoever.
Simply put, they couldn't even break through Su Ming's defenses. At this moment, the Mad Dragon, a 9th-level Divine Power Realm expert, seized the opportunity and unleashed a powerful punch at Su Ming's chest.
This punch actually tore a gash in the Azure Wave technique. The fist seemed to pierce in bit by bit, and it was only a dozen inches away from Su Ming's heart. Half-step earth immortal profound mirror, no wonder young Tianyuan trusts you so much, you were hiding something all along. Su Ming curled the corners of his mouth, revealing a deep smile. 907, Chapter 907 Luring the Snake Out of Its Hole. Yang Tianyuan publicly declared himself to be at the peak of the 9th level of the Mad Dragon Divine Realm. But it is clearly a half-step earth immortal mystic mirror. The difference is still quite significant. I guess they wanted to lull him into a false sense of security from the beginning, and then catch him off guard. If Su Ming had only just entered the Earth Immortal Profound Realm, or was only at the early stage of the Earth Immortal Profound Realm, he might have been seriously injured if he were ambushed by such a sudden power. After all, at this level, even a slight difference can mean a world of difference. Pity. Pity. Su Ming's lips curled into a mocking, cold smile. Mad Dragon remained silent, his eyes flashing with ferocity as he was about to succeed. He roared, "Die!" The internal energy surged out like a tsunami, attempting to tear apart the last bit of protection from Su Ming's Azure Wave technique. Yang Tianyuan also stared wide-eyed, his eyes fixed on the scene. At that moment, everyone else almost stopped breathing, staring intently at the scene. However, Su Ming shook his head, "You're still far from good enough." As soon as he finished speaking, Su Ming shuddered, and the aura of the Azure Wave technique suddenly rebounded and exploded, blasting more than a dozen experts at the divine power realm around him away, scattering and falling in all directions, creating a spectacular scene. However, this was not the end. The Azure Wave technique, imbued with a monstrous aura, charged head-on towards the Mad Dragon. The Mad Dragon was taken aback and hurriedly tried to get away. But then he realized that half of his arm was locked, and he couldn't move it at all. At that moment, his pupils dilated dramatically, and he suddenly realized. It turned out that it wasn't that he had the ability to tear open the Azure Wave technique, but rather that Su Ming deliberately let him in, taking the opportunity to seal him off and control him on the spot. How could this guy? Thinking of this, Quanlong felt a chill run down his spine. Doesn't that mean this kid can control his attacks at will and toy with his aura? What seems like an opportunity is nothing more than a toy for the other party. It's like an old man playing with a child. This is far more than just a mirror of the earthly immortals. Just how strong is this guy? The Mad Dragon suddenly looked up, its eyes filled with deep despair. It stared dumbfounded at Su Ming and the overwhelming aura rushing towards it, forgetting even to defend itself. He could only utter 3 words, filled with resentment and frustration: "You son of a bitch." Boom! The overwhelming force slammed into the Mad Dragon, like a mountain crashing into it head-on, causing a tremendous upheaval. Quanlong was blasted out of the main hall like a kite with a broken string. He flew all the way to the square outside the hall before landing, or he died instantly without making a sound. The entire venue fell into a deathly silence, with countless pairs of eyes staring in utter shock and disbelief at Su Ming. Just what kind of strength does this have? That's terrifying. Yang Tianyuan was also terrified, only then realizing what kind of monster his young family was about to challenge. Even a half-step earth immortal at the profound realm like Quanlong was killed by Su Ming in one blow, so even if the entire Yang family came, they would probably only be slaughtered. Yang Tianyuan's legs trembled, and he was so frightened that he sat down on the ground with a thud. He then hurriedly rolled and scrambled around, trying to run away. But in the blink of an eye, before he could even see what was happening, Su Ming was standing in front of him. Yang Tianyuan trembled and knelt on the ground with a thud, staring blankly at Su Ming. "Big boss, king of the 9 provinces, don't kill me, I'm just a lackey, I'm just an idiot, please, just ignore me and let me go." Yang Tianyuan's fighting force had been completely destroyed, and he had completely collapsed. Su Ming looked down at Yang Tianyuan and asked, "Aren't you going to avenge your young family?" "No, I will never dare to do it again as long as I am allowed to live. My young family will disappear from now on and will never appear in front of you again, sir." Yang Tianyuan was so frightened that he kowtowed repeatedly. "Fine, get lost," Su Ming said calmly. "Ah?" Yang Tianyuan looked up, staring at Su Ming in shock. Not to mention him, even the 7 major families and the people from the Imperial Medical Academy were all shocked at this moment. Are we just going to let Yang Tianyuan go like that? That's way too easy.
Can you believe what this guy says? If there were even the slightest chance to turn the tables, young Tianyuan wouldn't be begging for mercy on his knees, would he? Letting this kind of person go back is like releasing a tiger back into the mountains. Young Tianyuan couldn't believe it either, and suddenly didn't know whether he should run or not. He wondered if Su Ming was playing a trick on him, and maybe if he ran, Su Ming would kill him on the spot. However, Su Ming remained unmoved and calmly said, "I'll count to 3. If you haven't left by the time I reach 3, then you're not leaving." 1. However, as soon as Su Ming counted to 1, young Tianyuan hurriedly got up and ran away like a madman, not daring to look back, rushing out of the imperial physician's mansion. "Prince Su, are you just going to let him go like this?" Zhang Qianqi walked up and asked in surprise. Su Ming grinned. "Who is this person who brought ample combat power, including a half-step Earth Immortal Xian realm expert, without knowing my identity? If I were just an ordinary person, bringing these people would be like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut, but he seems to be going all in. Clearly, you already knew about me, but if you knew about me, why did you still dare to come? That means someone is backing him up. Immediately send someone to seal off the young family compound. After this guy goes back, not even a fly should be allowed to escape." Su Ming shouted coldly. Everyone was horrified. Only then did he realize that Su Ming wasn't letting the tiger return to the mountain, but rather luring the snake out of its hole. Only then did the 7 major families realize how terrifying Su Ming's methods were, and they all remained kneeling respectfully, not daring to even straighten their backs. Su Ming's gaze fell on the other members of the 7 major families. He sneered, "You can leave, but you'd better pray that you're not like the young family, otherwise, I guarantee your fate will be even worse than theirs." Roll! Su Ming's sharp shout echoed throughout the hall. Everyone trembled with fear, broke out in a cold sweat, and repeatedly thanked him. "Thank you so much, King Su." The 7 families, the rest of the people, were so frightened that they scrambled away from the scene. Su Ming then turned around and looked at Xiao Shui. "Aunt Xiao, let me take you home." Xiao Shui was so shocked that she couldn't speak. He was stunned for a moment before he came to his senses and hurriedly nodded, Okay. Brother Su, I'll go with you." Duan Xingyue hurriedly followed Su Ming. Su Ming turned to Zhang Qianqi and said, "Notify me immediately of any unusual activity." "Yes." Zhang Qianqi responded. Yang Tianyuan fled all the way back to the Yang family. As if seeing a ghost, they entered the Yang family hall in a state of shock and immediately ordered the doors to be closed. He immediately picked up the phone and dialed. A dozen minutes later, 2 figures appeared at the entrance of the Yang family's main hall. The powerful aura made the doors and windows rattle loudly. Upon seeing these 2, young Tianyuan felt as if he had seen a savior. He scrambled to their feet and knelt down with a thud, pleading in fear, "2 heavenly venerables, you promised to protect me if anything happened, and you said that kid was just a bastard from the Su family, but he is now the king of the 9 provinces. My Yang family has gotten ourselves into a huge mess this time. You must protect me. Otherwise, the Yang family would be completely finished." Under the light, 2 figures emerged, none other than the heavenly venerable of the Blood Fiend Palace. 908, Chapter 908. He is useless, you can't even handle such a small matter. The 2 celestial venerables looked at young Tianyuan kneeling before them with blank expressions, as if he were an ant. One of them spoke in a gruff voice, "You can't do anything about him, you won't touch the Han family. Doesn't that kid consider that woman from the Han family his family? If you have the entire Han family under your control, aren't you afraid he won't obey? But he's a celestial immortal at the profound realm." Upon hearing this, Yang Tianyuan's expression turned as ugly as if he had eaten shit. If he were just an ordinary person, or someone weaker, even someone at the divine power realm, he could act with impunity. But the strength of a true immortal at the earthly immortal realm is beyond his reach. Su Ming alone is enough to wipe out his entire Yang family. Earth Immortal Mystic Mirror? The 2 Blood Fiend Palace heavenly venerables snorted disdainfully. Only trash like you can't reach the true heights of martial arts. A mere Earth Immortal at the profound realm is enough to scare you out of your wits, but an Earth Immortal at the profound realm is nothing but a fart in front of a true martial arts master. We too are also at the Earth Immortal profound realm. Do you expect us to personally kill that ant for you?
Not to mention, our blood fiend hall master has already arrived in the imperial state. His cultivation level is something you can't even imagine in your lifetime. Now, do you still think the earth immortal mystic mirror is scary? Upon hearing this, Yang Tianyuan looked up in shock and excitement. Even the palace master, blood fiend heavenly venerable, has arrived. Where is he? If the blood fiend celestial venerable were to personally arrive, then he would indeed have nothing to fear. Don't ask questions you shouldn't ask. Quickly gather your men and attack the Han family tonight. The two of us will lend you a hand. Take down that brat as soon as possible, and you'll be qualified to join the blood fiend hall. Otherwise, it's all wishful thinking. The two of them snorted coldly. I understand, I'll do it right away. You brat, I'll make him pay, I'll make him suffer a terrible death. Yang Tianyuan suddenly felt confident, his face contorted with ferocity, and he couldn't wait any longer. The two heavenly venerables of the Blood Fiend Palace then grinned with satisfaction. If he has no ties, he might be a bit more difficult to deal with. But since he has a weakness, he can't even be called a strong man. The siege of the Han family is a must. The main gate of the imperial physician's residence. Wan Shirin, Yang Hao, and Su Ziyun had been waiting for almost an hour. That kid is probably dead. Yang Hao shook his head and said dismissively. It's a pity that it dragged down Madame Han. She treated him like family and tried to save him, but ended up losing her own life in the process. Yang Hao scoffed at this kind of person who harmed both himself and others. Su Ziyun sneered, that's nobody's fault, but theirs. They couldn't stop him no matter what. It's good that I can't stand it. The seven great families are incredibly powerful, not to mention that kid. Even the imperial physician's mansion will probably get into trouble. They won't have a good day today. I think we should stop waiting and go back. We're just wasting time here. Upon hearing this, Wan Shirin sighed helplessly. Su Ming is incorrigible, he's a disaster for everyone around him. Now even the Han family is suffering. They met by chance, but she did her best. However, at that moment, there was a commotion at the gate, and then the three of them saw the people from the seven major families fleeing out like madmen, as if they had seen a ghost. Some rushed to their cars and sped away on the spot. The others scattered like birds and beasts, creating a scene of panic, as if some evil spirit or ferocious beast was behind them. This? The three of them, including Wan Shirin, were shocked when they saw this scene. She stepped forward, grabbed one of the fleeing people, and asked in surprise, "What are you doing? What happened? Who are you?" The person who had been grabbed looked panicked, glanced at Wan Shirin, and then flung her away, saying in terror, "Don't stop me. I never expected the imperial physician's mansion to have such a powerful figure. It's like hell, get out of my way." Then the other party ran away like a madman. Big boss, hell? Wan Shirin looked up in disbelief at the deep gates of the imperial physician's mansion. After all the members of the seven major families had fled. After a while, Su Ming came out with Xiao Shui and Duan Xingyue. This kid's still alive? Su Ziyun stepped forward, her face full of shock. The three of them never expected that the seven great families would be so powerful, causing a sensation throughout the Imperial Medical Academy. They could feel that aura even from outside. Under such circumstances, Su Ming was still able to come out alive. Big boss, could it be related to Su Ming? Wan Shirin was shocked as she recalled what that person had just said. He led Su Ziyun and Yang Hao up and asked Xiao Shui, "Aunt Xiao, are you alright? What happened inside?" Xiao Shui was still a little dazed, recalling what had just happened. Her hair stood on end, still shaken. She said, "Thank goodness Xiao Ming came to the rescue, otherwise I probably wouldn't be able to get out today." It was him? Wan Shirin looked at Su Ming in shock. Could Su Ming possibly withstand the seven major families? Su Ming's icy gaze fell on Wan Shirin and the other two. "What's it to you? Aunt Xiao is tired. I'm taking her home to rest. Move aside. Brother Su, get in my car." Duan Xingyue said happily, and then had someone drive the car over. Su Ming helped Xiao Shui sit down. Third princess. Duan Xingyue stepped forward and pulled Duan Xingyue along, saying, "Third princess, we've known each other for a while now. Please tell me what exactly happened inside. Besides, given your status, how could he possibly be qualified to ride in your car?" Duan Xingyue turned her head and gave Wan Shirin a teasing look. "If Brother Su isn't qualified, then are you? Brother Su is my fiancé, and he can ride in my car anytime he wants. As for anything else, you're not qualified to do it either. After saying that, Duan Xingyu scoffed and got into the car. The car rumbled as it left the gates of the imperial physician's mansion mouth. Fiancé, are you kidding me? That kid is the son-in-law of the Duan family, the royal family, did I hear that right? Su Ziyun and Yang Hao, who were standing nearby, both showed expressions of shock. Wan Shirin's mind was in complete chaos, she couldn't understand it at all. Wan Shirin also had a complicated expression. She shook her head and said, the third princess did mention before that she had a marriage agreement, but she used to despise Su Ming. I don't know why her attitude has changed so drastically now. It seems I'll only find out what happened by going to the imperial physician's office. I also need to buy medicine, and I have Chang Qingyun's contact information. I wonder if he, now the head of the imperial physician's office, would still be willing to see me. After saying that, Wan Shirin took out her phone and tried to call Chang Qingyun. A short while later, Wan Shirin and the other two were invited into the imperial physician's residence. Upon entering the main hall, the scene was completely calm, as if nothing had happened. Chang Qingyun also carried a bag of medicine and slowly walked out of the hall. Miss Wan, here is the medicine you requested. Chang Qingyun placed the medicine in front of Wan Shirin and then smiled. I didn't expect that after parting ways in Yuncheng, we would still have the chance to meet again. Miss Wan is completely different now. Wan Shirin smiled modestly. Compared to Lord Chang, I am far inferior. I am merely a minor president of the Wan family in Zhengzhou, while you, Lord Chang, have risen rapidly through the ranks. Your abilities and talents are truly beyond the reach of ordinary people. Speaking of which, how did a young master from a small medical family in Yuncheng achieve his current status and position? Not to mention her, probably no one would have guessed. Chang Qingyun grinned. It's not just me, the Shin family is now ranked number 1 in medicine. The eldest daughter of the Shin family has become the number 1 person in medicine, and it is said that she even stepped into the realm of the medical emperor a few days ago. Xiao Qingyu of the Xiao family in Zhengzhou has also become the famous head of the 9 provinces medical academy, known to all. Like them, I was guided by the same person, which is why I have achieved what I have today. Chang Qingyun said with emotion. If he hadn't met Su Ming, he would probably still be a muddle-headed young master in Yuncheng. Upon hearing this, Wan Shirin was terrified. It's true, really all those people I used to know seem to be soaring higher and higher, even to unreachable heights. She alone, despite her best efforts, only managed to make a little progress in Zhengzhou, which was completely incomparable. This was a blow to Wan Shirin, but also quite shocking. She couldn't help but look up and ask, you said the same person gave you guidance, but who is it? Could it be the big shot that the people from the 7 major families outside were talking about? Wan Shirin could no longer contain her curiosity and asked with great eagerness. That's right. Just now, he single-handedly forced the 7 major families to kneel and beg for mercy, making them tremble with fear. Otherwise, my imperial physician's mansion might have suffered a severe blow. Miss Wan, you really don't know, he is. 909, Chapter 909. Never to wake up. Qingyun, something terrible has happened. I just received news that young Tianyuan has colluded with the blood fiend Hall. Moreover, they have already mobilized a large force and are preparing to besiege the Han family. Just as Chang Qingyun was about to tell Wan Shirin about Su Ming's guidance, Zhang Qianqi quickly walked out and said to Chang Qingyun with a complicated expression. What? Chang Qingyun stood up in shock. Wan Shirin also showed a shocked expression. Besiege the Han family, that kid has caused a lot of trouble. Wan Shirin's face immediately turned extremely ugly. I thought I had figured things out. Unexpectedly, the young family had a backup plan. Moreover, people from the Blood Fiend Hall were also involved. That makes sense. That guy had already provoked the Blood Fiend Palace when he was in Zhengzhou, so it's not surprising that the Blood Fiend Palace is now joining forces with the young family. Wan Shirin's expression was complicated. Chang Qingyun turned to Wan Shirin and said, Miss Wan, please go ahead. I need to contact my master immediately and tell him the news. Your master, you mean Su Ming? Wan Shirin asked in shock. Yes, that's exactly what I was thinking about. Chang Qingyun said something and then hurriedly turned around and left with Zhang Qianqi. No, what's the use of notifying him? We need to quickly inform the Han family to go into hiding. Wan Shirin said, confused and speechless. But Chang Qingyun had already left the main hall. What did Chang Qingyun mean just now? He wouldn't be implying that Su Ming was the one who guided him to his current success, would he? Su Ziyan asked with a frown and a hint of doubt. How could that be? I don't think it's the same thing at all. Besides, we need to notify the Han family to take cover right now, otherwise, once they arrive, the Han family will be wiped out after tonight. Wan Shirin said with a solemn expression. Actually, what does it have to do with us? Su Ziyan said calmly, the Han family was willing to take in that kid, only to cause such a huge disaster. I assent that just asking for trouble, you only came to the Han family to buy medicine, and you haven't even gotten the medicine yet. Besides, we already helped them once when we first entered the Han family. That's more than enough. Whether the Han family lives or dies is a matter of fate. What does it have to do with us? Su Ziyan looked down on her and didn't take it to heart at all. Su Ziyan considered herself superior to others, and she never took the Han family seriously. If she hadn't come with Wan Shirin, the Han family wouldn't have even been qualified to have contact with her. Every day, countless small families fight tooth and nail for a little bit of profit. If we had to manage all of that, there would be so many other things to manage. Wan Shirin shook her head. The Han family is innocent. They didn't do anything wrong. It's all Su Ming's fault for causing this trouble. It's not unreasonable to give them a call. After saying that, Wan Shirin immediately took out her phone and called Hanyu. I told Hanyu what I had heard. When Hanyu found out, she was panicked, shocked and scared, and almost exploded with anger. She hurriedly hung up the phone and went to inform the rest of the Han family. Wan Shirin slowly put down her phone and shook her head. I've done my best. The Han family can only pray for the best. The Han family. At this time, when Xiao Shui returned to the Han family's main hall, she found the entire family in a state of panic, with everyone packing their belongings as if they were about to flee. What's wrong with you all? Xiao Shui asked in surprise. Mom, you're finally back. I was thinking, if you hadn't come back, we would have gone straight to the Imperial Physician's office to find you. That kid has really ruined us. I just got a call. The Yang family, in alliance with the Blood Fiend Hall, is going to besiege our Han family. If we don't leave now, it'll be too late to leave by tonight. Hanyu rushed out, her face full of resentment, and said anxiously to Xiao Shui. How is this possible? Xiao Shui was also shocked, but then shook her head and said, how could such a thing be? Do you know who Xiaoming is? He is the king of the 9 provinces. I personally witnessed the 7 major families kneeling down to apologize and beg for mercy. How could the Yang family dare to cause trouble? Ha! Hanyu seemed to have heard the biggest joke in the world. Her eyes widened and she said irritably, if he's the king of the 9 provinces, then I'm the queen mother of the West. Mom, have you been bewitched by him? If he's so capable, why didn't he come back with you? I bet he got wind of it beforehand and was so scared he was packing his things to run away. He probably ran even faster than we were. Hanyu snorted coldly. You brat! Xiao Shui glared angrily and said in a deep voice, I saw it with my own eyes. How could it be false? What did you see with your own eyes? Did you see him being officially appointed, or being welcomed by the War God army? How could a piece of trash despised even by his own Su family possibly be the king of the 9 provinces? Don't you trust him enough? But if you continue to trust him at a time like this, you're just playing with the lives of our Han family. At this moment, Han Hua also strode out and stared at Xiao Shui in a deep voice. You don't even believe me? Xiao Shui's face turned red with anger. She was furious. Han Hua sighed helplessly. Fine, even if he really is the king of the 9 provinces, can he really stop the Yang family? And there's also the Blood Fiend Hall. How strong is the Blood Fiend Hall? It's one of the top forces outside the mortal realm. Let alone just one person. Even if the entire Su family of 9 Emblem Mountain came, could they stop them? Have you forgotten how his parents were hunted down back then? As he spoke, Han Hua's voice grew louder. Even at a time like this, when life and death are at stake, Xiao Shui still pins her hopes on that kind of person. How ridiculous is this? Upon hearing this, Xiao Shui fell silent. The Yang family alone is alright. After all, she had personally witnessed how easily the 7 major families were defeated and how humiliated they were in front of Su Ming. But now that the Blood Fiend Hall has been added, the situation is indeed different. Moreover, this concerns the lives of hundreds of people in the Han family. Xiao Shui hesitated for a moment, then said in a deep voice, I'll call Xiaoming and ask, let's see if we should leave. No way.
Han Yu was about to faint. But he could only watch helplessly as Xiao Shui took out her phone and called Su Ming. A moment later, the call connected, and Xiao Shui hurriedly asked, "Xiao Ming, we received news that the Yang family is going to attack our Han family. What should we do?" On the phone, Su Ming's calm voice rang out, "Aunt Xiao, just stay home and relax if you're sleepy. Take a nappy. Promise there won't be any noise tonight to disturb your sweet dreams." Hearing this, Han Yu angrily snatched the phone away and shouted, "What are you pretending for? You're probably already on your way to escape, aren't you? Otherwise, why haven't I seen anyone talking big at a time like this, dreaming? I bet you won't be waking up from that dream." Su Ming's voice was icy on the phone. "I'm talking to Aunt Xiao, not you. Whether you wake up or not is none of my business." "You?" Han Yu was almost furious. At this moment, Su Ming was standing on the top of the Dizhou Tower, facing the cold wind, watching the more than 500 members of the Yang family come out in full force. "Aunt Xiao, get some rest." After speaking, Su Ming put down his phone at his feet. Countless warriors stood like the Grim Reaper, their eyes filled with fierce fighting spirit and murderous intent, staring ahead. "We're just waiting for the Yang family to arrive." 910, Chapter 910 Bombing. Night fell, and the wind howled fiercely. There wasn't a single pedestrian on the main street of the capital. Yang Tianyuan was accompanied by a large group of more than 500 people, all of whom were at least at the Emperor realm, with more than 30 at the Divine Power realm. If more than 10 hadn't been lost at the Imperial Medical Academy, at least 50 Divine Power realm experts would have attacked together this time. This force is a disaster for any family. Yang Tianyuan walked in front, side by side with the two Blood Fiend Palace Heavenly Venerables. More than 400 Emperor realm experts, more than 30 King realm experts, plus 2 Earth Immortal Profound Mirror Heavenly Venerables. This power is enough for me to dominate the Imperial continent. The 2 Celestial Venerables are right. I was just scaring myself. That idiot kid is nothing. No matter how powerful he is, he's just one person. Besides, the Han family treats him like trash. No matter how good he is at fighting, can he really bring down my entire Yang family? I've never heard of a family being afraid of one person in my entire life. At this point, Yang Tianyuan laughed heartily with satisfaction. Tonight, I will wipe out the entire Han family, one by one. I want that brat, this so-called king of the 9 provinces, to kneel before me and lick my shoes. Yang Tianyuan's loud laughter soared into the sky. He has the confidence to back it up, thanks in large part to the confidence the Blood Fiend Palace gave him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to mobilize his entire force to target the Han family. The 2 Blood Fiend Palace Celestial Venerables had deep gazes and calm expressions. One of them slowly spoke, "You can do whatever you want with him, but there is one thing that must be found on him. A silver key. It's something the Palace Master personally requested. If you dare to keep it for yourself, your entire Yang family will not be able to withstand the Blood Fiend Palace's slaughter." Upon hearing this, Yang Tianyuan trembled and hurriedly said with a forced smile, "That's right, the Blood Fiend Hall is my benefactor. Without the Blood Fiend Hall, my Yang family wouldn't be so powerful." "I will certainly comply, but is that key really that important? Even the Palace Master personally requested it? What valuable things could that kid possibly have on him?" Yang Tianyuan looked puzzled, unable to understand. "Don't ask questions you shouldn't ask." The Celestial Venerable who spoke let out a cold shout. "Is this what you're looking for?" Just then, Su Ming's voice slowly rang out on the empty street. Su Ming walked slowly towards the entire Yang family, holding in his hand the silver key that the 2 Blood Fiend Heavenly Venerables had mentioned. Yang Tianyuan was startled, and the 2 Blood Fiend Heavenly Venerables also stopped in their tracks. The 400 or 500 people behind them came to a sudden stop. Yang Tianyuan looked around at Su Ming in surprise and found that Su Ming was all alone, with no one else around. Upon seeing this, Yang Tianyuan immediately smiled just as the Blood Fiend Hall had said. "One person, what is there to fear?" Yang Tianyuan took 2 steps forward, pointed at Su Ming, and sneered, "Kid, you dare to come here alone? Are you really tired of living? During the day at the Imperial Physician's Mansion, I gave you a chance, not because I was afraid of you. Tonight, I'm going to wipe you out, and all those people from your Han family, leave no one alive. I'll send you to hell, so you'll die with your eyes wide open in disgrace." Su Ming didn't even glance at Yang Tianyuan, staring at the 2 Blood Fiend Palace Heavenly Venerables and sneered,
more than 10 years ago, you were chasing after my parents because of this, weren't you? Come, it's in my hands, now come and take it right in front of me. The two celestial venerables stared intently at Su Ming, their eyes practically solid, and for a moment, the entire street was filled with murderous intent. Seeing that Su Ming ignored him, Yang Tianyuan instantly flew into a rage. You brat, you don't even realize you're about to die, yet you dare to provoke two heavenly venerables. I am talking to you. Enraged, Yang Tianyuan disregarded everything and charged towards Su Mingxian alone. Upon getting closer, he reached out to grab Su Ming's collar. Bang! However, before Yang Tianyuan could even touch Su Ming's clothes, Su Ming slapped him so hard that he collapsed to the ground, spitting blood. Su Ming raised his foot and stepped on Yang Tianyuan's head, coldly saying, "In my eyes, you're just an ant, you don't even have the right to speak to me." Yang Tianyuan was dumbfounded. He lay on the ground, staring at the ground in shock, not even having reacted yet. He himself is also at the divine power realm. But in front of Su Ming, they didn't even have the ability to defend themselves or react. Only through personal experience did he realize just how powerful and terrifying the Earth Immortal Mystic Mirror truly was. What surprised him even more was that Su Ming dared to attack him in front of so many experts from his Yang family and in front of two heavenly venerables. Does this kid really not want to live? You brat, do you think I'm an ant? Look how many people are behind me. If you lay a hand on me, you won't be able to pay with 100 lives. Yang Tianyuan gritted his teeth and said with a ferocious expression. Su Ming didn't even bother to glance at Yang Tianyuan, and continued to stare at the two heavenly venerables, shouting fiercely, "Come on, you dared to make a move more than 10 years ago, but now you don't dare to move in front of me?" Anger and murderous intent immediately appeared on the faces of the two celestial venerables. But they haven't made a move yet. More than 30 experts at the divine power realm behind him charged out like ferocious beasts, their overwhelming auras converging together like a celestial torrent flowing across the street, sweeping towards Su Ming. This amazing aura. That's far beyond what the dozen or so divine power realm cultivators could do during the day. It felt as if the ground itself was about to be overturned. The earth shook violently. Yang Tianyuan gritted his teeth and grinned maliciously. In his eyes, Su Ming was already a corpse. However, more than 30 people at the divine power realm had already rushed past halfway and were only about 100 meters away from Su Ming. Boom! A deafening explosion rang out. A shell flew out from behind Su Ming and indiscriminately bombarded more than 30 people. More than 30 experts at the divine power realm were taken aback. The experts at the divine power realm within range of the cannonballs hurriedly halted their attacks, gathered their energy, and immediately assumed a defensive stance. Boom! Like a thunderclap, it blasted a deep crater in the ground. 2 or 3 experts at the divine power realm were blasted away upon landing. They were mangled and covered in blood, dying instantly. Everyone was stunned. The experts at the divine power realm who had rushed halfway through were also stunned on the spot. They looked as if they had been struck by lightning, their faces filled with shock and disbelief as they stared ahead in terror. 100 meters behind Su Ming, Yi Tang was directing the war god army. Load, hurry up, bombard them hard. If King Su suffers even the slightest damage, you'll be held responsible. Only then did the Yang family see that behind Su Ming, the war god army stood in rows like a sea of people, while in front of them, more than a dozen mortars were loaded with shells and aimed at them. Oh my god! The entire Yang family was terrified. Yang Tianyuan was so shocked that his eyes almost popped out. Is this the start of a war? Are these the war god army? Not only that, but at the same time, they also saw that under the surrounding buildings and in the alleys, countless armed soldiers of the war god army stood out, blocking any possibility for the Yang family to escape. This is an inescapable net. This is practically an encirclement and annihilation. 911, Chapter 911. Let's talk after you win. The reason why the war god army is so terrifying is not only because each member is strong and brave under Su Ming's training. That is, the ability to use firearms extensively. What level of cultivation and strength would a martial arts master need to withstand the divine firearms? Dodging is the simplest way. A master of the divine power realm can easily dodge pistol bullets by using the perception and assistance of aura.
Moreover, those above the divine power realm are incredibly fast, able to dodge bullets and easily turn the tables. I'm not afraid of guns at all. However, it couldn't withstand a large-scale bombing. We're not afraid of guns, but what about artillery shells, or nuclear bombs? If these dozen or so mortars were to be used indiscriminately at this moment, they could level the entire street. Where could these 30-odd experts at the divine power realm possibly escape to in such a short time? At this moment, the more than 30 experts were terrified and turned ashen-faced. The two blood-fiend palace celestial venerables also looked extremely grim. They never expected Su Ming to be so unreasonable, dragging the war god army into the conflict between martial arts practitioners to bombard them. This was simply shameless and brazen. The Yang family is completely ruined. The hundreds of people that Yang Tianyuan dragged out, though seemingly a formidable force, were now like ants and cannon fodder, too terrified to move. Yang Tianyuan was trampled underfoot and didn't dare to breathe loudly. Only now did he truly realize just how terrifying the king of the 9 provinces was. It seems that a family simply cannot compare to these kings and generals. Moreover, he is the leader of a 1,000,000-strong army of war gods. He was only fooled by the blood fiend Hall, which made him so confident that he came here to fight a losing battle. At this moment, he completely broke down. Now only 2 blood fiend palace celestial venerables remain, and they still have the strength to fight. They are respectively the rampant celestial venerable and the mad celestial venerable from the 12 celestial venerables. The two were well aware that even if Su Ming spared the hundreds of members of the Yang family, he would never spare them, since Su Ming and the Blood Fiend Hall were already irreconcilable enemies. Mad Celestial Venerable slowly took 2 steps forward, staring at Su Ming with a gloomy expression. Boy, your large-scale massacre isn't because you have the strength, it's because you're taking advantage of the war god army. Besides, both sides are surrounded by buildings. How many innocent people will be harmed by your massacre? I think you're more like the Blood Fiend Hall than we are Yuri, even more damn evil. Seeing the helpless look on the faces of the 2 from the Blood Fiend Hall, Su Ming was extremely smug and grinned. You don't need to worry about it. Before your Yang family left, I had already had everyone around evacuated. There's no one else within a kilometer radius. Even if you're blasted to smithereens, not a single fly will be affected. You son of a bitch. The Mad Celestial was so angry he was about to vomit blood. This guy is much more difficult to deal with than they imagined. The entire Blood Fiend Hall looks down on this kid. Mad Celestial Venerable gritted his teeth, pointed at Su Ming, and coldly shouted, if you have any guts, then you're acting like a man. Stand up and fight us one-on-one. Don't you want to avenge your parents? Even if we die this way, we'll die at the hands of the war god army, not at your hands. You'll never be able to avenge your parents. I think about how your parents were chased by us, and how they fled with you like wild dogs. I relive those nights. Mad Celestial Venerable grinned maliciously. Su Ming frowned, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Prince Su, don't act rashly. At this moment, Yi Tang quickly walked up from behind, glanced at the 2 from the Blood Fiend Hall, and said to Su Ming, they're deliberately provoking you. The people from the Blood Fiend Hall are incredibly cunning. If you fight them one-on-one, you'll probably suffer. Just kill them directly. After all, isn't your goal to wipe out the Blood Fiend Hall? Su Ming remained silent. The Mad Celestial continued his provocation. My only regret is not capturing your mother alone back then, so I could have made her pleasing me under my crotch every night. These words were spoken. Boom! Su Ming's aura suddenly exploded, as if even the dark clouds in the night sky would be dispersed. His murderous intent was overwhelming, making Yi Tang and Yang Tianyuan, who were nearby, feel their scalps tingle. Everyone, retreat 500 meters away today. I'm going to kill them all by myself. No one is allowed to interfere. Su Ming's voice was deafening. King Su. Yi Tang's expression changed drastically. Back off, that's an order. Su Ming roared. Yes. Yi Tang was shocked and resolutely retreated 500 meters away. The other members of the war god army also retreated. On the street, only Su Ming remained, facing hundreds of members of the Yang family and 2 Blood Fiend Palace Heavenly Venerables. Su Ming strode forward and walked up to the 2 Blood Fiend Palace Heavenly Venerables. The arrogant Heavenly Venerable and the mad Heavenly Venerable both smiled. That kid fell for it. The arrogant Heavenly Venerable grinned and smiled mockingly.
He's just a greenhorn after all, young and impetuous, wanting to be king, the biggest joke in Kyushu this time. Let him die a more miserable death, let him go down to reunite with his parents. Mad Celestial Venerable shook his head with a smile. At the same time, he looked up at young Tianyuan and shouted, Master Yang, what are you still lying there for? Now there's only this kid left. Are you still afraid of him? With the two of us helping you, plus the hundreds of people in your young family, we can drown him with just a spit from each of us. One-on-one, impossible. From the very beginning, their plan was to have everyone gang up on Su Ming. However, after Mad Celestial Venerable finished speaking, young Tianyuan remained lying motionless on the ground. Mad Celestial's expression changed, and he shouted angrily, are you fucking deaf, or are you dead? If you're not dead, utter a sound. Young Tianyuan then lay on the ground, slowly turned his face, and revealed an ugly smile, saying, Two heavenly venerables, you two fight first. If you can bring him down to his last breath, I will immediately have everyone take action and finish him off. You? The expressions of the arrogant heavenly venerable and the mad heavenly venerable changed drastically. Only then did he understand young Tianyuan's intention. This guy is such a fickle opportunist. Young Tianyuan slowly sat up, a mocking sneer on his face. Real, do you think he's stupid? We've already been fooled once, why would we use him again? There are tens of thousands of war god soldiers surrounding them now. Even if Su Ming is killed, the young family will probably be wiped out, including himself. But if he sits idly by, watching from the sidelines, and sides with whoever wins, he can survive. This was also the only chance for the young family to survive. The two celestial beings understood this perfectly well, and their faces instantly turned as black as the bottom of a pot. Mad Heavenly Venerable pointed at young Tianyuan and roared, you're nothing but a puppet, and you dare to disobey orders. Just you wait, we'll kill this brat and then slaughter your entire Yang family. Let's talk after you can win. Young Tianyuan remained completely calm. At this moment, Su Ming had already arrived in front of the two celestial venerables, staring at the mad celestial venerable with overwhelming killing intent. You were the one who said those words just now, weren't you? You brat! With a fierce shout, Mad Celestial Venerable suddenly raised his hand, and the aura around him surged wildly. The Earth Immortal Mystic Mirror and countless energies rushed out towards Su Ming. Boom! However, just as all of Mad Celestial Venerable's energy gathered in the air, Su Ming arrived like a god of death. Grab the hand that Mad Celestial Venerable is holding in the air, twist it hard, and crack. The entire arm was twisted off, then ripped apart, blood splattering into the air and splashing onto the street. Hiss! This? Seeing this, young Tianyuan trembled with fear, his soul shook, and goosebumps rose all over his body. This is the heavenly venerable of the Blood Fiend Palace. The king of the 9 provinces, is he really that terrifying? 912, Chapter 912. Leaving a whole corpse. Ah! A piercing, horrifying scream echoed through the street. Mad Celestial Venerable's severed arm splattered with blood, and his entire body trembled with excruciating pain. Since becoming the heavenly venerable of the Blood Fiend Palace, he has held a high position for decades and has long forgotten what pain feels like. The pain of losing his arm at this moment felt like decades of accumulated agony, returning to him in an even more piercing and excruciating way. My eyes were bloodshot from the pain. He never imagined that, despite both being at the Earth Immortal Realm, he couldn't even withstand a single move from Su Ming. Moreover, the way Su Ming just broke through his aura was unprecedented. Before he could even make a move, Su Ming crippled one of his arms. Smack! Su Ming slapped Quan Tianzuan across the face, knocking out his broken teeth. This slap didn't require much force. Otherwise, he could have easily killed the Mad Celestial Venerable with a single slap, who offered no resistance. The sole purpose of this action is to humiliate the Mad Celestial Venerable. I'm asking you, did you just say those words? Are you mute? Mute? Mad Heavenly Venerable gritted his teeth in rage, his whole body trembling, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Su Ming. You little beast, I'll kill you today just like I killed your parents. Then he turned around and roared at the arrogant Heavenly Venerable behind him, you're still watching the show? Kill him now. The Heavenly Venerable of the Rampant suddenly trembled, and the red robe he wore billowed, as if thousands of monsters were surging beneath it.
He wasn't just watching a show. The moment he saw Su Ming raise his hand and shatter all of Mad Heavenly Venerable's aura, he knew that he had encountered a formidable enemy today. Therefore, he must give it his all and hold nothing back. While Su Ming was humiliating the Mad Celestial Venerable, he had already used the strongest Blood Fiend technique he had cultivated in the Blood Fiend Palace. Bloodthirsty Chi. At this moment, his face was flushed, his skin was red, and his aura was bulging, clearly indicating that he had reached the peak of his aura condensation. He roared at the Mad Celestial Venerable, "Get out of the way!" Mad Celestial Venerable hurriedly dodged and scrambled to the side. Then, the arrogant Heavenly Venerable gave Su Ming a wicked smile, his face full of sinister arrogance. "You brat, your death is near." Bloodthirsty Chi. With a loud roar, the Heavenly Venerable of the Rampant roared, his red robe fluttering, and beneath it, countless red energies, like sharp blades and raging winds, swept towards Su Ming. Unlike the Mad Celestial Venerable, he had already prepared it in advance, so it was impossible for it to be broken when he made his move now. No matter how sharp Su Ming's insight is, he has no chance of gaining the upper hand. Then, once the Blood Fiend Chi is fully unleashed, this kid can just wait to be torn to shreds. Even the Mad Celestial Venerable sitting on the ground couldn't help but reveal a smug smile, and said viciously, "In the end, he's just an ant." Just when both of them thought Su Ming was going to die, Su Ming calmly stood up and slightly raised his hand. Boom! A powerful aura enveloped his entire body, almost distorting the surrounding air, causing it to ripple like water. Boom! The Blood Fiend aura struck the rippling energy around Su Ming like a violent storm, but it vanished into thin air as if it had been absorbed. How is this possible? The wickedly grinning Heavenly Venerable and Mad Heavenly Venerable were instantly dumbfounded. His face was filled with shock and disbelief. Especially the arrogant Heavenly Venerable, who was confident that his Blood Fiend Chi was invincible and had never failed in his attacks unless one's martial arts realm was a whole realm higher than his, no one could stop him. But now, it has all been absorbed by Su Ming. The Azure Wave technique, is the news from the 7 great families true? You brat, you actually know such a top-tier technique. This isn't something a mere earth immortal at the profound realm can cultivate. What exactly is your cultivation level and strength? The arrogant Celestial Venerable was on the verge of going crazy. A young man in his early 20s has cultivated such a great supernatural power that even their Blood Fiend Palace can only dream of. Are you kidding me? Su Ming activated the Azure Wave technique with one hand, his face calm and undisturbed, and said indifferently, "The Earth Immortal Profound Realm is the peak. You know it is not my peak. If it were Blood Fiend Celestial Venerable who came, he might be able to glean some insight into my true strength, but the two of you are not qualified." After saying that, Su Ming's arm jerked. Boom! The Blood Fiend energy absorbed by the Azure Wave technique was all poured back towards the Mad Celestial Venerable. Ah! The Heavenly Venerable's eyes widened, his pupils dilated in shock, as countless blood-red auras rushed towards him. He was completely dumbfounded, his mind going blank. The next moment, he was directly torn to pieces by his own bloodthirsty aura, and a cloud of blood mist scattered on the ground. This scene was like purgatory. The young family's more than 500 experts were nearly driven mad. Those 30-odd people at the Divine Power Realm, in particular, only now realized how terrifying the gap in strength was. Fortunately, they didn't make a move, otherwise they would probably have ended up like that arrogant Heavenly Venerable. There is no more gruesome way to die. Su Ming slowly turned his head, his gaze, like that of a god of death, falling on Kuang Tianzuan. The Mad Celestial Venerable is numb. Only then did he awaken to the truth and witness the death of Chang Tianzuan. Terrified, he collapsed and scrambled to Su Ming's side, kowtowing repeatedly to him, his head banging against the floor until it bled profusely. "Big boss, King of the 9 provinces, I know I was wrong. Your strength has probably far surpassed that of Gu Xiaoyao, the Lord of the War God Hall. Our entire Blood Fiend Hall is no match for you. Please, spare me, I'm just a lackey. I am a dog of the Blood Fiend Palace. We were ordered to do this by the Blood Fiend Celestial Venerable, we were just threatened and used by him. Please let me go. I deeply regret and feel guilty about what I did to you, but we had no choice back then." Mad Celestial Venerable was filled with remorse, weeping bitterly, and pleading incessantly with Su Ming.
Su Ming's eyes were devoid of any emotion, not to mention a dozen the grudge from before the new year, just based on those few provocative words you just uttered, has already sealed your fate. Go to hell, you little beast. However, the next moment, Mad Celestial suddenly raised his head, his face contorted with rage, and with a fierce wave of his remaining hand, a cloud of blood mist burst forth from his sleeve. It enveloped Su Ming. With a flick of his wrist, Su Ming unleashed a burst of energy that severed the neck of the Mad Celestial Venerable, separating his head from his body, killing him instantly. He leaped backward, dodging the blood mist. The blood mist fell to the ground with a crackling sound, corroding even the cement floor, leaving small holes in a dark, blurry mess. If this happened to a person, they would probably be reduced to bones on the spot. Yi Tang is right, everyone in the Blood Fiend Hall is treacherous and cunning. Now, almost all of the 12 heavenly venerables of the Blood Fiend Palace have been eliminated, leaving only one lone Blood Fiend heavenly venerable. The Grand Royal Gathering a few days from now will come to an end unless the Blood Fiend heavenly venerable does not appear. Su Ming turned around, his cold gaze falling on Yang Tianyuan. Yang Tianyuan knelt upright, king of the 9 provinces. I can die. The rest of the Yang family were all summoned by Methy. Didn't even have time to lay a hand on you. Also, please, leave me a whole corpse. Seeing how the celestial venerable died, he really didn't want to end up like that. Meanwhile, within the imperial state, 2 Blood Fiend Palace celestial venerables, like bats, flew past the patrolling imperial guards and rapidly made their way to the 12 heavenly prisons where Su De was imprisoned. At the final gate of the heavenly prison, Night Demon Xiao Jian sat upright with a large sword on his lap, his gaze deep and intense, as if facing a formidable enemy. 913, Chapter 913. The Han Family Ants. Brother Su, are you alright? As soon as Su Ming stepped out of the street, Duan Xingyue quickly came to meet him. Duan Xingyue had arrived long ago, but was stopped by the war god army. Despite being anxious and worried, she could not get close. As for Yang Tianyuan, Su Ming did not kill him. The Yang family was nothing more than puppets used by the Blood Fiend Palace. After witnessing the true nature of the 2 heavenly venerables of the Blood Fiend Palace, Yang Tianyuan also realized the truth. Even if he had 100 times the courage, he probably wouldn't dare to cause any trouble in the imperial state. I'm fine, why haven't you gone home yet? Su Ming looked at Duan Xingyue with a puzzled expression. Duan Xingyue's pretty face flushed slightly. I heard you were besieged by the Yang family in the Blood Fiend Hall, so I rushed over immediately. Where are they? I have already killed the people from the Blood Fiend Hall. Su Ming said calmly. Ah? Duan Xingyue was shocked. She had heard that the Blood Fiend Hall was full of top-notch experts, the peak level of martial arts in the 9 provinces. Su Ming actually handled it all by himself? She turned her head left and right and saw that she was surrounded by countless soldiers of the war god army. Suddenly, I understood a few things. It must be the war god army launching a massive siege. Otherwise, even if Su Ming were incredibly strong, he wouldn't have been able to kill 2 Blood Fiend Palace heavenly venerable level experts in such a short time. However, the war god army also belongs to her powerful fiancé. A sense of pride welled up in Duan Xingyue's heart. That's right. Remembering something, Duan Xingyue hurriedly looked up at Su Ming and said, Brother Su, I also notified my second brother to come and help. He has already gone to the Han family to prepare defenses. Shall we go and take a look? The Blood Fiend Hall members are dead, and the Yang family has been destroyed. Su Ming didn't want to go back, but after hearing Duan Xingyue's words, he nodded and said, Alright, let's go take a look. He also wanted to see if Xiao Shui was in any danger. If all went well, he could focus on preparing for the upcoming royal event. If the Blood Fiend Heavenly Venerable dares to come, he will surely not return, and will have no chance of escape. Su Ming took Duan Xingyue back to the Han family. Within the Han family. Thank you so much, Second Prince, for coming to our aid. Our Han family is truly grateful. With your help, we are completely at ease. Indeed, only someone of the Second Prince's status and position can provide the greatest sense of security. With you here, even if the Yang family had 100 times the courage, they wouldn't dare to invade. In the hall, the Patriarch Hanhua was filled with gratitude and joy, and repeatedly had tea served to Duan Xingtian, treating him with the highest level of courtesy. Hanyu, standing to the side, was also extremely excited, her big eyes looking at Duan Qingtian with boundless admiration. One after another, powerful figures from the imperial state emerged. Moreover, they all came to the Han family, which truly brought glory to their family and brought them great fortune. Moreover, this is none other than the famous second prince. Many arrogant rich young men are as insignificant as ants in front of the second prince. Not to mention that kid Su Ming, who said he would take care of the young family by himself, but he's probably already disappeared. What a complete idiot who has no skills whatsoever, but whose mouth is harder than diamond. Hanyu would despise people like that her whole life. Only someone like the second prince can be considered a hero in her eyes. Second prince, you are truly our Han family's savior. If it weren't for your arrival, we would have been packing our belongings and fleeing. You saved our Han family, and I would like to invite you to dinner to express our gratitude. Hanyu suppressed her excitement and stepped forward, blushing, to say to Duan Qingtian.
Duan Qingtian silently looked up at Hanyu, shook his head, and didn't say anything. Only Xiao Shui sat to one side with a deep gaze, and said in a low voice, I think we should wait for Xiaoming to come back before discussing anything. If young Tianyuan didn't attack our Han family, that's Xiaoming's achievement, and has nothing to do with anyone else. Hearing this, Hanyu turned her head in dissatisfaction. Mom, I think you're bewitched. You're pushing all the credit onto him. If you want to speak up for him, you shouldn't do it like this. His credit? What credit has he done? Our entire Han family was almost implicated by him, and we almost lost everything. We should be doing him a favor by not causing him any trouble. Let's give him the credit. I think the young family should be terrified and retreat 3 feet away when they learned that the second prince was in charge. The second prince is our great benefactor. What is he anyway? Hanyu scoffed. Hanhua chimed in, Xiaoyu's words are fair. If he were truly capable, he wouldn't be making grand pronouncements over the phone. He would be facing our Han family head on. He wouldn't be nowhere to be seen. Isn't it because you leaked the prescription that we've suffered this disaster? Xiao Shui slammed her hand on the table in anger. Hanyu was shocked, her face turned pale, and she dared not utter a sound. When Duan Qingtian heard Xiao Shui mention Su Ming, his eyes lit up. It seemed that in the entire Han family, only Xiao Shui had a good relationship with Su Ming. He came here intending to make amends and do his part so that the king of Kyushu wouldn't hold it against him. At this moment, Duan Qingtian hurriedly said, Aunt Xiao, to be honest, the reason I came here is because of Su. Young Master Su is back. Before he could finish speaking, almost simultaneously, shouts rang out from the gate of the Han family's residence. Su Ming and Duan Xingyue stepped into the Han family hall. Almost everyone stood up abruptly. Duan Qingtian was also extremely excited. Xiao Shui hurried over and, seeing that Su Ming was unharmed, her eyes welled up with tears of joy. She asked with concern, Xiaoming, are you alright? How could you be so foolish as to go and face the entire Yang family alone? The Yang family is so powerful and influential, one person can't handle them. Even if we were to take action, it would be the entire Han family who would have to face them together. How am I supposed to explain this to your mother if something happens to you? Su Ming smiled slightly and said calmly, Aunt Xiao, I'm fine. I've already dealt with the Yang family. You don't need to worry anymore. Everything will return to normal. Puff. In the lobby, Hanyu, who had been watching coldly, burst out laughing. He looked at Su Ming as if he were an idiot. You brat, you don't even blush when you talk like that. You solved it? How did you solve it? Did you scare the Yang family away with your bragging? How could you say that? Don't you have any shame? Hanyu snorted angrily. Su Ming raised his head slightly, his cold gaze falling on Hanyu, and frowned as he asked, What do you mean? What do you mean? Look who this is. Hanyu turned to look at the second prince Duan Qingtian behind her, and said to Su Ming with a disdainful sneer. She figured that if Su Ming saw Duan Qingtian, even if he was good at pretending, he would be scared out of his wits and kneel down to beg for mercy. They might even pee their pants from the fright. Even if you're ignorant, after being in the imperial state for so many days, you should know Duan Qingtian's identity. She couldn't wait to see Su Ming's comical expression of utter panic. However, Su Ming simply turned his head and glanced at him calmly. Duan Qingtian, what's wrong? Who could it be? His expression was so calm and indifferent, as if he were looking at a junior subordinate. Hanyu was shocked. The entire Han family was shocked. You brat, are you crazy? How dare you address the second prince by his full name?
You bastard! Han Hua was so angry that he started cursing. Han Yu hurriedly went to Duan Qingtian, bowing her head in a panic and apologizing. Second prince, I'm so sorry, this brat is just an ant from our Han family, has never seen the world and called you by your full name. Please don't be angry, we will definitely teach him a lesson. What nonsense are you spouting? What Han family ants? Get out of here. Duan Qingtian was shocked and felt like he was being driven crazy by the Han family. They called the king of Kyushu a mere ant of the Han family. Is the Han family trying to reach the heavens? Or are they all a bunch of idiots? Duan Qingtian was both shocked and furious, almost going crazy. Duan Qingtian angrily pointed at Han Yu and shouted, "You blind fools, he is the king of the 9 provinces and my sister Duan Qingyue's fiancé. What do you mean, the Han family are ants? How dare you think you're above the royal family?" His voice was like thunder, almost a roar of anger. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted throughout the entire Han family compound. Almost everyone in the Han family was stunned. 914, Chapter 914, Attending the Grand Event. What king of the 9 provinces, second prince? You've got it wrong. How could he possibly be the king of the 9 provinces? Han Yu's lips twitched, and she looked at Duan Qingtian with a stiff and ugly expression. You? Duan Qingtian glared angrily at Han Yu, nearly dying of rage. He brought people here to rescue the Han family in order to show off in front of Su Ming and try to get his way in getting himself exiled to the frontier. And then this happened. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have come. The Han family is nothing to him. Your Han family is beyond saving. You deserve to be besieged by the Young family. I regret coming here. Do you believe me or not? Duan Qingtian shouted angrily and stood up to leave. At the same time, his phone rang. Duan Qingtian answered. After receiving the call, his expression changed, and he looked up at Su Ming and Duan Qingyue, saying, I just received news that the Blood Fiend Palace's heavenly venerable experts are attacking the heavenly prison. I am afraid Xiao Jian, the night demon, alone cannot withstand them. I have to rush back to provide support. What? Duan Qingyue was also shocked. Su Ming raised an eyebrow. He only just received this news. It seems very likely that the alliance between the Yang family and the Blood Fiend Palace is just a feint, a bait, and the real attack is from the heavenly prison. The goal here is to distract him and prevent him from providing immediate support. I'll go take a look too. Su Ming said something and left the scene with Duan Qingyue and Duan Qingtian. Anyway, the Yang family issue has been resolved, so Qiao Shui should be out of danger. Second prince, wait a minute, what exactly is going on? Han Yu was completely stunned and could only stare dumbfounded as Su Ming and the other 2 left. How could he be the king of the 9 provinces? Mom, is what you said really true? Han Yu turned to look at Xiao Shui with an incredulous expression. Xiao Shui sighed helplessly. What's the use of saying all this now? Xiao Ming saved us, and instead of being grateful, you're saying these things. It's too late for you to regret it now. Han Yu stood there, stunned. Su Ming and his 2 companions arrived at the royal palace. At the entrance of the imperial palace's 12 heavenly prisons, besides the dead and wounded imperial guards, there were 2 conspicuous corpses, the 2 heavenly venerables of the Blood Fiend Palace. Directly in front of him, Xiao Jian was covered in blood, and a powerful aura emanated from him. Uncle Xiao, are you injured? Duan Qingyue asked in shock. Xiao Jian calmly looked at the 2 corpses. It's their Blood Fiend Palace heavenly venerable, indeed has some strength. 2 earthy mortals at the profound realm, one at the 3rd level and the other at the 5th level. The 2 of them working together are truly formidable. If it weren't for the imperial guards harassing and weakening them, I would have had a real hard time dealing with them on my own. As he spoke, Xiao Jian's gaze fell on Su Ming, and he was surprised. He heard that Su Ming was also fighting 2 heavenly venerables outside, and he was all alone. Unlike him, he didn't have the imperial guards besieging and harassing him. As a result, Su Ming was unharmed, without even a drop of blood on his body. He ended up looking rather disheveled. Could it be that Su Ming's strength is far greater than his? Thinking of this, Xiao Jian's eyes became somewhat complicated. He had always longed to fight Su Ming. After all, Su Ming was the only one in the entire imperial state who could fight him. But given the current situation, it seems that defeating Su Ming won't be so easy for him. This blood fiend palace is far too arrogant. They treat my royal family as if they don't care, coming and going as they please. They simply don't respect my royal family at all. Emperor Duan Tianhong of the 9 provinces was also present at this moment. He let out a cold shout, his face full of anger, and his eyes sharp as knives. It's not the blood fiend hall, it's the Jin kingdom. I reckon Nangong Hao is involved too. Su Ming slowly raised his head. If it weren't for the support of the Jin kingdom, the blood fiend palace wouldn't have dared to be so bold. Su Ming recounted to Duan Tianhong what he had gotten from Su Di in the prison. Of course, he didn't mention anything unrelated to his parents' Su family. It only revealed the secret of the Jin kingdom's desire to obtain the attack route to Kyushu. After listening, Duan Tianhong flew into a rage. Fine Jin kingdom, fine Nangong family. I wanted to advocate for a ceasefire and friendly relations with them, but they're scheming at every turn, constantly coveting this land of Kyushu. Their appetite is truly enormous, they never stop. Can they possibly swallow it all? They don't even respect me. Duan Tianhong's eyes were contorted with rage, and his voice was deafening. No wonder, just these past 2 days, Nangong Hao sent over a list of applications for some kind of martial arts exchange, challenging us to 10 matches. I guess his purpose is to test the strength of my royal family. If he finds out that my royal family doesn't have any strong members, they'll probably launch a full-scale attack. Duan Tianhong's eyes blazed with anger. However, since they are so ungrateful, I don't need to show them any mercy. I have already issued orders for 6 or 7 top experts from the 9 provinces to come to the imperial province. They will face off against the Nangong family in 3 days. I will show them the true strength of Kyushu. They can't just try to fool me. Duan Tianhong's voice was like thunder, resounding throughout the entire royal hall. Su Ming listened, but shook his head. It's not that simple. The Nangong family's confidence likely stems from the involvement of the Blood Fiend Heavenly Venerable. If the Blood Fiend Heavenly Venerable is involved, then no matter how many experts come, it won't be of any use. However, this is also what Su Ming wanted to see. Thinking of this, Su Ming looked up and smiled. Your Majesty, I apply to participate as well. Ah. Upon hearing this, Duan Tianhong was taken aback. Duan Xingtian and Duan Xingyue also showed expressions of shock. Brother Su, this won't do. Your status and position are of great importance. What if you suffer any harm? Duan Xingyue said anxiously. With their strength, they are far from capable of harming me. Moreover, as a person of Kyushu, I should also do my part. Su Ming said with a deep gaze. I'll participate too. At this moment, Night Demon Xiao Jian's sound then rang out. If it's a battle between such masters, I definitely won't miss it. I'm also very eager to see just how strong the experts from the Jin Kingdom really are. Night Demon Xiao Jian's eyes were filled with excited fighting spirit. Good. Who says there are no strong warriors in our 9 provinces? With the 2 of you, I'm confident in this competition. Duan Tianhong burst into joyful laughter. Really, these are tickets to the royal event? Oh my god. Inside the Imperial Physician's Mansion, Wan Shirin received 3 admission tickets from Chang Qingyun and was overjoyed. This time, we've really struck it rich. I never expected such a pleasant surprise. Those top-level events are not something that ordinary people can attend. Even members of the top families in the imperial state might not have this qualification. I never expected that I would be able to get an admission ticket thanks to Chang Qingyun. Wan Shirin and the other 2 were overjoyed. Just then, Wan Shirin's phone rang. He took it out and saw that it was Han Yu calling. Was the Han family not besieged? Or are you calling for help? Wan Shirin answered the phone with a puzzled look on her face. 915, Chapter 915. Each holds their own account. Wan Shirin, why did you lie to me? As soon as the call connected, Han Yu was furious and went straight to the point, demanding an explanation. After learning that Su Ming was the king of Kyushu. That night, Han Yu couldn't eat or sleep, and she was filled with regret. She prided herself on her high standards, looking down on ordinary rich young men from the capital. But she ended up missing out on a marriage that was supposed to be hers. This is the thing she regrets most in her life. Liar? Wan Shireen frowned slightly upon hearing this. She thought Han Yu was blaming her for not going to the Han family to help with the rescue. He shook his head and said, "There's nothing I can do about this. The Yang family has mobilized all their forces. Even if I went, it wouldn't make a difference given my influence. The Yang family probably wouldn't give me the slightest face." Han Yu snorted coldly. "What Yang family? You knew perfectly well that Su Ming was the king of the 9 provinces, so why didn't you tell me? You even made me lose face in front of him. I think you're doing this on purpose. You missed your chance by divorcing him, and now you want me to have the same regrets as you? Or do you simply want the whole world to be unaware, and for only you to be able to get close, so that no one will compete with you for it?" Han Yu was so angry that she gritted her teeth. Even through the phone, you could feel Han Yu's anger. "What did you say? He's the king of the 9 provinces." Upon hearing this, Wan Shireen was instantly stunned. This was the first time in all this time that she had heard someone say that Su Ming was the king of the 9 provinces. How could it be wrong if the second Prince Duan Qingtian said it himself? Han Yu said angrily. "Impossible." Without a second thought, Wan Shireen immediately and categorically denied it. "No one knows her better than me. During the 3 years she was married to me in Yunqing, she was unknown and accomplished nothing. If she were the king of the 9 provinces, it would have been a sensation long ago. Why would she have waited until today? Besides, based on his performance, how could he possibly be associated with the king of the 9 provinces?" Wan Shireen shook her head and said, "But he single-handedly defeated the Yang family in the Blood Fiend Hall, saving our Han family." Han Yu said in shock. Wan Shireen chuckled softly. "Did you see it with your own eyes, or did you hear it from someone else?" "He said it himself." Han Yu replied. Puff. Hearing this, Wan Shireen laughed out loud, shook her head and said with a smile, "Miss Han, to tell you the truth, the biggest reason I divorced him is because of this. If he were just incompetent, I could tolerate it with my abilities. Even if he's rotten wood, I'll find a way to carve him into a treasure. Unfortunately, not only is he incompetent, but he also loves to talk nonsense, boast, and flaunt his confidence, never having any self-awareness. That's why I couldn't tolerate him any longer." I think the second prince probably scared off the Yang family by stepping in, and then he took all the credit for himself anyway. It's all just his word. You didn't see it with your own eyes, so you can't expose him, can you? He also knows that the famous second prince wouldn't care about these small achievements at all. They're enough to fool you. Wan Shireen spoke with unwavering confidence, as if she had seen through everything. Han Yu, on the other end, was stunned when she heard this and remained silent for a long time. Han Yu held the phone, seemingly having figured everything out. Yes, it was all just Su Ming talking. Although the second prince said it himself. But that boy is the fiancé of the third princess, Duan Xingyue, although I don't know why the third princess would be interested in someone like that. But the second prince will definitely side with his sister. As for his mother, she always favored Su Ming from beginning to end. Thinking about this, Han Yu hesitated for a moment, unsure which side was telling the truth. Wan Shireen smiled and said, "Miss Han, how about this? If you still don't believe me, I've managed to get an invitation to a top-tier royal event. I'll give you one, and we can go in together. If he really is the king of the 9 provinces, he'll definitely show up then. In front of so many big shots, his identity will naturally be revealed. If not, he wouldn't even be qualified to enter the event. Do you understand? Miss Wan, you even managed to get an invitation to the grand event. My goodness, okay, Miss Wan, I'll go with you." Upon hearing that she could participate in such a top-level event, Han Yu immediately agreed with great excitement. At the same time, we can also take this opportunity to witness whether Su Ming is truly the king of Kyushu. "Brother Su, my master and senior brothers are coming today. I am going to pick them up. Why don't you come with me?" Inside the royal palace, Duan Xingyue came to Su Ming's door, her face beaming with excitement. Su Ming stretched. "I discussed martial arts with Xiao Jian for most of the night last night, and I still haven't had enough sleep, so I'm a bit tired right now." It was supposed to be a discussion, but after exchanging ideas, it was mostly Su Ming giving Xiao Jian pointers. Xiao Jian's martial arts cultivation is indeed formidable. He is at the 8th level of the Earth Immortal Profound Realm. As long as he breaks through one more level, he will be able to reach the threshold of the Heaven Immortal Profound Realm. If he were to reach the Celestial Immortal Realm, he truly wouldn't find many opponents throughout the entire 9 provinces. Unfortunately, Xiao Jian's cultivation method was unorthodox. He initially entered the Dao through swordsmanship, but after joining the royal family, he used a large number of pills to cultivate. Although he is now at a high level, his internal energy is unstable, and he is even much weaker than a normal 8th level Earth Immortal. He has almost no chance of winning against an opponent of equal strength. Moreover, one needs to take elixirs beforehand to condense and enhance one's chi in order to reach peak condition. Simply put, it's a side effect of excessive drug use and cultivation. He also admired Xiao Jian quite a bit, and they had no grudges against each other. Xiao Jian had been protecting the imperial state all along, so he was considered a rare martial arts master. He then offered Xiao Jian several ways to mediate. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jian felt as if he had been enlightened, and he had no idea what was going on. He didn't sleep all night and went into seclusion to adjust his mindset. At this moment, again in response to Duan Xingyue's invitation, Su Ming, losing interest, waved his hand and said, "You still have a sect? I'm not interested, go by yourself." Duan Xingyue quickly ran up, took Su Ming's arm, and pressed herself against him, saying coquettishly, "Brother Su, please come with me, you're my fiancé now, we're engaged." Master said that when he sees me again, he'll test my martial arts progress. But I've been neglecting my studies and I'm afraid I won't pass the test. Can you go and support me? Duan Xingyue kept shaking Su Ming's hand. Su Ming rolled his eyes and asked, annoyed, "Then which sect did you follow?" Qing Yun's sect. Duan Xingyue said hurriedly. Qing Yun's sect? Su Ming raised an eyebrow slightly. Qing Yun's sect is a well-known sect outside the secular world. Although the sect has a small number of members, each one of them is a highly skilled expert. It is said that the sect leader of Qing Yun's sect has reached the level of a half-step celestial immortal. It is estimated that he was invited by the venerable King Duan Tianhong to come to Dizhou to prepare for a sparring match with the Jin Kingdom. This is also a good opportunity to see if the experts Duan Tianhong invited can pass the test. Otherwise, even if he and Xiao Jian win all 10 matches, they will still lose the remaining 8, resulting in a crushing defeat in the Kyushu competition. It seems the Jin state is about to launch a major offensive. Thinking of this, Su Ming nodded and said, "Okay, then I'll go with you." "That's great, Brother Su." Duan Xingyue jumped for joy and asked someone to prepare a car so she could set off with Su Ming. Actually, Duan Xingyue had another purpose. She specifically invited Su Ming in order to cancel her engagement with her senior brother Chen Beixian. When she first joined the Qingyun sect, she was young and ignorant, and thought that her senior brother was the most powerful person in the world. She secretly made a marriage agreement with him. She didn't take it seriously later, but it was obvious that her senior brother took it seriously. This is a perfect opportunity to cancel. She felt reassured that Su Ming was willing to go. 916, Chapter 916. You're not qualified. Master, we've come all this way down the mountain, so you must try this fine wine and food. Once I enter the royal family, my junior sister and I will fulfill our marriage agreement. I will then be the prince consort, enjoying endless wealth and honor. I will use that wealth to honor you first. Inside a 5-star hotel, Chen Beixian, dressed in a suit and with a frivolous expression, picked up a wine glass and poured wine for his master, Luijian. Luijian smiled and shook his head. "You brat, it's because your worldly desires are too strong that you haven't made any progress in your martial arts cultivation. You're still only at the 5th level of the divine power realm. At this rate, when will you ever reach the earth immortal realm and be able to inherit the Qingyun sect?" Although Luijian reprimanded him verbally, he had a smile on his face, so he was obviously not really blaming him. Chen Beixian grinned and said, "Master, what's the point of learning and cultivating skills? Isn't it all for fame and fortune? Once I become the prince consort, won't all these things be a piece of cake? Why bother with all this hard work? Besides, the 5th level of the divine power realm is already enough for me to be invincible in the imperial province. Among the younger generation, who has a higher level of cultivation than me?" Luijian's face was full of smug satisfaction. He then smiled and said, Master, when junior sister arrives, please give me some face and don't scold me in front of her, otherwise, I'll be embarrassed.
Alright. Louis Jian waved his hand dismissively. As they were talking, the door to the private room was pushed open. Duan Xingyue and Su Ming stepped into the private room.
Senior brother, master.
Duan Xingyue stepped forward and greeted Louis Jian respectfully.
Then he turned to Chen Beixian and smiled, Senior brother, it's been a long time. Chen Beixian's face immediately lit up with a smile, especially when he saw that Duan Xingyue was now graceful and had a stunning figure, clearly a great beauty. Coupled with the princess's noble air, she was even more stunning.
It made his eyes light up.
He stepped forward and took Duan Xingyue's hand. Junior sister, it's been a long time. It's been 5 or 6 years since we parted ways at Qingyun sect. You were just a little girl back then. Duan Xingyue withdrew her hand to avoid it, and at the same time awkwardly turned her head to look at Su Ming. Chen Beixian then noticed Su Ming, and thought that Duan Xingyue was restrained because there were outsiders around. He immediately opened his wallet, took out 200 yuan, threw it to Su Ming, and waved, saying, Kid, go outside and keep watch. This is an internal matter of our sect. You're just a lackey, so don't get in the way.
200 yuan slipped from Su Ming's body and fell to the ground. Su Ming glanced down, stepped forward, stomped on it, and grinned coldly, as Xingyue's fiancé, is there anything I can't hear? No, fiancé?
Upon hearing this, Chen Beixian was completely stunned. He glanced at Su Ming in shock, then turned to look at Duan Xingyue.
Junior sister, what's going on?
Louis Jian held a cup of tea in one hand and sat up a little straighter. Su Ming walked over and sat down beside Chen Beixian, looking at him with a mocking expression. Duan Xingyue explained, Senior brother, I was just about to tell you about this in person. Now that we've already talked about it, I won't hide anything. Anna Marie, it's better for everyone to be frank. When I joined the Qingyun sect, I was only 15 or 16 years old. I was young and ignorant, and many of my words were just casual remarks. The marriage agreement I made with you was complete nonsense. I probably didn't even know what a marriage agreement meant at the time, so, senior brother, please don't take it seriously. However, I was wrong too. I went back on my word. How about this? I'll punish myself with 3 drinks first, and then as an apology, I can introduce you to young ladies from prominent families in the imperial state. Among them are many nobles and ladies of high birth. They will surely satisfy you. After saying that, Duan Xingyue picked up the wine glass on the table and drank 3 glasses in one gulp as an apology. Chen Beixian was completely dumbfounded. I never imagined things would turn out this way. My dream of becoming a prince consort, which I had just been cherishing, has been shattered in an instant.
How can a young lady from a prominent family compare? Let alone one, what difference would it make if there were 10? He should have been a renowned prince consort throughout the land. How could this person have beaten us to it?
Thinking of this, Chen Beixian felt a surge of anger, and his cold gaze instantly fell on Su Ming. Although he was unwilling and angry, he even wanted to lash out. But he knew that if he showed his true colors in front of Duan Xingyue, he would have absolutely no chance left. Chen Beixian looked Su Ming up and down. He saw that Su Ming was unremarkable in appearance, dressed in extremely plain clothes, and had no energy or spirit on his face. He was no match for him at all. Suddenly, 1,000 ways to control Su Ming came to mind. He immediately suppressed his anger and sat down again, forcing a smile as he said, It's alright, I know you were immature back then. I didn't take it to heart. Besides, we're still fellow disciples. How could we take such a thing seriously? Why don't you introduce me to this prince consort? What is his identity and background? Brother Su, that's quite something, he is.
Duan Xingyue, her face full of pride, was about to introduce Su Ming's identity.
Chen Beixian raised his hand to interrupt, grinning, No, I want him to say it himself. That way I'll understand thoroughly and we can also make friends.
Your Highness, tell me, what official position do you hold in the Imperial Prefecture? Who appoints you? What is your monthly salary? And what achievements have you made? Chen Beixian asked a series of questions to test Su Ming's abilities. He wanted to see what was so special about Su Ming that allowed him to be noticed by Duan Xingyue before he could. Su Ming leaned back and calmly smiled, I have no interest in your questions. I am more interested in you as my master. You must have come to Dizhou to participate in the competition and sparring with the Jin Kingdom. Which of you two will step forward to participate in the competition?
If it's this kid, he's not qualified. Going up there would only make Kyushu look bad. Su Ming didn't even bother to glance at Chen Beixian. What the hell did you say? Chen Beixian instantly flew into a rage and stood up abruptly. A chilling killing intent flashed in his eyes, and his gaze was fixed on Su Ming as if he wanted to devour him. I said you're not qualified, don't you understand? Su Ming replied impatiently. You fucking want to die. Chen Beixian could no longer hold back and was completely enraged. With a whoosh, he drew the short sword from his waist, unleashing his divine power realm aura, and thrust it fiercely at Su Ming. What a fool who doesn't know his own limitations, daring to provoke him. He originally didn't intend to ruin his image in front of Duan Xingyue. But now, I can't worry about that anymore. This is also a good opportunity to let my junior sister see what kind of ant this person is, and how big the gap is between him and Chen Beixian. Senior brother, stop. Duan Xingyue let out a gasp. But Chen Beixian was not going to listen. They were determined to keep Su Ming lying here. Lui Jian, holding his teacup, sat as if in deep meditation, and did not stop this scene. Arrogant and disrespectful to the Qingyun sect, he deserved this fate. However, the next moment, Lui Jian suddenly raised an eyebrow, because he saw that although Su Ming moved slightly, a stream of tea in the teacup in front of him had turned into a sharp sword and shot towards Chen Beixian's forehead. The tea was as light as lightning, almost imperceptible. The aura emanating from the package was even more chilling. Lui Jian's expression changed instantly. He stood up abruptly, raised his hand, and unleashed a powerful burst of energy towards Chen Beixian, shouting, "Get out of the way!" Boom! Chen Beixian was blasted away by his master's aura and fell to the ground. He raised his head, his face flushed, and cried out in shock, "Master?" He didn't understand why Lui Jian had stopped him. However, immediately afterwards, a piercing clanging sound erupted in the room. The tea that Su Ming shot out hit the short sword that Chen Beixian had dropped from the sky, making a clanging sound. The short sword shattered into pieces, falling to the ground inch by inch. Seeing this, Lui Jian gasped. Only Chen Beixian and Duan Xingyue didn't understand what had happened. 917, Chapter 917. Phoenix falls into a flock of crows. Transformation from gas into form. This is something that can only be done above the earth immortal mystic mirror level. The king realm can release internal energy outwards. He reached the peak of the divine power realm. Breaking through the divine power realm and reaching the earth immortal profound realm allows one to comprehend great divine powers and transform chi into form. This kid is probably more than just an ordinary prince consort. Lui Jian stared intently at Su Ming with a sharp and penetrating gaze. If he hadn't intervened in time, Chen Beixian would probably have been broken into several pieces. Lui Jian revealed a meaningful smile and said to Su Ming, "Whether my Qingyun sect has the strength or not will be clear when we meet the Venerable One and the competition begins. There's no need for the prince consort to come and probe first. That's enough for today. I have an appointment to meet some old friends, so I'll have to stay and keep you company for now." Lui Jian mistakenly believed that Su Ming was someone sent by the royal family to investigate his background. After saying that, Lui Jian turned and left. "Master!" Chen Beixian exclaimed in surprise and hurriedly followed. Su Ming smiled calmly, then turned to Duan Xingyue, "Let's go too." "Okay, brother Su." Duan Xingyue nodded blankly. Chen Beixian and Lui Jian arrived downstairs at the hotel. Chen Beixian frowned and asked, "Master, why did you stop me? So what if that brat is the prince consort? I don't think he's good enough for junior sister. I am just teaching him a lesson. Don't worry. I definitely won't kill him, but trampling him underfoot and letting junior sister see the truth shouldn't be a big deal, right?" Chen Beixian just couldn't understand it. If it weren't for master's intervention, Su Ming would definitely be the one lying on the ground. Lui Jian rolled his eyes and said irritably, "He can manifest his chi into form with your meager strength. You think you can handle him? He's no ordinary person. If I hadn't intervened, you would already be dead. And you think you can hold back? There's no such thing as holding back. If that move had landed on you, you'd be dead for sure." "What?" Chen Beixian stared wide-eyed in shock, thinking he had misheard. He looked at Lui Jian with disbelief. "Master, transforming chi into form, that kid, Are you serious? I didn't see him's only been alive for a few years, and he doesn't even look older than me. How could he possibly have that kind of power? I don't believe it. Chen Beixian was so angry that he gritted his teeth. He would never believe it, even if you beat him to death. He was, after all, the top disciple of the Qingyun sect, with a renowned reputation, yet he was only approaching the peak of the divine power realm. Could that brat be so much better than him? Are you kidding me? I don't care whether you believe it or not. Luigi Jian rolled his eyes in annoyance, then pulled out an invitation and handed it to Chen Beixian. This is an invitation to the Kyushu Medical Academy gathering tonight. Take this and ask the head of the Kyushu Medical Academy for a bottle of medicine. Is for what kind of medicine? I've already negotiated with the Kyushu Medical Academy. Just take the invitation to pick up your medicine. Let the engagement be over. It was just a verbal promise anyway. Don't let these trivial matters of personal relationships interfere with my important plans. Master, aren't you going? Chen Beixian held the invitation and asked with a puzzled look. I won't go. I am going to pay my respects to your martial uncle. Let's split up and save time. The grand event only has 2 days left. Lui Jian gave his instructions and then strode away. Only Chen Beixian remained, holding the invitation and standing dejectedly in the hotel lobby. At this moment, Su Ming and Duan Xingyue also came down from behind. Seeing Su Ming and Duan Xingyue together like a couple, Chen Beixian got angry and was so angry that his teeth itched. The person standing next to Duan Xingyue should have been myself. Thinking of this, Chen Beixian gave Su Ming a gloomy look, then said to Duan Xingyue, Junior sister, Master gave me an invitation to the Kyushu Medical Academy gathering tonight. Do you want to come with me? I'm not very familiar with the Imperial City, could you please show me the way? Duan Xingyue thought for a moment and nodded. Alright, since it was Master who instructed me, I'll lend a hand. Very good. Chen Beixian smiled happily. As for certain people, let them go back to where they came from. You've heard of the 9 Provinces Medical Academy, right? It's one of the top medical institutions, ranking among the best. Gatherings at the 9 Provinces Medical Academy are not places that ordinary people can easily enter. Unless you have an invitation like me, you're not qualified, even if you're the prince consort. Chen Beixian looked at Su Ming with a proud yet disdainful expression. Kyushu Medical Palace. Su Ming shook his head dismissively. I never said I was going. Chen Beixian grinned and sneered, of course, because you're not qualified you do have some self-awareness. Junior sister, let's go, let's ignore this kind of person. After saying that, Chen Beixian pulled Duan Xingyue outside. Wait, brother Su. Duan Xingyue called out anxiously, but Chen Beixian had already pulled her away from the hotel. Although Chen Beixian looks like an idiot, he probably wouldn't dare to do anything too outrageous to Duan Xingyue. Moreover, they were from the same school. There's nothing to worry about now, I can go back and get a good night's sleep. Su Ming yawned and prepared to go back to sleep. But just then, my phone rang. Upon taking it out, he was surprised to find that it was Xiao Qingyu, the current head of the Kyushu Medical Academy, whom he hadn't seen in a long time, calling. Hello? Su Ming answered the phone. King Su. Xiao Qingyu's happy voice came from the other end. Prince Su, tonight we are having a gathering of people from the 9 Provinces Medical Academy, and I would like to invite you to attend. Xiao Qingyu said excitedly. Not interested. Su Ming replied and was about to hang up. He's not from the Kyushu Medical Academy, so why invite him to this kind of gathering? Wait, Miss Shin is here too. This is also a medical exchange. Various medical experts admire you and look forward to your arrival. They hope you will give them a chance. Xiao Qingyu said anxiously. Shen Luo Yun is here too? Su Ming pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, okay, send me the address. I am going to take a nap, I'll go later. Good. Xiao Qingyu then happily hung up the phone. Then I also sent the address to my phone. Su Ming glanced at it and immediately booked a room to sleep. Although I don't know why Shen Luo Yun came here. But since everyone's here, let's go take a look. In the evening, Su Ming went out, left the hotel, and took a car to the party venue. A luxurious, stand-alone hotel estate. Upon arriving at his destination, Su Ming got out of the car and looked up to see that the entire manor was brightly lit and looked magnificent and grand, with a constant stream of people coming to the entrance for the party. Creak! A car stopped nearby, and 4 people got out. It turned out to be Wan Shirin, Su Ziyun, Yang Hao, and Han Yu who were with them. Seeing Su Ming standing alone at the gate, looking around, the group of people all looked surprised. Han Yu, in particular, looked at Su Ming in shock and asked, "What are you doing here?" Su Ming slowly turned his head and looked at Wan Shirin and the others. "It's you. This is a gathering of the 9 Provinces Medical Academy. What are you doing here?" "Of course we were invited. Do you think we're like you?" Su Ziyun sneered disdainfully and pointed at Yang Hao beside her, saying, "Young Master Yang is the young master of the Yang family, a prominent family in the medical field. Naturally, he would receive an invitation for a small gathering of the 9 Provinces Medical Academy. With young Master Yang's status, it would be like a phoenix falling into a flock of crows. It would definitely cause a sensation. As for you, you probably don't even have an invitation, right? Otherwise, why would you be peeking around at the door?" Su Ziyun's face was full of mockery and sarcasm. Wan Shirin turned to Han Yu and said, "We don't even need to wait for the royal gathering. You've seen it's not the king of Kyushu at all. He doesn't even have the qualifications to receive an invitation." Han Yu's eyes widened as well. Now she understood everything. Suddenly, I knew who to trust. 918, Chapter 918. Failed attempt to steal a chicken. "You want to go in, right? Would you like young Master Yang to bring one of you? As long as you have an invitation, bringing one more won't hurt. All you have to do is bow your head and beg young Master Yang for a favor. Think with young Master Yang's status and position, it's not impossible for him to take you in and broaden your horizons." Su Ziyun looked at Su Mingwen with an arrogant and mocking expression. Previously, Su Ming even threatened to return to the Su family to confront his father. Thinking about this made Su Ziyun furious. They couldn't wait to find an opportunity to trample Su Ming on the head. She wanted to subdue Su Ming, so that even if Su Ming dared to return to the Su family, he wouldn't dare to utter a single word in front of her. Hearing this, Su Ming looked up at Yang Hao and gave a mocking sneer. "He's not worthy. Besides, I don't need an invitation. The 9 Provinces Medical Academy will naturally send someone to greet me." "You brat!" Yang Hao was furious and raised his fist, ready to fight Su Ming. "I've never seen anyone so pretentious. And they dared to put on airs in front of him." Wan Shirin hurriedly shook her head and said, "Young Master Yang, forget it. We're here to attend a gathering, not to cause trouble. Besides, I need to take this opportunity to ask the Kyushu Medical Academy if they have any methods to treat my mother. It wouldn't look good if we caused trouble." "Alright, you're lucky, kid. If it's not Cheyenne, I'll show you what an ant you are in front of me today." Yang Hao gave a disdainful snort. Su Ziyun grinned and sneered, "Let him pretend here all by himself. We'll go inside and enjoy the limelight, while he's left here starving. Let's see if he'll dare say such things again." After saying that, the 4 of them headed towards the main gate of the manor. Su Ming sneered and shook his head. Unexpectedly, the Kyushu Medical Academy invited 4 more people. "I should have known better than to come." Su Ming took out his phone and called Xiao Qingyu. "Did you invite Yang Hao from the Yang family?" Su Ming inquired. "Yang Hao? Who is it?" Xiao Qingyu was taken aback for a moment, then replied with a puzzled look, "No, I've never even heard of this person. How could I possibly invite them?" Su Ming said in a deep voice, "But now I see him swaggering past me. This man is getting close to Su Ziyun now, and the Su family's affairs haven't been sorted out yet. I don't want to see him. The Kyushu Medical Academy invited him, so there's no need for me to come." "No, Prince Su, please wait a moment. Let me inquire. This person must have used some method, or bought the invitation from someone else. I'll have his entry revoked immediately." After saying that, Xiao Qingyu hung up the phone and ordered a thorough investigation. At the entrance, Yang Hao proudly handed over the invitation, introducing himself as Yang Hao of the Yang family, invited to the gathering. "Wait a moment, let us check." That's what the guard at the entrance said. "Check whatever you want." Yang Hao looked confident, and then glanced back at Su Ming with a playful grin. His lips were practically pointing to the sky at this moment. He could finally steal the spotlight from Wan Shireen. Although his target was Wan Shireen, he encountered various unexpected events before, and none of them ended well, which prevented him from having the opportunity to perform in front of Wan Shireen. Now, in front of Wan Shireen's good-for-nothing ex-husband, he's basking in the glory and looking incredibly powerful. It's hard for Wan Shireen not to be tempted by him now. Just as Yang Hao was feeling smug and thought he was about to dominate everyone, the guard in front of him raised his head and said expressionlessly, "I'm sorry, young Master Yang, you are not on our Kyushu Medical Academy's invitation list." What? Yang Hao's smile instantly froze on his face, and he said anxiously with wide eyes, "Check again, the Yang family is ranked among the top 20 in the world, a very famous family outside the martial arts world. Haven't you heard of them? How could your Kyushu Medical Academy's gathering of medical practitioners not invite me?" The Yang family, okay, I'll investigate further. Upon hearing this, the guards also turned serious. If it's such a large family, then it's not to be underestimated. Seeing this, Yang Hao finally breathed a sigh of relief. It startled him. If you can't get in and are kicked out, that would be incredibly embarrassing. Especially in front of that kid. It would have been better if they hadn't investigated it again. After a re-examination, the guards were shocked to find a name popping up on the forbidden list on the tablet in front of them. Yang Hao. The guards were immediately startled. This blacklist is for people who are strictly forbidden from entering the party. The guards' expressions immediately changed when they looked up again. Their eyes had changed. They stared at Yang Hao and shouted sternly, "Yang Hao, you are forbidden from entering our Kyushu Medical Academy gathering. Also, your invitation isn't yours, is it? We're confiscating it. You, get out, or don't blame us for being impolite. Men, throw this brat out." With a sharp shout from the inspector, more than a dozen skilled guards surged out of the courtyard, their imposing presence astonishing. They forced Yang Hao and the other three out of the gate. Seeing this, Wan Shireen, Yang Hao, Su Ziyun, and Han Yu were all dumbfounded. I have absolutely no idea what's going on. Are you fucking crazy? You don't even recognize the eldest young master of the Yang family? Yang Hao was furious and shouted angrily, his face turning red. Young Master Yang, is it you who secretly bought and sold invitations from my Kyushu Medical Academy in an attempt to gain entry to the gathering? Young Master Yang, do you even deserve to be called that? Just then, a cold voice rang out from inside the gate. Xiao Qingyu led her people out with icy expressions. Looking down at Yang Hao, he said, I didn't invite you, but you have an invitation. You should know how you got here, right? A lowlife like you doesn't deserve to be at this party. Roll. After saying that, Xiao Qingyu led her entourage out quickly, approached Su Ming, and respectfully bowed, saying, I'm late. I am sorry to have kept you waiting. Please. Su Ming slowly walked forward, and as he passed Yang Hao and his group of four, he grinned at Yang Hao and said, looks like your status isn't going to help you. I told you, I don't need an invitation. You can't get in, but I'm going to. After saying that, Su Ming strode into the manor. Yang Hao and the other three were dumbfounded. Didn't you say your invitation was a gift from someone else? Su Ziyun felt extremely embarrassed, her face flushed red, and she turned to Yang Hao to ask. It was a gift, but I was charged a little money. Yang Hao said dejectedly. You? Su Ziyun was almost furious. Wan Shireen and Han Yu were completely stunned. Xiao Qingyu actually came out to greet Su Ming in person. So what is Su Ming's identity? Wan Shireen hurriedly stepped forward and pulled Xiao Qingyu along, saying, Lord Xiao, I am Wan Shireen from the Wan family of Zhengzhou. Do you remember me? Xiao Qingyu turned to look at Wan Shireen. I remember you, the Wan family of Yunqing, right? Su's ex-wife. But if you hang out with people like that, you're no better than them. Upon hearing this, Wan Shireen's face turned extremely pale. She hurriedly shook her head and said, No, Lord Xiao, I came to buy medicine. I just didn't have an invitation, so I came along. Please give me a chance, Lord Xiao. Buying medicine? Xiao Qingyu frowned. Yes, my mother is seriously ill, and I came to Dizhou to find medicine. Although I have already bought some medicinal herbs, just to be on the safe side, I would like to ask the prefect to give me the opportunity to go in and take a look. If there are any suitable ones, I will definitely buy them at a high price. Wan Shireen said sincerely.
Fine, but these two aren't qualified. If you want to bring them along, you're not allowed to come in. Xiao Qingyu glanced at Yang Hao and Su Ziyun, said no more, and strode into the manor. This. Wan Shirin could only turn her head and look at Yang Hao with a grim expression. Yang Hao's face turned green. He never expected that his attempt to steal a chicken would backfire so badly. He could only pretend to be nonchalant and say, "It's alright, Miss Wan, you can go in, Ziyun, and I will wait for you outside." "Okay, I'll go take a look first." Wan Shirin then quickly stepped into the manor. "You've really ruined my life, I've lost all face, and to make matters worse, that kid's act is making him even more arrogant." Su Ziyun gritted her teeth in anger. But why did even Xiao Qingyu from the 9 Provinces Medical Academy come to greet him? Could it be that he's really hiding something? It seems I need to call back and ask my father. And that kid looks like he's going to settle accounts, so we need to remind father to be prepared. At this point, Su Ziyun walked to the side, took out her phone, and called the Su family of Zhouhui Mountain back home. 919, Chapter 919. What's the point of kneeling? You're saying he's been allowed to contact the Kyushu Medical Academy, and even received a welcome from them? But thinking about it, it makes sense no matter what. He does have the blood of the Su family. People from the Su family are naturally gifted, so it's only natural that he can achieve something. It's not like he's disgraced the Su family. On the phone came the voice of my father, Su Huaigu. But Dad, he said himself that he's going back to the Su family to settle accounts with you. Su Ziyun said dejectedly. Oh. Hearing this, Su Huaigu couldn't help but chuckle. Being able to contact the 9 Provinces Medical Academy doesn't mean you have the ability. The only reason he's still alive is because I consider that he has Su family blood. Otherwise, based on his father's crime of betraying the Su family, I would have executed him long ago. He's far from being able to settle scores with me. In fact, he should be calling me uncle. Let him come. It'll be good for him to see how far his connections are from the real Su family, and how utterly pathetic his confidence is in front of me. I'm waiting for him. Su Huaigu laughed mockingly, completely disregarding Su Ming. Hearing this, Su Ziyun breathed a sigh of relief, then asked with concern, Dad, is your illness serious? I haven't found the immortal spirit mushroom yet. Su Huaigu smiled and said, it's alright, we have the resources to back us up. You know my cultivation level and strength. I can live for another 10 years or so without any problem. Come back when you've had your fun. The outside world is full of falsehoods, and it's easy for it to sway your mind and make you unable to distinguish right from wrong. Su Huaigu confessed. I know, Dad, I'll be back soon. Su Ziyun hung up the phone and let out a breath. Now she was completely relieved. It seems that no matter how much trouble this kid causes, he is still just an ant in front of his father and the Su family. It's not worth mentioning at all. How did it go? Did you get any answers? Yang Hao leaned closer and asked. Su Ziyun grinned and said calmly, it's nothing, just ants. Let him do what he wants. Let's go back first. After the royal gathering, I'll be going back to the Su family too. To be honest, whether it's the people from the imperial state, Wan Shirin, or that kid, they're not on the same level as us from the outer lands. Hanging out with them almost made me blend in. Yes. Yang Hao then realized what was happening, and his confidence and aura returned. Let's go. The two then left the scene. The party is taking place in a room on the second floor. Brother Su, these are the pills I personally refined. Please take a look. Xiao Qingyu handed a pill to Su Ming. Su Ming looked up, slightly surprised. A Xuanhuang grade pill. It seems you've also entered the Medical Emperor realm. Joining the 9 Provinces Medical Academy has allowed your talent to be enhanced to its maximum extent. Reaching the realm of the Medical Emperor is not something that can be achieved overnight. Shen Luo Yun was able to do so because he had paved the way for her and given her a push from behind. In other words, as long as Shen Luo Yun comprehends what the Medical Emperor is, he will naturally step into that realm. But for other people, it wouldn't be a matter of 3 or 5 years. It could take more than 10 years, or even a lifetime, before they could even get close to the threshold. Upon receiving Su Ming's affirmation, Xiao Qingyu immediately smiled happily. It's all thanks to Brother Su. What does this have to do with me? Su Ming was puzzled. Xiao Qingyu entered the Medical Emperor realm without any guidance from him. Xiao Qingyu smiled and said, just over 10 days ago,
I wasn't the medical emperor yet, but before coming to the imperial state, I went back to the central state. I had a conversation with Miss Shin, and from her, I suddenly understood, as if enlightened, and finally embarked on the path to becoming a medical emperor, and I also learned that Miss Shin's attainment of medical emperor status was facilitated by you, Brother Su.
Then I've indirectly received guidance from Brother Su.
Xiao Qingyu's cold and beautiful face flushed slightly as she spoke, her voice tinged with excitement and a touch of shyness.
Su Ming immediately understood.
Although it was related to him, this kind of analogy was something that Xiao Qingyu herself was capable of, allowing her to achieve it naturally. At this point, Su Ming looked up and asked, "Where's Shin Luoyun? Didn't you say she was here too?" "She's downstairs, holding a pill appreciation event. The royal gathering is about to begin. In addition to attending the royal gathering, we also have experts from all walks of life and powerful families who have ordered a lot of pills from my Kyushu Medical Academy and Miss Shin. Simply put, we're all here to talk business,"
Xiao Qingyu explained.
"Okay, let's go take a look." After saying that, Su Ming got up and walked out of the room first.
Upon reaching the outer corridor and looking down into the hall below, they indeed saw Shin Luoyun enthusiastically introducing the pills amidst the crowd.
"This bottle of Jade Dew pills, grade 9 pills, was ordered by Master Lin. They are all top grade, 5 million per pill. Master Lin, please take a look. And this bottle of Golden Phoenix pills, it's also a grade 9 elixir."
Shin Luoyun took out one top-grade pill after another and introduced them one by one.
This caused a huge uproar at the scene. Everyone praised them, saying that the Shin family, ranked number 1 in medicine, had produced pills that were extremely rare and caused a sensation throughout the venue.
Pretending to be something you're not. Even people from Zhengzhou are coming to Dizhou to make money. Do they really think there's no one left in Dizhou? You call yourself the best in medicine. Who gave you that title? What can a little girl like you possibly know?
Just then, a domineering and authoritative voice rang out from the crowd. Everyone was shocked and turned to look. An old man with a long white beard, his face full of arrogance, slowly stepped out.
The Golden Immortal? My goodness, even the Golden Immortal, ranked 9th in the medical arts, has arrived?
Upon seeing the old man's appearance, the entire scene erupted in cheers.
Gold Lingyun, nicknamed Golden Immortal.
His medical skills have caused a sensation throughout the country and are renowned worldwide. He is a true top-tier figure, ranking 9th on the list of medical experts.
He is also the number 1 expert in medicine in the imperial state.
Although the Shin family is hailed as the number 1 in medicine, this refers to the entire family in terms of individual medical skills, such as those of the Golden Immortal. The Shin family is not even ranked. Shin Luoyun was also taken aback. She quickly stepped forward and respectfully bowed, saying, "This humble girl, Shin Luoyun, greets Senior Golden Immortal. I was unaware of your arrival and have failed to greet you properly. Please forgive me."
Presumptuous.
A disciple standing next to the Golden Immortal shouted angrily, pointing at Shin Luoyun and rebuking him. "What kind of status do you have that you dare to stand and speak to an immortal? Since you're here to pay your respects, then kneel down. If the immortal is in a good mood, he might give you a few pointers, from which you will benefit endlessly in the future."
Everyone around watched, not daring to breathe. Although the Golden Immortal was arrogant, what he said was true.
Given Jin Xianrun's current status and achievements in medicine, as long as the Shin family gains his approval, they will have complete and unimpeded access to the imperial city market. Unexpectedly, Shin Luoyun remained calm and composed, saying, "I'm sorry, Senior Jin, but these 2 legs of mine are only for kneeling to heaven, earth, parents, and my master. You don't even count as heaven, earth, or parents, and I already have a master, so you are not worthy of my kneeling."
Boom!
These words caused an uproar in the entire room. Countless people stared in disbelief, their faces filled with shock as they looked at Shin Luoyun. This is a challenge to the famous Golden Immortal. The Golden Immortal's eyes were filled with arrogance and coldness, reaching their peak in an instant. Xiao Qingyu and Su Ming came downstairs and happened to see this scene. Xiao Qingyu slapped her forehead. "Damn it, what did Miss Shin do, of all people to mess with? Why did she have to provoke this Golden Immortal? This is related to the Shin family's future market in the imperial state."
Su Ming grinned, and said meaningfully, "Is there a problem? I think what Luoyun said is quite good. This old man doesn't deserve to kneel."
920, Chapter 920. She is destined to lose. Brother Su, this golden immortal is different. Not only is he also at the medical emperor level, but he has been at that level for over a decade. He has a profound foundation. Moreover, it has absolute appeal and dominance in the medical field of the imperial state. If you offend him, you can forget about selling any medicine in the imperial city market. Miss Shin is ruining her future. Xiao Qingyu said with concern. In terms of strength, foundation, and influence, the Shin family, which has only recently accumulated experience, is probably not qualified to compete with the Golden Immortal. Su Ming grinned faintly. He's been a medical emperor for over a decade without any progress, which means his limit is here. Don't worry, with Luo Yun's current understanding of medicine, he can handle it. This. Xiao Qingyu hesitated, but seeing how confident Su Ming was in Shin Luo Yun, he didn't say anything more. Ahead, the Golden Immortal looked at Shin Luo Yun and grinned. Little girl, I can tell you're very confident. I've also heard that you've already stepped into the realm of medical emperor at such a young age. To have such ability is indeed something to be proud of. However, there are different levels among medical emperors, and what you've seen is just the tip of the iceberg. Since you're so confident, how about we make a bet? The Golden Immortal asked with a meaningful smile. Senior Jin, just tell me the details of the bet. I, Shin Luo Yun, am open to any challenge. Shin Luo Yun stood up straight and said with a confident expression. Good. The Golden Immortal slowly stepped forward, took out a prescription from his robes, placed it on the table, and said with a smile, I have a Xuanhuan level prescription here. If you can refine it, I will acknowledge your strength. This prescription is for you, and not only that, I will also establish a cooperation with your Shin family in the future. As long as it's a pill from your Shin family, I will promote it extensively and will not utter a single word of slander. However, you only have 1 hour. If you can't refine it within 1 hour, then you've lost. I won't bully you if you lose. The Shin family will never be allowed to set foot in the imperial state again. And you, kneel down and kowtow 3 times, and call me senior 3 times. The Golden Immortal said with an arrogant expression. Okay, I'll take it. Without saying a word, Shin Luo Yun took the prescription and examined it. She then immediately ordered people to prepare the medicinal herbs and the tools for making the medicine. The entire scene was in an uproar. Everyone was eagerly anticipating what was to come and was incredibly excited. The current medical emperor's bet in sparring is no different from a top martial arts master competing in public. No, it needs to be even more appealing. Because being able to witness the medicine emperor refining medicine firsthand, anyone in the medical field present who could understand even a fraction of it would greatly benefit from it and gain immeasurable advantages. Among the crowd, Wan Shirin watched this scene and couldn't help but shake her head. Shin Luo Yun is still too young. To be precise, this isn't about winning or losing. This is about human relationships and the ways of business. Even if Shin Luo Yun wins by chance, what good can come of it after slapping the face of a senior physician like Jin Xianrun? It seems the Shin family will find it increasingly difficult to operate in the imperial state in the future. However, Shin Luo Yun's strength has greatly improved now, and it's normal for him to be a little arrogant at such a young age. He should experience some setbacks in order to grow. What a pity. Wan Shirin sighed. Miss, can you understand this? Just then, a voice rang out from the side. Wan Shirin turned her head and saw Duan Xingyue and a young man. She was immediately surprised. Princess Duan? Duan Xingyue rolled her eyes and didn't say anything. The young man was none other than Chen Beishuan. He brought Duan Xingyue to the party and happened to witness this scene. When he saw Wan Shirin sighing, he couldn't help but ask her out of curiosity. He cultivated martial arts at the Qingyun sect and knew almost nothing about medicine. I can't figure out why. Judging from Chen Beishuan's imposing presence and extraordinary aura, and the fact that he was walking with Duan Xingyue, he must be someone of great importance. Wan Shirin immediately explained, I know a little about medicine and am at the medical saint level. This Golden Immortal is, after all, a senior, and the prescription he brought out must be a rare treasure. Even if Miss Shin is also a medical emperor, she is still young and has limited experience in this bet. She will probably lose more than she wins. I see. Chen Beixian suddenly realized, and looked at Wan Shirin with surprise and admiration, saying, I didn't expect Miss Wan to be a medical saint as well as expected. There are no ordinary people at this gathering. I am Chen Beixian from the Qingyun sect. Qingyun sect, I have long admired your name. Wan Shirin was also full of surprise after introducing themselves. They became friends with Chen Beixian. Duan Xingyue, who was listening nearby, rolled her eyes so hard they almost reached the sky. She looked at Wan Shirin and said irritably, "What do you know? Miss Shen was instructed by Brother Su that so-called golden immortal is nothing but a fart in front of Miss Shen. I think Miss Shen is destined to win." Brother Su? Wan Shirin couldn't help but smile slightly. Princess Duan wouldn't be referring to Su Ming, would she? Who else could it be but my fiancé, Brother Su? Duan Xingyue said with a proud look on her face. No. Wan Shirin shook her head with a wry smile. Duan Xingyue is seriously poisoned. How can you treat Su Ming as someone important? Any one of them here is 100 times better than Su Ming. Moreover, she couldn't understand why Duan Xingyue's opinion of Su Ming had suddenly changed so drastically. Wan Shirin asked with a smile, "Princess Duan, why do you have such great confidence in that kind of person? No one knows his past better than me. If he knew even a fraction of medicine, I, Wan Shirin, would gladly change my name." Hearing this, Duan Xingyue became furious and glared at Wan Shirin, saying, "I saw it with my own eyes." But before she could finish speaking, Duan Xingyue's eyes darted around. Although she is now engaged to Su Ming, the engagement is not considered finalized until the wedding takes place. What if Wan Shirin, Su Ming's ex-wife, finds out just how strong Su Ming really is, and suddenly regrets her decision? Wouldn't that mean I'd have another competitor? Although she was a princess, she was not afraid of anything Cheyenne. But this woman at least had a 3-year marriage foundation. Thinking of this, Duan Xingyue snorted coldly, "I don't need to prove anything to you. You wouldn't understand anyway. You'll find out when Shen Luoyun wins. You can wait until your name is written backwards. Then I'll be watching with great interest." Wan Shirin said with a smile, quite interested. "Why do you keep talking about that kid? What is he anyway? He doesn't even have the qualifications to enter this gathering's nothing." Chen Beixian listened to the two beautiful women arguing endlessly about Su Ming, and he was so angry that his mouth twisted in disbelief. He shouted angrily. Meanwhile, Shen Luoyun stood calmly and intently, already preparing to begin refining the medicine. "Master, why did you bring out such an expensive prescription? If we let her refine it, wouldn't that be giving her an easy way out?" Behind the golden immortal, his disciple asked with a look of surprise and doubt. The golden immortal crossed his arms and calmly smiled. "Even I can't refine this medicine formula. Do you think a little girl like her could possibly do it? Besides, that's an incomplete ancient formula. She's bound to lose." Today is also a lesson for the Shen family. If they want to get involved in the Imperial Medical Dao, they won't be qualified even if they try their whole life. The golden immortal had a deep smile on his face. 921, Chapter 921. Brother Su. Something's not right. The scene of the party. When Wan Shirin saw Shen Luoyun placing the medicinal herbs into the alchemy furnace one by one according to the prescription, she immediately frowned. "What?" Chen Beixian asked in surprise. Wan Shirin shook her head and said, "These medicinal herbs are not right. If it is only these herbs, even if the alchemy skills are superb, it is impossible to refine a Xuanhuan-level pill. Because alchemy also requires the support of strong medicinal materials, it's impossible to create something from nothing. It's impossible to turn one into two," Wan Shirin said resolutely. In the past, she probably wouldn't have understood it at all. However, since she went to the land beyond the mortal realm and attained enlightenment, and then returned to obtain the medical classics of the medical emperor Hedongnan, although she is still only at the medical saint realm, her understanding of the medical path has already reached an unknown level. It was immediately obvious that Shen Luoyun's alchemy was flawed. "Oh?" Upon hearing this, Chen Beixian raised his eyebrows and said with a mocking smile, "Doesn't that mean that Miss Shen of the Shen family is destined to lose?" "Did you hear that, junior sister? Now you should know that it has nothing to do with that kid you're talking about. This Shen Luoyun probably doesn't have any real skills. The title of medical emperor is probably just hype." Chen Beixian chuckled. "Shut up." Duan Xingyue was so angry that her face turned red. Wan Shirin continued, "I think the prescription itself is probably problematic. It might be incomplete." Chen Beixian chuckled, "So what, if she can't even tell that the prescription is incomplete, then her title of medical emperor is even more fake. It shows that she has even less ability.
Chen Beishuan's face was full of mockery.
Wan Shirin shook her head in frustration. Isn't this tantamount to scheming against someone? How can you give someone a wrong answer and expect them to get it right? I have to go and talk to that golden immortal in person. I've known Shen Luoyun for a while now, and even if it weren't for her, I can't just pretend I didn't see this. After saying that, Wan Shirin walked straight towards the direction of the golden immortal.
Miss Wan, why are you meddling in other people's business? Chen Beixian was taken aback.
I think you're not even as good as a woman, let alone compared to Brother Su.
Duan Xingyue glared angrily at Chen Beixian. Bringing that kid up again, what does that have to do with me?
Chen Beixian looked bewildered and said irritably, we were just watching the show, why would we lend a hand? Whoever wins or loses, what benefit would I get from it?
Chen Beixian retorted, feeling frustrated.
I can't be bothered with you.
Duan Xingyue rolled her eyes.
Ahead, Wan Shirin arrived in front of the golden immortal.
Who are you? Stop right there.
The disciples and subordinates on both sides of Jin Xianrun immediately reached out to stop Wan Shirin and shouted sharply. Wan Shirin bowed slightly and said, I am Wan Shirin from the Wan family of Zhengzhou, and I also know Miss Shani came to see the golden immortal. Besides greeting you, senior, I also want to ask why you gave Miss Shen an incomplete ancient prescription for medicine making? It's impossible for it to succeed. I isn't this deliberately making things difficult for Miss Shen?
Upon hearing this, everyone around Jin Xianrun looked shocked. No one expected that Wan Shirin would actually see through it.
Jin Xianrun was also slightly surprised, glancing at Wan Shirin with astonishment. Oh, you noticed, Wan Shirin of the Wan family, quite interesting. You also understand medicine?
I have a smattering of knowledge, just the basics, but I'm not at the level of a medical sage. Wan Shirin spoke neither humbly nor arrogantly.
Good. The golden immortal laughed, looking at Wan Shirin with admiration. I think you are 100 times better than that self-aggrandizing Shen Luoyun. However, you are still a bit short of the medical saint. Would you like to become my disciple? I can guide you with your talent. It's not impossible for you to reach the medical emperor realm.
Ah.
Upon hearing this, Wan Shirin was stunned. He only intended to speak a few words of justice for Shen Luoyun. In reality, she was thinking that even if the golden immortal did not acknowledge it, there was nothing she could do. She only asked a couple of questions verbally, she had already done more than enough. Unexpectedly, this turned out to be a lucky accident, and he caught the eye of the golden immortal. What an incredible opportunity it is to become an apprentice of such a renowned medical master in the imperial state. At that moment, Wan Shirin was immediately moved. Senior Jin, are you telling the truth? But my Wan family is weak, and I came into contact with medicine relatively late. I am afraid I'm not qualified, Wan Shirin said with doubt.
The golden immortal stroked his long beard and laughed heartily. With me backing you up and guiding you in the art of medicine, how could you possibly be afraid of not making enough money? You're much more sensible than that girl Shen Luoyun. Besides, I happen to be short of a successor. Someone as talented as you is a rare find. Whether you're interested or not, just say the word. If you think I'm not qualified to guide you, then just ignore me. Upon hearing this, Wan Shirin did not hesitate any longer. She immediately knelt on the ground and respectfully said, Wan Shirin greets master. The golden immortal burst into laughter with joy. He then publicly accepted Wan Shirin as his last disciple. Chen Beixian was stunned by what he saw. Miss Wan is truly amazing.
In the blink of an eye, he has become a disciple of the renowned golden immortal. Now he's completely established in the imperial state. That's incredible. Indeed, people can't be compared. Miss Wan is so capable, I can't even imagine her future prospects.
Chen Beixian was amazed.
At the same time, she was extremely annoyed, wishing she had talked to Wan Shirin more and made friends with her. Having such an amazing friend means having a powerful network of connections.
Cut.
Duan Xingyue scoffed, that golden immortal is arrogant and conceited. What good would it do to become his disciple? Besides, Miss Shen might not even lose yet. If she does, that golden immortal will lose face. Becoming his disciple would only bring shame upon him. Chen Beixian rolled his eyes. I think you can't stand seeing others do well.
Shen Luoyun held a damaged medicine tablet. How could that possibly work? Boom! Just then, Wan Shirin's alchemy furnace, which was being used for refining medicine, exploded with a loud bang. It was as deafening as thunder.
All the noise and discussion at the scene came to an abrupt halt. They all turned their heads, looking at Shin Luoyun in shock. Such a booming sound usually only occurs when alchemy fails. Has Shin Luoyun failed? The Golden Immortal shook his head mockingly, just waiting to see Shin Luoyun's defeat. Wan Shireen also turned around. She wasn't speaking quietly to the Golden Immortal just now, so Shin Luoyun should have heard her. Why is she still insisting on refining the medicine? This is impossible. Could it be that Shin Luoyun really couldn't see it? Amidst everyone's astonished gazes, a figure flashed out swiftly, like a ghost, with astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, he was beside Shin Luoyun, and with a wave of his hand, he pressed down on the vibrating alchemy furnace. The alchemy furnace was already scorching hot and red hot, but the person seemed unmoved. Everyone was taken aback. Only then did I see what the person looked like. Su Ming? Wan Shireen let out a shocking sound. Is it that kid? Chen Beishuan's pupils dilated. Brother Su, he really came. Duan Xingyue was overjoyed. In the arena, Shin Luoyun slowly raised her head and saw Su Ming in front of her. Her eyes lit up with surprise. Brother Su, it's you. 922, Chapter 922. It's not raining, it's a strange phenomenon. Are you alright? Su Ming, with one hand on the alchemy furnace, turned to Shin Luoyun and asked. Failure to refine pills of grade 9 or higher will result in a backlash. Shin Luoyun's face flushed red, and she shook her head. I'm fine, it's just that I clearly already. With Shin Luoyun's current level of medical expertise, how could she not see that the prescription was incomplete? The moment she received the prescription, she sensed that something was wrong. She was confident that she could still defeat the Golden Immortal even in this situation. Therefore, in the subsequent alchemy process, she added the missing medicinal materials according to her own understanding. Unexpectedly, it still failed. She couldn't figure out what went wrong. Moreover, she had clearly seen this prescription in an ancient book when she was at the Shin family. Her work was a supplement to the original prescription and not a free interpretation, so how could it have failed? Under Shin Luoyun's astonished gaze, the Golden Immortal slowly walked up and looked at Shin Luoyun with a cold smile. Little girl, now you realize your own limitations, right? You can't even concoct medicine according to a prescription, yet you still dare to call yourself the Emperor of Medicine? You're still far from good enough, you've already failed. After Jin Xianrun finished speaking with a cold laugh, he was about to announce his victory. Unexpectedly, Su Ming grinned and said meaningfully, who said it failed? It's just that the time isn't right yet. Puff! Jin Xianrun was so angry he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Pointing at Su Ming, he coldly shouted, You brat, if you don't understand, get lost. You're not ready yet. That loud bang just now was the sound of failed alchemy. Who didn't hear that? Are you as stubborn as a diamond? Hey, who the hell are you? The Golden Immortal glared at Su Ming and cursed angrily. Su Ming smiled calmly and said, It's nothing, I am just a handyman in the Shin family, and also a friend of Miss Shin. Then get lost, don't pretend to know what you don't. The temperature of this alchemy furnace is high enough to boil medicinal herbs into liquid and evaporate them, and you still say the time isn't right? The Golden Immortal snorted coldly. Strangely enough, the temperature of this alchemy furnace should be at its peak right now. This kid dares to reach out and hold him down? Did you apply some kind of fire retardant wax to your hands? The Golden Immortal glanced at Su Ming's palm with a puzzled look, but couldn't figure it out. However, since he's just a menial worker for the Shin family, I suppose he doesn't have any real skills. Su Ming grinned and said jokingly, Miss Shin isn't feeling well right now, so I'll help her with the rest of the process. You're so excited, are you afraid of losing? Afraid of losing? The Golden Immortal laughed, looking at Su Ming as if he were an idiot. He pointed at Su Ming and sneered, I've lived to this age and never lost. Fine, if an idiot like you wants to show off in front of your master, I'll give you the chance, but the bet is for an hour, and there are less than 10 minutes left. Let's see what tricks you can pull. The Golden Immortal snorted coldly and flung his hand back to his original position. Brother Su, I'm afraid this can't be done. Shin Luoyun said to Su Ming with concern. That explosion just now was indeed a sign of failure, the medicinal materials had separated, the attempt to fuse them into a medicine had failed, and the materials themselves might have been flawed. If you try to refine it using the raw material, the success rate is 0. If other medicinal materials are added and the process is repeated, there are only 10 minutes left. Even if Su Ming is incredibly powerful, it's impossible for him to refine a Xuanhuang-level pill in such a short time. Just as Shen Luoyun was filled with despair. It seems this trip to the imperial city is destined to end in failure. It was also her overconfidence and pride that led to this outcome. However, Su Ming just grinned confidently and said, "You go and rest over there, leave the rest to me." But Shen Luoyun hesitated, her face full of pills, but if this didn't work, it would only bring shame and humiliation to Su Ming as well. She's already embarrassed herself, but if she drags Su Ming down with her, she'll feel guilty for the rest of her life. However, seeing Su Ming's determined expression, she didn't want to say anything more and distract him, so she obediently stepped aside. Su Ming snapped out of his daze, his gaze calm, and opened the alchemy furnace to begin refining medicine again. With just a sniff, she knew that Shen Luoyun's alchemy had gone wrong. She had omitted 2 medicinal herbs. If it were to be refined anew, there would definitely not be enough time. However, by using the existing prepared medicinal liquid and adding other medicinal herbs, 10 minutes would be more than enough. Without hesitation, Su Ming threw the medicinal herbs into the alchemy furnace and began refining them. Everyone in the audience held their breath, barely daring to breathe, their eyes wide with shock and disbelief as they stared at Su Ming. Nobody knows what Su Ming is trying to do. Does he really want to make medicine? Is this kid even stronger than Shen Luoyun? He's not a handyman for the Shen family. As soon as the Golden Immortal returned to his position, Wan Shirin spoke. Of course not. Jin Xianran grinned and said, if he were just a handyman for the Shen family, how could he possibly control the medicine furnace, and how could Shen Luoyun possibly let him interfere? However, no matter who he is, with the pill refined to this state, even I can't help him. Not even a god could save him. Besides, time is running out. He wants to embarrass himself, so I'll give him the chance. I'll make him lose face along with the Shen family and suffer a complete defeat. The Golden Immortal had a smug smile on his face. Hearing this, Wan Shirin also breathed a sigh of relief. That's for the best. If Shen Luoyun fails, her medical emperor realm and the ranking of the entire Shen family will be questioned and attacked. Disgraced. But if it was only Su Ming who lost, it could be blamed on Su Ming's interference, that he ruined everything by himself. In the end, only Su Ming will be sacrificed, but the Shen family will be saved. It's likely that Shen Luoyun thought the same way, which is why she agreed to Su Ming's involvement. As for this kid, he's lost more than once or twice already, and he's shameless, so it probably won't affect him at all. Wan Shirin shook her head, waiting to see this farce end in Su Ming's hands. Brother Su wouldn't let's lose? Duan Xingyue stared in disbelief, almost suffocating. Isn't that kid doomed to lose? Even Shen Luoyun looks utterly hopeless. What is he anyway? Just because he got a good deal and became the prince consort, does he really think he's invincible? Chen Beixian crossed his arms and sneered. Who do you think is cheaper? Duan Xingyue glared at Chen Beixian with annoyance. That's not what I meant. Anyway, he's dead. Chen Beixian said dejectedly. Xiao Qingyu shook her head helplessly as she watched the scene. Prince Su is so protective of his own, even though things have escalated to this point, he still stands up for Shen Luoyun. Isn't this just asking for trouble? Fortunately, the others didn't know Su Ming's identity as the king of the 9 provinces, otherwise, if the alchemy had failed, he would have lost face big time. Xiao Qingyu sighed. Meanwhile, in the arena, the medicine furnace in front of Su Ming had already burned bright red, and crackling sounds could be heard coming from it. 6 or 7 minutes have already passed. An hour has passed, and it's almost over. The Golden Immortal slowly stood up, a cold smile on his face, already waiting for the alchemy furnace to explode and bring it to a close. Boom! Just then, a deafening clap of thunder echoed from above the party manor. Everyone was so frightened that they almost thought the alchemy furnace had exploded. Is it raining? Someone asked in surprise. Someone ran outside and took a look above the entire manor. Dark clouds gathered, with silver snakes dancing wildly within them, and thunder rumbled like the roar of a lurking beast, but it was all thunder and no rain. Those who were observing were dumbfounded, suddenly realizing something. They turned around and shouted, "It's not raining, this is probably a phenomenon indicating the completion of an elixir."
What? The entire audience was stunned.
The golden immortal was also startled and suddenly turned his head to look out the window. 923, Chapter 923. Fish leaps over the dragon gate. Jin Xianran looked out the window and saw a howling wind outside, with gusts as sharp as knives.
Could it really be an unusual phenomenon? That kid, did he really succeed? How is that possible?
The golden immortal suddenly looked up, his shocked gaze falling on Su Ming. At that moment, a medicinal fragrance wafted out from the center, filling the entire area. The fragrance was so strong that it was intoxicating to smell.
Smack!
Su Ming lifted the lid of the alchemy furnace and tilted it over. A pill rolled out, still somewhat soft and mushy, but when Su Ming swept the pill into the ice, it instantly took shape and, when it was presented to everyone, was crystal clear, round, and full of medicinal aroma. As the elixir was produced, the sounds of wind and thunder outside gradually subsided.
You've really succeeded? Oh my God! Upon seeing the Xuanhuan level pill, countless people at the scene were speechless with astonishment.
Especially the golden immortal, his mouth was agape, and his jaw almost dropped.
How is that even possible? That prescription is incomplete.
To refine this pill, we need to complete the prescription first. On our probably isn't even enough time to complete such an ancient prescription.
And that doesn't even include alchemy.
The golden immortal was completely dumbfounded. Wan Shirin was also shocked, her pupils trembling slightly.
Was it refined by Shen Luoyun? Was it refined by Su Ming? Does Su Ming have that ability?
A Xuanhuan level pill requires at least the medical emperor realm, right? And this guy doesn't understand medicine. Wan Shirin felt her mind was in complete chaos.
You lost.
Su Ming calmly looked at the golden immortal.
Who exactly are you?
The golden immortal was both shocked and angry, his long beard trembled uncontrollably, and his eyes were filled with astonishment. He knew very well that Shen Luoyun couldn't have done it with his limited strength. This kid must have tampered with it, so this kid must be someone of considerable importance to be able to do something like this. But in the imperial state medical path, he had never seen Su Ming. Su Ming grinned, "I told you, there are hundreds of men in the Shen family who are better than me at odd jobs."
Fart. Jin Xianran was so angry that he gritted his teeth.
Never mind who Brother Su is, you've already lost. From now on, the Shen family will have a place in the medical field of the imperial state, right? I'll have to trouble Senior Jin to help spread the word.
Shen Luoyun looked at the golden immortal with a smug expression.
Very well, the Shen family is something else, alright. I'll definitely help you spread the word. I wish you booming business. The golden immortal snorted coldly, having lost all face. There was no point in staying any longer. With a flick of his hand, he led a group of disciples away from the scene,
including Wan Shirin.
Before leaving, Wan Shirin gave Su Ming a deep look, her eyes filled with endless doubts, but she didn't have time to ask any more questions and could only leave with the golden immortal. I never expected this kid to have such incredible luck, managing to refine a Xuanhuan level pill. As Chen Beixian watched Jin Xianran and the others leave, his gaze fell on Su Ming, and he said in astonishment, "What kind of luck is that? That's Brother Su's true strength, not to mention Xuanhuan level pills. Brother Su can refine even stronger ones," Duan Xingyue said with a proud expression. How could that be? He just took advantage of the fact that Su Mingyue had refined most of it for him first, and got a free pass. Chen Beixian said defiantly. However, at this moment, Shen Luoyun, her face full of surprise and gratitude, said to Su Ming, "Brother Su, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't know what to do. It seems that although you helped me reach the medical emperor level in 3 days, my qualifications are still shallow, and I can't compare to someone like the golden immortal, but in front of you, he's nothing." Then Shen Luoyun proudly declared in front of everyone, "This Su Ming is my mentor who guided me in the art of medicine. It is the greatest honor of my life to have received guidance from Brother Su." The audience erupted in cheers and exclamations of admiration.
So the amazing Master Miss Shen was talking about was this big shot. No wonder they were able to refine it. Everyone looked on with admiration.
Seeing this, Chen Beixian was completely dumbfounded and speechless. So this kid was hiding his true abilities. He possessed such formidable skill and mastery in the art of medicine.
That would be terrible. No, this kind of person must be eliminated.
Otherwise, Duan Xingyue would never respect him, and he would have no chance of winning against someone like that. Thinking of this, two cold-killing intents flashed in Chen Beixian's eyes.
Master?
At this moment, Wan Shirin had already walked outside the door. Hearing the commotion behind her, she couldn't help but turn around and take a look. But all you can see are crowds of people, you can't see anything else. He could only shake his head and quickly follow the golden immortal who was leaving ahead. Jin Xianran led his men outside, sat in the carriage, and immediately gave a gloomy order: immediately notify all medical families and forces in the imperial state that they must not purchase a single pill from the Shen family. I want the Shen family to suffer a complete loss, even if they enter the imperial state, and die from exhaustion. The order will be issued by my golden immortal sect. Let's see who dares to disobey. The golden immortal's stern shouts echoed throughout the carriage.
Yes. The apprentice and his subordinates hurriedly took out their phones and relayed the instructions to go ahead.
Then the golden immortal's gaze fell on Wan Shirin, and his expression softened a bit. Although he had suffered a setback today, it wasn't a wasted trip. They encountered Wan Shirin, a medical prodigy with extraordinary talent.
From now on, my golden immortal sect will have a successor.
But, thinking about what had just happened, the golden immortal frowned and asked, Miss Wan, you said you know that kid? What's his background? He can refine Xuanhuang level pills. He must be someone extraordinary.
He's my ex-husband. He doesn't have any status.
Wan Shirin said respectfully.
What?
The golden immortal was astonished.
But then I realized. No wonder.
No wonder Wan Shirin has such talent in medicine. Following that guy must have influenced her a lot, but since she has such a person by her side, why is Wan Shirin still unknown and her medical skills neither high nor low?
Golden immortal frowned and asked. He said, are you sure he doesn't have any special status? Ordinary people can't refine Xuanhuang level pills. Where did his medical skills come from?
Wan Shirin shook her head, her expression complicated. She couldn't understand it either.
I don't know about that. As far as I can remember, he doesn't understand medicine at all, and probably doesn't even know what the realms of medicine are. He probably learned it from the Shen family. After much thought, Wan Shirin could only come up with this possibility. Oh well, this is for the best since they don't have any connections. Dealing with this kind of person will be much simpler.
Come back to the Golden Immortal Sect with me first. I will grant you official status in the Golden Immortal Sect. If you can truly break through to the Medical Emperor realm in a short period of time, you will be the one to inherit the Golden Immortal Sect in the future. The Golden Immortal stroked his long beard and looked at Wan Shirin with admiration.
Real?
Upon hearing this, Wan Shirin was overjoyed. I never expected to have such a wonderful adventure on this trip. To inherit the title of the foremost Golden Immortal Sect in the Imperial State's medical tradition, what an honor that is.
This puts them right at the very top of the Imperial Pyramid.
This is truly a leap over the Dragon Gate, a meteoric rise to the top. The gates of the Imperial State have been completely opened for her.
924, Chapter 924 Young Talents.
Junior sister, it's getting late. Let me have someone take you home. Otherwise, if the king and master blame me, I can't bear the consequences. At the manor gate, Chen Beixian flagged down a car and put Duan Xingyue in it.
What are you doing?
Duan Xingyue frowned immediately and said irritably, I came out with Brother Su. He hasn't left yet, so why should I be in such a hurry? Chen Beixian shook his head and smiled. His alchemy skills are so good. I'd like to ask him to refine a few pills for me. Junior sister, you should go back first. Don't worry about things here. After saying that, Chen Beixian instructed the driver, make sure my junior sister is safely delivered to the royal palace gate. Then Chen Beixian pulled out a wad of banknotes and threw them to the driver. Upon seeing so much money, the driver's eyes lit up. Great. The driver stepped on the gas and sped off. Hello? Duan Xingyue was taken aback and hurriedly turned her head through the car window. She saw a large group of people arriving one after another at the gate of the manor, each of them looking imposing.
What is Chen Beixian trying to do?
Duan Xingyue was shocked and felt something was wrong. She quickly took out her phone and dialed Su Ming's number. At the manor gate, watching Duan Xingyue leave, Chen Beixian finally smiled, but his eyes turned gloomy and cold. One after another, young men and women arrived and gathered around. "Senior brother Chen, why are you in such a hurry to notify us?" "Yes, we had to accompany our master to meet with guests. We wouldn't have come if you hadn't notified us." Each of the young and talented disciples from various sects looked on with surprise and doubt. Chen Beixian grinned and said to everyone, "Fellow disciples, I know you are all busy with your missions, but considering our close relationship and the many benefits I have given you in the past, I would like to ask you to do me a favor today. I will reward you handsomely after this is over." One of the young men, with a distinguished appearance and striking features, stepped forward. Seeing that Chen Beixian didn't seem to be joking, he said seriously, "Senior brother Chen, don't worry, we remember all your kindness to us. Whoever offends you today won't get away with it, so, whoever it is, just say it." "Yes, Senior brother Chen, just tell me, who is it?" The others echoed in agreement. Seeing this, Chen Beixian smiled smugly. "With you saying that, I'm relieved." Then, Chen Beixian recounted how Su Ming had gotten there first and the entire details of the gathering. "If it were just that brat, I wouldn't need to ask you all, but today, the Kyushu Medical Academy and the Shin family are all inside, so I request that all of you brothers come together. As for the others, those who are not involved can be ignored, but anyone who dares to protect that brat will be killed without mercy." Chen Beixian said sternly. "I see." After hearing this, the dozen or so disciples from various sects present burst into laughter. He looked completely relaxed. "I thought we were going to face some great enemy, but it turned out to be just a kid." The first young man to step forward said with a smile, "Senior brother Chen, don't worry, this kind of trash, we can scare him to death with just a flick of our fingers. He'll kowtow 100 times and beg for mercy on the spot. However, he is still a prince consort if he dies. Aren't you afraid of being held accountable by the royal family?" Chen Beixian grinned deeply. "That's why I called you here, so you can be my witnesses in the future. I didn't intentionally kill him, he was just asking for it. With so many major sects as witnesses for me, I don't think the royal family can get to the bottom of this." "Clear." The dozen or so people immediately broke into smiles. However, the 9 provinces medical academy and the Shin family, the #1 medical family in the country, are also here. Don't be careless, there might be experts among them. Chen Beixian confessed. "An expert? What kind of expert would dare to touch 7 or 8 of our top sects?" Everyone burst into laughter. "Then, let's do it." Chen Beixian also let out a powerful shout and led everyone into the manor. In the manor's gathering hall, Su Ming was still exchanging pleasantries with the Shin family and the people from the Kyushu Medical Academy. Just then, the phone rang. Su Ming took out his phone and saw that it was a call from Duan Xingyue. "Hello?" Su Ming answered the phone with a puzzled look. "Brother Su, are you alright?" On the phone, Duan Xingyue asked anxiously. "What's wrong?" Su Ming looked puzzled. Duan Xingyue then said, "Just now, when I was leaving, I saw Chen Beixian gathering a lot of people at the manor gate. You should hide quickly. I'm almost at the royal palace now. I'll immediately inform my second brother and Uncle Sha to come and help you. They outnumber you, so don't try to fight them." Hearing this, Su Ming's lips curled into a playful smile. With so many men, is he not afraid of death? No. Duan Xingyue was immediately alarmed. Chen Beixian is different from others as the eldest disciple of Qingyun sect. Although his martial arts cultivation is not as strong as Su Ming's, he has a strong appeal. They have dealings and exchanges with other major factions. If her guess is correct, then tonight's gathering at the Kyushu Medical Academy's manor will likely ignite a major battle. Moreover, Su Ming alone is no match for 4 people, and there are many powerful figures under the various sects. Thinking of this, Duan Xingyue became extremely anxious and was about to remind Su Ming when she discovered that Su Ming had already hung up the phone. Duan Xingyue's heart sank. He urged the driver, "Hurry up, it's been 5 or 6 minutes, why haven't we reached the royal gates yet? You've taken so much money, and this is how you drive." The driver glanced at Duan Xingyue with a frustrated expression. "Miss, I practically stepped my foot into the gas tank, and this isn't an airplane." "Useless thing." Enraged, Duan Xingyue had no choice but to pick up her phone again and call Duan Qingtian, urging him to bring men out to provide support.
Inside the manor hall, Su Ming just put down his phone. Boom!
A deafening explosion rang out at the entrance, the gate bursting open with the force of the impact. 2 guards standing at the gate were instantly sent flying and severely injured by Chen Beixian and more than a dozen disciples from various sects.
What are you doing? This is a gathering place of the 9 Provinces Medical Academy, a place where you can just barge in like this.
One of the experts from the 9 Provinces Medical Academy, a master of the divine power realm, shouted sharply and suddenly stepped forward, attacking Chen Beixian.
Boom!
In a single exchange, the experts from the 9 Provinces Medical Academy were surrounded and attacked by more than a dozen people. The terrifying aura sent them flying more than 10 meters away, and they coughed up blood after landing. The entire gathering was shocked and stunned by what they saw. Chen Beixian's domineering gaze swept across the room, finally landing on Su Ming. He grinned and sneered, "Kid, come and die in front of me. I'll leave you with a breath left, but I'll make you a vegetable and spend the rest of your life in a hospital bed. Otherwise, many more people would probably have died because of you today. How dare you? Who are you? You dare to cause trouble at a gathering of the 9 Provinces Medical Academy? Who gave you the audacity? Who allowed you to come?" Xiao Qingyu stepped forward, staring at Chen Beixian and demanding an answer.
"Jojo Medical Office?"
Chen Beixian shook his head jokingly, "They're just a bunch of stinky alchemists, and they're acting all high and mighty with you.
Fellow disciples, let's introduce ourselves and let people know who we are."
As Chen Beixian finished speaking, a young man with sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes stepped forward from behind, looking smug, and cupped his hands in a pretentious manner. Li Jiantang, the eldest disciple of the 7-Star sect. Qing Shuang, the eldest disciple of the Baiyun sect. Lang Ao, the second disciple of the Swordhall sect.
White Dragon sect. One by one, the disciples representing the top sects stepped forward, their voices thunderous and their spirits soaring. Arrogant voices echoed one after another throughout the hall.
925, Chapter 925 is giving you a chance. The party hall was deathly silent. Especially after a dozen or so disciples from various sects introduced themselves. Everyone present was deeply shocked. They initially thought they were just a bunch of troublemakers, and even if they were a powerful family in the imperial state, the 9 Provinces Medical Academy and the Xin family were not afraid of them. After all, even a being like the Golden Immortal had just suffered a great loss at their hands. Who would have thought that these dozen or so people would all be the backbone of the major sects in Kyushu today? This is not just a matter of martial arts strength. If you offend this group, it's the same as offending 7 or 8 top martial arts sects at the same time.
The consequences would be devastating. The entire medical academy of Kyushu probably couldn't afford it.
Xiao Qingyu's face immediately turned extremely ugly. She slowly raised her head, stared at Chen Beixian, and asked, "What exactly do you want to do?" Seeing the reaction of the entire Kyushu Medical Academy, Chen Beixian was immediately filled with smugness. Everything was exactly as he had predicted. Even the Kyushu Medical Academy had to bow down and submit to them, trembling like dogs with their tails between their legs.
Chen Beixian's arrogant sword.
He pointed at Su Ming and said, "The goal is simple. Hand this kid over. It doesn't matter if it's your Kyushu Medical Academy or the Xin family of medicine. Anyone who dares to protect him will face certain death."
You only have 3 minutes left to consider.
If you don't hand over the person in 3 minutes, we brothers will take matters into our own hands, and then it won't matter who it is.
Chen Beixian's wild laughter echoed throughout the scene.
The dozen or so disciples from various major sects were also smug, and their imposing aura dominated the entire situation.
Inside the main hall of a mansion in the imperial state.
Inside the main hall, 7 or 8 people sat on the left and right sides. These were the experts from various sects who had been invited by the royal family to represent the imperial state in the war. Some were personally led by the sect leader, while others were the second in command within the sect. All were top-tier martial arts experts.
Lui Jian was also sitting among them.
The group was chatting casually.
Report.
Just then, a loud shout came from the doorway, and a subordinate rushed in. Kneeling down in front of the group of martial arts experts, he bowed his head and cried out, reporting to all the leaders and fellow disciples, "Everyone has set off to gather at the Kyushu Medical Academy manor, and it seems a great battle has broken out." What? Upon hearing this, the other powerful figures from various sects present all frowned. Louis Jian's gaze sharpened, and he raised an eyebrow, asking, "What are you all doing gathered at the Kyushu Medical Academy?" He wondered if this matter was related to Chen Beixian, since he had also sent his eldest disciple, Chen Beixian, to the Kyushu Medical Academy to buy medicine. The subordinate, sweating profusely, said, "It was senior brother Chen Beixian who called for this. He said he wanted to besiege a guy named Su Ming. I was afraid something might happen, so I rushed back to report and ask all the masters and elders to make a decision." This? The expressions of the other martial arts experts changed slightly, and their gazes instantly fell on Louis Jian. "Sect Master Lu, what's going on? Why did your disciple call for an attack on this person? What's the situation?" Although the 9 Provinces Medical Academy may not be considered a top-tier martial arts power, it has considerable influence in the medical field and has cooperative relationships with sects like ours. Some people said in surprise. To put it simply, almost all the major sects have obtained medicine from the 9 Provinces Medical Academy, since not everyone in a martial arts sect can refine medicine. Unable to be self-sufficient. Now that this has happened, offending the Kyushu Medical Academy is tantamount to cutting off one's own escape route. Please calm down, everyone. Louis Jian remained calm and composed, as he slowly addressed the crowd. Today during the day, a young man named Su Ming, possibly a servant of the royal family, came out to greet us. He ended up offending me and my apprentice, which I didn't pursue, but Chen Beixian, perhaps young and hot-blooded, couldn't swallow this insult. Now I guess he's leading his fellow disciples to teach that kid a lesson. They're not important figures, you don't need to worry about them. Louis Jian deliberately concealed Su Ming's identity as the imperial son-in-law, and the reason why Chen Beixian took action was because he harbored resentment after losing his engagement. Because no matter which point is mentioned, it will bring shame to the Qin Yun sect. Beside him stood a burly man with broad shoulders and a thick, fleshy body. This was none other than the leader of the 7 Stars sect. Frowning, he stared at Louis Jian and said, "Sect leader Lu, don't try to downplay the issue. What we mean is that we've offended the 9 Provinces Medical Academy. The 9 Provinces Medical Academy itself is not a threat, but cutting off the supply of pills will affect all our sects in the future. This is trouble caused by your eldest disciple." "Don't worry." Louis Jian calmly shook his head. "My disciple, no matter how ignorant or arrogant he is, knows who he should and shouldn't mess with. He will only teach that brat a lesson, and will never offend the 9 Provinces Medical Academy." Upon hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Louis Jian reassured everyone once again, patting his chest and saying, "If anything unexpected happens, my Qin Yun sect will take full responsibility." Good. Hearing this, everyone smiled again. Even the 7 Stars sect master chuckled and said, "Since sect master Lu has said so, we trust your character. These lackeys from the imperial state are indeed a bit arrogant. Then let your eldest disciple lead them and show the entire imperial state the might of our 8 great sects." The group immediately resumed their lively conversation and didn't take the matter to heart at all. Inside the party hall. "Senior brother Chen, right? I have connections with all the masters of your sects. I don't care what grudges you have with Brother Su, but can I also call your master and hear their opinion?" Xiao Qingyu walked slowly to Chen Beixian, her breath calm and her expression composed as she asked him questions. Given the situation today, it's best to avoid a direct confrontation. It doesn't benefit anyone to win or lose. Even if they manage to win over the disciples of these major sects and offend these top martial arts sects, it will still be a disadvantage for the 9 Provinces Medical Academy. There's no benefit whatsoever. Xiao Qingyu believed that his interactions with the various sects would give him face. However, before she could finish speaking, Chen Beixian suddenly raised his hand and grabbed Xiao Qingyu by the neck. He grinned and let out a cold laugh. Such a beautiful woman, with a face like a flower, but unfortunately she's mentally challenged. She can't understand human language. I said, today all I want is for that kid to die. Are you not understanding?
or are you just ignoring what I'm saying? Chen Beixian exuded a murderous aura and had an imposing presence.
That overwhelming aura instantly sealed off the surrounding atmosphere, and the 5 fingers were like iron hoops, almost suffocating Xiao Qingyu. Although Xiao Qingyu is the head of the 9 provinces medical academy, his martial arts cultivation is no match for the disciples of these sects who specialize in martial arts cultivation. His face turned bright red from being pinched. Lord of the Manor. Everyone in the entire Kyushu Medical Academy was instantly taken aback, their faces turning pale with shock. Amidst the panicked and shocked expressions of the crowd, Chen Beixian raised his head, looked at Su Ming provocatively, and sneered, "Kid, even at a time like this, are you still going to hide in the crowd? You want to send a woman like this to her death for you? You're such a good-for-nothing. I don't know if Duan Xingyue is blind, or if the entire royal family is blind, to choose a good-for-nothing like you as their consort instead of a talented hero like me." At this moment, Su Ming slowly walked out. He shook his head and smiled. "If you had knelt down and begged for mercy the moment you stepped in, I would have spared your life. When you severely injure someone from the Kyushu Medical Academy, you can survive even if you lose only one leg. But now that you've got her by the neck, you're only leaving your own life behind. I was just giving you chances, but you kept making the same mistakes, stepping deeper and deeper into the abyss now. Even if Luijian were here, he couldn't save you. 3 seconds, release Xiao Qingyu, and I'll leave you with a whole corpse. This is your last chance." Su Ming's voice wasn't loud, but it was clear and resonant, reaching the ears of more than a dozen disciples from major sects. Everyone was stunned. Chen Beixian, in particular, curled his lip and let out several cold laughs. This kid's been scared out of his wits, hasn't he? Ha 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 ha. Immediately afterwards, everyone burst into laughter. But the next moment, Su Ming suddenly raised his hand. Boom! A powerful surge of energy, like a monstrous wave, swept out and rushed towards Chen Beixian. The dozen or so senior disciples of the sects were horrified, their faces filled with shock, and they involuntarily retreated. No one had ever seen such a terrifying aura before. In that instant, the hairs on everyone's bodies stood on end. This kid? How is that possible? 926, Chapter 926. What an arrogant kid. How could this kid possess such a terrifying aura? That must be at least at the divine power realm, right? Right? Could it be that what Master said was true? Chen Beixian was shocked seeing the surging aura coming. He dared not resist at all and could only put Xiao Qingyu in front of him to block the arrows. However, Su Ming seemed to have been waiting for the scene. Just as Xiao Qingyu was blocked in front of him, the surging momentum suddenly receded like the tide, enveloping Xiao Qingyu and bringing her back, where she landed lightly on the ground. Brother Su? Xiao Qingyu turned to look at Su Ming in shock. You all stand to the side. Su Ming said calmly. Good. Xiao Qingyu didn't dare to say anything more and quickly stepped aside. Brother Su, we can help you, Shen Luoyun said anxiously. But having experienced it firsthand, Xiao Qingyu now knew just how strong Su Ming was. She said to Shen Luoyun, Miss Shen, we don't need to worry about Brother Su if we get involved. We'll only become a burden. Those kids won't get away with this. What? Shen Luoyun looked at Xiao Qingyu in surprise. At this moment, Chen Beixian and his group came to their senses, and they all looked up, staring at Su Ming in shock. Chen Beixian watched as the person in his arms was rescued, and recalling the suffocating atmosphere from just now, it felt like a dream. He looked up at Su Ming with surprise and suspicion. What exactly did you do, kid? I don't believe you have such abilities. My Qingyun sect's top disciple could lose to you. Chen Qingyun turned his head and shouted sternly at the other dozen or so people, all of you, brothers, follow me. I want to see just how capable this kid is, and how many minutes he can last. Alright, senior brother Chen. Kill. The crowd responded, and more than a dozen people immediately pounced on Su Mingfei. In an instant, disciples from more than a dozen major sects simultaneously gathered an overwhelming aura and enveloped Su Ming. This aura was like Mount Tai pressing down, like dark clouds covering the sky, causing everyone in the gathering hall to turn pale with fright and retreat in all directions. Shen Luoyun's eyes widened. Could Su Ming really withstand such a terrifying aura by himself? Although I saved Xiaoqing Yu just now, that was only when I was facing Chen Beixian. These are all elites and top experts in martial arts. Boom! Su Ming slowly raised his hand, and his inner energy surged out, colliding with the combined energy of more than a dozen people. The earth shook and the entire manor seemed to be trembling. The spot where Su Ming stood was instantly destroyed by the aura, blasting out a large crater, with flying sand and stones and swirling dust. Bang bang bang! A loud bang echoed through the air, as if countless cannonballs were exploding in mid-air. Then, one after another, dark shadows flew out from the middle and fell heavily to the ground like tattered sacks. One by one, the top disciples of the 9 provinces landed and coughed up blood. When the dust settled, only 2 people remained standing in the center of the hall. One is Su Ming, and the other is Chen Beixian. However, Chen Beixian was being held in Su Ming's hand, his throat was being tightly gripped by Su Ming's 5 fingers, and all that was left in his eyes was endless fear and terror. His pupils trembled as he stared at Su Ming. One person against the combined strength of all the disciples from our various sects. What realm are you at? Who exactly are you? Su Ming stared blankly at Chen Beixian as if he were a dead man. We have no grudge against each other, and I never intended to kill you, but I've already given you a chance, so rest in peace. No, no. Chen Beixian trembled with fear. In just a moment, his crotch was wet, and urine dripped continuously onto the ground from his trouser leg. With a face full of fear and lips trembling, he said, Big brother, boss, please spare me. No, I was wrong. If you kill me, my master will definitely come after you. You can deal with me, but my master is a powerful earth immortal at the profound realm, and there are so many fellow disciples here. If they go back, they'll have to ask their master to take action. At that time, it won't just be a few of us, you'll be facing 7 or 8 experts at the earth immortal profound realm. Moreover, you have offended 7 or 8 of the top sects in Kyushu. Also, I'm senior brother Duan Xingyue, you. Boom! Before Chen Beixian could finish speaking, he was sent flying by a punch from Su Ming. After landing, he made no sound, his neck had already been snapped by Su Ming, and his death was extremely gruesome. Ah! Upon seeing this scene, the other dozen or so injured sect disciples on the scene screamed in terror as if they had seen a ghost, and scrambled away from the scene. Both the Kyushu Medical Academy and the Shin family showed expressions of shock. Xiaoqing Yu looked up, and said to Su Ming with some lingering fear, Brother Su, although this kid deserves to die, he has the Qingyun sect behind him. His master, Lui Jian, is also a master of the earth immortal profound realm. The top experts from these 8 major sects are all in the imperial province right now. If they find out about this. Xiaoqing Yu was filled with worry. Such a major event as the murder of a disciple would likely alarm the Qingyun sect, and other sects would not stand idly by. The consequences could be severe. Even the Kyushu Medical Academy has no chance of resisting. Su Ming grinned and sneered disdainfully, since they don't know how to teach apprentices, I'll teach them for them. They don't need to bother me, I'll deal with them myself. After saying that, Su Ming strode out and headed directly towards the location of the 8 sect leaders. This? Xiaoqing Yu and everyone else were shocked. Is Su Ming going to take on all 8 major sects by himself? Oh my god. Inside the main hall of the Imperial Mansion. Report. Sect leader Lu, your eldest disciple has been killed. Someone tumbled and crawled in. What? Lui Jian stood up abruptly, his aura soaring into the sky. The others, who were originally chatting and laughing, also became I was taken aback. They all showed expressions of shock. Could it be because they went to the Kyushu Medical Academy gathering manor? They hadn't taken this matter seriously before, and then this terrible news came. Could it be about the Kyushu Medical Academy manor? The 7-star sect master asked, his face filled with shock. That's right, all the sect leaders and your disciples have also been seriously injured, and some have already been sent to the hospital. What? Upon hearing this, everyone present was horrified. Although they are just a group of disciples whose cultivation levels have not yet reached their peak, they are all core members of various sects, and when they come together, they form a formidable force. Besides them, who can stop them?
Could there be some extraordinary expert or powerful figure among the gatherings of the 9 provinces medical academy? Who did this? A group of sect leaders asked in shock. He's here, he's right at the gate. The speaker turned his head nervously to look behind him. Court death. With a roar, Louis Jian rushed out with the others. However, before everyone could rush out of the hall, Su Ming slowly approached from the courtyard ahead. With a calm smile, she said, "There's no need to come out to greet me. You're not qualified to greet me anyway. I wouldn't even want your knees to be dirty." Su Ming's sharp voice echoed in the courtyard. What an arrogant kid! One by one, powerful figures from various sects stood at the entrance, their eyes like those of ferocious beasts, glaring at Su Ming. Chapter 927 Dragon Elephant Divine Skill. Young man, what's your name? Who is your master? Who is your master? Li Qixing, the leader of the Seven Stars sect, stood on the steps, his tiger-like eyes filled with power, looking down at Su Mingwen. Given his arrogance, he figured Su Ming must have some powerful backer or a reclusive master. Otherwise, where would they get the audacity to provoke the top experts of the 8 major sects? It wasn't just Li Qixing, almost everyone else thought the same thing. Anyone who dares to come without a powerful backer is either tired of living and looking for death. Su Ming looked at the group with a mocking expression, but hadn't said anything yet. Louis Jian, standing beside him, had a gloomy look in his eyes and said coldly, "He is the fiancé of the 3rd princess of the Duan family, royal family, who is now the prince consort." Whoa! I see. Upon hearing this, everyone suddenly realized what was going on. Li Qixing sneered, "Then I understand he probably got rich overnight, rose to prominence, and lost sight of himself. Relying on the backing of the royal family, they've come to provoke us, the sect leaders. But kid, do you know who we are? Even the royal family invited us and treated us as honored guests. The heavy responsibility of sparring with the Jin Kingdom and saving the imperial state rests on our shoulders. As for you, I'm afraid you'll never understand what this means. This means that we are the backbone of Kyushu today, the top powerhouses of Kyushu, and the life and death of Kyushu depends entirely on us. Forget it, you're just an ignorant brat who hasn't even grown his first hair yet. You wouldn't understand anything I'm telling you." Li Qixing shook his head in disdain. "Considering your young age, and the fact that you left behind 1 hand and 1 foot, severely injuring our disciples, we'll let it go. Don't wait until we make our move, or you'll be leaving here alive." Li Qixing, appearing to be in charge and magnanimous, gave Su Ming his orders. Only Louis Jian remained silent, his gaze dark and chillingly cold. Unlike the others, Chen Beixian truly died at the hands of Su Ming. If they just let Su Ming leave like this, where will the Qingyun sect's reputation be? But he wasn't in a hurry to make a move, he wanted to see how the other sect leaders dealt with Su Ming first. He knew very well that Su Ming's martial arts skills were not as simple as they seemed, and that he would definitely not surrender easily. Su Ming gave a mocking smile, his cold gaze slowly sweeping over the crowd. "You bunch of people, relying on your seniority, you can't even manage your own disciples, so I'll do it for you. This is just to teach them a lesson. Originally, I planned to test your abilities one by one. Let's see if you're qualified to participate in a sparring match with the Jin Kingdom. Now that you're all gathered together, it'll save time. Come on, attack me all at once. If you can hurt me together, then you'll be qualified to participate in the competition. Otherwise, I'll personally decide to disqualify you from the competition. Then I'll personally find someone. You are not worthy of the mission to save the 9 provinces." Su Ming sneered, looking at the group of renowned experts from the 9 provinces sects as if they were idiots. "You fucking bastard, you're asking for it." Su Ming's words enraged the group of powerful figures who were in a superior position, almost to the point of exploding. The White Dragon sect master flew into a rage on the spot. He leaped down the steps in 2 strides, his whole body trembling, his muscles tensed, his aura swirling, and the veins on his arms bulged like steel bars, creating an astonishing display of power. "I'll show you whether you're worthy or not, you arrogant brat. Even a god couldn't save you today, you little beast. You'll die by my hand first." With a roar, the White Dragon sect master strode forward, his foot landing so hard that the ground in front of him cracked inch by inch. When he reached Su Ming, he threw a punch. The fist pierced the air like a cannonball. The surrounding air trembled violently,
he has at least 30 more years to live. In 30 years, he might actually be able to reach the pinnacle of the earth immortal realm.
Li Qixing exclaimed in amazement. Everyone else clicked their tongues in amazement.
They praised Boss Bai for his amazing talent. As for Su Ming, they didn't take him seriously at all. Even they might not be able to withstand Boss Bai's Dragon Elephant divine skill, let alone a kid like him.
The next second, it will probably be smashed to pieces by a single punch.
If this kid dares to provoke any one of them, he's digging his own grave.
Dragon Elephant divine skill, interesting, but unfortunately your talent is too low. You're practicing a low-level version. If it were the true Dragon Elephant divine skill, I might give you some face. Unfortunately, your cultivation is too low.
Seeing Boss Bai's punch come crashing down like a thunderclap, Su Ming stood calmly with his arms crossed, a mocking smile on his face.
You fucking go to hell. Boss Bai's eyes were practically bursting, and his anger was almost tangible. He wanted nothing more than to tear Su Ming to pieces.
The fist was about to land on Su Ming. Su Ming then slowly raised his hand, and the Azure Wave technique instantly took shape. With water-like energy swirling around him, he grabbed Boss Bai's wrist with one hand and pulled him back. They pulled Boss Bai over directly. This punch was also drawn in and slammed heavily onto the ground. It blasted a huge crater into the ground. But it didn't hurt Su Ming at all.
This?
Boss Bai suddenly turned his head, looking at Su Ming with a mixture of shock and anger.
Su Ming grinned. Didn't I tell you, you can get lost now?
After saying that, Su Ming raised his hand and slapped Boss Bai across the face.
Boom!
As Su Ming's palm descended, Boss Bai's aura suddenly condensed, flashing with a visible white light, blocking Su Ming's attack. A slap.
Boss Bai slowly stood up, a sinister smile on his face as he looked at Su Ming. It seems you don't understand the Dragon Elephant divine skill at all, yet you dare to speak so arrogantly in front of me. Dragon Elephant divine skill combines the strength of a dragon and tiger and attack with the body of an elephant. In retreat it can both attack and defend, making it advantageous for invincibility. I started practicing the Dragon Elephant divine skill when I was 10 years old. I can be called the patriarch of the Dragon Elephant divine skill of the 9 provinces. You dare to point fingers at me? Die!
Boss Bai roared again and punched Su Ming on the head. This time, white light flashed again, and the power of the dragon and elephant was transformed into an offensive force.
It was so dazzling that it instantly engulfed Su Ming's body.
Li Qixing and the others on the steps looked on in amazement at this scene. To force Elder Bai to use his symbolic power, it seems this kid is indeed quite capable. No wonder he was able to severely injure the disciples of our 8 major sects. To have such cultivation at such a young age is truly remarkable, but this is where it ends.
Who told him to mess with us?
Li Qixing shook his head with some regret. Such a talented person, it's a pity he was killed by Boss Bai with one punch. Otherwise, he could consider taking them into his 7-star sect. The thoughts of others were more or less the same as Li Qixing's.
Boom!
As the white light gradually dissipated, 2 figures appeared in everyone's sight. Li Qixing was astonished. That kid wasn't blasted to pieces by Boss Bai's Dragon Elephant divine skill, he still has a complete body? However, when everyone saw the real situation, their eyes widened in shock, almost popping out of their sockets, and they were so shocked that their scalps tingled. Among them, Boss Bai was kneeling on the ground, spitting blood, his eyes unfocused, and he was completely useless. Su Ming grabbed Boss Bai's hair with one hand and grinned.
Dragon Elephant divine skill, I think you're practicing maggot divine skill.
Vulnerable. Su Ming turned his head again, his eyes flashing with murderous intent, enveloping the entire scene. Everyone was so shocked that their hair stood on end and they couldn't utter a sound. 928, Chapter 928. Old Scoundrel.
He's been disqualified. Who's next?
As soon as Su Ming let go, Boss Bai collapsed to the ground like a lump of mud.
Upon witnessing this scene, the remaining sect experts were all horrified, their hearts filled with shock and disbelief. Could it be that this kid really wants to challenge so many of their top Earth Immortal Realm experts all at once?
Most importantly, after crippling Boss Bai, this kid remained completely unfazed, showing no signs of distress or fatigue.
Is there really such a big gap between Boss Bai's strength and this kid's? What level of skill does this kid possess? Isn't this just a rich prince consort who got rich overnight, an arrogant and useless good for nothing? How?
Everyone looked at each other, speechless with shock. One of them turned to Li Qixing with a grim expression and said, "Sec Leaderly, it's your turn. Didn't you say you wanted to teach this kid a lesson? He just fought with Boss Bai and should be exhausted. You only need to move a finger and he'll be down. It's your turn to teach him a lesson. You bastard." Upon hearing this, Li Qixing nearly vomited blood in anger. This kid doesn't look exhausted at all. Why not let him take the lead when there are benefits to be had? At times like this, everyone turns into a coward. Although I was so angry I wanted to curse them out. However, Li Qixing remained calm, exuding the air of a superior being, and said in a deep voice, "Sect leaders, this concerns the honor and reputation of our 8 major sects. How can we let this brat smear it all? If we let him leave alive today, we'll never be able to face anyone again. I think there's no need for one-on-one with this kind of little beast. Let's all go together and quickly grind this ant to dust, ending this farce." Yes, Sect Leaderly is right. Sect Leaderly is right. What's the point of talking about rules with such an arrogant idiot? It's a complete waste of time. Hearing that they would work together, everyone felt more confident and loudly agreed. In a one-on-one fight, nobody wants to be the first to go. If they work together, there are 7 or 8 Earth immortals at the profound realm level here. Imagine how terrifying their combined power would be. In the entire Imperial State, who can stop them? Not to mention he's just a young kid. Su Ming shook his head, his face full of mockery, watching the so-called experts who were in a frenzy but dared not take the first step forward, as if they were watching clowns. With these people, if they were to go and spar with the Gene Kingdom, they would probably lose more than they win. At that time, Kyushu will truly lose all face. Let's see who dares to make a move. Just then, a loud shout rang out from the doorway, deafeningly loud. Then a large number of people poured in, blocking the entire entrance to the mansion. They were all Imperial guards, with an imposing and murderous aura. Duan Qingtian strode into the courtyard. Second Prince. Upon seeing Duan Qingtian, the group of experts stopped arguing, and all their eyes were focused on him. Second Prince, you've come at the right time. This brat, some nobody, not only severely injured disciples from all our sects but also dared to provoke us. We bear heavy responsibilities, the very fate of the Imperial State. How can we allow this wild dog to bark and rave here? We've heard he's also a prince consort. Out of consideration for the royal family's reputation, we'll spare his life. He's really pushing his luck here. Second Prince, now that you're here, make a decision. Should this brat be killed or not? Li Qixing slowly stepped forward, stood tall, and looked superior as he asked Duan Qingtian a question. Kill your mother. Unexpectedly, Duan Qingtian immediately uttered a curse word. You? Li Qixing was furious. The others were also shocked. This second prince is so rude. Although he is a prince of the royal family, he is still a top expert in the 9 provinces and a senior figure. To use such vulgar language is simply the behavior of a wild boar. Is this all the upbringing the second prince of the royal family has? Duan Qingtian's icy gaze swept over them, and he sneered, a bunch of old fogies, relying on their age to act superior. I know what you're thinking. You all think you're experts in martial arts, therefore superior and able to look down on everyone. But is your martial arts cultivation really that strong? If you were truly strong, wouldn't your sect have swept across the 9 provinces long ago? Why are you still stuck here, neither here nor there? Duan Qingtian sneered. Second Prince, what do you mean by that? Li Qixing was enraged and glared at Duan Qingtian with murderous intent in his eyes. Duan Qingtian sneered disdainfully, alright, stop pretending with me. My father summoned you all to the Imperial State so that you could contribute to the conflict with the Gene Kingdom, not to show off your status here. Your father has ordered you to enter the royal palace now. A banquet has been prepared for you. Whether you go or not is up to you, but not going would be disobeying orders. Duan Qingtian said dismissively. Li Qixing and the others gritted their teeth in anger. I never expected that Qingtian would be so arrogant. But they had no choice at this moment. Since we're already here, we have to go, otherwise we'll be cowards and make our sect a laughingstock. Li Qixing turned his head and glared fiercely at Su Ming. Kid, you're lucky, but when we get to the royal banquet, in front of the current king, let's see if you'll kneel down and apologize to us. If you don't kneel down in public today, I, Li Qixing, we'll change my surname on the spot. Let's go. With a sharp shout, Li Qixing led the others out the door to the royal banquet. Watching everyone leave, Duan Qingtian scoffed disdainfully, "A bunch of old fools, I don't think anyone in the world is better at pretending than them." Su Ming grinned, "What, do you have a grudge against them? You're so agitated right from the start?" Duan Qingtian said irritably, "These guys call themselves the kings of martial arts, but I've never seen a single person from their sect in the border region. Every inch of land in the border region, this land was all earned by us, by people like you, King Su. Through every drop of sweat and blood they sit here reaping the benefits without lifting a finger, yet they think themselves invincible. If it weren't for Father's invitation, I doubt any of them would be leaving today. Furthermore, when Father invited them here, instead of immediately going to the royal court to meet and report, they gathered here privately. I assent their purpose obvious, they're probably discussing what benefits they want for their sect and for themselves. They're nothing but a bunch of selfish parasites." Duan Chang was so angry that he started cursing. Su Ming grinned. Although Duan Qingtian wasn't much better, he was also arrogant and domineering, looking down on everyone. But those few words really hit the nail on the head. "Prince Su, please, it's one thing if they want to cower in fear, but if they dare to cause trouble for you at the banquet later, I, Duan Qingtian, will be the first to not let them off." Duan Qingtian said angrily. Su Ming smiled calmly, "You don't need to do anything, Rashi, have my own plans." After saying that, Su Ming and Duan Qingtian left the scene and headed towards the royal banquet. 929, Chapter 929. I'm fine, they're in trouble. Reporting to Master, our people have sent word that the brat at the 9 Provinces Medical Academy banquet offended the 8 great sects and was captured and punished in front of a group of experts from the 8 great sects. Now he's been dragged to the royal palace. That kid's probably doomed. A single spit from the experts of the 8 major sects could crush him to pieces. Inside the Golden Immortal sect, a disciple respectfully reported to the Golden Immortal. Upon hearing this, the Golden Immortal burst into hearty laughter. Good, that brat deserves to die this way. I don't even need to lift a finger, someone else will take his dog's life. It's not that simple. Wan Shirin chimed in from the side, Master, although he doesn't have much ability, he is engaged to the 3rd princess of the royal family, Duan Xingyue, and has become the prince consort. He's been sent to the royal palace now, probably because of his status. The 3rd princess will definitely step in to protect him. Wan Shirin spoke slowly. She knew Su Ming's personality all too well. That guy was probably sent to the royal family because he wanted Duan Xingyue to back him up. By using the royal family as a backer, they managed to escape this disaster. She couldn't understand what Su Ming had done to deserve becoming the royal consort and climbing such a high branch in the family. Even if there is a marriage agreement, would the royal family be so blind as to allow such a person to become a prince consort? Even she, if it weren't for her good luck in being noticed by the Golden Immortal this time, would still be unknown in the imperial state. Even after returning to Zhongzhou, I don't know how much longer I'll have to work hard. Su Ming leaped up, leaving her speechless and bewildered. Great, that's even better. Hearing this, the Golden Immortal's smile remained unchanged. Whether the royal family protects him or not, this will definitely cause chaos. The more chaotic the entire imperial continent, the better. Master, what does this mean? Wan Shirin looked up in surprise and asked in confusion. Jin Xianran is also from Dizhou. Shouldn't he be hoping for peace and tranquility in Dizhou? The Golden Immortal grinned and said, You're still young, you don't understand. The more chaotic the imperial continent is, the easier it is for us in the medical field to make money. Just like this time, when we're going to compete with the Jin Kingdom, all the experts from these sects are scrambling to buy medicine from us to ensure everything goes smoothly. That's how the medical field makes its fortune in chaotic times. The more chaotic things get, the higher and more secure our status will be. Study hard, and once you understand, you can take over my position. The Golden Immortal laughed heartily. Yes. Upon hearing that she could succeed the Golden Immortal, Wan Shirin revealed an expression of barely suppressed joy. If he can take over the Golden Immortal sect, then he will have complete control over the medical path of the imperial state, and the Wan family can also move here. This would truly be a meteoric rise. Although Su Ming is the son-in-law of the emperor, he is still far from being worthy of such a title. By then, I will be qualified to have access to even the businesses of powerful, independent families. Thinking of this, Wan Shirin was filled with excitement. Alright, you can go and rest now that Imperial family gathering is about to begin, and I'll personally show you around in a couple of days, the Golden Immortal said with a smile. Yes, Master. Wan Shirin turned and left happily. After Wan Shirin left, the eldest disciple approached, looking puzzled, and asked, Master, what's so good about this woman, in terms of talent? Within the Golden Immortal sect, there are far more talented people than her besides. She's only recently entered the path of medicine. What could she possibly know? If the Golden Immortal sect is passed on to someone like this, the entire Golden Immortal sect will never be convinced. Could it be? The eldest disciple's eyes lit up, and he said in surprise, Master, could it be that you're still vigorous despite your old age, experiencing a second spring, and want to find us a mistress? Get lost, you good for nothing. The Golden Immortal was so angry that he glared and scolded, How can you be so dense? This woman is nothing. Didn't you see that I brought her back and didn't even give her a single pill? You want to pass the Golden Immortal sect onto her? She doesn't deserve it. I've got my eye on that kid who beat me at the Good 9 Provinces Medical Academy gathering today. Your medical skills aren't high enough to see that. I know perfectly well that Shen Luoyun simply cannot refine Xuanhuan level pills. The incomplete formula that I've been working on for over a decade was completed by that kid in just over 10 minutes, and he even managed to refine it. Do you understand what kind of strength this is? The Golden Immortal stared wide-eyed as he spoke. Ah. The eldest apprentice looked shocked and bewildered. The Golden Immortal sneered and continued, This woman is that brat's ex-wife. The relationship is clearly very close. As long as we capture her, that brat will fall into my hands sooner or later. Even if he can't be used by me, then I can still figure out the secrets of his medical arts. With that knowledge, I will become the #1 medical expert in the 9 provinces. I see, Master, you've thought this far ahead. I've truly broadened my horizons. The eldest apprentice suddenly realized what was happening and looked astonished. Then, what should we do with that woman? The Golden Immortal waved his hand and said with a mocking smile, Keep it when you're no longer useful. I'll give it to you as a concubine. You can do whatever you want with it. Thank you, Master. The eldest apprentice was so excited that his face was flushed. Although that woman was already married, she was absolutely gorgeous, both in looks and figure. This is a real windfall. At the entrance to the royal palace. As soon as Su Ming and Duan Qingtian arrived, Duan Xingyue nervously came to greet them. Brother Su, are you alright? Is everything alright? Duan Xingyue asked anxiously. After calling Duan Qingtian for backup, she was on tenterhooks the whole time. I'm fine, they're the ones in trouble. Su Ming smiled calmly and stepped into the main hall. Second brother, what's going on? Duan Xingyue then pulled Duan Qingtian, who was walking behind her, and asked. It's nothing. When I arrived, Prince Su was confronting the leaders of the 8 major sects. They've all come over now, but they probably won't let this go easily. Duan Qingtian said with a deep gaze. What? Duan Xingyue was so shocked her jaw dropped. I almost fell. You call this nothing? This is going to kill me. But wasn't it Chen Beixian and his gang who were causing trouble? How did they end up offending the leaders of the 8 major sects again? If the leaders of these 8 major sects join forces, even if the royal family intervenes, they might not be able to protect Su Ming. Duan Xingyue felt her hair stand on end and hurriedly followed Duan Qingtian into the main hall. Inside the main hall, the leaders of the 8 major sects sat down one by one, but now only 7 remained. Emperor Duan Tianhong of the 9 provinces, seated in the central main seat, smiled and said, Welcome, sect leaders and martial arts masters, to contribute to the imperial province. Your Majesty, I am Li Qixing, the sect leader of the 7 Stars sect, and I have something to report. However, before Duan Tianhong could finish speaking, Li Qixing interrupted her angrily. Duan Tianhong's gaze darkened, and he frowned as he asked, Sect leader Li, what do you have to report? This prince consort not only disrespects his elders but also the law, severely injuring disciples from various sects and then coming to provoke us. He doesn't take us seriously at all. We only spared his life out of respect for the prince, but his behavior and character are utterly despicable. How can the imperial state allow such a person to exist? If such a person exists, we will not be able to compete with the Jin Kingdom's powerful warriors with peace of mind. We beg your Majesty to uphold justice. Li Qixing's voice, like a booming bell,
filled with boundless anger, resounded throughout the entire royal palace.
930, Chapter 930 Perfect opportunity to practice on him.
That's right, Your Majesty. As soon as we learned that the imperial state was in trouble, we left the mountain overnight. We must do our part for the 9 provinces no matter what. But now that we've arrived, we're being treated like this.
It's a small matter if our disciples are injured, but for the imperial state to allow such people to exist,
what's the difference between them and traitors?
If we don't deal with people like this, we'll probably be unable to represent the imperial state in the battle against the Jin kingdom. One of the powerful sect leaders snorted coldly with displeasure.
That's right, that's right. We are all concerned for the safety of the capital. How can we let someone like this destroy our future, Prince Consort? I think he's nothing but a nobody. With him here, we refuse to compete.
The others echoed this sentiment, all pointing the finger at Su Ming.
If Su Ming doesn't die today, it seems unlikely that their anger will be quelled. These guys.
Duan Xingyue, who followed her into the hall, was so angry at the sight that she gritted her teeth. They were the ones who started the trouble first.
Duan Xingyue said angrily.
Upon hearing these words, Venerable King Duan Tianhong's expression darkened. He slowly raised his head, looked at the crowd, and said, "So you're threatening me?
You're trying to force me to obey your orders by forfeiting the competition?"
Duan Tianhong's gaze was icy, and she let out a soft laugh.
Li Qixing grinned. "Your Majesty, this isn't a threat, it's a discussion. With someone like this around, we can't concentrate on the battle. How about this? We won't make any other demands, as long as this kid kneels down and kowtows to all 8 of our sects in front of everyone today, offering 3 kowtows to each of us as an apology. We'll pretend nothing happened. In the competition against the Jin kingdom, we will still go all out. Otherwise, let's end the competition here." Li Qixing crossed his arms, looking old and composed, and said as steadily as Mount Tai. "Yeah?" Duan Tianhong didn't reply, but turned to Su Ming and asked, "Prince Su, what do you think?"
"King Su?"
Several sect experts were taken aback. "Is this kid called King Su? Isn't his name Su Ming? Is it a nickname? How dare you call yourself king in front of the Supreme King?"
Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Su Ming simply smiled faintly. Just now, Su Ming simply watched everyone chattering away without interjecting, as if he were watching a group of clowns perform. Only then did he slowly stand up and say to Duan Tianhong, "Your Majesty, then let's respect their opinion. All of them have been disqualified in my hands. With their strength, they are simply not qualified to participate in the competition."
"What?"
These words caused an uproar throughout the venue.
All 7 experts stood up abruptly, each one glaring at Su Ming with uncontrollable rage.
Li Qixing's face was filled with murderous intent as he glared at Su Ming and roared, "Boy, who do you think you are? You want to disqualify all of us? We're not qualified, are you, Your Majesty? You see, this kid is arrogant and utterly disrespectful. He dares to say such things to your face. No wonder we went on strike and stood by." Li Qixing angrily complained to Duan Tianhong. However, Duan Tianhong simply shook his head indifferently and looked at Su Ming, saying, "But right now, the only experts available in the imperial state are these few. If we disqualify them all, where will we find stronger replacements in the meantime?"
Duan Tianhong asked in confusion.
Su Ming smiled confidently and said, "Don't worry about that, I've already made arrangements." After saying that, Su Ming called out to the door, "All of you, come in." As Su Ming finished speaking, footsteps sounded at the entrance of the royal palace, and one figure after another stepped into the palace.
Yi Tang was in the lead.
Next came Su Fanghua, followed by Li Xiao, the commander of Qingzhou, Chunlei Dongshu Gao Hu of the Dragon Army, and finally, Kong Tianqi, the patriarch of the Kong family, who stepped into the main hall. Seeing this, Li Qixing, Lui Jian, and the other 6 were all dumbfounded. His mouth was agape, and he stared in disbelief, unable to recover for a long time. It turns out this guy had already planned to replace them. They even threatened to strike, but now look what happened. They've been fired. They've really made fools of themselves. If this gets out, the 8 major sects will truly become a laughingstock throughout the land.
"You bastard!"
Enraged, Li Qixing cursed and pointed at Su Ming, roaring, "You brat! Where did you find these strange-looking guys? Who do you think you know? You think you can just pick a few roadside thugs to replace the 8 sect leaders? I think you're a Jin spy. What are you up to?"
"Yeah, who do you think you are?
Others also joined in the anger and condemnation of Su Ming. Su Ming remained calm and grinned at Li Qixing, saying, "If you think you're better than my friends, then step forward and try one-on-one, pick anyone you like, and don't say I'm bullying you."
Fine, you're asking for death, then I'll grant your wish.
Li Qixing could no longer hold back this time. Without needing anyone else to speak, he took the lead and stepped forward, his gaze sweeping over the people behind Su Ming. The first one is Yi Tanghe, is tall and strong, like an angry Withdrew. Although he looks old, his aura is amazing.
They don't seem like people to be trifled with. The second one is Su Fanghua.
Li Qixing's gaze fell on Su Fanghua, and he was surprised to see that Su Fanghua was staring at him expectantly, as if she had spotted some prey. Her eyes were shining, as if she longed for Li Qixing to choose her. Who are these people?
Li Qixing almost fainted from anger.
Although Su Fanghua is a woman, and quite young, like a little girl, even if I were to win against such a girl, it would still be a laughing stock. The third one, Li Xiao, is a cripple.
Li Qixing skipped this.
The woman walked past, lame. Those who were not to be trifled with were left out, and in the end, only Kong Tianqi, the patriarch of the Kong family, remained, and he seemed to be a normal person.
But he was an old man, with white hair. Li Qixing was speechless.
Finally, he pointed at Li Xiao and said, "Let's go with him. I want to see if any of you can withstand 3 of my moves."
He simply couldn't believe that a cripple could have much strength. "I'm afraid you wouldn't even last 3 seconds in front of him." Li Qixing sneered. "Are you an idiot?" However, the next moment, Su Fanghua burst into a rage, yelling at Li Qixing, "I'm the weakest one here, and you won't choose me. You want to pick the strongest one? Are you crazy?" Su Fanghua seemed to have missed something and immediately became anxious. The strongest? Li Qixing was also taken aback.
But he immediately dismissed it, sneering, "Little girl, don't rush to die, it'll be your turn soon."
Then he looked at Li Xiao and asked, "You cripple, do you dare to come out and fight? I am the sect leader of the 7 Stars sect. Have you heard of my great name? Don't be so scared that your legs go weak."
Li Xiao slowly walked out, calmly shaking his head and saying, "No, I've lived in Qingzhou for many years and have never heard of the 7 Star sect. Besides, I only recently entered the Earth Immortal Profound Realm and haven't seen any famous experts. Please forgive me." Li Xiao's words were not sharp at all, they even sounded somewhat cowardly.
Li Qixing was practically bursting with joy. Looks like I made the right choice.
Alright, let's fight outside the main hall, so as not to damage the dignity of your majesty. If you can last 10 seconds in front of me, I'll consider you the winner.
Li Qixing laughed triumphantly and strode out of the main hall.
Okay, you're in charge. Li Xiao also followed, limping as he walked out. Seeing this, Duan Tianhong, Duan Xingyue, Duan Qingtian, and other important royal officials were all dumbfounded. Li Qixing is a famous expert in the 9 provinces. I've never even heard of Li Xiao. How could he be a match for him? He's a cripple, isn't he just asking for death? Not to hurt your friend. Su Ming grinned and said, "It's alright, it's a good opportunity for him to practice."
Practice?
Everyone was stunned when they heard this. This Li Qixing is no ordinary person. If he were to harbor murderous intent, he would be dead. Would he risk his life to practice his skills? Shocked, the crowd surged out of the main hall to witness this fierce sparring match. 931, Chapter 931. One punch crushes. Sect leaderly, we don't need to show mercy to this kind of person. Let's teach him a lesson and let him know the prestige of the 8 great sects of the 9 provinces. Not just some man can try to cause trouble. The other sect leaders stood at the entrance of the main hall, their voices resounding as they shouted loudly at Li Qixing. In their view, it would be easier for Li Qixing to teach this kind of person a lesson than to step on an ant. Besides, he was a cripple. Duan Tianhong and the other important officials of the royal family looked on with some concern and were not optimistic about Li Xiao. After all, Li Qixing's name is known throughout the world, and the 7 Star sect's unique ancient classic, 7 Star secret techniques, is also very famous in the 9 provinces. The saying "stepping on the 7 stars and grasping the sun and moon" perfectly describes the 7 Star sect. Duan Tianhong coughed and stood on the steps, saying loudly, "Since this is a friendly spar, let's stop here. There's no need to kill anyone, that would be difficult to resolve."
Duan Tianhong was afraid that if Li Xiao died at Li Qixing's hands, Su Ming would be embarrassed, and the matter today would probably escalate even further.
In comparison, the so-called 8 sect leaders combined are not as significant as Su Ming, the king of the 9 provinces. Therefore, Duan Tianhong would rather the 8 major sects suffer a bad ending than offend Su Ming. In the square, upon hearing this, Li Qixing couldn't help but curl his lip in disdain and sneer. The Duan family, the royal family, really are protective of their own just because that kid is the prince consort, saying such things. Isn't it just to protect you and make me spare your life? But you should know that even if a mere half move away from a move by a Xian realm expert, it can still be fatal. I won't show any mercy even if you die. You can't blame anyone else if you have anyone to blame. It's that you followed the wrong person and chose the wrong side. You dare to provoke me, you're really courting death. Li Qixing snorted coldly, completely disregarding Li Xiao. Li Xiao grew impatient and said in a deep voice, "You're talking too much. Your Majesty spoke up not to protect me, but to save your life." Ha 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 ha. Li Qixing laughed loudly. "You idiot, you really think you have that ability, that good-for-nothing kid? What kind of experts could he know? Or did that kid flatter you a bit and you actually start to think you're an expert? You cripple." Li Qixing wore a mocking sneer. "He's no nobody, he's a savior. You should shut up." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Xiao shuddered, kicked off with one leg, his aura surged wildly, the floor beneath his feet shattered and exploded, and he charged towards Li Qixing like a meteorite cannonball. "We're doomed." Su Ming raised an eyebrow, his expression changing slightly. "How?" Duan Tianhong, along with the other members of the royal family, were all taken aback. Is Li Xiao already going to lose so quickly? The others from the 8 major sects were practically bursting with laughter when they saw Su Ming's expression. "You brat, only now realizing the difference in strength. Too bad it's too late. If Master Li intends to kill you, your friend will be lying on the ground soon." UVE really ruined him. Everyone laughed triumphantly. "No, it's Li Qixing who's going to die. Li Xiao has made his killing move. That idiot probably talked too much nonsense and angered Li Ziao. It's fine if that kind of person dies, but it's really unseemly for his dirty blood to be splattered at the entrance of the venerable king's palace." Su Ming shook his head helplessly. Puff. Upon hearing this, the other members of the 8 major sects nearly vomited blood in anger. They glared at Su Ming, exasperated. "You brat, let's see how long you can keep up your stubbornness." Duan Tianhong also shook his head and said calmly, "It's all right. The royal family has long been stained with blood, so a little more won't make a difference." "That's good." Su Ming then revealed a meaningful smile. Ahead, Li Qixing looked at Li Xiao charging towards him with disdain. He slowly raised his hands, his eyes filled with contempt. "You think a ferocious expression will work? A mere earth immortal at the profound mirror realm doesn't know how to probe with chi first, instead resorting to physical attacks. You're still far from qualified. I'll teach you a lesson." Turning the tide. Li Qixing let out a low shout, and with a boom, his aura burst forth like seawater, surging out and gathering in front of him before crashing towards Li Xiao. This move was enough to put Li Xiao on the ground. Boom! Li Xiao came straight at Li Qixing, punching him directly at the surging aura he was unleashing. His fist moved closer and closer to Li Qixing. Li Qixing grinned. "You've got some skill, but this should be your limit. You've already given it your all, yet you can't even get past my aura." Li Xiao remained expressionless. The next moment, a red light flashed on his arm, and the aura swirled around him, turning him into a crimson mass that utterly and irresistibly broke through Li Qixing's aura. This. Li Qixing's expression changed drastically in an instant, his face filled with panic. His footing was thrown into chaos, and even the 7-star stance he was in instantly collapsed. The fiery red fist, carrying the force of an apocalypse, slammed towards Li Qixing. "That's impossible." Li Qixing was shocked and retreated repeatedly, his inner energy surging out in waves as he tried to resist Li Xiao. However, Li Xiao easily destroyed each wave of energy. By the time the 7th wave ended, Li Qixing was exhausted, his body like a dried-up well, with no energy left. But the fist did not lose momentum and slammed into his chest. Li Qixing was thrown more than 10 meters away like a ball. After landing, he rolled several times and lay on the ground like a dead dog, spitting out several mouthfuls of blood. Seeing this, everyone at the entrance of the main hall, except for Su Ming and his group, was dumbfounded. The scene was deathly silent. You could hear a pin drop. The fight between Li Xiao and Li Qixing looked explosive, moving like thunder and lightning, with astonishing momentum. But the entire process, from the start to the end, took less than 20 seconds. In other words, Li Qixing used all his methods, yet he still couldn't defeat Li Xiao. Even a punch couldn't stop it. What kind of monster is this? The other sect leaders stared in disbelief, their faces filled with shock, their jaws practically dropping to the floor. Li Qixing lay on the ground, using all his strength to lift his head, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Li Xiao. Who taught you the ancient martial art, Dragon Flame Fist? This is impossible. I've never heard of anyone in the 9 provinces who has mastered such a technique. And besides, you're not a cripple at all. You liar. Li Qixing's voice was trembling, and his eyes were filled with disbelief, a stark contrast to his previous arrogance. It felt like I had fallen from heaven to hell. He, the dignified leader of the 7 Stars sect, was destroyed by a single punch. He could not accept this reality. Li Xiao stared expressionlessly at Li Qixing, raised his hand and patted his swollen thigh, calmly saying, I never said I was a cripple. The way I walk is just a habit I developed from the past. As for ancient martial arts, they were naturally passed down to me by my savior. Li Xiao said sarcastically. You mean, that kind of kid can teach you ancient martial arts? Li Qixing was shocked. He suddenly turned his head and looked at Su Ming on the steps with trembling pupils. It's not just ancient martial arts, all my skills are thanks to him. Li Xiao said with a calm smile. How is that possible? Li Qixing was almost going crazy, staring at Su Ming in disbelief. I'm going completely crazy. If the ancient martial arts techniques can be passed down to anyone at will, and such a powerful Earth Immortal Realm expert has been created, what kind of background does this kid have? Could that guy be the real big boss? Li Qixing's mentality was almost completely broken. 932, Chapter 932 Nangong Yinyu's Invitation. Sect Leader Li, are you alright? After the initial shock subsided, 2 sect leaders who were on good terms jumped down the steps and helped Li Qixing up from the ground. Then he glared angrily at Li Xiao. You bastard, how dare you seriously injure Sect Leader Li? Do you even know how many disciples there are in the 7-star sect? They're enough to wipe out your entire family. I think you're asking for it. All you do is pretend to be a cripple and try to take advantage. If you're so capable, come and fight us both. The 2 men, their faces filled with murderous intent, glared at Li Xiao and shouted fiercely. Li Xiao remained calm and said, Is that so? Then you 2 can join forces and come at me together. Let's see how much stronger you 2 are than this Li Qixing. Furthermore, my Qingzhou army numbers 300,000. How many disciples do you have? I wouldn't mind having a go at you. You? The 2 were instantly enraged, their auras surging as they prepared to attack Li Xiao. Etc. Li Qixing quickly shouted, stopping the 2. Only he knew just how strong Li Xiao really was. Even if these 2 combined, they might not be able to defeat Li Xiao. What's more, the real big shots are still standing there. That's the kid. Li Qixing gritted his teeth, turned his head, and glanced at Su Ming again. Only then did he realize what terrible trouble he had caused. Dealing with Li Xiao is a small matter, but if they offend that guy, they probably won't be able to leave here alive today. Thinking of this, Li Qixing stepped forward, cupped his hands in a respectful bow, and said, I, Li Qixing, have lost today. I realize that there are always people more capable than me, and that there is always something beyond my understanding. I, Li Qixing, have broadened my horizons and I accept my defeat wholeheartedly. Then he walked up the steps, knelt down with a thud, and kowtowed to Duan Tianhong, saying, I, Li Qixing, was ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth and caused trouble for your majesty. Please forgive me. Duan Tianhong shook his head. Alright, but after this battle, I know how strong you are thanks to Prince Su, otherwise it would have been embarrassing for you to compete against the Jin Kingdom. Let's pretend this never happened. Fortunately, it was a sparring match within the royal family. Your sect's reputation has been preserved. Otherwise, if you had been humiliated in the competition in the Jin Kingdom, your sect would have been ruined. Upon hearing this, Li Qixing broke out in a cold sweat. Overjoyed, he bowed his head in shame and said, Your Majesty's reprimand is correct. I, Li Qixing, will certainly reflect on my mistakes upon returning home and strive to contribute to the 9 provinces as soon as possible. Duan Tianhong nodded with relief. Then it's not like you lost for nothing. Go back now.
Thank you, Your Majesty.
Li Qixing expressed his gratitude, helped himself to his feet, and said to the other sect leaders, "Let's go." Although the other sect leaders were somewhat puzzled and resentful, seeing Li Qixing's fate, they realized that if the fight continued, they probably wouldn't fare much better. They had no choice but to obediently leave the scene with Li Qixing. Everyone else left, but one person stayed. Li Qixing looked up and saw Lu Yijian still standing on the steps with a gloomy expression. "Sect leader Lu, what's wrong, aren't you leaving?" Lu Yijian snorted coldly, "I'm not as spineless as you. My Qingyun sect isn't as cowardly as you. You came all this way, only to be humiliated and run away with your tails between your legs. If you want to leave, then leave. I haven't settled this score yet." Li Qixing's eyes lit up, and he knew exactly what Lu Yijian was up to. Lu Yijian is different from them. They may have suffered a slight loss, but once they leave, they can go back to being sect leaders and enjoy a comfortable life. The impact on them is not significant. If this doesn't get out, I'll lose face, and nobody will know. However, Lu Yijian's eldest disciple, Chen Beixian, died at the hands of Su Ming. If Lu Yijian were to leave like this, and outsiders found out that his eldest disciple of the Qingyun sect had been beaten to death, no one would dare to utter a sound. The entire Qingyun sect is finished. But reality is just that cruel. Lu Yijian had no idea what kind of opponent he was facing, and he had no way to vent his anger. Thinking of this, Li Qixing sneered and reminded him, "Sect leader Lu, there are some people you can't afford to offend. I think you should just let it go." Roll. Lu Yijian gave a sharp shout with a fierce look in his eyes. "Fine, if you want to die, so be it." Li Qixing sneered and left the scene with the others. "This is so frustrating. I think we might as well stay and fight that kid like Lu Yijian. How can we swallow this? That kind of kid dares to shit and piss on our heads. I won't be able to sleep for 3 years after this." That's right. Upon arriving at the royal gate, the other gatekeepers grew increasingly enraged, so much so that they banged their heads against the wall, their faces flushed with fury. Li Qixing's breathing had recovered considerably, and he sneered, "A bunch of idiots, you'd better stay longer, or you'll be stuck there. Come with me, and I'll save your lives." Still standing here at the main hall entrance, where is your backbone? Li Qixing's face was full of mockery. "Sect leader Li, what do you mean by that? You're acting like a coward yourself, yet you're belittling us all." "Sect leader Li, I never realized you were such an insecure person. It's a waste to have you as a friend." Others also joined in criticizing Li Qixing. Li Qixing sneered, "Are you all out of your minds? You all claim to be Earth Immortals at the Profound Realm, but you can't tell that the cripple just defeated me with the Dragon Flame Fist? Dragon Flame Fist, he even mastered it to perfection. Could you possibly learn such a supreme technique? Could you? What about you?" Li Qixing pointed at the foreheads of the group and questioned each of them. The expressions of the group changed drastically. They looked at each other in shock. "Sect leader Li, you're not mistaken, it really is the Dragon Flame Fist?" someone asked in surprise. "Nonsense, you think someone could shatter my sevenfold reversal of heaven and earth chi wave? The Dragon Flame Fist isn't just for Earth Immortals at the Profound Realm, it requires guidance from a great divine power expert, at least one realm higher mastered. That cripple alone isn't scary enough. The most crucial thing is the person who instructed him. Use your pig brains to think about what kind of abilities they have." Li Qixing's 2 sentences left everyone completely stunned. "My God, Sect Master Li, do you mean that kid is already a celestial immortal realm expert? How old is he? You're not kidding, are you?" At this moment, the hairs on the bodies of a group of top experts from Kyushu stood on end. "Humph, now you all understand who wants to go back, go ahead." Li Qixing sneered. Everyone stared, speechless. Creak. Just then, 2 luxury cars stopped one after the other in front of the powerful sect leaders. Everyone was stunned and stared intently. The car door opened, and Nangong Yanyu got out with her entourage. She grinned at Li Qixing and the others, saying, "Esteemed experts of the 9 provinces, my Nangong family cordially invites you to join us at the hotel for a gathering." Nerve. Li Qixing rolled his eyes, too lazy to pay attention to Nangong Yanyu, and prepared to turn around and leave. Losing to Su Ming isn't something to be ashamed of. If we were to turn our backs on the Jin people and let others find out, we would truly become pariahs. The other sect leaders also shook their heads, almost all sharing the same thought as Li Qixing, and prepared to leave one after another. Nangong Yenyu remained completely calm, smiling as she said, I just received news that you powerful individuals entered the royal family to represent them in the battle. Now that you've emerged, it seems you've been disqualified and failed in your sparring match, right? If you go back like this, you can of course make excuses to deal with your sex people, but if I have someone spread the word that you have been defeated and deserted, and that you are not qualified to fight against our Nangong family, what will happen to you if you go back? Nangong Yenyu had a playful smile on her face. You despicable, shameless brat, what do you want to do? Li Qixing suddenly turned around, his face full of murderous intent, staring intently at Nangong Yenyu. We may have been disqualified, but that doesn't mean you can act so recklessly. If we join forces, we can wipe out your entire group. Go ahead and attack. Nangong Yenyu grinned, I forgot to tell you, I am a princess of the Jin Kingdom. If you dare to touch me, you'd better think twice about what will happen to you. You? Li Qixing and his companions were both shocked and furious, and stood there dumbfounded. 933, Chapter 933 If I lose, I die. What did you say? You're saying that the kid who came into the royal family with us is the king of the 9 provinces. Inside the Dizhou restaurant, Li Qixing and the other sect leaders gathered together. Sitting in front of them was Nangong Hao, and next to him was Nangong Yenyu. Behind Nangong Hao stood the Blood Fiend Hall and a group of Jin Kingdom experts, their imposing presence overwhelming. When Li Qixing and the others learned Su Ming's identity from Nangong Hao, their jaws nearly dropped. So he's not just the prince consort, but the renowned king of the 9 provinces. No wonder he's so calm and composed, strolling around with such ease. They don't even put our 8 major sects in their eyes. We were almost killed by that idiot Louis Jian. He said he was just a useless member of the royal family. He didn't know anything, and we actually thought he was a complete moron. Li Qixing and the others were deeply shocked. At the same time, I am extremely grateful. Fortunately, they didn't stay to continue the fight, otherwise they would have faced certain death today. In fact, they should have realized long ago that if he were just an ordinary piece of trash, how could he possibly become the son-in-law of the Duan family's royal family? Are all members of the Duan family royal family fools? No one expected that the king of the 9 provinces would be so powerful. His martial arts cultivation and strength can be described as unfathomable. That's right. Nangong Hao sat calmly, a proud smile on his lips, and looked at Li Qixing, saying, I brought you here to ask you, have you ever fought him? Your disqualification must have been that kid's doing. You should know the extent of his strength by now. Tell me everything in detail, as much as you can. After you tell me, each of you will receive a blood spirit pill. After saying that, Nangong Hao took out a round, dark red pill and placed it on the table. He put one down, then took out another, and in a row took out 6 blood spirit pills and placed them on the table. Seeing this, Li Qixing and the others were so shocked that their jaws almost dropped, their eyes widened instantly, and their eyes lit up with an extremely eager look. Blood spirit pill. A top-grade Xinhuan elixir. 1 pill is enough to elevate cultivators like him, who are trapped in the Earth Immortal realm, to a minor realm. If one reaches the 9th level of the Earth Immortal Profound realm, this 1 stone is enough to touch the threshold of the Heaven Immortal Profound realm. What incredible leverage, what an astonishing temptation. Without such a top-grade elixir, relying solely on one's own cultivation and comprehension, it's uncertain whether one could make further progress in the next 10 or even 20 years. No expert with even the cultivation level of a low-level immortal would be unmoved by such a precious elixir. But Li Qixing's eyes lit up, and he realized that Nangong Hao's willingness to offer such expensive bargaining chips meant that his intentions were probably not simple. They probably wanted to use them to figure out the strength of the king of the 9 provinces so that they could completely crush the imperial province in the competition. Li Qixing pondered for a moment, forcibly suppressing his inner desire and excitement, and exhaled with a smile. I'm really sorry, young Master Nangong, our strength is shallow. We didn't even have a chance to truly fight the king of the 9 provinces before we were all driven out. We have no idea what the king of the 9 provinces' strength is. If you don't believe me, you can ask them. Only Li Qixing and Li Xiao fought head-on, and Li Qixing realized from Li Xiao just how strong Su Ming really was. But the others knew nothing about it. Upon hearing this, the other sect leaders nodded in agreement, admitting, "We have indeed never fought against the king of the 9 provinces." Li Qixing stood up and continued with a smile, "So, although we really want the blood spirit pill, we simply don't have the ability to get it. We're sorry to disappoint you, young Master Nangong. Then we'll take our leave." After saying that, Li Qixing and the others prepared to leave. Before leaving, he glanced longingly at the blood spirit pill on the table and sighed with regret. "Of course I crave it. But he can still distinguish between what is important and what is not. When the nest is overturned, no egg remains intact." Nangong Hao didn't speak, but stared coldly at Li Qixing and the others, without even saying a word to stop them. Just as Li Qixing and the others turned to leave the room, the door in front of them suddenly opened with a bang. A young man dressed in a black robe stepped into the room. The young man remained calm and made no move, but a powerful aura swept over him, as if several mountains were pressing down on Li Qixing and his companions. Boom! Li Qixing's body sank, and his feet sank directly into the room floor. The 2 people next to him, whose cultivation levels were slightly weaker, were directly forced to kneel heavily on the ground, causing the floor to crack from their kneeling. The group of people turned pale with fright and stared at the young man with horrified expressions. Li Qixing was also covered in sweat. He hurriedly gathered his qi and tried to withstand the pressure, but he still felt like he was suffocating. He looked up, utterly shocked, at the ordinary-looking young man before him, his heart filled with turbulent emotions. Another expert has arrived? And so young, I've never seen her before? When did so many big shots appear in the imperial state? Li Qixing's lips turned white, and he stared at the young man with a trembling voice, asking, "Who exactly are you?" Nangong Hao then grinned and laughed, "I think you've all heard of his name. He's the blood fiend Celestial Venerable. This blood spirit pill came from his hands. You can leave, but only if you can get out of his clutches alive." Upon hearing this, Li Qixing and his companions nearly collapsed on the spot. Blood fiend Celestial Venerable? You are the blood fiend Celestial Venerable? Everyone was almost going crazy. Who would have thought that the legendary blood fiend Celestial Venerable, who is said to be invincible, looks so young? Oh my God! At the entrance to the royal palace. Your Majesty, I, Louis Jian, have no intention of offending you, but my eldest disciple of the Qingyun sect was brutally beaten to death by this scoundrel at the Kyushu Medical Academy gathering. If we don't swallow this insult, my Qingyun sect might as well disband right here and now. I hereby swear an oath in blood, begging your Majesty's permission, that I may fight this brat to the death. As soon as he finished speaking, Louis Jian drew his long sword from his waist, flashing it across his arm. Blood gushed out, and the tip of the sword was stained with blood. He then carved a life or death agreement on the steps below and signed his name. Seeing this scene, Emperor Duan Tianhong of the 9 provinces was also shocked and moved, and turned to look at Su Ming in surprise. Everyone else present was also taken aback. No one expected that Louis Jian would be so resolute, actually wanting to fight Su Ming to the death here. Prince Su, shall we? Duan Tianhong looked at Su Ming with a hesitant expression. Su Ming's situation isn't just about his identity, it also concerns the life and death of the entire imperial state competition. Regardless of who wins or loses this battle, it will definitely be a loss for Su Ming. What if something goes wrong during the competition? Then my own imperial state will probably become a huge joke. Duan Tianhong immediately prepared to reject Louis Jian's request for a death match. But Su Ming stepped forward slowly, calmly smiling, and said, "All right, I accept your challenge. But here's one more thing, if you lose, your life will be in my hands from now on." Su Ming looked at Louis Jian meaningfully and said, "If I lose, I die. You can desecrate my corpse if you want, I have no objection." Louis Jian's voice, filled with chilling killing intent, slowly rang out. 934, Chapter 934 Heart-wrenching. You do possess some cultivation and strength. This is evident from the fact that you defeated Boss Bai's Dragon Elephant Divine Skill when you fought him. It's truly remarkable that you've reached this level of cultivation at such a young age, but you're far too reckless. Your mistake was killing my eldest disciple, Chen Beishuan. If you don't die today, my Qingyun sect will have no face to show its face. Louis Jian stared intently at Su Ming with his sharp eyes. Su Ming smiled faintly.
is it too late to regret it now?
It's too late. This is the consequence of your own actions. The killing intent in Liu Jian's eyes intensified.
Can't we leave one arm? Su Ming asked with a smile. Unless you spare his life, my disciple, you will be waiting to go down and kowtow to him.
As soon as he finished speaking, Liu Jian was too lazy to waste any more words with Su Ming. He flicked his sword, and countless strands of energy around him swept wildly, like countless scales.
Su Ming's gaze sharpened slightly. It's clear that Liu Jian is indeed different from the others. Even the aura emanating from them was quite different. Every wisp of their aura was filled with murderous intent and offensive power. Go to hell! With a sharp shout, Liu Jian trembled his long sword, sending several bursts of energy shooting towards Su Ming through the tip of the sword. At the same time, his body moved like lightning, and the 3-foot-long blade in his hand gleamed with a chilling aura under the blazing sun, piercing towards Su Ming's heart like a bolt of lightning. Boom! Su Ming raised his hand, and his aura descended like Mount Tai, shattering Liu Jian's sword aura and breaking Liu Jian's longsword into fragments that flew in all directions. Then he slapped Liu Jian across the face. Liu Jian was taken aback, his face paled in horror, and he hurriedly raised his hand to try to defend himself. But the moment his arm touched Su Ming's palm, his entire arm deformed, as if he felt a primordial force crashing towards him. Boom! Liu Jian was sent flying dozens of meters away, and when he landed, the ground was smashed into a crater. Liu Jian lay there, his face covered in blood, his neck and above twisted and deformed from being whipped, a bloody mess. He convulsed, staring in disbelief at Su Ming slowly approaching him. I said it's not too late to regret it, it's you who regrets it, it's not too late. When I said I'd leave an arm, I meant your arm will forget about your life or death contract, but you don't seem to have understood a word I said. With your IQ, how did you become the sect leader of Qingyun sect, huh? Liu Jian's body trembled violently, but he couldn't move at all. Only his two intact eyes stared at Su Ming in utter terror, and he uttered indistinct words from his blood-filled mouth. You, who exactly are you? The top 10 on the Kyushu martial arts ranking all have to kneel before me. Who do you think I am? Do you even rank among them? Su Ming grinned. You could it be? Liu Jian seemed to only realize this at this moment, and his whole body trembled. Now you've died a worthy death. Su Ming stepped forward and kicked Liu Jian in the head. Liu Jian died on the spot without even letting out a scream. Seeing this scene, Duan Tianhong and a group of high-ranking officials of the royal family were shocked. Only then did they realize just how strong Su Ming really was. No wonder Su Ming didn't take these so-called 8 great masters seriously, thinking they weren't qualified to participate in the competition. Before this, Duan Tianhong thought that Su Ming was just a bit arrogant and looked down on everyone. Now he realized that Su Ming's assessment was actually modest. Compared to them, these guys were pitifully weak. Li Qixing and Li Xiao at least fought back and forth once. Liu Jian was completely overwhelmed by Su Ming, unable to even fight back. Duan Tianhong was greatly shocked. While he was relieved about the competition, he was also slightly wary. Is it a case of Mount Tai holding the line, or of raising a tiger to cause future trouble? Should I be more cautious in the future? Otherwise, with Su Ming's strength, along with the 7 or 8 top experts in front of him and the million-strong war god army, they could easily make a round trip in the imperial province. Thinking about all this, Duan Tianhong felt a chill run down her spine. Su Ming turned and walked up, cupping his hands to Duan Tianhong and saying, Your Majesty, I apologize for what happened today. However, you should also understand my arrangements. The competition with the Jin Kingdom will be handled by Mei. Will arrange for them to rest first. Duan Tianhong nodded slightly. Alright, how about we all stay in the royal palace? I'll have someone guide us and give you all the best hospitality. The royal palace has everything you need. Whatever you want, we can arrange it anytime. No need, they probably won't be used to it anyway, they can just stay in a hotel. Let's go. Su Ming turned to greet Su Fanghua and the others, then led them away from the scene. Watching this scene, under the blazing sun, Duan Tianhong felt a chill run through him, as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. It was terrifying, as if his entire body, hands and feet, were bound. King Su is too awesome. I was so blind before. Now I realize how many times he's held back against me. Otherwise, if that slap from Chuo Luijian had landed on me, I'd be a cold corpse by now. Duan Qingtian was completely convinced, and said with a look of admiration and relief.
Upon hearing this, Duan Tianhong turned and glared at Duan Qingtian. I was greatly disappointed by Duan Qingtian's complete lack of sense of crisis.
How can they take over the royal family after this? His deep gaze fell on Duan Xingyue. Xingyue, it seems your engagement with him needs to be put on the agenda as soon as possible. I won't feel at ease if we delay even one more day.
Hearing this, Duan Xingyue blushed and her heart raced. She said, her face flushed, Dad, Brother Su and I aren't in a hurry, why are you suddenly so anxious?
You don't understand. A marriage contract is only considered a marriage contract if it's fulfilled, and only then can it bind him to the relationship. Otherwise, it's just a verbal promise, which can be reneged on at any time. With his current strength, no one can stop him from doing whatever he wants. They even want my position. They want if he wanted to rule the 9 provinces, I would have to obediently hand it over to him. You are all too young to understand this. Duan Tianhong felt immense pressure and said with a deep gaze. Father, King.
Duan Xingyue's eyes widened. She hadn't expected that this was what her father was worried about.
Brother Su isn't that kind of person. How many times has he saved us? If he wanted something, it would be as simple as lifting a finger. Why make things so complicated? Why wait until today? I don't want to have such ungrateful thoughts. Even if he doesn't keep the engagement, it's because I'm not good enough for him, nothing else.
Duan Xingyue's face turned bright red with anger.
What do you know, you little girl? No one can ever be satisfied with the desire for power. It's more likely to make people lose their minds than any amount of money or wealth.
Duan Tianhong said coldly.
Think what you want, just pretend I never heard these words.
Duan Xingyue turned and left angrily.
Duan Tianhong shook her head. You'll understand. Maybe you'll even see it at this royal event.
After he finished speaking, he exhaled deeply, feeling as if the scorching sun overhead was particularly intense and unbearable.
935, Chapter 935. I didn't say I'd take you with me. The time has come, the royal gathering is about to begin.
On this day, countless imperial families, powerful clans, and gentry all converged on the direction of the royal family. The Han family members also traveled by car towards the royal palace.
Mom, today you'll see what that kid really is. Not the king of the 9 provinces at all. Even Sister One looks down on him. What abilities could he possibly have?
Han Yu helped Xiao Shui out of the car, and thinking of Su Ming, she said with a gloomy expression.
Sigh, you silly girl, as your mother, I saw it with my own eyes and told you with my own mouth, but you still don't believe me. Instead, you believe what others say. Well then, let's take a good look today.
I hope you won't regret it later.
Xiao Shui shook her head and said helplessly. I will never regret it, because I only believe in the facts I saw with my own eyes. What I see is that he's a piece of trash.
Han Yu snorted coldly.
Xiao Shui shook her head in frustration and didn't say anything more. She looked up and saw that the royal gate was already packed with people and countless luxury cars were parked there. However, they were all stopped at the door. The gate was heavily guarded, and anyone who tried to pass through had to undergo repeated checks before they could get even half a step closer.
Seeing this, Xiao Shui turned to Han Yu and asked, do we have an invitation and a pass?
Some.
Han Yu nodded confidently, took out an invitation from her pocket, and said with a smile, this was given to me by Sister Wan when she came out of the Imperial Physician's mansion. It was to let me attend the royal event and broaden my horizons.
If all else fails, I can call her and ask her to come forward.
Look at that, only Sister Wan has this kind of ability. That kid boasted so much, calling himself the king of the 9 provinces, but in the end, he didn't even get us a single invitation.
Mom, don't you understand the difference after this comparison?
Han Yu grinned smugly.
Alright, let's go up and take a look.
Xiao Shui couldn't explain it to Han Yu, and she was too lazy to say anything more. The 3 of them headed towards the entrance ahead. After weaving through the bustling crowd, Han Yu arrived at the entrance and hurriedly handed over the invitation. The captain of the Imperial Guards at the gate took the invitation, examined it carefully, frowned, and looked up at Han Yu, saying, something's not right with this invitation.
What?
Hearing this, Han Yu was taken aback. Xiao Shui and Han Hua both looked surprised.
Are you kidding me? Aren't all invitations the same? What's wrong with them?
Han Yu's eyes widened anxiously, especially when she saw that everyone else's eyes were still focused on the 3 of them. She felt uncomfortable all over, as if she had thorns in her back. The leader of the Imperial Guard took out 2 different invitations and placed them on the table, one gold and the other a bright red one with gold trim.
Han Yu's is red.
The leader continued, the gold ones are private invitations, issued directly by the king. Who was invited will be personally stated on them. They are usually for high-ranking and powerful figures. The red ones are public invitations, issued by high-ranking officials of the royal family or relevant residences. Not only are invitations required, but also relevant travel permits and the sender's signature.
This document only bears the signature of the Imperial Medical Academy, but it doesn't specify who was invited. Do you have a pass from the Imperial Medical Academy? Hearing these words, Han Yu was completely stunned.
She never imagined that an invitation would be so complicated, and that there would even be 2 different ones. Furthermore, it also requires the personal signature of the Imperial Medical Academy and a travel permit.
This is a huge mess. With so many people present, if people knew that her invitation was sent by someone else and that she didn't have any travel permits, and that the Han family wasn't on the invited list, what would happen? If she tries to pass off an invitation from who knows where as legitimate, she'll become a laughingstock. Han Yu's face instantly turned extremely ugly.
Sweat was already streaming down his face, and he hurriedly said, I have proof, someone can vouch for me. I'll make a phone call and have her talk to you in person.
Alright, go ahead.
The leader of the Imperial Guard remained calm. Han Yu, covered in sweat, stood to the side, took out her phone, and called Wan Shirin. At this moment, Wan Shirin and Jin Xianrun, representing the Jin Xian sect, are also heading towards the royal family to attend the grand event.
The call was connected quickly. Hey, Sister Wan, why didn't you tell me this invitation was so complicated? Now they need proof. Could you personally help me with the proof? Otherwise, we'll make a huge fool of ourselves today.
Han Yu covered her phone with one hand and said in a flustered whisper.
Okay, wait a moment, I'll be there in about 10 minutes.
Wan Shirin answered from inside the car.
10 minutes or so?
Hearing this, Han Yu's face turned even uglier. The thought of having to stand here for the next 10 minutes or so, being stared at like a monkey by others, is unbearable.
She didn't want to experience that feeling for even a moment longer. If I were alone, it would be fine, I could just not go in.
But now the whole family is here, and the entire Han family has become a laughingstock. But now, it seems there's no other way but to wait for Wan Shirin. Han Yu could only patiently reply, fine, I'll wait for you. After saying that, he hung up the phone.
Xiaoye, if it really doesn't work out, we won't go in. This isn't a place for us anyway.
Seeing Han Yu's predicament, Xiao Shui said understandingly. It's okay, Mom, let's wait a little longer. Sister Wan said she'll be here soon. Han Yu wiped her sweat, her face turning pale. It was already scorching hot, and being in this situation was even more unbearable than being roasted on a fire. Time passed slowly, and Han Yu was drenched in sweat, her heart pounding with anxiety. Han Hua and Xiao Shui stood to one side, not saying a word, but they didn't seem to be in good spirits either, which put even more pressure on Han Yu. Just then, a figure slowly walked out from in front.
Aunt Xiao, you're here too, why aren't you coming in?
Hearing the voice, Han Yu suddenly looked up, then froze. Standing in front of her it was none other than Su Ming.
Xiao Ming, you're here too?
Xiao Shui looked happy.
Why are you all standing outside in the sun?
Su Ming asked, puzzled. Xiao Shui smiled awkwardly. It's nothing, there's just a problem with the invitation. It seems we need some kind of pass. Xiao Yu has already called and said that as long as Miss Wan comes to help us with the proof, we should be able to get in. Hearing this, Su Ming grinned. It's useless. You have an invitation from the Imperial Medical Academy, right? I'm the one who had them issue the invitations. They wouldn't sign it without my permission, so even if Wan Shirin comes, it doesn't prove anything. She probably can't even get in. But with me here, it's easy for you to get in. I'll take you in. Su Ming said with a big smile.
Real? Real?
Xiao Shui immediately showed a happy expression.
Fart.
Han Yu, listening nearby, was furious and interrupted. Mom, don't believe his nonsense. You had the Imperial Medical Academy issue it. Do you have that ability? You think you can command the Imperial Medical Academy just because you've become Chang Qingyun's apprentice? I bet you don't even have the skills yourself, and you're just trying to get a position by following us? I'm not falling for your tricks. If you want to embarrass yourself, go by yourself, don't drag us down with you, I am waiting for Sister Wan. Hearing this, Su Ming turned to look at Han Yu and grinned, believe it or not, I didn't say I was bringing you. You? Han Yu was so angry that her face turned red, like a flushed apple.
Aunt Xiao, let's go.
Su Ming said to Xiao Shui. Xiao Shui turned to Han Yu and said, Xiao Yu, let's go with Xiao Ming's help, won't it save time, the sun is so strong, we'll be roasted alive, what are you doing standing here? I'm not going, I've already embarrassed myself once, I don't believe he has that kind of ability, I don't want to go up there and embarrass myself.
Han Yu said angrily. Fine, then you can come from behind.
So Xiao Shui, along with Han Hua, followed Su Ming toward the entrance. Han Yu stood behind, watching with a sneer. She wanted to see how Su Ming would make a fool of himself. It might be even more embarrassing than what she just did. Then mother will know whether what she said is true or false.
936, Chapter 936. You're dead. Xiao Ming, do you really have a pass?
Having just embarrassed herself, Xiao Shui couldn't help but feel a little worried. This top-level royal event, it seems, is not something that ordinary people can enter.
The Han family is still far behind. Aunt Xiao, it's alright, leave it to me.
Su Ming walked up slowly.
You brat, stop pretending, let's see how you die.
Han Yu watched the scene from behind, a cold smile on her face. However, the next moment, Han Yu was dumbfounded. Su Ming then took out a golden invitation from his pocket and handed it to the leader of the Imperial Guard.
This?
Han Yu's jaw nearly dropped in shock. The commander of the Imperial Guard just said that the golden invitation was personally issued by the current king, and those invited are all powerful and important officials.
Where did this kid come from?
Han Yu rubbed her eyes hard, wondering if she was seeing things. Xiao Shui and Han Hua were also completely shocked. Amidst the shocked gazes of the crowd, the leader of the Imperial Guard, also covered in sweat, respectfully said to Su Ming, Your Highness, you do not need an invitation, you are free to come and go as you please. Every royal guard present knew Su Ming's name, so none dared to ask him for an invitation. Su Ming grinned, It's alright, I just need to take Aunt Xiao and it's all business, we need to keep a close watch on this grand event today, don't let any scoundrels in, and don't let a single fly out.
Yes.
The commander of the Imperial Guard hurriedly and respectfully responded.
Aunt Xiao, let's go.
Su Ming turned around and said to Xiao Shui with a big smile.
Well.
Xiao Shui hurriedly led Han Hua to catch up, and together with Su Ming, they stepped into the royal palace.
They really went in?
Han Yu stood there dumbfounded, unable to come to her senses for a long time. She was all ready to see Su Ming get kicked out and to make fun of him, but this guy actually pulled out the most valuable gold invitation. Now she's all alone here, like a pitiful abandoned creature.
What's going on?
Han Yu rubbed her eyes hard, wondering if she was hallucinating.
Miss Han, are you alright? At that moment, Wan Shirin's voice rang out from behind.
Han Yu suddenly turned her head and saw Wan Shirin and the Golden Immortal walking up.
Haven't you gone in yet? Where are Uncle Han and Aunt Han?
Wan Shirin turned her head and looked around in confusion. She had thought something serious had happened because Han Yu was urging her on the phone, but it turned out that Han Yu was the only one there. Han Yu said with a grim expression, They went in with that guy Su Ming, and Su Ming even led them. I never dreamed that that guy could actually produce a gold invitation. Sister Wan, is what you're saying true? Is he really a good-for-nothing? At this moment, seeing it with his own eyes, even Han Yu had to have doubts.
Did Wan Shirin make a mistake? How is this possible, a golden invitation?
Wan Shirin raised an eyebrow. She had never even heard of a golden invitation. The golden invitation is personally issued by the king to invite powerful officials and dignitaries of the imperial state, or other important figures. I happen to have one here. As for that kid you mentioned, Miss Han, that's impossible, you must be seeing things.
Just then, another voice rang out from the side. Yang Hao and Su Ziyun came out.
Seeing Yang Hao and Su Ziyun, Wan Shirin's expression became slightly awkward.
Earlier, at the entrance of the Kyushu Medical Academy, she left Yang Hao and Su Ziyun behind and went into the party alone.
That's really a bit unethical. Wan Shirin stepped forward and said awkwardly to Yang Hao, Young Master Yang, about what happened before.
Fine.
Yang Hao waved his hand casually, grinned at Wan Shirin, and said, I won't take that kind of thing to heart. You were only trying to get your mother treated, and your choice wasn't wrong. However, I've also come to understand that everyone has their own pursuits. I don't blame you for not understanding the level you're involved in. You don't understand what my status and position can bring you, yet you pursue the mere 9 provinces medical academy as a lifeline that shows that your vision is not on the same level as mine. You should focus on getting into this party first. Yang Hao pretended to be calm and not angry, but his words were full of sarcasm. Young Master Yang, Wan Shirin was anxious to explain. Yang Hao waved his hand dismissively, we'll meet again someday, but when you see me again, I hope you'll reach my level. Let's go. After saying that, Yang Hao led Su Ziyun toward the royal gathering. Wan Shirin sighed helplessly, feeling somewhat regretful. She seemed to have a bright future ahead of her by becoming Jin Xianren's disciple, but she missed out on Yang Hao, the famous young master of the Yang family. She didn't know whether her choice was right or wrong. The Golden Immortal, watching this scene, shook his head mockingly. This kind of brat is arrogant and conceited, unaware of his own limitations. Don't pity him. Once you inherit my legacy, he won't even be worthy of begging to curry favor with you. However, the Yang family is one of the top 50 medical families in the world. Wan Shirin said in surprise. The Golden Immortal sneered, top 50 in the world, the Yang family, that's nothing. They just have a big reputation within the Yang family. I can't find a single person who can rival me in medical skills. If we're talking about the art of medicine, even one person from the Yang family wouldn't be qualified to kowtow to me. Real? Wan Shirin's mood improved somewhat, and she asked with delight. Of course, what medical families, what top-tier clans? They're all like the Shin family of Zhongzhou Ascent. The Shin family ranked number 1 in medicine, but can the combined medical skills of the entire Shin family compare? You'll find out later. Let's go in. The Golden Immortal spoke with an arrogant and domineering air. Yes, master. Wan Shirin, now full of confidence, took Han Yu and followed the Golden Immortal. Together they entered the royal family. You've really let it go, so easily and relieved. Before, you chased Wan Shirin all the way from Famwai to Zhongzhou? As Su Ziyun and Yang Hao stepped into the royal square, she couldn't help but ask jokingly. Yang Hao smirked, I was just confused before. What you said that night woke me up. What kind of person am I, Yang Hao? What kind of woman can't I have? This Wan Shirin is a second-hand woman, going around in circles with me, and calling me young Master Yang. We haven't gotten any closer, yet she expects me to revolve around her. Does she even deserve it? Look at her first marriage. What kind of worthless men did she choose? That shows how low her standards are and how narrow-minded she is. What makes her worthy of me? By the time she realizes how much I lost by leaving her, it will be too late for regrets. Yang Hao said with a disdainful smile. Upon hearing this, Su Ziyun's face immediately lit up with a smile, and she gave a thumbs up. That's more like it. That's how a young master from a top-tier family outside the Fang family should be. Before our status, and below those who transcend worldly concerns, aren't we all just ants? Su Ziyun smiled smugly. Turning his head, he saw Su Ming leading Xiao Shui and Han Hua ahead, arranging seats for them. Look, there's still the most ridiculous ant over there. Su Ziyun immediately went up to him. He looked at Su Ming and sneered, how did you get in? Aunt Xiao, please have a seat here. Su Ming gestured for Xiao Shui to sit down, then turned to look at Su Ziyun and said expressionlessly, none of your business. It's none of my business, but you just sneaked in like this. If anyone finds out, they'll not only break your legs, but you've also implicated Uncle and Aunt Han. Su Ziyun said sarcastically. Neuropathy. Su Ming rolled his eyes, not even bothering to look at Su Ziyun. Let Xiao Shui and Han Hua sit in the chairs at the very front. Su Ziyun looked up and saw that the 2 chairs were in the front row of the entire